In the cramped, dark, and damp space of the basement, a little girl around 5 or 6 years old, who was being tormented in that dark secret room, along with the dog that kept barking and threatening her without stopping. It made the girl so scared that facing this emotionless, frightening person, with one hand gripping a sword tightly, standing tall before her, the girl looked up, her tearful eyes, her lips trembling, trying to utter the words, "Why?" In front of Mia was a fat, bald man, with only white hair on the sides of his head, a big, round, reddened nose, and a white mustache. He replied to her, "I'm just doing what I should for this family. You filthy brat." Then, he gripped the sword with both hands and raised it in front of Mia, glaring at her and shouting, "Obediently accept your death." This statement made her terrified. She panicked, her mouth trembling, "Stop it, I'm scared, so scared. I don't want to die." No matter how frightened the little girl was, the world remained cruel to her. She was still trapped in that damp, foul-smelling, dark secret room, with the deafening sound of barking dogs echoing continuously. And suddenly, the fat old man raised his sword high, his eyes never leaving the small, pitiful figure. He began to snarl at Mia, "You are nothing but the seed of something filthy and disgusting." After those words came the horrifying sounds of crisp, swift slashes. But everything that just happened was only a nightmare for the little girl, and it made her immediately jump up after a few slashes had been made. She sprang up, breathing heavily, her pupils constantly darting around. There were even a few drops of sweat on her face about to drip down her chin. And this wasn't the first time she'd had this nightmare, but she still didn't know the reason behind why she frequently experienced this terrifying event. Feeling that she wasn't fully awake, the little girl shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the lingering sleepiness. Now wasn't the time to sleep like that. Then, she pretended to cough a few times. She suddenly pointed at something and shouted, "You'll be poisoned." However, there was no sound in response to her sudden outburst. Everything remained uncomfortably silent, and the thing she was pointing at was just a small log with a few mushrooms growing around it, making the scene even more awkward. After that, the little girl crouched down, holding her round, soft cheeks in her hands. Her eyes drooped, showing sadness as she sighed, "Sigh, I was right, but I hate being a child. I'm only 5 years old, so my tongue is still short, and..." Then suddenly, she stood up abruptly, her eyes full of determination, as she looked down at the log. Her tiny hands clenched into small fists, and she thought to herself, "No, I won't give up." Then, she took a deep breath, and mustered up all her strength to scream straight at the wooden log. The culprit was Count Evelyn. Suddenly, the little girl changed her expression, showing delight, as she looked into the void and said, "The gold coin is so beautiful," then pouted, holding out both hands toward the log as if begging, "Someone, please give me that gold coin. Please give me money for care and upbringing," the little girl continued, hoping to have those caring gold coins placed directly in her hands. After that, she picked up the wooden log again, shaking it as if she was shaking a porcelain piggy bank with shining gold coins inside. They clinked against the porcelain and made a delightful jingling sound. At her age, almost every child is given a beautiful porcelain piggy bank by their parents to save coins. But then there are many poor children, without parents, without a home, who can never have a piggy bank like their peers, and this girl is one of them. Her name is Mia Evelyn, and she finds herself quite fond of money. But she does everything just to save her own small life. And while she was shaking that useless wooden log, suddenly, from Mia's stomach came the sound of growling. She was very hungry now. Realizing what she was doing was utterly pointless, Mia sat down on the floor, placing her hands on her knees, her head bowed down, her eyes filled with sadness. And she sighed again. "Sigh, I'll probably starve to death before I get any gold coins," she thought to herself, wondering whether the door would open today. Speaking of the door, Mia slowly, with little interest, glanced toward it. She had never been outside that door, so the little girl thought no one would ever come to save her. Currently, MIA is living in the Evelyn mansion, but they treat her no different than a ghost. And she could only endure all this injustice. Now, MIA's stomach kept growling, and she could only press her hand against her belly to stop those embarrassing sounds. After that, MIA turned back towards the door, thinking for a while. She needed to practice her pronunciation, because her important day was coming soon. Even though MIA was currently in a situation where she had no food or drink, her clothes were tattered, and she had no toys except for that piece of wood. In reality, MIA was the daughter of the Saint Ursula Evelyn. She was the 99th child of God, and Saint El-Hula was worshipped by most of the kingdom's people as a deity. She lived in heaven, a place unreachable by humans. Neraphim, a divine angel, used sacred powers. Those especially blessed by her were called saints, and their descendants, knights, would have brilliant silver hair. Thanks to my mother, the Evelyn family was very wealthy and powerful. She never told the child who she was. But that secret was revealed when I was born. When the girl was born, her hair didn't have the radiant silver color like her mother's, but it was black. And everyone in her kingdom believed that people with hair like hers possessed strange and cruel powers. And they also thought black hair was a symbol of the devil, the enemy of the Neraphim. And right after MIA was born, she was locked in a small room, and she was told that her mother had suddenly died of illness. Half of the kingdom's population were religious believers, so the Evelyn family did not accept me. MIA's aunt even believed that the way she was born was also how she killed her aunt's sister, and she always considered MIA to be a filthy demon brat. Believing that a child like her should never have been born, and because of her, her uncle was not nominated to be a cardinal. Because of this, the Evelyn family was always trying to take MIA's life, which is why she is now locked in the dark, damp cellar of the Evelyn mansion. Though abandoned like that, they still ordered a servant to change her diaper once a day, and a steward to teach her how to read once a week. Back to the present, MIA ran toward the window, which was 3 times larger than her tiny body, and tried to stand on tiptoe to look outside, but MIA was only a 5-year-old girl. So she wasn't tall enough to see out the window. At that moment, she thought to herself, she had to get out of here soon, or she would surely die, but where could she go? She was still so young, and didn't have a single penny on her. Thinking about money, MIA recalled the times when her uncle would point straight at her face and shout angrily, "We've spent so much money raising and educating you, MIA." Besides her uncle, she was often grabbed by the hair and angrily scolded by her aunt, "Go die." Their actions made her feel like she needed a lot of money, but at the same time, MIA still didn't understand why they let her live while always wishing for her death. Then, she remembered her birthday, on an evening when the sky was painted red and orange like a massive fire outside the window. Inside the huge Evelyn mansion, her heart-wrenching sobs echoed as she kept apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was wrong," and begged for mercy, but the person tormenting her didn't stop. MIA's aunt kept angrily pulling her hair, slapping, and hitting her tiny body while endlessly cursing, "Because of you, my sister's life was ruined. Why is there a devil in this house? You killed my sister." And MIA could only cry and respond, "Auntie, I'm sorry," and that day when she was being tormented was the day her aunt came to see her again. After 3 months. Then, MIA's aunt forced her to say after her, "I killed my mother, she died because she gave birth to me." And when MIA kept crying non-stop, she went mad and demanded that she speak up. Terrified and unsure of what to do, MIA could only tremble and repeat the words while trying to hold back her tears. To form a sentence. When she managed to say most of the sentence, the woman then took out a stack of blank paper and a pen, smiled wickedly, and told her to write down what she had just said. Although MIA was abandoned in the basement, she was still taught to read and write, but the first thing the housekeeper taught her was that her name did not bear the family's surname. And now MIA was too accustomed to writing down hurtful and self-deprecating sentences on paper whenever her aunt visited her. While MIA was sobbing and kneeling down, trying to write the sentence, her aunt stood up and began to leave. Before fully departing, she turned back with a sinister smile and said, "You know you won't get to eat if you don't finish writing it 100 times, right?" After saying that, she turned and slammed the door shut, and now Mia continued to write the sentence over and over, "I killed my mother, I am the daughter of a demon," until she wrote it 100 times to be allowed to eat. While writing, her mouth still emitted a few sniffles and sobs from the earlier crying fit, and Mia thought to herself that she was a demon that shouldn't have been born. That she had to die, she had to die. But then Mia brushed those thoughts aside and told herself that she truly wanted to live. But exhausted from crying too much and enduring unfair treatment, Mia truly felt discouraged, so she lay down among the papers she had just written on, her small body curled up tightly. And her eyes slowly closed. The tears that had lingered at the corners of her eyes now rolled down onto the cold ground. She softly whispered, "Mom," and gradually drifted off to sleep from exhaustion, falling into a deep dream afterward. And at another moment, Mia was pushed somewhere by that woman. That woman still used her harsh, yelling voice, demanding Mia to hurry up. This time, Mia looked quite different. She was dressed in a pretty yellow dress and matching ballet flats, instead of the old, tattered brown dress and bare feet from before. Her short legs tried to keep pace as she walked through a very busy place. Then Mia stopped, looking around at her surroundings. The place where she stood was luxurious, and all around her were wealthy, noble, and powerful people. Mia tightly held a glass of red wine in her hand, looking around in fearful confusion. As if in a dream she would never forget. And it seemed like 4 dreams had already begun to happen. On Mia's birthday, she was brought into a small room. Suddenly, she had a bedroom and clothes, and because she didn't want to be locked up anymore, she followed all their instructions. And her first dream was terrible. After being given a bedroom and nice clothes to wear, she wore a colored wig to cover her black hair, and successfully sneaked into the victory celebration at the royal capital. Then, her aunt slightly bent down, smiled, and said, "Do you see that boy? Go over there and offer him a drink. This drink is good for the body, so you must give it to him, understand?" And the boy she pointed to was a red-haired young man with matching eyes. He had a beautiful profile, with a sharp jawline that looked like it could cut through paper, a high, straight nose, and a gently smiling mouth. One of his ears had 2 piercings. Overall, he was very attractive, drawing the attention of all the girls. His name was Abel Durnadeva. Speaking of the Durnadeva family, the Duke Durnadeva family was the greatest force opposing El Hullah, and they were also key figures in the Demon Council, leaders of the demons. And now, Mia should have thought at least once about why they told her to bring water to the second son of that family. When she heard her aunt's request, she thought that if she didn't comply, they would go mad again. So Mia tried to approach him and handed the glass of water to Abel. When he saw the girl hesitantly offering the drink, Abel turned to her and smiled, then thanked her. And Mia stood there, witnessing Abel drink the red liquid with her own eyes. And suddenly, Abel coughed violently, even coughing up blood. The pain in his throat was so severe that tears streamed down his face. Not long after, Abel collapsed and died, his eyes wide open, blood trickling from his mouth. The horrifying sight made her panic and step back, and it haunted her for days. A few months later, Mia realized what she had done that day. She had killed someone. While still in shock, her aunt stood behind her, grinning smugly, and told her that she was a murderer. A few months after that event, a war broke out in retaliation for Abel's death. The Durnadeva family led the war, and all the demon clans joined the battle. They declared war on those who believed in El Hullah. The Evelyn family, along with the holy knights and the priests in the royal palace, also fought against the demons. Even though she didn't understand why, Mia eventually realized that her aunt had used her to start the war. That afternoon, after waking up, Mia stood facing the window, looking outside. She thought about the war she had caused. It's terrible. I hate calling him uncle. Then she turned away from the window, slumped to the floor, frowning. That man was Count Evelyn, MIA thought. And from then on, MIA was imprisoned in the Evelyn family's mansion for a long, very long time. After what felt like an entire century, MIA finally stepped out of that mansion. She hesitated, slowly walking out, mumbling, all of it, all of it. It's all my fault. The once innocent, petite girl had now grown up. Her body had become thin and frail. Her black hair, curled from the middle down, now extended past her slender back. MIA slowly walked down the war-ravaged road. The large, round eyes of her 5-year-old self had now been replaced by a pair of lifeless, unmoving eyes, gazing forward without emotion. Of course, if the dream ended here, she wouldn't be able to make any plans. At present, MIA was slowly approaching the man in front of her. He was standing on a large rock, his back turned to her, facing the desolate scene of nearly ruined mansions. His cloak fluttered in the wind. If the dream continued. In the midst of the chaotic void, the sky donned the orange-yellow hues of dusk. The man continued to stand there, witnessing the desolation and ruin. After a while, the handsome man turned to look at MIA. And then he told her, "So, you are indeed my daughter." Facing the man who claimed to be her biological father, MIA couldn't believe it. Her face revealed a myriad of emotions she couldn't even describe. Was her real father the Duke of Dernadeva? And the man her mother fell in love with was the Duke of a rival family. Even though Earl Evelyn always hid the truth from her, and didn't want her to meet her father. And even though she knew nothing, a few days after that birthday, MIA herself killed her half-brother. Thus, the first dream ended here. In the second dream, MIA didn't follow any orders. After that, she was killed by the Duke, and he would discard her body. He would leave her body at the doorstep of the Dernadeva residence. And this ruthless act would lead to war once again. Then, MIA had a third dream, and this one was the most normal of all the dreams she had. In this dream, every time they saw MIA, the servants became excited. They hated her just like her grandparents, the Evelyns. On holidays, they would drag her into the laundry room to bathe her. But she sneaked out and escaped from that haunted mansion. And so, she began her life wandering on the streets. MIA couldn't go to the orphanage because she knew her family would do everything to find her. With her life on the streets, she joined a street gang at a very young age. After a difficult time wandering the streets, she met a kind master and became an apprentice. Looking at her appearance, no one could guess that MIA was the daughter of a noble family. In the years that followed, MIA worked hard and eventually became a cashier manager, but all those beautiful things only happened in MIA's dream. Right now, her small body is curled up, rolling on the cold ground. She still keeps her eyes tightly shut, not wanting to wake up from that dream. She's too tired, really doesn't want to wake up at all. And finally, she dreamt of the fourth dream. This dream was very special and quite short. In this dream, MIA's appearance changed a lot. Her hair became smoother with a purple hue, like a galaxy. A few cute clips were pinned in her hair, and she was dressed in a beautiful pink dress. Elegant and completely different from the old, tattered brown dress. As the dream began, someone was gently stroking her head and affectionately calling her name. Mel. Is her real name Mel? The little girl wondered. Mel, the man continued to call her name while gently stroking her flowing purple hair, his tender eyes looking down at her. Duke Dernadeva continued to stroke her head. These gentle gestures gave MIA a sense of safety and comfort, a feeling she had never experienced before, so she always longed for it. Now that she was immersed in the feeling she had always desired, she gradually leaned into the Duke's embrace, blinking a few times before slowly closing her eyes. A smile forming on her lips. Even though she didn't know what was happening, everything felt so sweet. But it was just a dream. When she remembered her current fate, MIA forced herself to wake up from the dream, panting, her eyes dazed as she looked around. A few drops of sweat had formed on her forehead. But why? Then she scrambled to sit up, leaning against the wall, wondering why the Duke had held her. She thought that because of her father had to die. After pondering for a while, Mia hugged herself again, sighed, looked down at the ground, and muttered, "It was just a trap, nothing good ever happens to me." But what if the things you see in the future are real? If you could choose your future, you could escape from this mansion. And the plan you've come up with is quite simple. First, you'll report your uncle's plot to your father. Since your father is an enemy of the Evelyn family, you think the Duke will definitely listen to you. Next, Mia will use that information to exchange for alimony. The reason you want to do this is because, in your last dream, your father wasn't scary at all. It feels a bit strange to ask for money instead of asking to be taken care of. Third, ask your father to find a safe place for a child like you, or maybe a place that needs a worker. And finally, after you've received the money, you'll find somewhere else to live. Finishing your fantasy of changing your future, Mia stood up, clenched both hands, and showed determination. "I've practiced my pronunciation very diligently. So everything will be fine," Mia naively thought. Then Mia knelt down, clasped her hands, and prayed for herself. "If there is a God, please let my father be a gentleman." And while Mia was praying, she suddenly heard some rattling noises coming from that wooden door. 2 people entered her room, but she didn't like the look of these 2 at all. However, in the end, the door had opened, and standing before her were 2 demon uncles. This time, they walked in with grim faces, but didn't do anything to Mia. They were dressed in beautiful and luxurious clothes. The fat uncle wore a white robe with intricate patterns, and a bright gemstone embedded in the layers of his turban. As for the woman, she was dressed in a red gown with sparkling red gemstone jewelry. Facing them, Mia tried to pretend to be obedient and polite. She bowed, clasped her hands together, and cheerfully said, "Uncle, Aunt." Then she looked up with bright, sparkling eyes and said, "I missed you both so much." After that, the uncle didn't let her say anything more and seriously told her to follow him. At first, she was quite scared, worrying that she would be taken somewhere to be beaten or tortured. But his next request completely surprised her: "Change your clothes." "Really?" she asked joyfully, her face lighting up, her eyes shining as if they held 1,000 stars. The 2 of them just looked at her with disgust, then turned away without saying another word. Before stepping out of Mia's room, the woman turned back, looked at her with displeasure, then turned away and started to leave with her husband. They just walked away without a second thought, while for Mia, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once she escaped from this room, she believed that her journey through her previous dreams would begin. This moment, right now, would be Mia's chance to act. And now, Mia had been moved to an old bedroom that was almost fully furnished. She climbed onto the bed, her legs too short to reach the floor, so they dangled above the ground from the bed that was taller than her by just an inch. "Wow, so soft," Mia remarked. Although the room was a bit old, it wasn't too cold, and her feet no longer got scratched by wooden splinters. Then she happily waited on that bed and recalled her dreams. In the first dream, she had sat next to the woman during dinner, but now it was already dinner time. And she was still alone in the room. The reason she hadn't come out for dinner yet was because the maids were surrounding her on the small bed, and she was panicking, screaming, "I don't like it, don't touch me." Mia kept struggling, and when one of the maids tried to reach out towards her face, Mia didn't hesitate and bit her hand. This action was done in front of the man and woman, but they didn't react aggressively to her behavior. The maid who had been bitten quickly pulled her hand back and glared at Mia angrily. But Mia wasn't weak. She glared back at the maid with the fierce eyes of an animal being attacked. Witnessing Mia's behavior, the woman disdainfully told her maids to leave her alone and then walked away, arm in arm with her husband. MIA's uncle looked at it with disgust and told his servant to give the monster more time to adapt. Then he turned and walked out of the room with his wife. At the request and calm demeanor of the two masters, the maids were quite shocked. One had her eyes slightly widened and her mouth agape, speechless. Shortly after, the three maids also left the room. Seeing them close the door, MIA felt relieved. Phew, everything happened like the third dream, she thought. In that dream, the servant would bring her food, so should she act carelessly? The servant would get angry, scold, and torment her to vent their anger, and then she would have the opportunity to escape. Once she successfully escaped, MIA would immediately go find her father, Duke Durnadeva. Although she had planned a reasonable escape route, she was still worried. Even though her father was the Demon King Duke, she thought that he wouldn't abandon his biological daughter. And speaking of alimony, she had to get it, alimony, yes, alimony. Suddenly, while she was talking to herself, her room door opened, revealing a maid holding her tray of food. Upon closer look, the maid was the one MIA had bitten earlier. At that time, she was annoyed and furious, as if she wanted to kill MIA right then and there. Yet now, the maid cheerfully brought the tray of food to MIA, as if nothing had happened before. MIA kept staring at her and thought to herself, I knew it. In her dream, this maid would often bully her and use the excuse of taking care of her to force MIA to eat things not meant for humans. While MIA was deep in thought, the maid placed the food tray on a nearby table, and it emitted a very unpleasant odor. The hot soup, though it looked quite appetizing, had the strongest stench. It was likely made from a variety of disgusting things no human could swallow. Next to the red soup was a bowl containing an uncooked potato, and something that seemed to have been burnt to a crisp. MIA kept staring at the food tray with a look of disgust. If she ate this, she would surely die. Moreover, the maid didn't give her a spoon or fork, clearly intending something malicious. Seeing MIA just staring at the food without moving, the maid gave a contemptuous smile and said, What's wrong, you wild beast? You've never been to school, have you? Eat with your hands. In this situation, MIA had only two choices, eat or be forced to eat. And in the third dream, MIA would definitely choose not to eat. She immediately retorted to the maid, pointing at the food tray angrily and demanding, Feed me. This request left the maid utterly shocked. Her face twisted in confusion as she replied, What? You should eat by yourself, miss. But MIA paid her no mind. She turned away and grumbled, If you don't feed me, I'll tell the count. So that hateful maid had to tell her to wait a moment while she went to get the utensils. But MIA wasn't going to let her bully get away so easily, so she slammed the bed and loudly said, No, you have to feed me, and this act of outrage surprised her. She turned back to look at her, confused, and asked, You mean my hands? Yes, why should I feed myself? Hearing MIA's sharp question, she felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly replied, I forgot. Seeing her start to feel uncomfortable like that, MIA secretly rejoiced and then gave her a difficult question, You don't do this often, do you? And MIA's question made the maid even more furious, silently cursing her mistress, You'll be cursed. No matter how angry she was, MIA seriously pointed to the door and ordered her, Take it away and do it again for me. And no matter how angry she was, she still had to keep her manners. Had to address her properly, What? This will take a lot of time and... Not letting her continue, MIA turned away and casually said, Otherwise I'll tell all your intentions. The reason MIA said this to the maid was because Count Evelyn was coming here for an inspection. So she had to take advantage of this opportunity. Faced with MIA's fearless attitude, the maid was furious, but she couldn't do anything. She just stood there cursing her, this brat, who gave birth to her, and immediately MIA thought she wasn't going to redo the food. Just a few seconds later, MIA screamed Count. And the panicked maid tried to cover her mouth. Of course, she didn't want to be caught, but since she was bullying MIA on purpose, MIA had no choice but to do that. And a few seconds after that, MIA grabbed the hand that was covering her mouth, pointed at the food tray with her other hand, and said, "If you don't want this, then tear the food apart." Already irritated, the maid became even more furious while taking care of her. Seeing the maid's expression, MIA thought, "Right, you don't like taking orders from a child. I understand that. So, I'll forgive you if you do as I say." But instead of following MIA's request, the maid just stood there frozen, her face twisted in anger, staring at her like a raging gorilla. Seeing that, MIA looked up and shouted at her, "Do you want to be fired?" That question was the last straw, and the maid started to lose her temper. She yelled straight at MIA's face, "You little bitch. Don't think that just because I call you miss you can do whatever you want. Do you think you'll be treated like a lady for the rest of your life?" Hearing that, MIA just looked at her with boredom and replied, "Of course not." While the two were on the verge of a mental showdown, another maid rushed to the open door and announced that the Count was coming. This announcement made the maid release her grip from MIA's shoulder and turn towards the other maid, asking, "What? Why so sudden?" Meanwhile, MIA had her own plan in mind, taking a deep breath. Then she screamed loudly, her voice echoing throughout the massive mansion, causing the birds outside to fly away. At that moment, the Count arrived at the door and asked the maid what was going on. Suddenly, a loud bang followed by the clattering of a metal tray hitting the ground was heard, and 2 bowls of food, not meant for human consumption, spilled onto the floor, creating a cacophony of shattering sounds. As the maid standing next to MIA panicked and the Count approached, MIA used all her strength to slap herself, producing a sharp, clear sound. Shortly after, MIA's uncle sternly entered the room. Seeing him, the blonde maid stammered, "Oh, Count." As he stepped into the room, he saw MIA sitting on the bed with tears in her eyes, one cheek flushed from the slap, while the maid stood trembling, hands clasped, head bowed. Witnessing this scene, he demanded, "What are you doing? Answer me now," which only made the maid more confused and frightened. But before she could find a way to explain the situation and open her mouth to clarify, MIA started sniffing, pointed at her, and reported, "Uncle, she made me eat with my hands. She said if I didn't listen to her, I would go bald like you." As soon as she finished, MIA pointed at his completely bald head. This lie from the little girl shocked and confused the 2 maids, and what gave her the courage to say it was the dream she had, knowing that the Count hated being mocked. Whenever he hears the word bald, Count Evelyn can't stay calm. He is often ridiculed like a pot because there's not a single hair on his head, and MIA successfully hit the spot that drove him mad. The uncle couldn't believe his ears. Someone dared to associate the word bald with him, and that person was someone from the Evelyn family. He was so furious he couldn't utter a word, his eyes widened, and his mouth trembled slightly. "What?" he asked again, "What did you just say?" His face stiff and angry, the muscles in his face twitched, making him look quite terrifying. MIA tearfully replied, "She said you are bald. She also said you are very lazy and eat a lot." Hearing this, he didn't know what to say next, only standing there, his whole body trembling with rage. It was as if smoke could come out of his bald head from his intense anger. The other maid turned and began to feel more scared than before, her voice trembling, "Boo-hoo, master." Not allowing her to say anything more, the man angrily shouted, How dare you say that?" "I didn't," she protested, but he interrupted her again, still furious, "Take her outside, I will punish you." Upon hearing that she was about to be punished, the maid panicked, pointed towards MIA, and defended herself, "No, it wasn't me, she's lying." Meanwhile, MIA was thinking, "Goodbye, nameless maid, you have to be fired so the other maids will hate me." And after that maid was fired, MIA would be taken to the laundry room by the remaining maids, just as in her third dream. Thinking about being taken there made MIA sad. She lowered her head and stared at the floor gloomily. Meanwhile, the maid screamed as she was dragged out by the others to be punished by the count. After the maid was dragged out, Mia looked up and stared directly into the man's eyes, trying to gauge his reaction. It seemed like the count didn't suspect anything, but as she looked at him, she noticed a hint of lingering anger on his face from the earlier commotion. He continued to stare at her sternly without saying a word. Observing his expression closely, Mia grew worried about her fate, wondering if he might kill her. The thought made Mia shiver, her skin broke out in goosebumps. She avoided his gaze and thought, according to my prophetic dream, today isn't the day I die, so there's nothing to fear. Then suddenly, Mia's uncle turned his back and left. Before he completely walked out, he announced that she wouldn't be allowed to eat anything today. When her uncle had fully left her bedroom, Mia's stomach began to growl. Even though she knew she wouldn't be allowed to eat for the rest of the day, Mia had successfully taken the first step in her escape plan. And she celebrated her first victory quietly in her mind. She thought her uncle had only forbidden her from eating yesterday, but even the next morning, she wasn't given any breakfast. Around noon, while she was asleep, she suddenly heard some clattering sounds near her room. Curious about the noise, Mia opened her eyes, woke up, and when her vision steadied, she saw the maid from the day before entering the room, slamming a tray of food down on a nearby table and saying, "Here's your food." Mia waited until the maid left, and then eagerly ran to the tray. Finally, after dozens of hours, she could eat something. On the tray were a few rolls and a bowl of hot soup that looked quite appealing. Unlike the food from the day before, it didn't have any unpleasant smell. After confirming that the food was safe for humans to eat, Mia sat down and devoured it. While enjoying her meal, Mia wondered if she could eat something better if she had money for her upbringing. She asked herself this question. Speaking of her upbringing, Mia remembered Duke-colored Pasha Durnadeva. Her father was known as a demon on the battlefield. She had heard that he was the demon among demons. When it comes to Durnadeva's children, his two sons have completely opposite personalities, like fire and water. No one knows where or when his sons were born. People only know that they are very strong and cold. The second son is the one who drank the poisoned wine from Mia, and she thought he seemed less cold than she had imagined. Suddenly, she shook her head vigorously, trying to tell herself to stay alert. No, this is just a dream. Focus on what you need, Mia reminded herself. But after a long while, Mia wondered if her father would believe her. Count Evelyn was praised as a kind man. Then, Mia imagined herself standing in front of her father, hands outstretched, firmly asking, "Do you want to buy information that could prevent the world from collapsing? It's cheap, extremely cheap, top-secret information worth only 1,000 gold coins." She was still imagining saying this to Count Durnadeva. No matter how difficult the path she had mapped out, Mia was determined to accomplish it at all costs. And 2 days later, while Mia was taking a quick nap on her soft bed, she heard a clattering sound outside, and someone entered the room angrily, annoyed, saying, "It's so smelly. Go take a bath. And don't forget to bring your wig," the person continued. This statement fully awakened Mia. From a dazed state, she immediately opened her eyes wide and was instantly alert. Finally, the day had come. The moment she had been waiting for all this time had finally arrived. Standing at the doorway, a maid with her hair in a high bun announced that Count Evelyn had left. This was also the moment when they revealed their true nature. The maid, who had been bitten on the hand by Mia, demanded she wake up and go outside. When they saw Mia didn't move from the bed, the two of them slowly approached where she was lying, with a mischievous smile. They spoke in a menacing tone, "You brat. Do you think you're the mistress?" As soon as they finished speaking, they grabbed Mia's hands and legs, dragging her towards the back of the mansion. They even called for the other maid to help out. "This is your place, come on, take a bath." With the combined efforts of the three of them, MIA was dragged out to the backyard. She could only struggle and scream. "Let me go." After realizing that asking them to let her go was useless, she cried out for help, "Uncle, help me." But no matter how loud she screamed or how much she struggled, no miracle came to save her. The blonde maid even said, "The master is gone, and the mistress isn't here, so it's pointless to scream." That statement felt like rubbing salt in the wound caused by her efforts. When they reached the bathing area, they dropped her, causing her to land on the ground with a painful thud. Seeing MIA suffering in pain on the ground, they gathered around her, encircling her with eager and excited eyes. Despite the difficulty, MIA believed she could endure it. It would be okay. The maids didn't know that the aunt was coming. When cold water was poured on her, she just had to cry as loud as possible. And so, MIA sat still, allowing them to pour an entire bucket of cold water over her head. But to successfully carry out her plan, she first had to go along with their demands. Seeing MIA sitting still, letting them pour water over her, the maids became more amused, laughing even louder. "Oh, the little mistress has to take a bath." The maid with the bun began mocking her. "Make sure to wash well, but no matter how much you scrub, your filthy black hair will never be clean, ha ha." Then it was the blonde maid's turn to mock MIA. And MIA knew that they absolutely hated her because they believed in El Hala. They hated her because she was the daughter of the devil, and MIA knew this well, so she wasn't sad at all. In the hidden space filled with the laughter of the three maids, MIA sat on the ground, shivering because the water was too cold. While MIA was at her weakest and least stubborn, they pointed at her and said, "Look at this girl, does she look like she has royal blood? How ridiculous." Those insulting words fueled her anger, and she looked up at them with a look of resentment. While observing them, MIA suddenly noticed a rather large hole in the estate's fence, and it seemed just the right size for a 5-year-old girl. There's the escape route. But what about her clothes? Her dress was already soaked because of them. She glanced at the maids and saw the one with loose hair holding a new yellow dress. A few seconds later, there were some clacking sounds from high heels, getting closer and closer to where MIA and the three maids were. MIA's aunt had returned, and upon witnessing the three maids surrounding MIA with an empty bucket, she raised her voice, saying, "I told you to help bathe her. What the hell are you all doing?" She gradually approached them. When the three maids noticed her presence, they were stunned, shocked. "Ah, mistress," one maid spoke up. But after the she didn't know what else to say. And the aunt's arrival at this very moment was MIA's only chance. Thinking quickly, the girl bit down hard on the maid's hand that was holding her. In pain, the maid let go, and MIA quickly ran toward the yellow dress, yanked it decisively from the maid's grasp, and started to run away from them. While running, MIA brushed past the aunt. This action caused the aunt to freeze for a moment, her face now no longer frowning as before, but showing a slight expression of surprise. Seeing that the aunt didn't stop her, but just stood there in a daze, MIA glanced at her in confusion. Taking advantage of the aunt's inaction, MIA seized the opportunity and ran toward the crack in the stone wall. She tried to squeeze through the gap, while the maids quickly chased after her. And the blonde-haired maid quickly grabbed her ankle. MIA, halfway out of the wall, suddenly felt someone holding her ankle. So she immediately started struggling, kicking her legs relentlessly, and her fierce struggle made it difficult for the maid to keep hold of her any longer. With just a few more kicks, MIA managed to free her leg from the maid's grip and quickly ran out of the mansion's grounds. MIA ran while desperately trying to pull on that yellow dress. After successfully putting it on, she immediately saw the alley behind the Evelyn mansion. It was the road MIA had lived on and wandered in her third dream. Finally, as she found and ran along the road to escape the control and unfair treatment from the Evelyn family mansion, MIA was excited and hopeful, believing that whether it was the maids, guards, or knights, none of them could possibly find her. Throughout the alley, MIA kept running and running, her breathing growing heavier, clearly showing her exhaustion. Behind MIA, two common-looking men noticed her small figure running by, and they began to have ill intentions when they saw the dress she was wearing. "That dress looks expensive. She must be from a well-off family," they whispered to each other. MIA accidentally overheard them and realized this situation was really bad. Suddenly, they started chasing her. The man who was quickly closing the distance between him and her shouted to the other, "What are you doing? Hurry up and catch her." Facing this situation, MIA had to give it her all, running as fast as she could toward the main road. The man continued to chase after MIA, yelling, "Stop." On the main road, many people were gathered, watching something, and this was a good opportunity for her to lose him. So, despite being nearly out of strength, MIA tried her best to run quickly towards the crowd, hoping to escape the hands of the bad man, who was getting closer. Not long after, MIA successfully blended into the crowd and managed to lose the man with bad intentions. As she slowly weaved through the large legs of the adults, she suddenly saw something. MIA tried to push her way to the front and saw a grand carriage moving along the city's main road. Suddenly, from both sides of the street, there were blaring horns and sirens echoing through the entire area. Right after that, the people standing around started cheering excitedly, exclaiming, "Wow! Hail the Grand Duke! Long live!" Then, as the crowd continued to surge forward, pushing and shoving, MIA was knocked down in the middle of the road. At that moment, the horse pulling the royal carriage suddenly reared up on its hind legs and let out a loud, long neigh. The sound and sight startled MIA, leaving her terrified and unsure of what to do next. She looked up and saw the horse about to stomp on the spot where she was sitting. Her eyes began to well up with tears. "Please, I don't want to die like this," MIA sobbed. With her muscles frozen in fear, MIA closed her eyes, bracing herself for the horse's hooves to crush her. "Please, just give me one chance," she prayed, hoping for a miracle to save her. Even as death seemed imminent. And indeed, that miracle came to save MIA's small life. The man on the carriage, coldly, commanded, "Stop." And immediately, the entire carriage stopped moving, not even a twitch. It completely came to a halt, even though the carriage had been moving at quite a speed just moments before. Just a few meters away from her was the horse's head. Suddenly, MIA heard a voice coming from behind her, a deep, tender, gentle voice, like someone drenched in water, and the girl turned around. Facing her was the Duke of Durnadeva, known as the King of Demons. He coldly looked down at MIA, scrutinizing, observing if she was injured. As they faced each other like this, MIA carefully observed and couldn't believe her eyes. It was her father. The one she had been searching for all this time. Overcome with emotion, MIA cried out the word father with all the love and longing she had harbored for years. Her cry of father tore through the silence and ripped at everyone's hearts. It was so heartbreaking. That father was the word she had suppressed for so many years. A cry that burst forth from the depths of her soul. Facing her own flesh and blood, MIA's eyes welled up with tears. She thought to herself, "I must speak clearly to father." "No, don't cry," she told herself. Then she tried to speak. But her voice trembled with overwhelming emotions. I. Not letting her say anything more, the Duke asked curiously, "How strange, why do you have my scent?" "Because I am your daughter." "No, father must recognize me immediately." These were the countless words MIA wanted to say. Her emotions overwhelmed her, making it difficult to form a coherent sentence. Too choked with emotion, MIA could only burst into tears, overwhelmed by her feelings. And the little girl sat in front of Count Durnadeva, throwing a tantrum, asking for child support. After calming MIA down, the Count lifted her into the carriage and returned to his mansion. At that moment, MIA was wrapped in a soft white blanket, while she tightly held onto a warm cup of water. As MIA sat staring into the void on a plush chair, Count Durnadeva's butler whispered to him, "My lord, the emperor is very angry because the victory parade was interrupted. Tell the emperor I've been as accommodating as possible. If he demands more, I will kill him, the count replied to the butler, who then responded, an excellent answer. Not long after, when Mia saw that her father and the butler had finished their whispered conversation, she turned towards her father with innocent eyes. She was wrapped in a small blanket, making her look even tinier in everyone's eyes. She thought to herself, since I was born, father has never been afraid of anything. Also, he's so handsome. The instinct she felt had been inherited from her father. He held the pride of the most powerful man in the kingdom, and there was an aura around him that made others feel suffocated. Thinking about this, Mia felt a bit scared, but she always reminded herself that the powerful man in front of her was her father. So, Mia reassured herself by telling herself not to be afraid. The butler, after focusing his attention on Mia, turned to the count and asked, "But what should we do with this little girl?" When Mia heard the butler mention her, she was startled, nearly spilling water on the carpet beneath her feet. Then, the count replied, "We need to have a talk first. The child has my scent." Realizing it was already late, the butler turned to the count and asked his opinion on whether they should let Mia stay the night. As soon as the butler finished speaking, the count immediately decided that they would call someone to take care of the girl. "Yes, I dare not personally serve someone as esteemed as the young lady. I'll entrust this task to Tina, who is very loyal." When Mia heard the words esteemed and loyal from the butler's mouth, she wondered what they were talking about. "First of all, may I consider her the young mistress?" the butler asked. Without hesitation, the count quickly replied, "Yes." But then, Count Dernadeva said, "I'm quite curious. It's been a few years since I just returned from the battlefield, and now someone with the Dernadeva scent appears. The girl even asks for child support." Meanwhile, Mia was still sitting on the long cushioned chair, suddenly feeling shy when she thought about her father. Fortunately, he seemed friendly, but from now on, she couldn't predict what would happen, so she had to stay alert. Snapping out of her thoughts, Mia began to feel sleepy, her eyelids starting to droop. She tried to keep her eyes open, but her mind was beginning to drift away. To keep herself from falling asleep, Mia brought the glass of water to her lips and took a big sip. But immediately after, she had to spit it out because the brown water was too bitter. The bitterness made Mia grimace, though it seemed to help her wake up a little. Suddenly, Mia hiccuped, and those two people just stood there, watching her every move without saying a word. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Mia covered her mouth to stop the hiccups, worrying that she might seem like she was trying to act cute. "Oh no, I need to act mature if I'm going to negotiate with father," she thought. After observing Mia's actions and expressions for a while, the count turned to his butler and asked, "Doesn't she know she just drank tea?" "I've only just started caring for the young lady, so I don't know her preferences well yet, but it seems she dislikes tea," the butler replied. "But Abel likes it," the count said. "Yes, the young master likes everything," the butler responded. "Ah, right. In that case, just cater to her preferences. She looks so thin," the count said, pointing towards Mia. "Understood, sir," the butler replied, bowing respectfully. After finishing his orders to the butler, the count turned and walked away, leaving Mia quite surprised. "Huh? Where is father going? I can't let this happen," she thought. So, Mia jumped up from her seat, her whole body turned towards the count, despite the bitter teacup falling from her hand, and shouted, "Father!" And according to the law of gravity, the teacup fell onto the carpet, spilling all the tea, and creating a clattering sound. Luckily, the cup didn't break. Then, Mia quickly ran to her father and hugged his leg tightly, with no intention of letting go. She tried to speak as clearly as possible, "That's right, you're my father." This action left the count completely surprised and stunned. But a few seconds later, the Count kept a cold expression and told the girl to speak louder. Following her father's command, Mia shouted, "I want to trade. I will give you the poison to drink." Once again, Mia's words left both the butler and the Count frozen, unsure how to react. After a moment, Count Dernadeva smirked and said, "If I don't trade, will you poison me? You're quite the little devil, aren't you?" He started to find the girl truly interesting and somewhat familiar. To himself, "No, why would father think that? I'm not a devil," Mia thought to herself. And that question just shocked the girl because she couldn't understand why her father could think like that. Now, Mia is standing in front of the Count, utterly stunned. Her mouth wide open, unable to close it. And when her father saw her like that, he leaned down slightly and called out, "My dear." Then, the Count lifted her up despite her struggling and informed his butler that Mia's leg was scratched. Only when lifted into the air did Mia feel the pain from the wound, causing her to grimace and cry out in pain. As he lifted her up, the Count asked, "Were you in such a hurry just to meet and talk to me?" Then, Count Dernadeva turned to the butler and requested, "Ravenous, heal her wound." "Yes, my lord," the butler replied. Immediately, Ravenous approached Mia, carefully took her foot, and muttered some incantation that Mia couldn't understand. A few seconds later, a magical light shone from the butler's hand. And that power healed the wounds on Mia's leg, leaving her utterly amazed as she looked down at the healed wound, admiring the one who had healed her. "Oh my! I must quickly thank him and show that I'm a polite child." Then, Mia turned towards the butler and the Count, bowed her head, and said, "Thank you very much." And this polite, obedient action of Mia touched the butler's heart. This is the first time I've received thanks from a little demoness," he said, bowing slightly. Right after that, the butler walked towards the door and left, giving space for the father and daughter to talk. After the butler had left, the two didn't know what to say. But now was a good time for Mia to talk to her father after many years apart. She had practiced a lot. "Now speak quickly," Mia nervously looked at her father. This time she had to speak very slowly. And then, Mia spoke loudly to the Count's face, "Today, father, you are not allowed to go to that party." Hearing that, Count Dernadeva asked, "Why not?" Immediately, the girl replied, "Because I came here to tell you. I tried very hard to escape, so." Before she finished, the Count bluntly asked, "Are you asking me for money?" And Mia was very surprised by his blunt question. "Well, that's the fee for informing," Mia replied. "Yes, the fee for informing, and also the maintenance fee," Mia hesitantly said. And suddenly, Mia realized she hadn't talked about the important matter yet. About what happened at the party. But seeing that the Count didn't seem to mind about the money, Mia boldly extended both hands and timidly asked, "Well, please pay 50% up front." In this situation, Mia wondered if she was being too demanding. Immediately, Count Dernadeva agreed to the girl's request and asked, "If I pay half in advance, what do you want?" Small, shiny, and expensive, because Mia was still very young, she could only describe it simply like that. And deep down, Mia thought that if she didn't get it, it should be something she could run away with and sell. Hearing this, the Count just smiled and reached up to his cuff and took something out. To her surprise, the Count removed the gem from his cufflink and held it out in front of Mia. Mia took it with both hands and marveled at the gem's beauty. She couldn't take her eyes off it. While she was busy admiring the gem with sparkling eyes, the Count asked again, "Will this be enough for half the payment?" Meanwhile, Mia was fully focused on the gem her father had just given her. "Is this a jewel? The outside is silver, but what's inside? Could it be sapphire?" "It doesn't seem like it." Remembering the Count's earlier question, Mia nodded vigorously in agreement. She thought to herself, "In my third dream, I worked in a jewelry store. Even though I've seen things called jewels before, I've never seen anything like this. But even if it is, the Grand Duke's possessions aren't cheap at all. After agreeing to the transaction with her father, Mia looked up, stared directly into the Grand Duke's eyes, and revealed the information that the gems were taken for exchange. Someone wants to kill Abel, and the culprit is Count Evelyn. Suddenly, the Count's gaze stiffened, his entire body seemed to freeze abruptly. And when she saw the Count's expression, Mia was a bit scared. His gaze was terrifying, but no matter how frightened she was, Mia had to finish her exchange. She continued, "He plans to poison him." Afterward, Count Dernadever didn't blink and muttered to himself, "It seems the Nerafim family rats have truly lost their minds." Continuing, Mia recalled and recounted with a not-so-pleased attitude, "They are very violent and childish. Don't let Abel drink the water they give him, he will die." When Mia finished her task, the Count returned to his usual self and calmly told her, "I understand what you're trying to say. As for the maintenance fee and whether you are truly my daughter, we'll discuss that later." Then, suddenly, the Count began to approach Mia. Mia felt a bit anxious, as she saw the Count slowly approaching her. The Count's purpose was to pat Mia's head, gently and affectionately. Then, the Count spoke softly, trying not to frighten Mia any further, "Don't hurt yourself trying to run to me," and this action startled Mia. Her heart pounded, as if it would burst from the caring gesture of her father. Feeling too shy, Mia jumped off the table and ran straight to the ground, surprising him slightly with her sudden action. "What's wrong with you?" In a fluster, Mia hastily took off the yellow dress she was wearing, saying, "I have to take it off, it's dirty now." And when he saw her removing her clothes, the Count said nothing, showing no emotion. He coldly turned away and left. His cold behavior made Mia anxious and scared. She wondered to herself, could it be that father didn't know I was dirty? Does he think I'm filthy and is unhappy with me? While she was overwhelmed with the fear that her father might reject her because of her dirtiness, there was a knock on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, and a friendly maid entered. "It's a pleasure to meet you, little miss. My name is Tina." Facing the maid, Mia was a bit flustered and said hello, and suddenly, Mia noticed something. On her head, there was a small pair of red horns, making her look quite cute. Seeing Mia staring at her horns without saying anything, Tina immediately understood and cheerfully said, "Ah yes, I can't fully hide my horns, so I just leave them like that." "What's with those horns? Isn't she a real demon?" Mia was a bit startled at the thought. And as if reading Mia's mind, Tina smiled softly, slightly bowed down, and happily said, "Miss, it's all right. Only elite demons like you can fully hide your horns. It's a given, so don't hold it against me." In a short amount of time, Mia had to process too much information all at once, and it was really beyond the comprehension of a 5-year-old. Hiding horns, elite demons, herself, and a bunch of other questions swirled around Mia. Then she spoke up, "But I don't have any." Seeing Mia's confused expression, the maid chuckled lightly and said, "Oh dear, it seems you're still too young, so your horns haven't grown yet. I'm sure when you grow up, you'll be able to hide them." Suddenly, the maid Tina knelt down in front of her, gently took Mia's hands in hers, and with a soft, affectionate tone, said, "Miss, I'm here to take care of you. So please feel free to rely on me." Hearing that, Mia just gently nodded and quietly replied, "Ah, okay." After their brief conversation, Mia knew that Tina was very kind. And right after that, Tina happily took Mia's hand and led her out of the room. While they walked, Tina told her that she would slowly explain everything Mia wanted to know. But for now, they had to give Mia a bath first. Not long after, Mia was led by her kind maid into a spacious, clean, sparkling bathroom. Instead of the dark colors associated with demons that people usually imagine, the room was decorated in a soft, soothing beige tone, creating a comfortable and relaxing atmosphere. In the center of the room was a bathtub that had already been prepared. After undressing MIA, Tina gently placed her into the warm, soapy bath. Then, she took a large jug nearby and added more warm water. The pleasant sensation made MIA feel at ease, which was a stark contrast to her experience at her old residence. After pouring the entire jug of warm water into the bath, Tina pointed at a duck floating on the water and kindly asked, "Do you like it, miss?" It's so cute." MIA cheerfully replied. "It's yours, miss." Then, MIA called out, "Tina," and Tina responded, "Yes, miss." Hesitatingly, she asked her maid, "Tina, are you a girl or a boy?" The reason MIA asked this was because Tina had mentioned being androgynous, which MIA didn't fully understand. And she wasn't sure if it was okay to ask Tina that question. Contrary to MIA's worries, Tina simply smiled and explained to her young mistress, "I just look like a woman on the outside, but low-level demons like me are born without a gender." Upon hearing this, MIA felt a bit confused. Noticing her young mistress still seemed puzzled, Tina calmly added, "Yes, our purpose is to serve those of higher status, though I never imagined I would serve a high-ranking female demon like you. This is truly an honor in my life." Surprised, MIA asked, "Really? A demon? There are gods, there's the Nephilim house, but why aren't there any demons?" And MIA thought to herself, her father is a demon, Tina is also a demon, and if even the butler who treated her is a demon, then she must be a demon too. Thinking of this, MIA became a bit pensive. But surprisingly, Count Evelyn always called her little demon, so it must be true. But it's strange, I thought demons were always evil, but Tina is so gentle and takes care of me so carefully. While scrubbing MIA, Tina discovered something that shocked her. There was a rather prominent butterfly mark on MIA's upper body, so Tina exclaimed, "This cute and vibrant mark is the most distinctive one, she will surely awaken, and become a very powerful demon." But MIA pointed at the mark and said it was just a birthmark, but Tina replied, "No, young lady, that's a distinctive mark." Then, Tina explained to MIA that it looks like a birthmark, because the young lady doesn't know how to control her magical powers yet, but I see it's completely different. "Really?" MIA asked. And Tina cheerfully responded, "That's right. A butterfly, I see a butterfly." Then MIA looked at the mark on her body and smiled to herself, feeling warm inside and wondering, was that butterfly really beautiful? Then MIA suddenly turned to Tina and asked the next question, "Oh, one more thing. My father, no, the Duke hasn't married yet, right?" "Married?" Tina wondered. "That's right, but the Duke already has 2 sons, MIA continued. "At least one of them is my mother's child, right? Or did my father marry someone else?" MIA asked herself. "Because I'm an illegitimate child who doesn't share the same blood as my brother, my father probably hates me." MIA suddenly thought of this and felt a slight pain in her heart. "And if someone bullies me like Aunt did?" While she was lost in thought, Tina suddenly spoke up, "Married? That sounds strange. There's no such concept in the demon world. A noble demoness like the lady can love and bear children, there's no need to marry or raise them." Hearing this information, MIA was still processing it slowly, so she didn't fully understand. "Raising children is the job of male demons," Tina continued while pouring more water from the jug into the bathtub, which greatly surprised MIA. She asked for confirmation. "Really? The lady must know about this," Tina continued. "If some jerk doesn't want to raise his own children, just tie him up," Tina said while squeezing the rubber duck in the bathtub with one hand. And the maid's face looked quite terrifying. "No, you should chop him into 100 pieces," Tina continued to say while squeezing the duck tighter, making it seem like it was about to burst. Just a few seconds before she turned into a demon, when Tina returned to normal, she had already finished bathing MIA, and cheerfully asked, "Miss, shall I dry you off?" "Yes," MIA replied. "So your father raised his 2 sons on his own, and the little girl wondered if he made sure they were well fed and clothed. After a while, MIA was wrapped in a small fluffy bathrobe by Tina. While getting dressed, MIA looked a bit sad and thought to herself, I shouldn't be jealous. Everyone has different lives, so I have no choice but to accept that. Afterward, Tina gently took MIA's small hand and used a soft pink towel to dry it. Having finished the bathing routine, Tina sighed, Wow, miss, you're so pretty. Master Kyan and Abel will surely be surprised. Kyan, MIA murmured, that must be the older brother's name. What a beautiful name. But why should I remember that name? MIA wondered. After all, I'm not going to become part of their family. I don't want to interfere with that perfect family. As long as my father still cares, I need to quickly finish the deal and disappear. MIA reminded herself. After some time, Tina dressed MIA in a cute pajama set and led her back to her bedroom. Besides that, Tina also gave her a delicious drink that MIA couldn't stop sipping. It was hot cocoa. So sweet, MIA happily exclaimed, It's delicious, isn't it? Tina, standing nearby, smiled and asked her little lady. Then, MIA looked down at her cup of cocoa and asked Tina about the colorful little pieces inside. What are these? Tina immediately replied, Those are marshmallows that haven't fully melted yet. MIA was surprised and kept staring at the half-melted marshmallows. After finishing her warm cup of cocoa, Tina helped MIA brush her teeth and wash her face, then assisted her in climbing into her cute little bed, gently pulling the blanket over her. Now, my little lady, go to sleep. Getting enough rest will help you grow faster. But what about the Duke? MIA, lying in bed and pulling the blanket up to her chin, wondered aloud. Tina softly replied, He's a bit busy right now. The Duke just returned from the battlefield, so he has a lot to take care of. He had to leave for another urgent matter. Hearing this, MIA just murmured softly and closed her eyes. Drifting into sleep. Father doesn't have time to tell me a story, does he? Father, will you be able to stop Abel's death? I wish Abel wouldn't die. After thinking for a while, it was time for Tina to leave. She turned off the light and quietly exited the room. Before leaving, she came back to wish her little lady good night. When the door closed, MIA closed her eyes, relaxed, and lay on her new comfortable bed. This was the first time in her life she had a hot bath. The first time she enjoyed hot cocoa with marshmallows. She smiled to herself, thinking she would probably miss these beautiful memories later. Then she suddenly pulled off the warm blanket, got out of bed, and wrapped herself in that blanket, closing her eyes, thinking, I'll be sad when I leave, even though I'm going back to my real home. But she still considered it not her home, and reminded herself not to forget that. When it was late, the Count and the butler finally returned to their mansion. The Count turned to the butler and inquired about MIA, asking how the child was doing. The servant reported that she was already asleep. Tina noticed the butterfly-shaped birthmark while bathing her. The butler informed. And the information about that butterfly symbol left the Count puzzled. The mother of his two sons had no desire for possession. Even if he met another woman, she wouldn't be upset. And he always limited his encounters with other women because the children would distract him. But suddenly, when MIA appeared in the Count's life, he began to feel doubtful. Setting that matter aside, Count Dernadeva turned to ask the butler, how was the surveillance of the Evelyn family going? Not keeping the Grand Duke waiting. The butler reported, yes, it said that today the knights have been patrolling every corner. A spy of the gods at the pawnshop noticed something unusual. Normally, the knights don't patrol like this. It seems they're looking for something very important. And hearing this, the Count seemed to understand and knew what was happening with the Evelyn family, and he found it truly amusing. Immediately, the Count ordered the butler to investigate Ursula Evelyn, and this request left Ravenous, his butler, quite puzzled. Huh? You mean the ninth daughter of the Lord? And then, Count Dernadeva recounted the story between him and MIA's mother. Right before the battle took place, Ursula Evelyn came to see him. That day, Ursula Evelyn said, "Since you're not married anyway, it's fine, right? Stay with me." Ursula Evelyn frankly suggested the Grand Duke sleep with her. Ursula Evelyn said she was too tired of living under the guise of being a child of God. Ending his story, the Count said, "Maybe that day, Ursula Evelyn drained my vitality." The butler walking behind him suddenly wondered, "I thought nothing happened." The Grand Duke confirmed, "That's right, I clearly refused her. If the war had started earlier than expected, I would have been in trouble. But I don't know if she could have conceived using my vitality, and this could be inferred from the Evelyn family's confinement, or the child's age. But Ursula Evelyn isn't human, like other demons, she can give birth periodically," the butler countered. "That makes sense, but..." At this point, the Count still seemed resolute in his opinion. "If going by the name, isn't she a daughter of God? It seems she's found some way. So, did you have a child from your life force?" The butler turned to the Count and asked, and the Archduke remained silent for a moment. When comparing the eyes of Mia and Ursula Evelyn, although both have different colored eyes, Ursula Evelyn with light blue eyes, while Mia's were golden like the Archduke's, despite the color difference, their eyes bear some resemblance. After thinking for a while, the Archduke finally spoke, "No, I truly intended to raise the child. But those who receive energy from El Hula and bear a child, that child will die." The butler then pondered for a moment and asked, "So, what should we do about her?" The Archduke turned back and said, "You must observe first." Then, he changed the subject and inquired about his son, "And what about Abel? It's good that you didn't attend the victory celebration at the Evlak family." The butler replied. Immediately after, the Archduke coldly said, "I know," and a bluish-black energy enveloped the Count's legs and robes. In an instant, the entire body of the demonic Archduke transformed into a blue mist, and he flew up, creating a gust of wind beside the butler, causing him to look up. And before completely disappearing, Count Dernadeva said, "I'll go and return later. I want to know what those despicable Nephilim did." Just like that, the Count vanished into thin air, leaving behind a few green sparks of power in the quiet night sky. Meanwhile, at the Evelyn family's mansion, someone shouted, "You mean the child is lost?" And in a large room illuminated by the moonlight shining directly through the skylight, a group of 8 people wearing mysterious white masks sat on matching chairs arranged in a circle. They surrounded a man kneeling towards the person seated in the most luxurious chair. He cried, trembling, and said, "I am so sorry, truly sorry." Then, the man who seemed to hold the highest rank in the group spoke. That was the only chance to eliminate Abel Dernadeva. He is a simple man, he would not suspect if it was a cup from his own kind. Meanwhile, Mia's uncle still had his head bowed, admitting his guilt. He kept apologizing, telling the mysterious man that he would set everything right. Despite his words, someone asked, "Is the brainwashing education ongoing?" Not long after, another person asked, "Didn't I tell you to eliminate its desire to escape? This idiot cannot even supervise a child and has ruined the whole plan." Someone else scolded him, "Abel Dernadeva, if we don't get rid of him, our plan will go to waste," another person angrily complained. While everyone was furious and kept complaining about how Mia's uncle let the girl escape and ruined their initial plan, suddenly, amidst the noisy atmosphere, the leader raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the others saw the leader's command and stopped their discussions, falling silent. When everyone had completely stopped, Mia's uncle looked up and hastily begged, pleaded with the leader, "Please give me a second chance, I will resolve this, a second chance." The leader wondered. Immediately after that, the man resolutely refused his request and said, "From now on, you are useless." This cold statement left him speechless, his mouth agape and his pupils trembling uncontrollably. While he was still reeling from the rejection, the leader spoke again, telling him to get out, and the door to the room suddenly opened, a flash of light illuminating a small part of the room. Then, the man continued, another child of God is about to be born. And immediately, he pointed towards the uncle, and suddenly he felt his whole body lifted and pulled toward the door. It felt as if a strong wind was pushing him outside. Panicked, he shielded himself with his hands, screaming in fear, "No, no, this can't be." In an instant, he was pushed out of the main mansion of Evelyn, and the door to the room closed automatically. The day Ursula, his sister, was chosen as the daughter of God, he coveted that glory deeply. And he even deluded himself into thinking that perhaps he could become a priest too. But now, that dream has been shattered as the seed of the devil has appeared. On the night Ursula passed away, he heard Netafim's call, and Netafim told him that the child would be useful one day. You must not kill it, but you also don't need to love it. And all this time, he has tried to follow those words. When the opportunity came, he believed that if he had done better, he could have held a higher position. Now, Count Evelyn sits in silence, kneeling before the Evelyn estate. Behind him, some of the family members approached and asked, "Count Evelyn, what has happened?" And when he turned around, everyone noticed a glowing red symbol marked on his bald head. It was the mark of shame. "Count Evelyn has been dismissed," they exclaimed in shock. The mark of shame on Count Evelyn's head is Netafim's punishment for the traitor. And it also means that the traitor will never receive mercy from El Hullah. Immediately, the group of people laughed at him, despised him, and two of them even came up to him, trying to push him away, telling him to leave, "Get this traitor out of here before anyone sees him." As he approached the gate, they continued to mock and ridicule him. "Count, please, leave your coat before you go," one of them said. Besides, someone else added, "Hey, give arms to that traitor, ha ha. Never show your face to us again," they shouted, then continued to mock him as they turned their backs and walked away. In the end, he was expelled from the grounds of the Evelyn estate along with his royal cloak. In this situation, he knelt at the estate's gate, terrified, wondering to himself, "What should I do now? Should I use the remaining money to rebuild everything, or should I marry Marianne, who just divorced her husband? Anything, before the rumors spread." Then he climbed into the carriage that was waiting nearby, and suddenly, he was startled when he realized that the road he was being taken on was not the one leading back to his old estate. Then suddenly, someone who had somehow been sitting in that carriage slowly stood up and approached him. After that, he reached out his hand and moved closer to the mark of shame on him, making him extremely terrified, stammering, Who are you? Wait." And after those unanswered questions, the night air was filled only with the sounds of painful screams coming from that carriage. A few days later, on a fresh morning, no rain, no sun, no storms, Mia was sitting and enjoying her delicious drink. She couldn't live without her marshmallow milk. While drinking, she wondered when her father would return. Recently, everything had been fine, and there was no new news. After a while, Mia started to overthink. She thought it was time for her to leave this place, but why hadn't her father said anything yet? Could it be that he had forgotten, because she was still too young? Seeing that she seemed upset, Tina cheerfully asked her, "Is something wrong, miss? Are you feeling bored?" Mia just sighed and replied to her maid, "No, I'm fine." But in reality, Mia was in turmoil and not fine at all. She felt like her head was about to explode. Then, to cheer Mia up, Tina suggested, "How about we take a tour around? The Duke said I could take you for a walk around the palace." Mia seemed a bit surprised and asked, "A tour of the palace?" And the maid quickly replied, "Yes, it would take a long time to tour all 666 rooms. Some rooms are designed like oceans full of pearls, while others even have diamonds. In the middle of the third floor, there's also a room of honor created by the Duke." Hearing these descriptions, Mia's eyes lit up, showing that she was very interested in this tour. Mia thought this would be a good opportunity to learn more about her father. "I want to go," Mia said excitedly. "Yes, I'll guide you, miss." So, Tina happily led Mia to explore the entire Durnadeva family's palace. As they walked around, MIA noticed many maids nearby staring at her and then whispering to each other. This prompted MIA to voice her curiosity. Why is everyone looking at me? Tina smiled and replied, because you're cute, miss. You're so adorable that it's hard not to notice. But MIA didn't believe she could be that way, so she turned away in a pout, accusing Tina of lying. Tina didn't know how else to explain it to MIA, so the maid just smiled softly and assured her that it was the truth. Then, Tina pointed towards the door in front of them and said, "Come on, let's go inside. I have the key, so we can enter this room." After a few minutes of strolling, the two reached the door Tina had mentioned earlier. It was the Solile Diamond room. What? Solile Diamond. Hearing these three words, MIA couldn't help but be amazed, unable to hide her excitement. The Solile Diamond here is a precious gemstone with an orange-yellow hue. This valuable gem contains the intact sunlight. It is only mined at a mineral deposit called the Dragon Cave. No matter how dirty our hands are, we can't tarnish the gem, and it will always shine brightly like the sun. With the stone set on an engagement ring, its value is equivalent to a house and carriage in the capital. Even if someone hires many more servants, it would still be enough to live lavishly. But is this really the theme of the room? MIA wondered to herself, and she thought that there would only be one gem hidden in that room, and not to keep her little mistress waiting any longer. Tina said she would open it right now. The sight in front of MIA left her in awe of its magnificence. In front of her was a tree with a rather large trunk. A person might not be able to fully embrace the entire trunk. This tree produces many clusters of peach-colored leaves. At first glance, it looks quite similar to a cherry blossom tree in bloom, but what makes this tree truly magnificent are the countless large, sparkling Solile diamonds hanging from the branches. This is also why this room is called the Solile Diamond Room. Seeing this rare tree for the first time, MIA couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." And Tina nearby also chimed in, "It's very beautiful, isn't it? Young mistress. It seems you like shiny things, so I brought you here." After that, Tina led MIA closer to the tree to admire and appreciate its beauty. MIA knew her father was very wealthy, but having something like this was not just about money. In her third dream, MIA had seen the Solile diamond once, and she thought she would never see it again. Unexpectedly, now she could see it and even hold it in her hands. That diamond is truly magnificent, it makes her heart feel warm. But suddenly, she senses that something isn't right here. So MIA turns to ask Tina, "Where did these come from?" And Tina replies, Yes. I heard they were made 5 years ago, the bottom should have been empty, but it seems now it's all filled up," Tina explains. So Ravenous worked very hard to find the best quality Solile diamonds. Hearing this, MIA feels she still needs to say what must be said, even if Tina may not fully understand. So MIA points to the Solile diamonds hanging on the tree. And she tells Tina that those diamonds are fake. This action surprises Tina a bit. But then MIA continues to point at the diamonds and says, "This one, that one, even the one above your head, all of them are fake." Hearing her little mistress suddenly comment like that, the maid was surprised and asked, "What?" Seeing Tina's overly shocked expression, MIA feared she might get scolded, thinking, "What do children know? Don't talk nonsense," but that really is a fake, 100%. If it were real, looking vertically, the air bubbles would rotate counterclockwise. With fakes, the air bubbles separate and rotate clockwise. Therefore, she was sure they had been deceived, and suddenly MIA shouted, "Terrible." Seeing her mistress suddenly so upset, Tina panicked and said, Wait, trying to help the girl calm down. "Miss, please wait a moment, I'll call Sir Ravenous." And those words from Tina really moved MIA. So Tina believed her after all. Just a few minutes later, Sir Ravenous was present in the diamond room. He quickly ran in, slammed the door shut, and shouted, Miss, what did you just say?" "Please repeat what you just told Tina earlier," Sir Ravenous said, trying to catch his breath after rushing here. Without hesitation, MIA pointed at the tree and said that it might look real because it's as tall as an adult, but this isn't the ground. Hearing this, Lord Ravenous gaped and stared at the tree in disbelief. Immediately, Lord Ravenous took out a magnifying glass and anxiously inspected every strand and crevice of the tree. Just as MIA had said, it might be because people are taller than this tree that they thought no one would notice it was fake. Even children who could clearly see the tree couldn't spot the difference. While Ravenous was meticulously examining every leaf, flower, and facet of the diamond, Tina stood next to MIA, grumbling, how could anyone deceive the Durnadeva family? Seeing that Lord Ravenous still couldn't find the difference, MIA offered to help him. Can I help? MIA asked. What? Can you really help, miss? Ravenous asked in surprise. And MIA replied, yes, I've already prepared. Because Ravenous had healed her leg, she wanted to help him in return. I must seize the opportunity to repay him immediately, MIA thought to herself. So, without delay, MIA moved closer to the tree and tried to point out to Ravenous, this one is fake, and this one too. Yes, yes, Ravenous nodded repeatedly, looking up while his hand continuously took notes. After pointing out a good number, Ravenous exclaimed, oh my goodness. The Durnadeva family has been thoroughly deceived. After they finished, Tina stood behind her and sincerely praised, Miss, you're so smart. MIA didn't seem to understand what the maid meant, so she asked, what? Tina then asked her, how did you know what was real and what was fake? You're really amazing. Tina genuinely admired the young girl. So, MIA was about to say that because she saw it in her dream, she reconsidered for a moment, thinking they wouldn't believe that explanation. So she lied and said, I'm paying for the meal. Hearing this, Tina was a bit confused, meal. And MIA quickly explained that she had eaten a lot, so it must have cost a lot. And upon hearing this from her little mistress, Tina felt very sorry for her. The maid approached MIA, lowered herself, and worriedly asked, who dared to say such things to you, young mistress? And MIA innocently replied, uncle and aunt. At this point, Tina was truly heartbroken that her young mistress had to endure such mistreatment, so her eyes welled up with tears as she choked out, oh dear. Young mistress, please eat as much as you want, it doesn't cost much. Seeing Tina cry, while she herself was fine, MIA worriedly ran over to wipe her tears, anxiously saying, all right, don't cry. Don't cry, Tina, you look much prettier when you smile. Hearing this, Tina suddenly stood up, wiped her own tears, then smiled brightly and responded, that's right. Ha ha, was I crying? All right, thank you, young mistress. Meanwhile, behind the two of them, Lord Ravenous had just finished reviewing the diamonds and stood up, his expression somewhat awkward as he announced, we've lost 7.1 billion heath. All right, I'll report this to the Duke, it's all thanks to you. Then, Ravenous stood opposite MIA and bowed his head in thanks, sincerely expressing his gratitude, thanks to you, we didn't lose too much. And MIA simply replied, oh, it's not a big deal. Lord Ravenous repeated his previous statement, I'll report this to the Duke, this is your merit. But MIA stopped him, there's no need for that. Seeing his young mistress being overly modest, Lord Ravenous wondered, usually, anyone who discovers a counterfeit is rewarded. Don't you want to claim your reward? You'll be rewarded around 7,100 heath. Hearing for the first time that such a large sum would be given to her, MIA was very surprised and exclaimed, what? And in just an instant, MIA changed her mind, her expression flipping faster than a pancake, saying, I would love that. The reason MIA quickly changed her mind to accept the reward was because, in her third dream, the highest annual salary of a gemstone shop employee was only 4,000 heath. So MIA was very excited that with just this small task, she could earn more than a year's salary. She even thought, maybe I should do this in the future, identifying counterfeit gemstones. If they can fool the Duke, they could fool others too, and then I'll become famous, Mia naively thought. Then she sank into her own fantasies for a moment, thinking, I'll tell father to hire me as the Duke's family appraiser. That sounds really prestigious. Meanwhile, Tina gently approached the young lady, who was sitting, and asked, Shall we leave this matter to Lord Ravenous? Would you like to visit the other rooms, miss? So Mia stood up, saying, but I want to visit the trophy room. Tina immediately agreed, Yes, miss, please follow me, and led Mia there. After that, Mia and the maid wandered around this vast and magnificent mansion. The two kept wandering, and Mia grew tired, gradually slowing down, saying she was feeling dizzy. Seeing Mia looking a bit weary, Tina, who was beside her, worriedly asked, Oh dear, are you all right, miss? Almost there, my clever miss, she said, calling herself clever. Mia suddenly felt a bit more proud than usual. After a while, after passing through countless winding stairs, the two finally arrived. The door they stood before was the trophy room. The first special thing about this room was that on the outside of the door was a large butterfly, beautifully colored like the sunset. When Mia saw the butterfly, she was captivated and thought, such a large butterfly. Indeed, there are so many butterflies inside this mansion. Not long after, Tina flung open the door and excitedly said, Here, miss, take a good look. This is the glorious history of the Dernadeva family. Inside the trophy room, many items were stored, from books, paintings, photographs, and more. And Mia naturally went around, observing each item, as if she were visiting a small museum. Then she approached a place where something was stored that she really wanted to see, but it was placed too high for her to reach. Meanwhile, Tina was standing behind and was heartbroken by how cute the little girl was. Then, the maid quickly approached Mia, a little girl looking sad because she couldn't reach. She lowered herself and said, I'm sorry I forgot to lift you up, but you're so small and cute. Right after that, Tina quickly picked her up and moved closer to the object. Mia, sitting in her arms, thanked her, and Tina happily responded, You don't need to thank me. I'll carry you so you can see everything. So Tina kept carrying her around like that, and suddenly she stopped in front of a wooden guard doll and exclaimed, wondering how they could collect all these things. Then, Tina pointed to a sparkling blue diamond bracelet next to it and angrily said, That silver bracelet was once called a cursed object. And then, the maid recounted the story related to that cursed bracelet in a very scary voice, enough to frighten a few kids. When the Duke was around 4 years old, he defeated and sealed a demon inside this bracelet, and Mia couldn't believe her ears when she heard her father did such a great thing at that age. Then Tina suddenly turned around and pointed to the doll next to it, saying that it was a war doll, a cursed doll that always sneaks up behind its owner and kills them. Even if it's thrown away, it still returns to its original place and causes havoc. And Mia, now looking closely at the doll, exclaimed, Oh, I thought it didn't look like that earlier, but now. While lost in thought, Tina continued telling the story about the Count and the warrior doll. When the Duke was 7 years old, he easily defeated it and turned it into a toy. But now, it's here, no, it's sealed here. Mia, feeling a bit scared, looked up and asked Tina, Did father bring this doll back and play with it? Yes, I heard so, the maid replied. Then Tina added that the Duke even trained the doll to command the general. Meanwhile, the doll was trembling inside the glass case, its blue eyes fearfully looking away from the two of them. Mia found what Tina revealed to her truly terrifying. Immediately after finishing the story about those two things, Tina moved to the box next to it. It was a box containing something dark and sinister. The maid raised her voice slightly and said, And this ash, Mia? She asked, Is the ash cursed? And the maid replied, No, but it was once cursed. She told her that she heard the Duke turned a troublemaker in the village into ashes, and because of that, the village still worships the demon to this day. Hearing that, Mia thought her father was really cool, because she believed he had a taste for trying mysterious things when he was young. After that, maid Tina took her young mistress by the hand and led her to a larger area. She introduced, and this is the Duke's trophy display area, where the house became the Holy Sacrament. When they reached the main area, Tina pointed to something above, and the young mistress looked up. And that thing terrified Mia, her face pale. It was a trophy everyone desired. The heads of the strongest monsters in history. Engraved on this bronze plate was a record of how devastating the war had been. When Tina turned to Mia, she finally saw how terrified and trembling Mia was. "Oh my God. Are you that scared, miss? What should I do now?" And with just a short time in contact with that object, Mia was nearly overwhelmed, finding it horrifying, with negative thoughts and memories of abuse gradually taking over her mind, making her very prone to panic. "I don't want to die, I don't want to be tortured." In her first dream, Mia dreamt of being beheaded by her uncle, and that nightmare now enveloped her mind. When she saw those animal heads hanging on the bronze plate, Mia was utterly terrified, thinking, everything is already hung up, could I end up being one of those things too? Father is someone who dared to threaten the king, and even wanted to kill him. Too terrified and haunted by this place, Mia tried to pull Tina away. "Let's go outside," but Tina seemed a bit stubborn, still standing and pointing at the items hanging on the wall while continuing to speak. "Everything is already dead, so it's not scary anymore. Do you see that sword up there, miss?" And hearing that, Mia looked up and immediately regretted it. Tina said that the Duke had taken the animals' heads with that sword. To Mia, she thought, just with that sword, a child like her could die in an instant. Immediately afterward, the girl screamed, "No," and this time Mia firmly grabbed Tina's hand and tried to pull her away from this place with all her might. Seeing Mia's strong reaction, the maid was still confused and hadn't started to move yet. But because Mia kept pulling Tina without success, she became exhausted and collapsed to the ground. The situation was so sudden that the maid couldn't react in time to catch Mia. So she fell straight to the floor with a loud thud. Before completely closing her eyes, Mia saw Tina reaching out to catch her, anxiously hoping her young mistress would wake up. By the time night fell, Count Dernadeva had returned to the mansion and was sitting in a chair interrogating the maid, Tina. She fainted while touring the trophy room. He asked. "Yes, I'm very sorry, sir," Tina replied hesitantly. The Count then asked further, how has she been these past few days?" During the day, the young mistress seems quite comfortable, although there's still a hint of sadness on her face. "She's eating well," Tina responded. "And at night?" He continued. "At night, it's clear. I've seen with my own eyes that the young mistress is lying in bed. But when I check again, she's lying on the floor," Tina added. The Count was quite surprised, but he maintained his cold demeanor and asked, "On the floor? Isn't the bed more comfortable?" Count Dernadeva ordered the maid to take proper care of the girl, from clothing to food. "Or is the bed uncomfortable?" Tina continued to tell Count Dernadeva about Mia's recent condition. "From what I've observed, the young mistress seems very frightened." "Frightened of what?" the Count asked coldly. "The girl is afraid to live in happiness." And this puzzled the Count, so he turned to ask Tina what that meant. Tina, still kneeling, explained that it was the thought of poor children. It seems that the young lady doesn't see this as her home. The young lady doesn't ask for anything. For example, when Tina asked if she wanted new toys, the girl just shook her head sadly and replied, "No, I don't need anything. I'm fine." She never asks for anything and always says she's fine. Every time, Tina would end up saying she'd bring marshmallows to Mia's room after dinner, and Mia would gently nod in agreement. This made Tina quite worried, so when she recounted it, her voice trembled slightly. "If she wasn't going to stay here forever, we wouldn't need to be so concerned. But maybe because she's a genius. Hearing this, the Count pondered for a moment. Then asked, "You graduated from the Demon Psychology Academy with an outstanding certificate in demon education, didn't you?" Tina was a bit surprised but looked up and answered, "Although I still have many shortcomings, that's correct." "Then teach the girl." This request left Tina momentarily stunned. She asked again, "Pardon?" The Count coldly explained, "The girl fears living a happy life, because she doesn't understand the nature of demons. You will teach her about the world of demons and erase everything the Neraphim family has told her." Hearing this, Tina simply replied, "Yes, my lord." Speaking of demons, demons are a happy existence. They are beings who always have a goal and strive to achieve it. The value of the demon society is eternal. The Count wondered if being a true demon was terrifying or joyful, and that girl was his own child. The Count thought about this and found it ridiculous, because he had personally raised his two sons to the point where they didn't know what sadness was in this world. But as for Mia, he didn't even know the girl's name, and he silently pondered what he should call her. So, he turned and asked Tina, "Do you know the girl's name?" Surprised, Tina asked again, "Pardon?" Seeing that the maid hadn't clearly heard his question, the Count brushed it off and said, "Never mind. Tomorrow, after the girl wakes up, make sure she eats and comfort her a little." Tina immediately accepted the order, "Yes, my lord." Then, the Count stood up and thought to himself, Ravenous also said there was nothing unusual with her condition. It seems she's obsessed with swords and hunting trophies. Tomorrow, I must make time to visit her, he thought as he turned away. But suddenly, he was startled, as he felt Mia's small hand trying to grasp his finger. Immediately, he understood and allowed Tina to leave. Tina bowed and then turned away. Hearing the door close, he finally sat down next to Mia's bed. And a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Then, he took hold of the edge of the blanket and pulled it up to cover Mia's neck. Then the Count slowly got up from the bed and gently patted the little girl's head. He kept staring at her, thinking she looked so adorable. The next morning, the tea table was filled with a variety of beautifully arranged pastries in front of Mia. Tina was picking one up and offering it to Mia. "Come on, miss, eat it all up. Here, it's delicious." Tina continued to bring more delicious cakes to Mia. Faced with the table overflowing with sweets, Mia was surprised and said, "But I've already eaten so much." But Tina insisted, "You need to eat a lot to regain your strength, miss." Mia then picked up a cake and took a bite. The sweet and delicious taste of the cream made her very satisfied and delighted. Seeing her so happy, Tina cheerfully said, "If it tastes good, feel free to eat more, miss." Mia nodded enthusiastically, happily enjoying her cake. Then Tina said, "Eat as much as you like, miss. I'll be back in the afternoon," and left immediately. After the door closed, Mia heard a strange voice coming from somewhere. "It seems you've grown into quite a charming little duck," causing Mia to stop eating her cake. Suddenly, a rush of blue mist appeared before the little girl, and from it emerged Count Dernadever. His sudden presence frightened Mia, causing her to drop the piece of cake she was holding. Mia then looked down at the cake that had fallen on her new dress, full of fear, thinking, "Oh no, what should I do? This dress isn't free. What if someone finds out and makes me pay for it?" The little girl anxiously worried. Seeing Mia's worried expression, the Count gently asked, "Is this expression because of the dress?" And he had hit the nail on the head, so Mia stammered a bit, No. Suddenly, the Count knelt down on one knee and lowered himself to be face to face with Mia, who was sitting on the chair. He said, "I have something I want to confirm." "Yes," Mia responded in surprise, and he continued, "Are you really my daughter? The superior intelligence of a demon has been present since birth, so I believe you can comprehend and evaluate many things others say. How do you know you're a descendant of the Dernadever family?" The Count asked seriously. Hearing the question, Mia pondered for a moment, hesitating over whether to tell her father about the dream. She didn't know what she should say and what she should keep secret. The information she had was too scattered, but she still thought she should be honest. Deciding to speak, she hesitantly told her father, "In a dream, I saw it in a dream." The Count of Dernadeva immediately understood. "It seems you are unintentionally activating your ability." "I don't think you need the Tree of Life to verify your ability," the Count continued, and this made Mia feel less afraid than before. Then, the Count continued, "You must have seen me in the dream, so you recognized me and came here to meet me, right?" And Mia happily responded, "That's right." She wondered how her father could have known this. As if understanding what the girl was wondering about, Count Dernadeva said, "I have reviewed the Evelyn family's list, but I didn't see your name. It seems that while living there, you were treated poorly. The first time I met you, you weren't even wearing a cloak, even though spring had arrived, it was still very cold." Hearing this, Mia thought to herself, "So father knows everything. I thought he didn't care about me, but it seems that's not the case." After telling this story, Count Dernadeva approached the girl and gently patted her head. He spoke softly, "You've suffered a lot." And these words moved Mia, her eyes now welling up with tears. Then, the Count sat beside Mia on the cushioned chair and gently asked, "How did you manage to escape from that house?" And the girl recounted the cruel acts, sometimes exaggerating a bit. "They tried to catch me, but I ran really fast, really, really fast, so that's how I managed to escape." "Ah, those people." The Count listened and unconsciously said, "During that time," Mia thought, "I tried so hard to escape, so father will surely give me a lot of money for support. Right?" Not long after, the Count lifted the girl onto one of his knees and asked, "Did you see this in a dream?" "No, father," the girl confidently replied. "Then how did you get out of that alley?" "Because in the third dream, you lived in that alley." "You have 3 dreams?" he asked, and little Mia eagerly held up 4 fingers and said, "No, I have 4 dreams." Then, the Count affectionately looked down at Mia and said, "Oh, it seems you have the qualities of a dream demon. You're not fully developed, yet you can already see dreams." This statement from the Count raised Mia's curiosity. Fully developed. The form of a 5-year-old demon looks almost like a 10-year-old human, which is the first stage of development, but you don't look like that. Then, the Count continued to pat Mia's head and comforted her, "Don't worry. You're like this because the Nerafim family's energy is holding you back. If you stay here, you'll grow quickly." Hearing this made Mia very excited and she happily replied, "Yes. That's the reason why she's so small." She thought it would be great if she could grow up quickly. The Count Dernadeva then continued, "Now, let's talk about your power. Dream demons can see the future through dreams. The more special the ability, the longer and clearer the future that can be seen. And you can choose the most suitable dream. That's why Mia didn't hesitate to choose the 3rd dream. If she could choose again, she would pick the 4th dream. The dream where her father cared for her, loved her deeply, and at that time, he even called her Mel. It was getting dark, and the servant came in to inform Lady Nerafim. The lady was furious and asked, "Is it true that the Count has gone missing?" The servant replied, "Yes, there really is no evidence at all," but before he could finish, the lady cut him off. "All right, let's just say he was unlucky." She gritted her teeth, clutching the paper in her hand, at this point. Then she shouted at the servant, "By any means necessary, quickly find that girl Mia." Meanwhile, at the Dernadeva household, Tina was carrying a tray of food and gently knocked on Mia's door. "Miss, it's time to drink your milk." As she opened the door, she saw Count Dernadeva, quickly leaving the tray of milk and hurriedly excusing herself, "I'm sorry. I'll leave the milk here, and go out right away." Suddenly, the Count spoke to his daughter, "It's time." He gently lifted Mia up and softly instructed, "Listen, at first, the female demon is taken to the palace immediately after birth. According to the rules, you should go too. But with my power, you can stay here. If you want to go, I'll take you there. What do you think? Hearing this, Mia sadly shook her head. No, I don't want to go. She thought to herself, I don't like unfamiliar places. Especially not a palace where I can't find my way out. Here, I can escape whenever I want. Seeing Mia's response, the Count seemed very pleased. He held her and asked again, so, you'll stay here with me, right? Mia replied, yes. The Count smiled, satisfied, and said, very good. Now, call me father. Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes sparkled as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. Now, she no longer had to worry about whether to call him father or duke. Suddenly, Count Dernadeva put Mia down, thinking, now that you're my daughter, I must come up with a name for you. Seeing the Count deep in thought, Mia innocently said, my name is Mia, that's the name Aunt gave me. The Count bluntly replied, I don't like it. How could someone from the Nerafim family name someone from the Dernadeva family? So, I must think carefully about your name. Then, he gently placed her on the bed. Go to sleep now. Good night. And he didn't forget to remind this little demon, from now on, you can't tell anyone about your dreams. This is a rule that dream demons must follow. You must remember this, your dreams are yours alone. Mia, hearing that, obediently nodded as if she understood. Yes, I know, father. The Count then left, allowing Mia to rest in the room. She smiled, pleased, even though she didn't choose the fourth dream. But it was good that father treated her so well. However, she suddenly became sad. But if I stay here forever, I'll become a burden. Next time, I'll tell father that I have to leave, and with the allowance, I'll choose a new name. Thinking this, Mia lay down on the bed, bored. Thoughts kept wandering through her mind. Even though Auntie picked out names, Mia is still the best. I still want to keep the name my parents gave me. I'm sure I can ask. And one more thing. I want to buy a house for myself, even if it's small and old. But I probably can't ask father for another solile diamond. Mia held a beautiful blue stone in her hand, sparkling. It seemed to be a gift from Count Dernadeva. I wonder how much I've been paid in advance, if I can afford it. What is this gem, anyway? Or is it a cursed cufflink? Then the girl didn't sleep, but suddenly sat up. No, I have to find a way, or I'll be too uncomfortable to bear. She hurried over to the tea table. It seems she just thought of something. There was only one gummy on the plate. But Mia was determined. She decided to take it. No one understood what she was planning to do. Mia carefully held the gummy in her hand. In the meeting room, Count Dernadeva was very busy. He told his subordinate to bring the children's teaching tools here. It seemed to be for Mia. The Count really loved the girl. Everyone was a bit surprised to hear the Count say that. Ravenous, bewildered, asked, what? Count Dernadeva calmly replied, my daughter will use it. Ravenous understood the Count's intention and asked, if it's for the young lady, of course, it's necessary. Do you have any special requests, sir? The Count said to make them into the shapes of common small monsters. The girl fainted in the trophy room, because she was scared of monsters. If she plays with those, she won't feel uncomfortable anymore. This request seems a bit strange. But it seems the Count doesn't think so. He even requested that the material be pure gold. Ravenous also asked if he should add some gemstones. The Count, Dernadeva, found it reasonable and agreed right away. Sure, she seems to like gemstones. He thought to himself, children only play with things they like. When I was young, I used to look for cursed items or Satan's antiques. My eldest son, Kyan, liked literature. While my second son, Abel, liked to play with weapons. If my youngest daughter likes to play with money and gemstones, I should give her those things. Count Dernadeva truly is a good father. He is much warmer than his cold exterior suggests. Ravenous continued to ask, sir, what about the reward for discovering fake gemstones? The Count replied, open a safe room under MIA's name and put the money there. Ravenous immediately complied. Understood. But it didn't stop there. The Count also requested, make it a nursery too, leaving Ravenous puzzled. Pardon? Count Durnadeva smiled confidently and said, I'm quite surprised. A child who hasn't matured yet has 4 distinct dreams. Isn't that amazing? Hearing this, Ravenous was a bit surprised. Really? The Count smugly asked, do you remember the dream demon who often accompanies the 3-eyed crow? Ravenous replied, yes, I do. Count Durnadeva continued, my daughter might be even more outstanding than that fool. Her talents are naturally superior. He was extremely proud, smiling, and seemed to be very fond of his cute daughter MIA. Even though she possesses the energy of the Nerafim family, it's quite surprising. However, Ravenous felt a bit uneasy seeing Count Durnadeva behaving so strangely, thinking that he had completely turned into a doting father. Suddenly, no one said anything, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. Count Durnadeva spoke sternly, because she is my daughter, I must take responsibility. That's all. Ravenous turned away, awkwardly replying, yes, that's exactly right. The Count then requested, tomorrow, we will go to the neutral territory, so you must schedule an appointment in advance. Come to think of it, the time to search for the Tree of Life has already passed. The Tree of Life is a species that has existed since primordial times until now. It is said that the tree roots dug deep into the ground, its branches reaching towards the other world where people cannot go, so no one knows about the Tree of Life. Both demons and Nephilim bring their children to the Tree of Life, and the tree will reveal the child's fate and abilities. And before arriving at the neutral zone, one must make an appointment to show respect. Ravenous, upon hearing the order, immediately took note, saying, I will make an appointment. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Ravenous and Count Durnadeva were slightly surprised. MIA gently opened the door, calling, Father, may I come in? Ravenous found the little girl so cute that he had a nosebleed. Lord Durnadeva saw the girl and immediately became furious, driving everyone out. Seeing this, everyone quickly gathered their belongings and left right away. Understood. Then the Count softened his voice, stepped towards MIA, come in, dear. The girl hurriedly ran to the Count, Father. Lord Durnadeva leaned down close to his daughter, yes. The girl slowly opened the napkin, this is. She handed the candy she had carefully wrapped to Count Durnadeva. I wanted to give this to you, Father. I didn't eat it and brought it here instead. Seeing this, the Count's subordinates felt very sad, their eyes welling up with tears as they walked away. I am the only one without a daughter. Lord Durnadeva gently asked MIA, you brought this for me? MIA blushed and replied, yes, Father. The Count asked again, why didn't you eat it? MIA held up the candy and said, it's delicious. It would be wonderful if you ate it too. Count Durnadeva, probably delighted inside, tried to maintain his composure and smiled, looks tasty. But there were too many. Hearing that, MIA was confused, she didn't understand, she spoke very softly. Count Durnadeva continued, you should only eat half of the sweets. That way, you'll still have half left. Hearing that, MIA was a bit puzzled, half left. The little girl sadly asked her father, so will you give the rest to Ravenous? The Count took a candy and bit into it, gently saying, no, if Ravenous wants some, he'll have to ask my daughter. Half is for you. Then he handed the other half of the candy to MIA, here, you eat this. The little girl happily ate the candy, looking very joyful, it's so delicious. It's so boring to be a kind devil. In the evening, at the Durnadeva family's palace, Count Durnadeva was talking to his daughter, MIA. He carried her back to her room and carefully reminded her, sooner or later, I will announce that you are my daughter. Yes, she replied. I will be away for a few days to take care of some business. Remember to eat well while I'm gone. And also, at night, demonic insects will wander around in this castle. Hearing this, Mia turned pale with fear. Insects. The Count continued, demonic insects will crawl on the ground, so sleeping in bed will be safer. Mia, this is your home. You don't need to reject everything like that. Hearing this, little Mia was deeply moved. This was something she should have received a long time ago. Her young heart felt as if it were being warmed by the sun, a feeling of indescribable safety and happiness. But it seemed Mia still had some concerns. Worried, she asked her father, Dad, if I stay here, will it trouble you? Seeing this, Count Dernadeva asked, Why would I be troubled? Mia hesitantly continued, I suddenly appeared. To reassure her, Lord Dernadeva quickly explained, No, you are a child who carries the scent of the Dernadeva family. But Mia still didn't understand and asked. Scent? Count Dernadeva continued, It means you are my child. Mia then asked, But what if I want to live outside? But the Count didn't quite understand her meaning. Outside? Mia quickly changed her question, Will you let me live in the palace? Seeing how worried she was, the Count reassured her, I won't let that happen. But Mia was still very anxious. Does that mean you'll come to take me back home? She sadly leaned into her father's coat. In the end, I'm still causing trouble for Dad. Even if I don't cause trouble, Dad is already so busy. Seeing his daughter so uneasy, Lord Dernadeva comforted her, Mia. I'm not sending you away, don't worry. I never expected such a cold-hearted demon like him to be so warm. Lord Dernadeva continued to carry Mia back to her room, and Mia continued to ask, Father, are there any firework demons here, Father? The little girl was indeed a curious child. Actually, when I got here, I felt a bit confused. I followed the candlelight and found Father's study. Lord Dernadeva immediately explained, there are many places that look alike. This mansion has housed hermits for a long time. Hearing this, Mia finally understood that the candlelight had guided her correctly. The little girl, sleepy and tired, snuggled close to her father's shoulder. Thank you, Father, she said, but she couldn't stop wondering, everyone here is so friendly and warm. Should I think of this place as home? The next day, Mia woke up early and changed into a beautiful green dress. She was playing in her room when someone called, Miss. It was the maid, Tina. She happily walked in, carrying a large book. I still lack a lot of knowledge, but from now on, I will teach you about the demon world. I'll teach slowly so you can follow along, she said, surprising Mia a little. The little girl thought to herself, I also want to learn more about demons. Up until now, I've learned about demons unconditionally. She smiled brightly and said to Tina, Thank you, I really like it. Seeing Mia so interested, Tina was also very pleased. Thank you, miss. Tina took out a small pyramid. At the top was an image of Count Dernadeva, in the middle was Lord Ravenous, and at the bottom was her own image. Tina began her lesson. Now, first, demons are divided into high, mid, and low levels. In the middle level, there will be gender differentiation, while in the lower level, demons are hermaphroditic. Mia was intrigued and seemed to understand, aha. Tina continued, there are a total of 666 high-level demons, and that number will not increase. Each demon's unique ability does not overlap with another. There are a total of 666 unique abilities. Mia was also listening intently. The little girl suddenly recalled something her father had mentioned. Have I ever told you that you are the dream demon? It means no one else possesses the power of dreams. Father is the death demon born on the day of desire. In fact, demons have a different way of naming the days of the week than humans. The day of desire, the day of temptation, the day of pride, the day of wrath, the day of sloth, the day of gluttony, and the day of emptiness. The birth date will influence a demon's personality, as Abel said, a fire demon is born on the day of wrath. Tina also added that if the birth date perfectly aligns with existing abilities, does the lady know how powerful that demon would be? Upon hearing this, Mia thought to herself, Abel has such a gentle soul. She recalled the previous dream, wondering what kind of poison could instantly kill a strong Abel. Then she asked Tina, what is his weakness? Tina smiled and calmly replied, demons have no weaknesses. Hearing this, Mia asked further, can't Neraphim defeat a demon? Tina seemed slightly concerned but still answered calmly, of course not, those scum are just a bit stronger than humans. If someone is so weak that Neraphim can kill them, then just kill them. Hearing this, Mia seemed much more at ease. If that's the case, then that's good, but in my dream, both Abel and I died. I'll study more later. The girl curiously asked Tina, so when were you born? Tina replied with a bright smile, on the day of gluttony, so I eat a lot, no matter how much I eat, I still feel hungry. Thinking about this, she immediately invited Mia to go eat. Shall we go eat? If you arrive at the dining room first, I'll clean up and follow. Mia took a sip of tea and replied, I'd love to. Tina added, oh, your brother is here today too. Hearing that, Mia was shocked, choked on her tea, and started coughing, which made Tina extremely alarmed. Oh, miss, are you okay? She gently wiped Mia's face with a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Mia was incredibly worried, her face downcast. Oh no, it can't be Abel, can it? It's not him, right? I don't know how to face him. Seeing this, Tina asked, are you worried, miss? Then she immediately went over to comfort Mia. Don't worry too much, miss, no one could possibly dislike you. But Mia didn't believe it, blushing as she responded. That's a lie. Tina quickly added, no, I'm telling the truth. You have no idea how much everyone asks about you, miss. I'm the only one who knows how adorable you really are. Hearing this, Mia jumped off the chair and ran to hug Tina, tearfully saying, thank you, Tina. Tina was deeply touched. Oh, Miss Mia, emotional, said, thank you for encouraging me. Thanks to Tina, she felt more confident and happily headed to the dining room. Listening to Tina's words made her feel like she deserved to be loved. At least, she could be herself in this house. As she was walking, the girl's heart raced. Someone had come to the door looking for her, Mia. It turned out to be the Duchess of Neraphim, who arrived uninvited like a storm. Who knows what trouble she will bring to Mia? With a stern face, she called out, Mia. It scared the girl pale. Aunt, why are you here? Feigning friendliness, she stretched out her arms to welcome Mia. It's me, come here. But Mia didn't want to. She was terrified and panicked. In a flash, she thought this was the home of Count Evelini. Was it all a dream? The Duchess of Neraphim continued, your uncle has gone missing. I now have the right to inherit. Come here, Mia. She reached out to grab Mia, who turned pale with fear and quickly backed away. I don't want to. She'll hit me and tear me apart, Mia panicked, calling out, Tina. The Duchess, frustrated by her resistance, shouted, do you know how surprised I was when you went missing? You're already useless, stop making me worry. Angrily, she grabbed the girl and scolded her, why didn't you just stay put? Tina, seeing this, became extremely anxious. My lady. She immediately ran out and hugged Mia tightly, what are you doing? Lady Neraphim, seeing this, angrily raised a piece of paper and shouted, and you attacked Tina. See this? It's a guardianship authorization. Don't block my way. How dare you stop me from picking up my niece? Seeing Tina injured, Mia became even more frightened. Tina, you're bleeding. Despite being hurt, Tina reassured her, don't worry, my lady. A moment later, 2 more people arrived to stop Neraphim. My lady, run quickly. The Duke is in the bedroom, a place only the Durnadeva family descendants can enter. We'll hold her back. Go now. But she stubbornly struggled. What the hell are you doing? MIA, witnessing this, was terrified and blamed herself. Everyone's getting hurt, what about Auntie? What's the point of being a dream demon if I can't help at all? The little girl, scared and helpless, started crying. I have to run, but where? Where can I hide from Auntie? I'm so scared, what should I do? Just then, another savior appeared. Who is this disgusting person? Your scent is quite strong. The smell of plastic urine is great. So, it's Abel, the one who wants to die and came to find me, huh? MIA was very surprised to see you, Abel. Is that really you, Abel? Abel slowly walked up to the lady. I regret nothing with the Nerafim family. Directly grabbing her face, what do you think will happen if you cause trouble here? She was horrified and screamed, let go. But Abel just laughed and replied disdainfully, or what? Sorry, but I've only ever been a wounded lesser demon, because I despise those like you, who don't know their place. After Abel finished speaking, he mercilessly burned the lady with fire, shouting, get lost. The letter of authorization was also burned to ashes. MIA, terrified by the sight, clung to Tina, saying, no, I don't want to look. After all, she is. I don't want to see anyone hurt or die in front of me anymore. After Abel finished dealing with everything, he casually walked over to MIA and asked, what is this soft thing? It looks like a cotton ball. I thought you couldn't talk. MIA, seeing him teasing her, angrily said, I'm not a cotton ball. But Abel continued to joke, so the cotton ball can talk. MIA insisted, my name is MIA, not cotton ball. But Abel didn't care and continued, all right, cotton ball, I've heard stories about you from father, but seeing you in person, you're even cuter. Seeing this, MIA just sighed and let it go, asking, brother Abel, where's father? Didn't he come with you? Abel cheerfully replied, father is coming to see you. But he had to stop by the tree of life, so it took a bit of time. That's why I came back first. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, but coming back to find this mess. This house better straighten out its rules. The two servants cleaning up the earlier mess immediately responded. Forgive us, young master. Abel continued to shout, do you all have a death wish? Why didn't anyone stop her? Meanwhile, Tina was still exhausted, leaning on her mistress, and MIA, seeing everyone carrying Lady Nerafim away, was deeply worried. Aunt, are you still alive? Then Abel walked over to Tina, rudely kicked her, hey, you. Seeing this, Tina startled and stood up, Master Abel. Abel, irritated, scolded her without caring that she had just been hurt, you're too weak. How can you protect the cotton like this? Why don't you just die? Hearing Abel's scolding, Tina could only lower her head and listen. I'm truly sorry for. Abel continued to shout, of course, you're not strong enough. Abel pointed at Tina's face, making her extremely frightened. What if the girl gets hurt? How will you explain that to the king? The daughter of the Durnadeva family. Injured because of a human like you, things like that. MIA, seemingly unable to take it anymore, shouted, stop. Don't do that to Tina. Hearing this, Abel was slightly surprised, huh? MIA angrily continued, Tina got hurt protecting me. She's not at fault. Is being weak a crime? Abel confusedly asked, if it's not a crime, then what is it? MIA, with tears in her eyes, scolded, it's not a crime, you idiot. The girl recalled what she had gone through, because I was too small, poor, and weak. I've lived a life of suffering, both in reality and in my dreams. I used to be weak, but I never made mistakes. MIA sympathized with the weak. As she thought about it, her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Abel panicked and quickly tried to comfort his sister. Hey, are you crying? Don't cry. He reluctantly agreed with MIA. If the noble lady says so, then, yes, being weak isn't a crime, even though it shouldn't be this way. But that wasn't enough. MIA insisted, say you're sorry. Hearing this, Abel was stunned. What? MIA shouted, I said, apologize to Tina, you tyrant. Suddenly, everything went silent. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Abel's face darkened. Tyrant, huh? But before he could do anything, MIA ran to protect Tina. Seeing this, Abel was extremely confused. MIA didn't understand what she was doing either. Strange, why am I so brave? I'm not even afraid of Abel. Is it because I saw Abel die again in my dream? Finally, Abel reluctantly patted Tina on the shoulder to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry. But Tina was still very frightened and a bit embarrassed. She said, no, Mr. Abel, everything you said was right. Hearing that, Abel continued, that's right, so remember to take good care of her. Then he smiled and walked away, which made MIA uncomfortable and very displeased. Suddenly, MIA heard sobbing. It turned out to be Tina. She was deeply moved by what MIA had done. Thank you so much, miss, for protecting someone as lowly as me. MIA, seeing this, was a bit flustered. Tina. But Tina kept crying, this moment is so precious. It's an honor I will cherish until I die. Everyone around them perked up at this. This made MIA a little embarrassed. What now? Why is everyone here so easy to cry? But the girl suddenly remembered, this isn't the time to be crying. Everyone's injured. She then worriedly asked Tina, where's the first aid kit? Hearing this, Tina was confused. First aid? MIA repeated, yes, bandages, medicine, that kind of stuff. But Tina still didn't understand. MIA then asked, is there no pharmacy or hospital around here? Did you call a doctor? But Tina seemed like she had never heard of that word before, doctor. The people around her also didn't understand what the girl was saying. Do you know what a doctor is? No, I don't know. What is a pharmacy? MIA sighed in frustration. So what do people do when they get sick? The people were a bit surprised by her question. What? They calmly replied, if you get sick, you die. There's no other way but to die. MIA was terrified. Something's not right here. What's wrong with this place? They take care of me but don't tell me that if I get hurt, I'll die. The girl screamed helplessly, Dad. Leaving everyone confused. The child is really strange. After a while, MIA found something to bandage everyone up. All done. The demons she tended to were extremely excited. The young mistress is so skilled. MIA felt a bit shy. I just did some bandaging. Suddenly, MIA asked, that's right, Tina. Why isn't there any security in the mansion? She recalled the earlier incident. It seemed like the aunt entered through the main door very easily. In such a big mansion without any security, that's really strange. Tina sat down next to MIA, smiled and replied, actually, this mansion doesn't need security. Seeing that, MIA was puzzled. Why is that? Tina was a bit confused and replied, because all the masters are extremely powerful. That's why I was careless. If it were you, miss, then security would be necessary. Hearing that, MIA started overthinking again. That's right, father and brother are very strong. If someone were to intrude, it would be an opportunity for them to show their strength. Because I'm so weak, I'll have to endure everything. She anxiously told Tina, I also want to be stronger. How many more nights do I have to sleep before I grow up? Tina cheerfully replied, Miss, you just need to sleep 10 more nights. Hearing that, MIA became dejected. 10 nights, huh? After escaping, will I be abandoned? If I'm alone, I can't deal with aunt. I want to grow up quickly and become a really strong demon, but why? I feel so dizzy. MIA suddenly staggered. Tina hurriedly supported her mistress, panicking. Her mistress's body was as hot as coal, but MIA still said, "No, I'm fine." Then she lay on Tina's lap, gradually drifting into a dream. Just a little rest will be enough, she thought. Seeing that MIA didn't wake up, Tina became extremely worried. Anxiously calling out, "Mistress, mistress." But it seemed like MIA didn't hear, only sinking deeper into her thoughts. I must be too scared after seeing Aunt. If I get out of here, will she come after me again? I heard Uncle is missing. What should I do now? I don't know. My head feels so hot. Suddenly, the little girl woke up. She was a bit confused. Oh no, where am I? MIA stood up, looked around, and wondered, a party. Am I dreaming again? In the dream, suddenly, she heard whispers, a fallen demon. I'd rather live like this. I'd rather go to Paradise Island. Even if the girl isn't from the Dernadeva family, just kidnap one of the girls here. The younger the better, because it's easier, just storm in all at once. Hearing this, MIA was startled, extremely confused. Kidnap, who? What are they planning? She cautiously followed the direction of the sound. If it's a dream of the future, I have to listen more, it might be useful. Reaching a room, MIA gently opened the door, sneaking a peek inside. But this action was detected by the two strangers. They shouted, "Who's there?" Making MIA panic, "I've been discovered." A man was about to reach out to grab MIA. In the moment of danger, the scene suddenly changed. Oh no, is this another dream? There's the loud neighing of horses, and fire is everywhere. Everyone is rushing into battle. MIA, now grown up, tearfully calls out, "Father! Father! Father!" The young MIA, seeing this, is very worried. Why am I crying and calling for father? I don't know. But my chest feels like it's going to explode, and anger is surging. This is the feeling of betrayal. Abel suddenly appears and tells MIA, "Cotton, run away now." But she firmly refuses. No. Abel anxiously persuades her, when father closes his eyes, the killing will spiral out of control. Everyone here will die, so you must run. But MIA remains steadfast. I told you, I don't want to. She tears up, sobbing, not because of father or Abel, but because of someone else. On the cliff is her father, tied up, and a young man with blonde hair, wearing a mysterious white cloak. MIA anxiously calls out, "Father, father," and the dream suddenly ends there. Back to reality, Abel and his beast are angrily questioning Ravenous. "Are you insane?" Ravenous, not understanding what's going on, turns pale with fear, stammering, "Why you, Lord Abel?" He looks utterly confused, thinking, "What did I do wrong? I was just about to complete the diamond deal." But he was kidnapped. Ravenous trembles, bowing his head as he asks Abel, "Lord Abel, I don't know what's happening." Abel angrily scolds him, "Who gave you permission? How dare you abandon your post?" Hearing this, Ravenous is dumbfounded. What? Abel continues in frustration. "If my father were here, you should." Aiton also glares fiercely at Ravenous, making him extremely anxious. He knows why she's upset, but Lord Abel and the beast inside seem displeased. Ravenous observed for a while, then noticed Tina signaling to him. He immediately understood that something had happened with MIA. It seems the young lady is in trouble. Ravenous immediately asked Abel, "It seems something happened to the young lady." Abel, hearing this, appeared to have calmed down a bit, but still angrily said, "Good thing you're observant. Follow me." Ravenous followed Abel into MIA's room, and Ravenous immediately treated the little girl. MIA seemed to be doing better. Tina immediately checked the young lady's temperature. The fever's gone down. Hearing this, Abel seemed satisfied. "Good, come with me." As he walked out, he recalled the previous day's incident. MIA had dared to call him a tyrant. "No one has ever spoken to me like that before. It's quite surprising that I have a sister who dares to give me orders." Interesting. Abel turned to Tina and asked, "I heard you know how to use machinery. Tina immediately responded, yes, that's correct. Though I still have much to learn, it's true. Hearing that, Abel immediately ordered, I'll give you 3 days to place mines all along the cotton girl's bedroom hallway. Only those in the know can enter. Tina promptly responded, yes, sir. Abel added, next is the garden, especially under the cotton girl's window. If any fool dares to sing there at night, they'll be dead before they can even open their mouth. He then turned to point at another demon, hey, you there. I heard you're skilled in martial arts, especially in hand-to-hand combat. If the cotton girl is in danger, protect her, hold on until I arrive, or die trying. Then Abel continued down the stairs, ordering another demon, I heard you're good at painting. Yes, the demon replied. Paint a picture every day and bring it to me. After finalizing his plan, Abel smiled in satisfaction. He thought having a little sister would be troublesome, but after getting to know her, he didn't want her to die or be taken away. He had to protect her. He smirked, this big brother will treat you well. Anyone who dares to touch my little sister. Then he ordered all the household servants, from today on, if anything happens to the cotton girl, you're all dead. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. I can sacrifice myself more than Ben, you know. I'll lie down so that every morning the young lady can step on me and continue walking. In the room, Mia suddenly woke up after a long dream. The dream just now made the little girl very anxious, it was such a strange dream. Was that really a dream? If she avoids it, this won't happen, right? Suddenly, the little girl heard a noise under the bed. It turned out to be Abel's mythical tiger, Aiton, but it seemed like the little girl didn't know this. Mia saw the big tiger, and instead of being scared, she was delighted. So cute. She happily stroked Aiton, cute kitty, where did you come from? Where did this big, adorable cat come from? It surely wasn't raised in this house. Suddenly, Aiton used its tail to light the candle placed beside the bed. Seeing this, Mia immediately realized, clapping her hands in excitement, you were the one who led me to Father's room, weren't you? It was you, wasn't it? Then she giggled and stroked Aiton, thank you so much. Suddenly, Aiton pulled the blanket up for Mia, and Mia asked, do you want to sleep more? I knew it, let's sleep together, then she patted Aiton's head. The little girl hugged Aiton and gradually fell back to sleep, feeling so warm and cozy. With Aiton here, Mia seemed much more at ease. That dream was scary, but how fortunate. In the evening, Abel was standing and gazing at the moon. Suddenly, Aiton appeared next to him, proudly saying, she woke up for a bit, but fell right back to sleep, thanks to my cute expression. Hearing that, Abel patted his head in praise, well done. But Aiton coldly turned away. Abel burst into laughter and asked Aiton, should we call you Cat now, Aiton? Aiton was clearly annoyed, please stop laughing, but Abel couldn't stop and cheerfully said, it's so much fun at home. The next day, Doria and Ben were in Mia's room. It's a pleasure to serve you, young mistress. I'm Ben, and I'm Doria. Seeing them without Tina, Mia anxiously asked, where's Tina? Ben replied cheerfully, she took 4 days off. She'll be back after resting and fully recovering. Because the lower-level demons recover faster, Mia was surprised to realize, so, she knew she could recover quickly without needing bandages. But she still let me help because I wanted to. Early in the morning, Mia was already feeling down. Aunt injured Tina, so Ben and Doria will have a hard time, too. What if I bother them? Doria quickly noticed this, and while brushing Mia's hair, reassured the young mistress, are you worried about something? Thanks to you, Tina will recover quickly. Don't worry, high-level demons are very strong, but they recover slowly, so you have to be really careful. Mia was surprised, really? Doria continued, yes, that's why high-level demons often go with mid-level demons, because many mid-level demons have very strong healing abilities. Mia was even more surprised, is that true? Yes, Lord Ravenous is one of the best healing demons among the mid-level demons, Doria said, while finishing a cute hairstyle with 2 ponytails for MIA. Just then, Abel suddenly burst in, "Cotton, what are you doing?" Seeing this, MIA snapped, "I'm not Cotton," but Abel kept teasing, yeah, if you correct your pronunciation, I'll admit you're not Cotton." Abel didn't forget to compliment MIA's dress, "Cotton, you look really nice today." MIA replied irritably, "I told you I'm not Cotton, but I do admit the dress is very pretty." Seeing her reaction, Abel continued teasing, "A pink dress with floral patterns, and even a hair clip." MIA sulked and refused to talk to him, thinking, "Every time I meet Abel, it's so complicated. He just keeps teasing me." They went to the dining hall to have a meal together. "Please, sir and miss." The butler brought the food and emotionally said, "Miss, you've finally eaten the dish I cooked. This dish is already perfect by itself." This left MIA a bit confused. Do all demons have expressions like this? Abel, still at the dining table, continued to tease MIA, "Cotton, don't you get bored staying at home all the time?" MIA responded angrily, "Not at all." Abel persisted. "Oh, so you are bored then? Let's go out and have fun today." Seeing this, MIA firmly said, "I don't want to." Abel curiously asked, "What don't you like?" MIA straightforwardly said, "First of all, there's delicious food at home." Hearing that, Abel boasted, "There's a lot outside too. Have you ever tried Krispy Kreme puffs, or strawberry pies with marshmallows?" MIA, hearing about her favorite sweets, wavered a bit, "Really, cream, marshmallows?" But she firmly added, "There are a lot of scary people outside." When MIA mentioned this, Abel changed his tone, seriously asking, "Did you say scary people? Did someone frighten you?" Making MIA startled, turning pale with fear. Abel, brimming with hostility, was ready to devour anyone who dared to scare MIA. Seeing Abel looking so scary, MIA stammered, "Are you angry?" Abel immediately changed his demeanor, smiling as he replied, "No, why would I be angry?" MIA worriedly said, "Because you look like you're angry." Abel quickly reassured her, "No, I'm not. Anyway, I'll make sure those people won't get near you." Anything else? Now MIA has run out of excuses to refuse, she can only stay silent. Abel smiled brightly and continued, "See. There's nothing left, right? So let's go out." But it seems like MIA is still hesitant about something. "I'm also curious about things outside." Seeing MIA still wavering, Abel played his final card, "Come on, I'll buy you a hair clip with gemstones. Don't you really want to go?" Hearing about gemstones, MIA's eyes lit up. Abel repeated, "That's right, we'll only go to places you like, and luckily there's a gemstone shop." Excited, MIA slammed the table and stood up, urging Abel, "Let's go." The girl was overjoyed, gemstones. Her eyes sparkled, "Really, Brother Abel should have mentioned that earlier. If I had known, I would have followed him right away." Seeing this, Abel remarked, "It seems you're pretty ordinary after all." But MIA didn't quite understand the word. Ordinary? Is that supposed to be a compliment? Ben saw that MIA didn't understand, so he approached her and whispered, "In the demon world, being called ordinary is a compliment, it means you're good at calculating." That's right, in love, it's an informal way of saying it. Because if demons weren't like that, they wouldn't be attractive. We have to assess the situation and seize opportunities to become appealing. MIA understood now, and seemed to really like this new term. "I see. Then I'll call Tra ordinary." After eating, the two siblings set out to play. Sitting in the carriage, MIA asked, "There's something," Abel responded, "What?" MIA, curious, asked, "How strong are you?" She thought to herself, Abel must be stronger than the Count, because even when he disappears, he can still reappear, right? Abel was a bit surprised by his sister's question, "Why, do I look weak?" MIA awkwardly replied, "No, I didn't mean that." Abel patted his little sister's head and said, I'm ranked 37th on the demon rankings. Do you know how hard it is to achieve that at my age? Mia honestly replied. I don't know. Abel casually said, yeah, it might be even higher. Mia curiously asked again, what about Kyan and father? How strong are they? The little girl seemed very eager to meet the eldest brother. I've never met Kyan before. I'm so curious, what kind of person is he? Abel tried to act cool, he's truly exceptional. It seemed like he really admired Kyan. After his first coming of age, he defeated all the super strong demons around. Moreover, within just 1 month, he awakened and ranked 10th. He's a dark demon born on the day of pride. He's even more elegant and graceful than father, like he's an elite dark demon. Mia got even more excited and asked, what does Kyan look like? Abel smiled and replied, no need for too many words, he's the best. You'll meet him soon. He added, oh, father is ranked 2nd. Mia asked curiously, what about first place? Abel immediately answered, of course, it's the king. Hearing that, Mia continued to wonder, the king. Demons have a king too. Abel quickly explained, of course, the Neraphim also have an emperor on the island in the sky. At that, both fell silent. Noticing that Mia seemed confused, Abel asked, you don't know, do you? About the demon covenant, Refim, 7,000 years ago. Mia innocently replied, what is that? Abel clears his throat, begins to explain, so today, I will be your teacher. Originally, this world was divided into 3 parts. The demon realm, where demons live. The divine world, where the Neraphim reside, and the intermediary world, where humans and other creatures dwell. But 7,000 years ago, a great war broke out between the demons and the Neraphim, leading to their downfall. Afterward, the survivors gathered in a neutral area, where the Tree of Life stood. Both sides made a pact to end the war, and decided to expand the intermediary world. That expanded space is the current world. Mia thinks to herself, it would have been better if there was no war in the first place. Abel continues, but the Neraphim clan said they couldn't set foot on the ground, so they created floating islands and moved there. Hearing this, Mia still doesn't understand, floating islands. Abel calmly explained, yes, but to do that requires an immense spiritual strength born from faith, so they risk their lives to recruit more people. We are high-ranking demons, but not arrogant, so we decided to coexist with humans. Besides, little Mia was also curious about something else. Since when do female demons receive special care? Such a curious little girl. She immediately asked Abel, so, is the king a woman? Abel was a bit surprised by Mia's question. What? Of course, he replied. Seeing her brother's reaction, Mia found it strange, of course. Abel then clarified, every year, a female demon ranks first, for the past 7,000 years. Your brother ranks 10th, but from 3rd to 9th, they are all female demons. Male demons are inherently weak. Your brother and father are special cases. Hearing that, Mia innocently asked, so when I grow up, will I be stronger than you, Abel? Abel patted her head, smiled, and said, cotton candy, that's a whole process. For now, focus on practicing your pronunciation. Mia seemed very determined. I'll grow up in the blink of an eye, she thought to herself. I want to be at least stronger than Abel, so I can protect him. Finally, after a long journey, the carriage arrived at its destination. Both siblings got out of the car, Abel holding Mia's hand. Come on, let's go buy the gems you like. You can take as many as you want. If you like, I can even buy the whole store for you. He said. Hearing that, the little girl was thrilled. Suddenly, the little girl remembered something. Wait, this might be, there's only one in the world. What about my wooden log? She panicked. Abel, startled, asked, what is it? MIA nervously replied, "My wooden log, we left it at the Evelyn's mansion." Seeing her reaction, Abel confusedly asked, "A wooden log? What is that?" MIA, in a panic, anxiously answered, "It's my friend." Abel asked again, "Your friend is a wooden log?" Even though Abel didn't quite understand, he still tried to comfort her. "Forget about it, I'll get you a prettier piece of stone." Hearing that, MIA, with tears in her eyes, asked, "What do you mean by stone?" Abel then explained, "I'll make a gemstone that looks exactly like your wooden log." Hearing about gemstones, MIA's eyes lit up again. Gemstones? The little girl immediately stopped crying and happily ran after her brother. "If there's no other choice. Goodbye, rotting wooden log, maybe it's time to forget you." The two siblings entered an elegant gemstone store. As soon as they walked in, the staff eagerly welcomed them. "Oh my, please come in." The shopkeeper seemed to admire Abel greatly, beaming with joy when he met him, young Master Abel Dernadeva. "Isn't this the idol of a demon?" Abel smiled and said, "I want to buy a gift for my sister." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper looked down at MIA, "Oh, what a cute little girl." Seeing the shopkeeper's attitude, Abel was very pleased. "I see you care only about me, so I'll grant you some affection." But the staff member continued to chatter, "The young master is so dazzling that I can't even see the young lady properly. It's like looking at the sun. It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady." Finally, he introduced himself, "I'm Human, a staff member of the jewelry store." MIA, puzzled, asked, "Is your name Human?" Abel chuckled and said to the shopkeeper, "Look, Human, the little girl said your name so clearly." Seeing the girl was confused, the staff member knelt down close to MIA and introduced himself, "My name is Philip. I'm a human under the protection of Archduke Dernadeva." MIA cheerfully replied, "My name is MIA." The girl seemed quite intrigued by this new revelation. "So, there are humans protected by demons, just like families protected by Neraphim." Abel pointed to the boxes of gemstones on the table and asked MIA, "Look at these, I'll buy them all for you, okay?" MIA walked over to admire them, captivated by the sparkle of the expensive gems. "Oh, so magnificent and luxurious, so beautiful." Then she anxiously glanced at Abel. Abel seemed very pleased. MIA thought to herself, "I don't really want to buy anything yet, but since Brother Abel said he'd buy it, I'll go ahead and choose." Suddenly, the girl saw a pure white unicorn that was very beautiful and intricate. "Wow!" MIA excitedly pointed at the unicorn, "This one." Abel was surprised to see MIA choose such a tiny item. "Huh? This little one?" He was disappointed, raising an eyebrow, "If you're not greedy, how could there be so many demons?" Seeing this, the shopkeeper looked a bit confused and hurriedly explained to Abel. "Ah, Mr. Abel, that's the most expensive item here." Hearing this, Abel was quite surprised. He remarked, "You really are clever, excellent judgment." MIA thought to herself, "This tiny thing is the most expensive. It does look nice, but..." Then she pointed at the horse and asked the employee, "Why is this one the most expensive?" Philip proudly said, "This horse was made by a high-level demon. It even contains his power." Hearing this, MIA was curious, "Power? How can that be?" Faced with MIA's naive question, Philip was a bit flustered. "Well," Abel quickly interjected, "demons can channel their power into gems that are compatible with them. My compatible gem is ruby." Hearing this, MIA's eyes sparkled. Abel asked, "What's the matter?" MIA excitedly said, "Show me. I want to see." But Abel just sighed, "It's a hassle." MIA taunted, "It's because you can't do it, isn't it?" Abel immediately fell for the girl's trick, suddenly getting furious. "What?" MIA pouted, turned away, and muttered to herself, "HMPH, Abel is so weak." Seeing that, Abel got even more heated, enraged. Huh? This girl, what are you mumbling about? He angrily ordered the staff member, "Hey, Philip, bring me the most expensive ruby here." But he still seemed uneasy, so he decided to pick the stone himself. "No, I'll choose it myself." "Wait a moment." With that, Abel and Philip walked outside. Mia saw this and giggled. Abel is so gullible. The girl sat on the chair, obediently waiting for Abel. Mia delightedly held the white gemstone horse in her hands, gazing at it with fascination. So beautiful. The demon who made this must be truly exquisite. She hugged the horse to her chest, thinking to herself, it feels like there are sparkling petals emanating a sweet honey scent. Maybe I should find the demon who made this. The girl really liked this horse. Outside the shop, Abel pressed Philip against the wall, his intense aura making Philip's face turn pale with fear. Abel reminded him, "Remember to keep the buyer's identity a secret." Philip nervously responded, "Yes, Abel." Abel cautiously added, "Not forgetting to threaten, for example. If anyone from the Beelzebub family finds out my sister bought it, the one who will die first." Seeing Abel's angry expression, Philip was drenched in sweat. "I understand, but don't worry too much, young master." Abel was still deeply confused. He couldn't comprehend it. That's the power of temptation. Why did she choose something meant for boys? In the demon realm, the king's subordinates include 1 Grand Duke family and 3 Duke families. Among them, the Beelzebub family opposes the Durnadeva family. Especially their 10-year-old son, who, after his first coming of age, exudes the scent of temptation from head to toe. Thinking about it, Abel became furious. That special ability is really... He reminded himself that he couldn't let his sister meet that boy. Mia had been waiting and finally saw Abel open the door and grumbled, "Why did you take so long, Abel?" Abel slumped into the chair, replying, Here, I'm here now." He noticed a faint scent, a sweet aroma. The Durnadeva family's scent was always sweet, but the scent coming from her was even sweeter, like marshmallows. Abel sits on a chair, sighs deeply. Seeing this, Mia worriedly asks, "What's wrong?" Abel replies, "It's nothing, I just have a slight headache." He starts to drift into thoughts. For sure, when she grows up, that scent will attract all the demons. If she stays in the palace, that scent will be masked by the king's scent and won't be easily noticed. She will be safely protected. However, father left her here definitely wanting me to protect. Huh? Meanwhile, Mia is still sitting there, looking at her brother in confusion. But Abel's face is filled with murderous intent. "I'll crush anyone who dares come near her." Philip brings the gemstone, quietly standing behind Abel, not daring to make a sound. Finally, Abel takes the stone, holds it up in front of Mia. "Now, look closely, it's not easy to see." Mia cheerfully replies, "Yes." Before transferring energy, Abel doesn't forget to instruct Philip, "Hey, close your eyes and turn away, quickly." Philip immediately complies, closing his eyes and turning away, "As you command." Abel begins to demonstrate for his sister, "My power is fire, you know that, right?" Mia responds, "Yes." Abel conjures a flame on his finger, showing Mia, "We concentrate the power like this. It won't disperse and will focus into a single point like this. If you channel it into the stone. Like this." Abel directs the fire-infused finger towards the stone. Instantly, a certain amount of power is absorbed into it. Seeing this, Mia exclaims, "Wow." She excitedly asked Abel, "When I grow up, will I be able to do that?" Abel smiled and replied, "Of course, after you go through the process of maturing and awakening. You will. Then you can ask father." The little girl held the stone in her hand, joyfully answering, "Yes." She thought to herself, "It's so beautiful and warm. I've always liked this feeling. I can't believe I can touch it." Abel said, "It's yours." Mia was a bit surprised, "Really?" Abel continued, I've already infused it with energy. It's yours, consider it a keepsake from your brother. Mia happily hugged the stone to her chest. Thank you, brother. Abel turned to Philip and said, Hey, bring out all the hair clips that suit her. Philip happily dashed off, Yes, young master. In no time, he brought out a lot of sparkling gemstone hair clips, in all colors. Although Mia liked them very much, she hesitated to buy too many, thinking they were all gemstones. But she didn't want to spend too much money. Suddenly, Mia picked up a blue butterfly-shaped hair clip. I like this one. Seeing this, Abel was curious, why do you like something without gemstones? Mia happily replied, because it's easy to trade for money. Simple things never go out of style. Truly a clever little girl. Abel enthusiastically said to Mia, exchanging money. You're really ordinary, that's great, just like your father's daughter. Mia, also very proud, replied, Yes, I'm really ordinary. Hearing them say that, Philip was a bit confused. Ordinary? Mia continued to ask, But Abel, there are many butterflies in the house, just like this one, so. Then the little girl suddenly pointed at the wall, a symbol. Abel had to explain to his little sister again, Didn't anyone tell you? Butterflies are the symbol of the Durnadeva family. From now on, wherever you see a butterfly symbol, that's a trace of our family. Just like other demon families, the Beelzebut, Lilith, Sabnak, Porus, Barbatos, Celios, Astaroth, each family has its own symbol. Abel saw Mia's confusion, patted her head, and said, I'm just saying, how could a little one like you remember all that? But Mia insisted, I will remember. Abel gently responded. It's okay if you don't remember, because Durnadeva is the best. If the person talking to you isn't a king, just ignore it. But Mia wasn't satisfied. I want to remember all the families Abel mentioned. But no matter how hard she tried, she could only remember one family, Beelzebut, easy to pronounce, so I remembered it right away. Seeing Mia standing absent-mindedly, Abel urged, Let's go. The little girl happily hugged the stone horse, with new hairpins in her hair, following her brother. Yes. Thanks to Abel, Mia now feels much more at ease. She still hasn't fully adapted to this wonderful life yet, but even so, she no longer feels anxious, because everything around her is so joyful. In a palace, amidst flower-covered hills, a young boy is quietly carving a painting. It's a painting of a unicorn, just like Mia's unicorn. It seems the boy is the artist of it, and it looks like the unicorn has found its owner. The next morning, when Mia drowsily woke up, she saw Count Durnadeva sitting beside her. She excitedly jumped up, Daddy. Count Durnadeva patted her head and asked, Did you sleep well? Mia threw herself into her father's arms, hugging him tightly. Daddy, I missed you so much. Count Durnadeva gently patted the girl's head. I'm sorry for not visiting you sooner. But Mia didn't mind and cheerfully said, It's okay, father. I know you are very busy. The Count affectionately told Mia, From now on, I will never be that busy again. I heard Neraphim's servants have come here. Hearing that, Mia hesitated, Oh, aunt. Count Durnadeva continued, I should have been by your side. You must have been so scared. Mia replied, I'm fine, brother Abel. The Count gently stroked Mia's hair, praising, My daughter is so kind and brave, making the girl very happy. The Count told Mia, In 2 days, we will go to the Tree of Life. We will find out the day you were born. Mia wondered, asking again, I'll go with you, father? Lord Durnadeva immediately replied, Yes. Mia was overjoyed upon hearing that and hugged her father, That's wonderful. Count Durnadeva embraced his daughter, If you stand under the Tree of Life, you can summon your spirit animal. The spirit animal will only protect you and stay with you for your entire life. Like a part of your soul. The lowly Neraphim will no longer be able to harm you. Hearing that, Mia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, So, father, do you have a spirit animal too? As soon as she finished her sentence, a pair of blue butterfly wings, matching the symbol on their family crest, appeared behind Lord Durnadeva. Count Durnadeva reached out to the butterfly fairy, introducing her. I told her not to appear, but perhaps she missed you, so she didn't listen to me. This is Hela. My familiar. She's a fairy, say hello. Seeing Hela, Mia finally understood, the butterfly. Ah, that's why the symbol of our family is a butterfly. The little girl reached out to Hela, hello. Hela mimicked Mia, hello. Mia, bewildered, said again, hello. Hela cheerfully mimicked her again, hello. Then suddenly, she shyly hid behind Count Durnadeva. The Count began to explain to his daughter, familiars have their own language. They come from a different universe that we don't know about. Mia wondered, the tree of life also comes from that universe. Lord Durnadeva answered, almost. Hearing that, Mia was very excited inside. I also want to meet a familiar soon. Even if I have to fight Uncle, the familiar will protect me, just like in those dreams. If I have a familiar, I'll feel safer. I want to tell Father, but maybe it's not the best idea. Suddenly, Mia wondered and asked her father, but father, if we speak different languages, how can we talk to the familiar? Hearing this, Count Durnadeva stroked Hela's chin and explained, the familiar and its master communicate through thoughts. You wouldn't know how much she's talking right now. She says you're very cute and lovely. Mia giggled and exclaimed, the fairy is so beautiful. Suddenly, Count Durnadeva slammed his hand down on the bed. This made Mia a little confused, thinking, did I behave rudely? Father's face seems a bit. The little girl pulled the blanket up and said, I'm going to sleep now. Seeing this, Lord Durnadeva gently and carefully tucked the blanket around Mia. Sleep well, don't worry too much. Mia lay in bed, her thoughts wandering again. Father is very kind to me. Maybe he doesn't like me being too childish. Since coming here, I've received so much that I've forgotten my manners. I'm just a child who suddenly appeared, so. But Count Durnadeva's words dispelled all her worries and troubles. The Durnadeva family is very honored and happy to have you. He patted the little girl's head gently, don't be afraid, but Mia had already fallen asleep, not hearing clearly what her father said. She wondered, Dad, what did you say? Suddenly, Abel opened the door and walked in. Father, he said, worried about waking Mia. Count Durnadeva signaled, sure, go outside. Abel walked with his father down the hallway and asked, how is the palace, father? Count Durnadeva coldly replied, the same. Abel asked again, and my brother? The Count replied curtly, he's fine. Abel sadly said, I miss him so much. It's been a long time since I've seen him. The Count, expressionless, replied, he said he would come home for your sister's party. Abel wondered, really? What about the king? The Count replied, he might come as well. Hearing this, Abel scratched his head in frustration, I don't like it. Every time he looks at me, it's like he wants to kill me. Last time, my brother and I were standing there talking, and he just kept rambling on by himself. Lord Durnadeva walked beside him, not paying any attention. The Count's attitude toward Abel was completely different from that toward Mia. He thought to himself, no matter how much I care for my two sons, they aren't very endearing. Honestly, my daughter is truly special. How could this be? Everyone fears my deadly energy. I can control it now, but when I was younger, it would often flare up. Even now, people still whisper about it. My two sons are the same, they never feel comfortable around me, they've never come close to me. Sometimes I can't catch her in time, what if she gets hurt? But she's so adorable. Now, the Count only has Mia, his daughter, in mind. Abel doesn't really matter, my daughter is so adorable, I want to show the world how cute she is, but at the same time, I don't want anyone to know, I want to keep her all to myself. The Count looked at Abel with frustration. I told this boy to protect her, but I don't like him at all. They'll just pop out when I'm not here. So annoying. He called Abel. And Abel immediately responded, Yes, father. Count Dernadeva casually ordered, Go and catch the mermaid. Hearing that, Abel was startled. What are you talking about, father? He thought, feeling a bit annoyed. Look at how father speaks to his own child. Lord Dernadeva nonchalantly said, I'll make a life essence for her. Abel stubbornly replied, You do it yourself. Hela can catch it with a snap of her fingers. But Count Dernadeva wouldn't listen, You're talking too much. Abel still stubbornly waved his hand, I don't know, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to play with Cotton. Hearing that, the Count was puzzled, Cotton. Is that a nickname? I've never heard of it. Abel smugly said, Oh, Cotton is MIA's nickname, didn't you know? Provoked, Count Dernadeva was annoyed, What? Abel repeated as if to tease him, I said Cotton is MIA's nickname. Seeing Count Dernadeva confused, Abel mockingly laughed, Oh ho ho, so you didn't know. The Count was extremely irritated, his face darkened. Both he and Hela were very angry, exuding a menacing aura, I know, but I didn't know this kid knew too. He must be driven away. Abel and Aiton were also ready to confront the Count's side at any moment. Neither side was willing to back down. Count Dernadeva thought to himself, I guess I have to send him to the farm to catch demons first before. Count Dernadeva sternly asked Abel, I heard the Nerafim family came here to discuss the transfer of guardianship. Abel replied, That's right, she came to talk about guardianship. What should we do? Maybe we've let that family stay too long. That very day, the Nerafim household was in turmoil because of Dernadeva and his son. They came and set the entire palace on fire. Help, help me. The people inside were terrified and ran around in panic. It's so hot. Meanwhile, Abel strode in boldly, saying, This is my visit. The guards tried to resist. You devil! You bastard! How dare you step into the house of God? You will be punished. But it didn't seem to have much effect. They were quickly defeated by Abel. You bullied my sister first, didn't you? Had fun, didn't you? I must see the place where my sister stayed. Get out. Another guard, unaware of his own limits, rushed to stop Abel. I won't let you in. But he was swiftly incinerated by Abel. While searching around, Abel suddenly encountered Lord Dernadeva. Father, the Count stepped forward and said, It doesn't seem to be here. Go to the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, they found a room with an old door in the corner. Lord Dernadeva immediately opened it. As soon as they entered, what hit them was a filthy, old, messy room, papers scattered everywhere. The girl lived in a place like this, perhaps. Abel looked down at the ground, curious, what's this? He picked up a paper from the floor and read it. The words on it stunned both Count Dernadeva and Abel. I am the girl who killed her own mother. Abel trembled, dropping the paper. What? What is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Dernadeva probably didn't expect this either. That day, we captured Count Evelini and heard the entire story, how MIA was born, how she was treated. But here, the words on the paper echoed in the minds of Dernadeva and his son. I am the girl who caused my mother's death. I am the girl who caused my mother's death. I am the girl who caused my mother's death, I am. Abel turned to his father, confused, and said, Father, we can't let them die so easily, right? But Lord Dernadeva was no longer calm. Thunderstorms rolled in, and the Nerafim family could not survive that night. The fear of eternal death gripped them, with no escape from the haunted house's endless cycle of death and rebirth. Finally, today is the day to meet the Tree of Life. In MIA's room at the Dernadeva Palace, the little girl was sound asleep. While MIA was sleeping, there were whispers. Oh my, look at her mumbling in her sleep. Is she even drawing seriously? Of course, she's so cute. The noise made Mia suddenly wake up. She frowned, sensing someone was watching her. She slowly sat up. It turned out to be Tina, Doria, and Ben. See that expression earlier? Draw it quickly. My artist instincts are kicking in. Make sure to capture it perfectly. Mia was bewildered to see them here so early in the morning. What were they doing? I modeling. Can I move? Still drowsy, she rolled around in bed. Tina and Ben were excited, cheering, "Oh wow, look at those tiny feet. I really want to touch them just once. Even if I die, I wish I could do that." Their actions made Mia a little scared, unable to listen anymore. Seeing Mia awake, Ben and Tina happily greeted, "The young lady is awake." "Good morning, young lady. I've rested enough, let's get back to work." Mia was overjoyed to see Tina back and asked, "Tina, are you feeling better?" Tina smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, thank you for your concern, young lady." Then they hurried off to work. "I'll go inform the Duke that you're awake. We'll go prepare the bath now." After they had all left, Mia suddenly noticed a scroll under the table. Curious, she quickly ran over. She opened the scroll to take a look. "It's me. I look 1,000 times more beautiful in the painting, like a little angel, no, a little devil." While watching, Mia suddenly realized someone was coming. She hurriedly crawled under the table, but accidentally hit her head. "Ah!" Seeing this, Tina was very worried. "Miss?" Mia sat on the floor holding her head. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," while Tina was in a panic. "Oh no, what should I do? Is she hurt?" Tina threw the water basin out in a rush. "She's hurt. I'll call Sir Ravenous right away." But Mia was more concerned about the basin. That basin must have been expensive. Everyone saw this and anxiously rushed in. "Miss, are you hurt? Oh my God, are your ribs broken? What about your skull? Are you still breathing?" Before they could do anything, Tina returned. "Everyone, move aside." She ran over and hugged Mia. "Miss, Lord Ravenous has arrived." Proudly holding the little girl, jealous. "I got to hold the lady." But before the joy could last, Lord Ravenous arrived. He hadn't even prepared, still in his pajamas. Not on his way, already here. Tina was surprised at how quickly Lord Ravenous arrived. "I've been here for a while now." "Wow, you came so fast." Lord Ravenous asked Tina, "Where is the lady injured?" Tina stammered, "It's just on the forehead." Hearing this, Lord Ravenous was worried. "Oh no, it could be a serious brain injury. Let me check." Seeing everyone so worried, Mia felt a bit embarrassed. "It's just a little bump on the forehead, why is everyone overreacting? This is so embarrassing." While checking, Lord Ravenous suddenly froze. Mia was concerned. "What? What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lord Ravenous announced, "There are signs of a horn on your forehead." Tina asked again, "Horns?" Lord Ravenous confirmed once more, "Yes, it's the sign of the horns." The demons outside saw it and got excited. "The sign of the horns has appeared. The horns are about to grow. Oh my God, I can witness the horn growth of a female demon." Count Dernadeva heard the commotion and immediately arrived. "What did you just say?" Mia was delighted to see her father. "Father." She ran to hug him. Lord Dernadeva asked, "The sign of the horns has appeared." She ran to his side, overjoyed, not knowing what it was, but feeling very proud of it. Lord Dernadeva paused. And immediately declared, "Then today is Dernadeva's anniversary." What? What? A moment later, Tina had finished preparing Mia, all done. "Today, the young mistress is extremely, extremely beautiful." Mia looked adorable in her red dress, and she hesitantly said, "Thank you, Tina, but I want to ask about this. When the signs of growing horns appear, is it an anniversary?" Tina laughed and replied, "Maybe, even the young master has a strange anniversary for growing horns. However, I think the Duke has a special feeling for the lady." Didn't the Duke smile brightly when he saw the adorable master? Mia, hearing that, felt a bit shy. Really, I didn't know about that. Then she turned to Ben and said, Ben, give me the little horse. Ben carefully handed the horse to Mia. Here you go. Before leaving, Tina didn't forget to remind Mia, from now on, if the lady goes to the Tree of Life, don't be scared, just bow your head. Suddenly, there was Abel's voice calling. Cotton, why are you taking so long? Mia frowned and gently opened the door. I'm done changing. Abel was already waiting at the door, smiling. I've been waiting for you. Today, Abel was dressed more splendidly than usual, making Mia marvel. Abel, you look so good in this outfit, the girl asked Abel excitedly. Abel, you must have many people who like you, huh? Abel was a bit surprised at that. But still smugly said, with my charm, Cotton, my charm is like air. Mia heard Abel say that and didn't quite understand, confused. So, you mean I have no charm at all? I can't believe it, how pitiful. Yes, but Abel didn't know what his sister was thinking. Still smug, it's like being invisible. Mia quickly responded, flustered, yes. On the carriage, Mia asked, Brother Abel, is Nerafim coming today too? Abel replied, not sure yet, we'll find out when we get there. Don't worry too much. If war breaks out in the neutral land, the Tree of Life will quickly send them away. Mia, amazed, said, wow, so the tree is really big, right? Abel smiled, yes, it embodies the existence of other things in the form of a tree. Mia sat silently, still on the seat, worried about all sorts of things. The Tree of Life won't hate me, right? Because I'm a demon born from a saintess mother, the tree might think I'm different. Count Dernadeva, seeing his daughter's worried expression, gently patted her head, as if to comfort her. I don't want to be hated or rejected at all. I wish it could stay like this forever. How greedy of me. So, Tree of Life, please don't hate me. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. We've arrived. Mia heard that and curiously looked outside, marveling in astonishment. Wow, it's so big. The little girl saw the leaf of the Tree of Life and curiously asked, hey, a leaf. Why is it sparkling? The Count reached out, caught a leaf, and explained to his daughter, the leaves of the Tree of Life can absorb all the colors in the world, but they are not jewels. He handed the leaf to Mia and gently said, you can keep it. Mia was very surprised as she held the leaf in her hand, it's so soft. The little girl immediately turned to her father and said, Dad, I have an idea. I want to sell it. This is an incredibly valuable treasure. Hearing this, Abel and Count Dernadeva were a bit surprised. Abel laughs, ha ha ha, he seems very amused. Mia, annoyed, asks, why are you laughing? Stop it. Abel, clutching his stomach, lies on the couch, laughing non-stop. No, ha ha ha, you must be the only demon who wants to sell it. Mia really doesn't understand why Abel is laughing at her. Did I say something wrong? But Abel keeps teasing, oh my, little sister, you seem to care about money too much. Of course, if you're a demon, you should focus on money. Mia, feeling upset. Pouts, is that supposed to be a compliment? Only Count Dernadeva seriously says to Mia, you probably don't know that all the big companies belong to the Dernadeva family, do you? The girl is visibly surprised after hearing that. Count Dernadeva continues, you have a very strong financial sense. We wouldn't have to pay any fees if we collected and sold the leaves of the Tree of Life, it would be all profit. But Mia doesn't think so. I just find it cute, so I want to use it to make clothing decorations or book covers. Count Dernadeva is even more surprised, you're even considering the product's usefulness. My daughter is truly talented. That's a good idea too, why don't we try it? Mia can't believe her ears. Confused, what, start a business. Father isn't testing me, if I want to, he will support it at any cost. Thinking so, the little girl firmly said, I want to try. Mia thought to herself, I have to be a useful child, and father will have to pay attention to me, not realizing that he had always given her special attention. The three of them quickly arrived at the neutral zone to meet the Tree of Life. A man was waiting to greet them. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the neutral land. Count Durnadeva said, we are here to confirm my daughter's birth date. The monk then led the way for them. The Durnadeva family has contacted us. Please follow this way. Abel whispered to Mia, the people in the light-colored robes are monks practicing in the neutral land. Then he frowned and looked to the right. And the people on the right are Neraphim. Why are Neraphim here? Mia curiously looked to the left. So on the left. Oh my. She caught sight of a young man in a white robe. He had blonde hair that fell down, covering his eyes. He's looking at me. Suddenly, he signaled the girl to be quiet. Shh. While Mia was still staring at the young man, the monk said, please go this way, and directed only the girl. Startled by the monk's call, Mia responded, yes. She followed the monk's direction, walking toward the Tree of Life. As she walked, she was shoved by a boy. Oh. He arrogantly shouted, move aside. I was here first. I'm a descendant of the Hyriel family. Seeing this, Abel and Count Durnadeva were filled with anger. Hey, kid. Mia was extremely worried, thinking they might get kicked out for causing trouble here. The girl hurriedly stopped Abel. Wait, don't intervene. Abel angrily asked, why? That kid hit you first. Mia replied, I can handle it myself. The girl looked at the two families in front of her, thinking to herself, I'm also upset. That guy pushed me on purpose. She raised her voice, hey. Hearing that, the boy became angry. What? How dare you call me hey? Mia, unafraid, scolded, yeah, I just did. So what? Seeing this, the boy became even more furious. How dare you? Mia continued, apologize. But the boy refused, sneering at Mia, what? Your pronunciation sounds ridiculous. But Mia remained resolute, apologize now. The boy angrily said to the monk, hey, I was here first, right? Why did you let those demons go in before me? The monk calmly replied, weren't you the one who was at fault first? Hearing that, the boy got annoyed, I was only a few minutes late. Who isn't in a rush to get here, right? Mia, feeling helpless, muttered, seriously. That boy is so arrogant, calling them demons. Mia angrily shouted, you idiot. The boy, hearing that, got even more upset. Did you just call me a fool? Let me tell you, I'm a descendant of the Hyriel family. But Mia didn't care who this boy was. So what? You're late. The girl thought to herself, if it's just an argument, I won't get kicked out, right? Should I go further? Meanwhile, the boy yelled back, I'm not a fool. Do you hear me? Ignoring him, she said, these are my rules. Why should I wait behind demons? Mia felt utterly annoyed, thinking, late and still complaining. Not wanting to hear any more, the girl kicked him right in the butt. The boy fell to the ground, stammering, you, Mia thought, I'm not letting anyone take advantage of me anymore. The boy's parents were extremely worried about their son. Oh my God, is your face okay? The boy cried to his mother, blood, my nose is bleeding, Mom. My nose is bleeding. The boy's mother scolded angrily, we won't let this slide. How can a girl be so violent? Those demons. Count Durnadeva knelt beside his daughter and gently asked, weren't you the one who started it? We gave you a chance to apologize, but you fools didn't care. The boy's father was extremely panicked when he saw him. Wait a minute, this power, Grand Duke Durnadeva, did you have a child back then? The count emitted a terrifying aura, saying, apologize to my daughter immediately, and I will forgive your rudeness. If not, a warning letter will be sent once you return to the floating island. The father, alarmed, hurriedly urged his son, Maximilian, hurry, apologize now. The boy, still not understanding the situation, stubbornly responded, "What's wrong, father? Who are these demons? You said that a noble like me wouldn't bow to anyone." The Count Dernadeva continued, "It's the parents' fault if the child is spoiled, isn't it?" The boy's father turned pale with fear. He quickly bowed his head in apology. "I sincerely apologize. My son has behaved improperly." MIA, frustrated, thought, "For a moment, I wanted to just kill this blonde brat. I'm not interested anymore," she muttered, and slid down. She ran to the boy, reached out her hand, and apologized. The boy was very surprised. "What?" MIA asked. "Your nose is bleeding. Does it hurt a lot?" The boy didn't say anything, just nodded shyly. Count Dernadeva said to the boy's father, "The Hyriel family having a descendant like this is truly a failure. With that weak power, he will never take a seat at the Doria round table." MIA looked sadly at the boy's mother. "Mother, even though she's someone else's mother, I don't want to see her cry. Let's stop this." She quickly ran to Count Dernadeva. "Father, let's go to the Tree of Life." "All right, let's go." MIA happily walked towards the Tree of Life. "Stand before the tree and reach out your hand." The girl heard this and reached out her hand as instructed. "You'll be able to talk to the Tree of Life." The little girl gently touched the tree and heard the tree speak. A cute little girl. MIA was puzzled and looked around in confusion. Who did I just hear? The tree continued, "The dream demon born on the day of enchantment. It's been a long time since I've seen such a match." MIA, bewildered, shyly responded, "Hello." The tree laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, how adorable. I really like children born on the day of enchantment, because they're so cute, just like you." Hearing this, MIA was puzzled. "Am I cute?" The tree continued, "You're the cutest when you don't know you're cute." MIA watched as a leaf fell from the tree. She hesitantly spoke to the tree. "I have something to ask." The tree responded, "Go ahead." MIA then asked, "Can I have a familiar?" The tree gently replied, "Of course. The familiar will be created based on the power of the demon. Your father and Hela have the energy of death, so your spirit animal will have the energy of dreams. I'm also looking forward to the appearance of your spirit animal." As the tree finished speaking, when MIA drowsily opened her eyes, she found herself sitting on a cloud. This place was poetic, just like in a dream. MIA curiously looked around. This was a different space. Does her spirit animal live here? Should she explore around? The little girl excitedly jumped onto the clouds. She eagerly pressed her face into the cloud. MIA seemed to really like this place. Wow, it's so fascinating. But she was all alone here. MIA sighed sadly. In such a vast place, how could she possibly find her spirit animal? At that moment, the girl suddenly remembered, "Oh, I have this," and she started rummaging through her bag. She took out her beloved gemstone unicorn, lovingly speaking to it, "Little horse, please help me find it." "Come here quickly," MIA said, and immediately fell asleep, still hearing the clip-clop sound. For some reason, MIA was sleeping on the horse's back. The clip-clop sound woke her up, and seeing that her little master was awake, the unicorn said, "Hello, my master. I've come from a very far place to meet you, my master. Please give me a name," the unicorn said. MIA, hearing this, suddenly remembered, reminding herself that she hadn't thought of a name yet. The unicorn continued, "Master, please choose a name for me, only then can we be together." MIA was extremely flustered, thinking, "If I don't name it, will the creature disappear? What should I do?" In a moment of panic, MIA came up with a name, Suga. She happily hugged her unicorn, thinking it wasn't a coincidence. The name is easy to pronounce, and its fur is pure white and fluffy. Mel and Suga, the sweet duo. Even though I haven't received the name Mel from my father, only seeing it in dreams, I should still tell Suga about it. The unicorn snorted and replied, "I like that name. From now on, I will be your Suga." Soon, Suga brought MIA back to her original dimension. Excited, Mia told her father, "Daddy, I have Suga now." Count Durnadeva was a bit surprised. A unicorn? Mia found her father's reaction strange. Yes, she thought, it's not just a regular horse, but a unicorn. The strong, pure white unicorn resembled Mia's gem-like unicorn, and she adored her magical creature. Wow, so cute. Abel looks at Mia's unicorn and praises her, saying, "You did a great job." He turns to Count Durnadeva and asks, "Father, unicorns have never appeared before, right?" The Count responds, "This is the first time." Hearing this, little Mia becomes even more excited. Mia excitedly asks Suga, "This is amazing. My mascot, how did we meet by fate?" Suga tells the little girl, "Since the moment I was created, I have always waited to meet my one and only master. I waited and waited, and finally, I met you." Seeing this, Mia anxiously asks, "Then you must have been very lonely." Suga nuzzles Mia's forehead happily, "It's okay, because now I've met you." Abel sees this and asks, "Hey, why does it keep saying all the time?" Mia angrily retorts, "No, we are having a conversation. He can talk to me." Suddenly, the little girl stops, as if she just saw something. Mia quickly calls out to Count Durnadeva, "Father, did you see that?" The Count turns around and asks, "What?" Mia hesitantly says, "A boy, with a cloak." But when she looks again, the boy is nowhere to be seen. He was clearly looking at her, it wasn't an illusion. Abel anxiously asked his father, "Is there someone here? Did you see them?" But Count Durnadeva just shook his head. Abel continued, "More importantly, Dad, let's go get something to eat." The Count turned to Mia and said, "If my daughter wants to," but Mia was still very confused and didn't pay attention to her father, thinking, "Why do I feel a bit regretful? I could only see the lips, such beautiful lips." Suga followed Mia and said, "Whenever the master calls, I will appear." The girl walked after her father, replying, "Yes, Suga." The Durnadeva family's carriage left. The boy in the white cloak, who had just appeared earlier, said, "She's good. She recognized me very quickly." He gently removed the necklace from his neck. Then muttering to myself, "The honey smells so good. I'm borrowing this from the emperor because I don't want things to go too far, it doesn't seem damaged." That girl, more precisely, the half-demon I met for the first time, is there a female demon in the Durnadeva Grand Duke's family? If there were demons in the palace, there's no way I wouldn't know. Anyway, earlier I was too busy talking to the spirit, so I didn't hear clearly what the Tree of Life said. I need to confirm it again. Then slowly walk towards the Tree of Life. According to the prophecy, I will die once because of it. The table is filled with a variety of dishes, with plenty of vegetables and meat, all in attractive colors, looking so appealing and luxurious. With a table full of such delicacies, our protagonist Mia picks up a piece of meat with her fork and squints in delight, because it's so delicious. At the same time, someone's voice is heard saying, "Father, shouldn't we buy a congratulatory gift for Cotton since she has a new friend?" At the meal, there were 3 people, Mia, her brother Abel, and Duke Durnadeva. Abel sat opposite his father and sister, so the voice earlier was him speaking to his father. After hearing Abel, Duke Durnadeva responded, "Indeed, but you've already said what I was going to say." Seeing this, Abel playfully and mischievously said, "I got ahead of you. Didn't I? Sounds like you're a bit disappointed, Dad." Upon hearing this, Duke Durnadeva, not to be outdone, coldly threatened, "It seems I've raised you to be quite cunning. I suppose I need to teach you to be more obedient." At this, Abel could only stick out his tongue and shrug, replying, "Obedient? No way. I want to be even more devious." After that, Duke Durnadeva ignored Abel and turned to his daughter Mia, gently asking, "Mia, is there anything you want?" Successfully grabbing Mia's attention, the Duke continued, "Shall I cut off the king's head for you?" Eating happily, Mia was startled and frightened by such a horrifying gift, thinking, "Why would Dad give me something like that?" seeing MIA's alarm and dislike. Duke Durnadeva added, but the king's head wouldn't be a very pretty decoration, would it? Then, Duke Durnadeva offered another suggestion, saying, how about I capture some Nerafim children and make them your slaves? However, MIA was still horrified. Thinking, what? Is Dad planning to take me there? She awkwardly asked, what? Surprised by these strange and incomprehensible gifts, after hearing Duke Durnadeva's words, MIA naively said, demons like to joke, right Dad? Upon hearing this indication that MIA didn't like his gifts, Duke Durnadeva's face darkened. Trying to save face, he awkwardly said, of course, I was just joking. But Abel, sitting opposite, could only laugh joyfully and expose the truth, saying, Dad was telling the truth, cotton candy. He happily continued, do you know what gift I got when I had a familiar? At this, Duke Durnadeva felt awkward recalling it, while MIA, sitting next to them, looked puzzled, wondering about their reactions. Abel continued to say that it was a baby dragon, and when it matures, it would be as big as a mansion. He recalled the terrifying scene of the dragon thrashing around, spewing fire everywhere, while he struggled to control it. He said that riding it almost killed him. In the end, Abel could only shake his head and sigh, saying he hadn't been home for a week because he was taming it. Hearing this, MIA broke out in a cold sweat, her mouth agape, worriedly thinking that she didn't want to be away from home for that long. Afterward, MIA thought she had to speak up. Determined, she turned to her father to share her thoughts about the gift. MIA said, Father, I want to learn, MIA said shyly. Surprised, Abel responded, learn. MIA's eyes sparkled as she continued, there's so much I still don't know. Deep down, she thought about the demon world and what she could do. She didn't want to think about it, but what if her father had another daughter? In MIA's imagination, if Duke Durnadeva had a new daughter, she would be a gentle little girl with golden hair. MIA anxiously worried, thinking what if that girl was more beautiful and talented than her? That's why MIA thought she needed to learn how to survive on her own. Back at the dining table, hearing MIA say she wanted to learn, Duke Durnadeva asked, learn? Specifically what? MIA immediately replied, about the demon world. How to use dreams, and even business. After hearing this, Duke Durnadeva gladly agreed, saying, each field requires an expert. Tomorrow, I'll call the best people to teach you. Such a long sentence, but MIA only focused on the part where she was called the best teacher, which made her feel light-hearted and happy. Having witnessed the entire conversation, Abel was puzzled and asked, you're really special. You love gems, so why didn't you ask for any? MIA quickly replied, I'll definitely buy them myself. Then, Duke Durnadeva happily patted MIA on the shoulder, praising her, my daughter is truly smart and exceptional. It was a very harmonious scene between father and daughter. MIA's thoughts revealed the real reason she didn't want any gems. MIA thought that perhaps she was greedy, and even if she received gems as gifts, it would never be enough. If that's the case, she would be a millionaire owning all the gems in the kingdom. After finishing the meal, back in her room, lying on her cute pink bed, MIA was extremely happy, thinking everything was just perfect. Especially having the chance to meet Suga, she hoped Suga would always stay by her side. Then, Suga, the little unicorn, approached MIA's bedside. As if hearing her heart, it neighed softly and said it would always stay with her. MIA reached out, and under Suga's affectionate gaze, she touched the tip of the unicorn's nose, saying, I want to hug you while I sleep. After saying that, MIA immediately got out of bed and stepped onto the floor, still holding her pillow. Thinking that Suga couldn't climb up, she decided to jump down instead. Seeing this, Suga quickly said, you should sleep on the bed, my lady. He awkwardly continued, the floor is hard, it won't be comfortable. Hearing this, MIA patted Suga in agreement, saying, Suga thinks so too, right? Finally, Suga came up with a solution, saying, "Let's do it together." But since it was a vague statement, MIA confusedly asked, "What do you mean?" Suga responded to MIA, turning himself into a cute unicorn stuffed animal, sparkling with a rainbow, so beautiful that it would make every child fall in love with it. So, MIA was no exception. She held Suga in her hands, her eyes shining with excitement, exclaiming, "Suga turned into a stuffed animal." Suga replied, "Even in this form, we can still talk. Now, master, hug me and go to sleep." Hugging Suga in her arms, MIA was joyful, loving, and reluctant to let go. Both the unicorn plush Suga and MIA looked absolutely adorable. A night passed, and as the morning dawned, the sky was clear, and the white clouds floated gently. The weather was lovely and beautiful. In the main hall of the palace, Tina held MIA's hand as they walked down the corridor, saying, "I've redecorated the empty room on the first floor to be a classroom. I hope the young mistress is satisfied." Then, when they reached the classroom door, Tina gently pushed MIA forward and said, "Let's go inside." MIA seemed a bit shy and raised her hand to knock twice. Then, curiously, she opened the door, and from inside came a voice saying, "Hello, little princess." Inside the classroom, there was a tall, ancient tree, and beneath it stood a young lady in a flowing black dress, her long, wavy hair a smoky purple. Her eyes were gentle as she looked at MIA. Introducing herself warmly, "Nice to meet you, my name is Nevis Lilith. I've come here at the invitation of the Grand Duke." Nevis Lilith radiated a friendly and gentle aura. She continued, "I will teach you about the demon realm and help you use your unique energy." After hearing this, MIA softly called out in an adorably sweet voice, "Miss." After that, MIA happily moved closer to Nevis Lilith, her eyes wide with admiration, as she exclaimed, "Wow, you're a demoness." Nevis Lilith cheerfully responded, "That's right, I'm the daughter of Lilith." Then MIA beamed, politely introducing herself, "Hello, my name is MIA Durnadeva." Nevis Lilith smiled and gently replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you." With a sympathetic and sorrowful look, Nevis Lilith gently stroked MIA's hair and said sadly, "It's been so long since I've seen a demoness. How could such an adorable child like you be mistreated by the Nerafim family?" Hearing this, MIA thought to herself, "So the teacher already knows about me." Indeed, the two of them held hands tenderly, creating an atmosphere of great harmony and happiness. Next, Nevis Lilith finally spoke up, "What should I teach you first?" Seeing her teacher ask this, MIA was a bit surprised, wondering silently, "Huh? What?" At this moment, Nevis Lilith playfully suggested, "How about I teach you the 4 basic curses of demons?" She then laughed mischievously. After hearing that, MIA was confused, a bit stiff, and her face showed embarrassment, suddenly thinking about something. Nevis Lilith immediately explained to MIA. She waved her hand and a piece of paper appeared. Cheerfully, she said, "Since you are a beautiful high-level demon, of course, you must know how to curse seductively." Then, with a swish, the paper with the 4 curses of a demon appeared in front of MIA. They were, in order, sacred, noble, caring, and those who don't raise their children well. Indeed, it was shocking. MIA was stunned when she read the content of the paper, but Nevis Lilith proudly said, "Especially the last one, it's the most lethal. So you must remember it. Because Nephilim, demons, and humans can all use this curse." Then, suddenly thinking of the dignified appearance of Duke Durnadeva holding the golden cup, Nevis Lilith gleefully commented, "Your father is truly excellent at this. Especially when he raised Abel. Every year he won the Parent of the Year award." This statement, along with Nevis Lilith's infatuation with Duke Durnadeva, made MIA feel utterly helpless. Nevis Lilith continued, "He raised a grumpy child, as Abel once caused chaos before." Remembering Abel's carefree destruction everywhere, MIA anxiously asked, what if the king gets angry?" Nevis Lilith immediately replied, of course, the king would grab Abel and throw him into the fire in the deep pit like lava. And if the king is angry, he will throw Abel into that place immediately. However, Abel is still safe now. Nevis Lilith said, luckily, he found a fruit that only grows at the mouth of a volcano, so he was forgiven. It's really interesting. After hearing that, Mia, sitting next to her, thought dejectedly, I won't end up like Abel. All right, back to the main topic. Nevis Lilith handed a piece of paper to Mia and said, I've taught you how to curse, now I'll teach you how to praise. With just a touch from Nevis Lilith, the paper suddenly turned into a demonic praise, consisting of 6 lines in corresponding order: noble, deeply loving money and the dead, unlucky, deceitful, selfish, and heartless. However, Mia felt even more helpless after reading the content. She hesitantly said, praise. Is this really praise? Yes, indeed, Nevis Lilith replied. High-ranking demons like us reflect society. You must learn this ritual carefully, so. Finally, Nevis Lilith affectionately patted Mia's head and said, you must live a good life, no matter how bad things get. How touching the scene was. Nevis Lilith continued, there will be those who want the same things you do, and they will be waiting to drag you down. And there will be others who take advantage of your mistakes to make you give up. Upon hearing this, Mia recalled her past difficult circumstances and disadvantages. She thought, that's right, back then I thought doing nothing and eating less would be better. If I wasn't gentle and obedient, I'd be starved. Because I was weak, I had to accept it. But in reality, never be gentle, never give up, and never let them take away what's yours. You must always keep it in your hands to have it. These were the words of Nevis Lilith that continued to resonate. Faced with the philosophical words of Nevis Lilith, Mia was truly moved and realized the truth. She thought, that's right, I never want to be a gentle person. Then, Mia softly spoke, I want to earn money. At that moment, Nevis Lilith asked in surprise, money? Didn't your father give you money? Mia shook her head upon hearing that, wanting to say, I will earn my own money. After hearing this, Nevis Lilith immediately praised her, I commend you. You are truly an outstanding high-level demon. Then she asked, how much money do you want to make? Mia adorably stretched out her arms wide and said, this much, a lot. This innocent action successfully made Nevis Lilith laugh. She teased, oh. Give me an example, how much? But Mia seriously thought, it might be a bit odd, but if you're a demon and passionate about money, then you must be greedy. Mia said, enough to buy all of the king's mansions and land. After hearing this, Nevis Lilith suddenly became a bit dazed, silently looking at Mia with deep thought, which startled Mia, making her think, did I say something disrespectful? But then, Nevis Lilith suddenly burst into laughter, fut, ha ha. Her eyes squinted, her rosy cheeks blushed, genuinely happy with Mia's words. Seeing her teacher laughing non-stop, Mia became somewhat frightened and awkwardly corrected herself, saying, if not, it would be like the human emperor. However, before Mia could finish, Nevis Lilith giggled again and said, to that extent. Do you know how wealthy the human emperor is? Finally, Nevis Lilith concluded with a question, so, do you want to be surrounded by gold and jewels? Mia immediately responded, yes. Then, Nevis Lilith happily and gently touched Mia's nose and said, that's right, you must have that ambition, just like a daughter of Dernadeva. Nevis Lilith then smiled contentedly and said, I hope my daughter will be like Mia too. To satisfy Mia, Nevis Lilith actually showed the girl the wealth of the emperor. She then conjured another piece of paper, but larger, with a drawing of a castle. Nevis Lilith said, all right, I'll show you how vast the emperor's territory is. Nevis Lilith pointed and said, this is the emperor's territory. In the center is the palace. Mia looked at the picture, and just like in real life, It was a magnificent castle surrounded by mountains and forests. In front were houses and roads. The little girl exclaimed, "Oh my!" and thought to herself, "So wealthy, I'm so jealous." Nevis Lilith continued, "According to the pact between the king and humans, humans are not allowed to enter the king's territory. In other words, only demons are here." Then, Nevis Lilith turned to Mia and asked, "After seeing all this, are you scared?" Hearing the question, Mia was puzzled. For Mia, she thought, "Why would I be scared? I can also become a great demon like the king." Mia wanted to climb the steps to the highest peak like the king. Therefore, she was determined that if the opportunity arose, she wouldn't miss it. After understanding Mia's heartfelt feelings, her fierce ambition, and unyielding determination, Nevis Lilith gazed at the girl intently, and with great surprise. Finally, Nevis Lilith remarked that perhaps those traits also define the current king, the same resilience and determination. She thought that Mia might truly be able to become the new monarch in the future. However, Mia didn't want that and didn't think that way. She thought, so what if it's the current king? She simply believed that her country just wanted to make money to live without worries. At this moment, both the teacher and the student fell into contemplation, each with their own thoughts. After a long silence, Nevis Lilith said that something interesting was about to happen. At the same time, just as she finished speaking, the classroom door opened, and it was Duke Durnadeva visiting the class. He stepped in and said, "Class is dismissed." Catching the attention of both Nevis Lilith and Mia. Seeing the Duke, Mia immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Father." Then, Mia quickly ran happily towards her father, saying as she ran that everything was going well, and that her father had suddenly appeared. Hearing this, Duke Durnadeva immediately replied, saying he couldn't let her study for too long. Hearing Duke Durnadeva's words, Nevis Lilith smiled teasingly, saying that if Mia had a boyfriend in the future, would he become an overprotective father? This remark hit Duke Durnadeva like a bolt of lightning, causing him to lose his composure. His face darkened with displeasure. And of course, Mia was too young to understand what they were talking about. Then, Duke Durnadeva picked Mia up in his arms and said to Nevis Lilith, "Excuse me, it's time for my daughter to play." Nevis Lilith gently replied, "Goodbye." After that, she softly said to Mia, "Mia, next time, let's continue our lessons," accompanied by the sound of leaves rustling in the wind behind her. The atmosphere was truly peaceful and warm. After the class ended, the father and daughter walked hand in hand along the palace corridor. As soon as the classroom door closed, Duke Durnadeva immediately advised Mia. "Nai's a good teacher, but don't get too close to her." Mia was puzzled and asked, "Why, father?" The Duke replied, "You were almost hypnotized." Hearing this, Mia immediately recalled her time with Nevis Lilith. She felt like she was sleeping on soft clouds, with Nevis Lilith gently laughing and talking beside her. Mia thought to herself, I understand what you mean, father." Then, the innocent girl looked up and asked her father, "What about you, father? Were you hypnotized?" The Duke raised his voice and repeated, "Nai hypnotized me." Duke Durnadeva's face showed a bit of awkwardness. He frowned slightly and said, "No, that didn't happen. Don't worry." And then, just as he finished speaking, Mia and her father arrived at the door of another room. Duke Durnadeva opened the door and said, "Here we are." Duke Durnadeva held Mia's hand and stood in front of the room. Before them appeared many mountains of gold coins, glittering and dazzling, making Mia exclaim in surprise, "Wow." Duke Durnadeva continued, "You said you like gems, right? Go ahead and look around." Standing in front of so much money, Mia was extremely excited and immediately let go of the Duke's hand to explore the surroundings. Then, taking out a bundle of handkerchiefs, he opened it to reveal golden animal figurines. Duke Durnadeva said, "Golden monsters. These are children's toys, made entirely of gold and gems. I had the craftsman dwarf make them. Next, the Duke excitedly introduced this as the Wibbon dragon, the black dragon that he gifted to his brother Abel. After hearing her father, Mia repeated the name Wibbon. The Duke continued, saying this is a merman. Mia also said merman, but it was actually a buffalo with bulging muscles and 2 fat horns on its head. After showing Mia the 2 dragons and the merman, she held them in her hands, thinking her father must really like these things, even if his taste is a bit strange. Seeing Mia staring at the golden creatures, lost in thought, Duke Dernadeva asked if she liked them. Only then did Mia happily reply that she did. Duke Dernadeva went on to say that they are all hers, she can play with them however she likes, break them, or even throw them. Hearing this, Mia's eyes sparkled as she thought. I was only going to touch them, but Dad says I can even throw them. The Duke then explained that he said that because Abel would play with them for a bit and then throw them away. Hearing this, Mia looked up and thought, are all demons like this? Her innocent thoughts were both funny and adorable. Mia suddenly thought more about throwing them. Maybe when she's mad or bored, she could do that. At that moment, she imagined angrily throwing the golden dragon down to the ground with all her might. To vent her frustration. But yes, not now though. Feeling too happy, Mia smiled brightly at Duke Dernadeva, thinking that to herself, then she thanked her father, leaving him a bit surprised and taken aback. That's why Duke Dernadeva asked in confusion, Mia, why are you thanking me? Mia said, yes, because father has given me such good things. The Duke sent me to school, gave me gifts that I like. Hearing that, the Duke replied, good things. All your money is in this room. If you need it, you can use it as capital for business. Hearing the Duke say that, Mia was startled. The girl was astonished, thinking, how much money could all this be? The numbers of this mountain of money appeared before Mia's eyes, 300,000, 700,000, 400,000, and so on. After adding them all up, Mia covered her face in shock and screamed, it's approximately 1,950,000 heap. Then, Mia frantically waved her hands in disbelief at the amount of money. Stammering, she said, so much, too much. At this point, the Duke calmly said, I heard you're going to be a millionaire. He crossed his arms and generously added, this is early education. Get used to it. Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes sparkled with joy as she realized, so that's it. The Duke continued, and this is also the money to support you until you're 5 years old. Then, every year we will fill this place. Hearing that, Mia imagined her vault filled with gold and joyfully cheered. The little girl thought with this much money, she too would try to fill this place. Mia hoped that she could also run a business and earn profits. Mia was genuinely happy when thinking about the future. She thought, as her father said, I will become a truly skilled merchant. A few days later, the sky was blue and the sun was shining, the castle stood tall. Tina's voice echoed, saying, Miss, you've been here for some time. Do you like it? Mia cheerfully replied, yes, Tina, I love it. It turns out they were holding hands, walking on the stone path in the garden. Mia happily said, the path is beautiful. Tina replied, Miss, you even know the paths. You really are a genius. Then, glancing around, Mia discovered orange-red, ripe fruits on the bushes. Mia thought, are these fruits? Then, Tina reached out her small hands, intending to pick the berries. But just as she touched them, a weary, haggard face of the butler Ravi emerged from the bushes. He weakly called out Mia's name, Miss. Who would have expected it? Shocked and startled, Mia's mouth dropped open, frozen in fear. Then finally, she collapsed and fainted, leaving both the butler Ravi and Tina in a panic. With a loud thud, Tina and the butler Ravi screamed out in panic, Miss, wake up. Upon entering the castle, the butler Ravi sincerely said, I am very sorry. As for our Princess MIA, she had already woken up, sitting on a chair eating ice cream, and asked, "What happened?" Sitting across from Miss MIA, the butler Ravi, bowing slightly, said, "I need your help." Miss MIA immediately asked, "Help with what?" The butler Ravi then seriously recounted, "I have some things I need to discuss with the Archduke." The butler recalled the meeting with the Duke and other colleagues in the Duke Dernadeva's office, where they were all deeply engrossed in working through a pile of documents. The matter was that in the office yesterday, sitting at the center was Duke Dernadeva, with a very stern expression. In the serious atmosphere, the Duke spoke up, saying that they must name the holiday. Upon hearing this, both Butler Ravi and another butler with blonde hair were equally astonished, not understanding what holiday it was. Then finally, Duke Dernadeva happily smiled and said, "I am certain my daughter is a genius, so let's call it Smart Daughter Day." "No, how about Genius MIA Day?" The Duke continued to mumble, "Mad Money Devil Day and Next Generation Entrepreneur Day, Jewel-Loving Child Day, those sound good too," muttering to himself, leaving the butlers truly panicked, faces pale with confusion and helplessness. Then suddenly, the Duke frowned, seriously thinking, and said, "Wait a minute, if I decide on too many, MIA might feel pressured." Thinking this, the Duke stood up abruptly, waving his hand, and ordered the butlers, "First, think about the holiday. Proceed quickly." The butlers, not daring to delay, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Back to today, on MIA's desk appeared 2 stacks of papers titled Documents on Prestigious Families and Documents on Economic Dominance in the Demon World. Facing MIA was Butler Ravi with a sincere, worried expression, saying, "Miss, you've neglected many important documents these past few days. If things continue like this," suddenly raising his voice in fear, "no, the family's collapse is no exaggeration." However, despite the seriousness, both MIA and maid Tina remained wide-eyed, calm and carefree, while our protagonist continued enjoying her dessert ice cream. Then, as always, they blandly exaggerated, and MIA exaggerated in response. However, Butler Ravi was flustered, begging, saying, "No, my lady, please say you don't want the Grand Duke to abandon his work." MIA responded, saying, "Is that why you asked me to reprimand my father?" Finally, MIA understood Butler Ravi's feelings, making him cheerfully give a thumbs up, saying, "That's right, my lady, you're a genius." But MIA's next words were, "So, you're asking me for a favor?" Hearing this, Butler Ravi froze, not daring to say another word. Then, MIA continued, "What does my father need to do?" Ignoring the previous matter, Butler Ravi quickly replied, "He needs to issue an inspection permit, but it's been delayed for over a week." Butler Ravi sighed in distress, saying, "This is very important because it's related to the construction of an interceptor weapon." MIA asked in confusion, "Interceptor weapon?" Not knowing what that weapon was, MIA's mind flooded with various thoughts and imaginations. She thought, a weapon that shoots projectiles from the ground to the sky. Images of arrows, bullets, and cannons came to mind. MIA continued thinking, "Come to think of it, my dreams always have big battles." MIA asked indifferently, "A weapon that shoots projectiles into the sky?" The butler, Ravi, immediately remarked that the young lady was very smart. The report was only for defensive purposes, but before he could finish, MIA coldly interrupted him, saying she didn't like it. MIA angrily continued, "Weapons? I won't do it." Deep down, MIA thought, what if this really leads to war? I don't want to be the main cause of a war. This left the butler, Ravi, at a loss for what to do. Then, MIA asked, "What about the other document?" Hearing this, the butler, Ravi, awkwardly turned and laughed twice, then handed the document to MIA, saying, "This document." Holding the dirty paper in front of MIA, he continued, "The tragedy at Dernadeva." MIA was shocked and asked, "Tragedy?" The butler, Ravi, then explained that the increase in demonic energy at the border area had created a very strong storm. It was a tough problem because the storm swept through the border area, destroying everything in its path. Indeed, houses and roads were in ruins and twisted because of this storm. With a helpless expression, the butler said, "This happens very often, causing a lot of damage, but there's no other way." The butler placed 2 thick stacks of documents next to MIA, pointing to just one and saying, "This is the damage report." Seeing this, MIA was also surprised by the sheer volume. Then, he pointed to the taller stack and said, "And these are the officials' requests." Seeing this, MIA couldn't help but think, wow, that's a lot. Then, the butler, Ravi, knelt down and pleaded, "Please help me handle this." The Grand Duke doesn't even bother to lift a finger. MIA thought, this means father has to work. However, MIA thought, but I can't say that out loud. After pondering for a while, MIA resolved that this was her first contract to become a great entrepreneur in the future. Finally, MIA innocently asked, "But if I do it, what will you give me?" Hearing this, Butler Ravi was indeed stunned, not knowing how to respond. Then, he humbled himself, awkwardly knelt down, and said, "Of course, I will reward you, young miss." Meanwhile, MIA, with a superior air, said, "If you satisfy me, I will consider it." Recalling what she had, MIA listed that she already had money and jewels in the toy room, and plenty of clothes, which was why they were so special. Then, remembering her actions with the butler, she happily thought she resembled a devil. Just then, Suga appeared, floating, and encouraged his master, "Well done," before disappearing. Afterward, Butler Ravi said, I must bring something truly special to make the young miss happy." Seeing the butler deep in thought, MIA continued to reassure herself, thinking, "It seems Ravi has thought of something, anyway, I've done well." And MIA arrogantly thought, "In this demon world, I must stay sharp." At this moment, Ravi spoke up, "How about gummy candies?" After hearing the butler Ravi's gift, MIA was stunned, jaw-dropping, thinking about the jelly candies, she couldn't believe it. However, Butler Ravi was extremely proud and continued, "I have been entrusted with managing the food ingredients in the mansion. This time, I'll add 31 types of jelly candies." But as she heard this, MIA's mood changed. She eagerly thought, "That many? I want to try them." Even so, Butler Ravi enthusiastically continued introducing, "The shapes of the jelly candies are also very diverse, flowers, bears, cats. Miss, would you like to try rainbow jelly candies? You can dip them in chocolate sauce and cheese too." Finally, Butler Ravi asked, "So, do you agree?" But MIA, concerned, asked, "But will father listen to what I say?" Hearing that, Butler Ravi immediately assured her cheerfully, "Of course. If it's you, he will listen." MIA asked again, "Really?" The butler replied, "Yes, really." And so, the two reached out and shook hands to seal the deal. MIA determinedly thought, "Let's give it a try. Even if I lose, it'll still be great." Despite that, MIA remained seated, anxiously thinking about what to do next. Then, our heroine MIA heard something clever, causing her eyes to light up and her cheeks to blush adorably. MIA suddenly remembered, don't children have an ultimate weapon? That's when the sky over the kingdom turned dark, and the castle was lit up everywhere. A sumptuous dinner was served. Sitting across from Duke Durnadeva and Abel, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. MIA thought, how strange it is that father spent more than 2 hours having dinner with me, but he must be very busy. Staring at Duke Durnadeva, MIA continued thinking, if father keeps delaying work because of me, perhaps our family will be affected, maybe we won't have enough to pay the servants. Or the maintenance costs will be cut. Then she recalled what Butler Ravi said, that if this continues, our family might collapse. MIA wondered if Ravi was exaggerating. Finally, determined, MIA's small hand tapped the table with a soft clack. She said, I don't like that father isn't working regularly. MIA's words caught the attention of both Duke Durnadeva and Abel. MIA continued, saying she just likes devils who do their job well. Then, she raised her hand and said, I've thought it through. I'll kiss the cheek of a hard-working devil like that. After hearing MIA's words, both Abel and Duke Durnadeva were puzzled. He coldly asked, so what? Making MIA speechless. She thought, doesn't father know how to kiss on the cheek? Has brother Abel never kissed father before? So, MIA turned to Tina, who was standing next to her, and said, Tina, bend down, and the maid cheerfully obeyed. As Tina bent down, MIA gently kissed her cheek with a loud smack, which surprised the maid. Meanwhile, MIA thought of how she had done this in her dream at the toy store. When a child receives a gift and kisses their father, the father would laugh out loud. Will father be like that too? However, the answer was no. Abel beside her twitched in astonishment, while Duke Durnadeva still coldly remarked, was that a kiss? Seeing their reactions left both MIA and Tina stunned. MIA turned pale, embarrassed, thinking, huh? Facing MIA, Duke Durnadeva and Abel emitted a menacing aura. Abel spoke up first, saying, hey, why were you the first maid to get a kiss? Seeing this, Tina turned pale with fear, thinking, huh? What's that cracking sound? Fortunately, MIA quickly realized the situation and anxiously raised her hand to explain. Tina did a good job. Suddenly, the maid Tina turned with a touched expression and said, Miss, to which MIA gently responded, yes, Tina. Unexpectedly, Tina suddenly shouted, I could die happy now. And then tears started streaming down her face. It seemed as though Tina was moved by being defended by her mistress, but the truth was, Tina was heartbroken, kneeling down and sobbing. The young lady of the Durnadeva house was kissed by a cowardly man. Hearing this, everyone went pale, and MIA was truly shocked and helpless. Still trembling with fear, MIA stammered, Brother Abel, it's like the house is going to collapse. However, Abel continued to interrogate, no, but let's talk a bit. Why did you get that kiss first? After that, Abel approached and grabbed Tina's wrist, then shouted, even if I have to die, I must reclaim it. But MIA misunderstood, thinking he meant Tina had to kiss him first. Grabbed by Abel, MIA overreacted, saying, Miss, I'll go first. Seeing this, MIA thought she had to protect Tina. And immediately, with that thought, MIA stood up and shielded her maid, saying, don't talk to Tina anymore, Brother Abel. If you want a kiss on the cheek, you have to work hard for it. Feeling frustrated, Abel was furious because MIA didn't side with him. He said, hey, do you know how I'm feeling? I work harder than father, you know. Then, a heavy storm started outside, just like the argument between the Durnadeva brothers. MIA said, I've never seen you work hard, so it doesn't count. Abel, still angry, responded, since when is that a rule? Afterwards, there was a long silence. MIA, riding her horse Suga, worriedly thought about what to do. Both of them seemed very angry. Was there a way for father to work without being envious of Tina? Then, MIA came up with an idea. She raised her hand in AV sign and said, whoever finishes first will get 2 kisses. After she spoke, both MIA, Tina, and the horse all widened their eyes, eagerly waiting for a reaction from Duke Durnadeva and Abel. But again, there was only silence. No one responded, no one reacted. Finally, MIA had to pout and say, Father, you need to work. Playing with me every day isn't good. However, Duke Durnadeva coldly replied, I've finished all my work. Hearing this, MIA pouted and said, you're lying. Then she continued, from now on, let's see who works more, you or Abel. This surprised Duke Durnadeva. MIA continued, only the winner will get my kiss. This time, it was Abel's turn to be shocked, astonished. After MIA finished speaking, the Duke and Abel silently stared at each other. Then, at the same time, they both stood up, lifted their butts off the chairs. The Duke Durnadeva said, I will go to work first, and Abel responded, "Me too." And so, everyone left, leaving MIA confused with the horse and Tina. Before leaving, Abel reminded her, "Eat all the fruit," and MIA could only bewilderedly reply, "Yes." After that, with a click, both the Duke and Abel enthusiastically went to their rooms to work. After seeing that the master and the young master had left, in the dining room, Tina joyfully cheered, exclaiming, "I didn't expect the lady to kiss me." Witnessing all the jealousy and rivalry earlier, MIA helplessly thought, "Oh, these childish people," but it was unexpectedly effective. "I must take advantage of this in the future." Indeed, it was effective. That day, back in the office, the stewards under his command were working tiredly, their faces haggard and exhausted, but still having to continue working. Among them, there was the steward and assistant Jaius, nicknamed the Golden Bull, who thought completing everything would finish all these documents. Then someone reported to the Duke. "Sir, the medicine has been mixed and produced, circulating at the border." It was Ravi's voice. Hearing that, Duke Durnadeva asked, "How many victims?" Ravi immediately replied, 3 dead. Then the Duke continued to ask, "Where was the medicine purchased?" "At the night market. We had no information about the drug production sites." Hearing this, Duke Durnadeva sternly ordered the arrest of all the black market sellers for interrogation. Their goal is to track down all the production sites. He continued, "Depending on the severity of the crime, the highest penalty could be 500 lashes. Butler Ravi, with dark circles under his eyes, wearily responded, "Yes." Afterward, Duke Durnadevan finally set his pen down on the table with a click, indicating that he seemed ready to rest. Indeed, the Duke said, "Everyone take a 1-hour break." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people under his command immediately collapsed, sprawling across their desks, utterly drained. When Butler Ravi stood up, he turned and asked the Duke, "Aren't you going to eat anything, sir?" Duke Durnadeva, with his eyes closed, replied, "I don't need anything." The butler then said, "I'll have the servants bring up some juice." Though calm and exhausted, deep inside, Butler Ravi was crying tears of joy, thinking, finally, he's working. He completed half the paperwork in just 10 hours. "I'm so happy." Then, remembering MIA, the butler silently said, "Miss, thank you. I trusted the right person." A few days later, while leisurely eating pastries, MIA thought gloomily, "I wonder if father is focused on his work." Just thinking about Duke Durnadeva, there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be Ben, who cheerfully raised a letter in his hand and said, "Miss, the Grand Duke invites you to the office." In the letter, Duke Durnadeva wrote, "I want to show you how a high-level demon works. Will you come to the office?" Then he added, "Your father." So, after receiving the letter, Tina dressed MIA in a black dress, with her wavy purple hair adorned with 2 cute flower clips. Beside her, Tina happily said, "Shall we go see the Duke?" Then suddenly, Chian covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my, miss, you seem to have grown a lot." MIA responded with a puzzled her. Immediately, Tina pointed out to MIA, indicating the area just above MIA's knee where the dress was shorter. Tina explained, "This dress used to be longer here." Tina continued, "Now the dress is above the knee. Miss, you need to change dresses." Hearing this, MIA happily thought, "Oh my, I was worried because I didn't seem to be growing." Then, adorable MIA waved her hand and said, "I want to be taller." Tina reassured her, "You'll be taller than me someday." Then, MIA thought to herself, "I hope I grow up quickly. I want to become a powerful and wonderful demon." As MIA approached the office door of Duke Durnadeva, Ben helped knock and announced, "Lady MIA Durnadeva has arrived." MIA eagerly thought, "This feels so mysterious." When the door creaked open, MIA's eyes widened in surprise as a chorus of voices greeted her, "We are delighted to meet you, lady." Everyone respectfully bowed, and Duke Durnadeva stepped forward, happily saying, "Come in, my dear." The Duke's appearance was so magnificent and captivating. After lifting MIA into his arms, Duke Durnadeva commanded, "Everyone, greet her properly. This is my daughter." Everyone bowed deeply, causing MIA to turn pale with shock. Afterward, they enthusiastically said, "The daughter of Durnadeva, this is the first time I've seen such a priceless being ruling the demon realm like her." Witnessing such a scene, MIA thought to herself in fear, "What's happening? This is so embarrassing." Lost in her own confusion and embarrassment, MIA was startled when the Duke asked, "Yes, my daughter MIA, what did you do this morning?" MIA thought about how she ate breakfast, snacked, and played after being full. But then she remembered the 3 or 4 admiring eyes behind her, and MIA shook her head vigorously, thinking, "No, I have to maintain dignity for father." Then MIA changed the subject, saying she had grown taller, causing the Duke to stare at her in surprise. However, as soon as MIA spoke, everyone immediately knelt down, leaving her shocked and amazed. Finally, Butler Ravi hurried over to the Duke, laughing awkwardly, and said, "How convenient, I'll mark this as an anniversary." Hearing this, MIA was startled and surprised. The little girl then nervously looked up and whispered to Duke Durnadeva, "Father, that's a bit." MIA thought it was strange if every time she grew taller, it became an anniversary. Seeing that MIA seemed uncomfortable, Duke Durnadeva immediately turned and glared at Butler Ravi, while MIA shyly said, "You're making too much of a big deal out of it." Which made Butler Ravi freeze in fear. Noticing her father still glaring menacingly at the butler, who was now terrified and unsettled, MIA also became scared, thinking, "Oh no, what if father scolds him? He promised to give me some jelly candy. I need to change the subject." So MIA cheerfully smiled and started waving her arms around, saying, "Wow, this office is huge." But for some reason, the group of butlers stared in shock, mouths agape. It turns out that when she swung her arm, MIA's tiny hand hit Duke Ravi's chin, which is why everyone was so startled. Perhaps, no one has ever dared to do that to the Duke before, so MIA's action was considered excessive. However, to everyone's surprise, Duke Durnadeva simply gently raised his hand to hold MIA's tiny hand. Then he said, "This office is quite large, so you might find it magical. From the start, it's been filled with papers, piled all the way up to the ceiling." Hearing his master exaggerate like that, one of the attendants spoke up, "My lord, it's not really that bad." As soon as he finished speaking, he was nudged by the person next to him, reminding him to be careful with his words. Still, MIA thought, has father really completed this much paperwork? Does he actually want me to cheer him on? After thinking that, MIA immediately acted. She raised both her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and said, "Wow, father, you're the best." Which made the Duke extremely pleased. Then, Duke Durnadeva happily said, "Now it's time for your reward." Hearing that, MIA thought to herself, do I have to kiss father on the cheek right here, in front of everyone? After that, MIA looked at the faces of the attendants, who were all bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion. She helplessly thought, did father intentionally call them here just to show off? When she looked at Ravi's face, MIA and he exchanged a glance, her eyes twinkling as if to say, "Uncle Ravi, does my father work hard?" Immediately, Butler Ravi proudly and cheerfully gave a thumbs up, saying yes. Seeing that, MIA felt an R in her heart. In the end, MIA still decided to plant a loud kiss on Duke Durnadeva's cheek. What a warm scene. Duke Durnadeva, wanting more, turned his face and said to the little girl, "This side too," and MIA kissed both of her father's cheeks. Seeing this scene, the group of butlers cried out, saying they were so jealous, that they lost, feeling like failures. Seeing everyone's reactions, MIA thought to herself, they are quite expressive, some even. But while watching, MIA suddenly noticed something, she exclaimed, then told Duke Durnadeva, "Let me down," and the Duke gently set her down, dotingly saying, "Okay." MIA quickly ran to the side of the silver-haired butler with 2 horns, thinking he might be jealous of her father. Standing in front of the butler, MIA stared at him, thinking, not counting Uncle Ravi, having another ally would be nice, right? If all it takes is being cute for them to like me. Thinking so, MIA immediately said, Uncle. The butler nervously responded, yes, young lady. MIA instantly opened her big, sparkling eyes, her adorable peachy cheeks, and coyly asked, am I cute? The butler was so stunned by what he saw and heard that he turned back into his original demon dragon form. Immediately, the butler collapsed to the floor with a thud. Duke Durnadeva rushed over, picked MIA up, and ordered that the butler be taken away. Then, the Duke stood up, carried MIA away, and the little girl, still being adorable, said, I still love Daddy the most. Hearing this, Duke Durnadeva replied contentedly. Of course, you should. Now, get that man out of here. On the way, MIA continued, Daddy, don't kill him, okay? Duke Durnadeva firmly assured, of course not. Suddenly, Abel came crashing down from the ceiling and frantically shouted, Cotton. Then, Abel anxiously asked, did you kiss Dad on the cheek? We are still in the middle of a bet, right? Seeing his son's hurried and anxious appearance, Duke Durnadeva, feeling satisfied, said, you're late. This made Abel despairingly shout, how could this happen? But the Duke continued to provoke him, saying, just admit that you've lost. I'll fix the ceiling with your money. Hearing this, Abel panicked and said, no, let's play again. Then, Abel's shout echoed throughout the castle, resonating in the sky, this doesn't count. Another new day arrived. At this time, MIA was happily hugging her teddy bear, Suga. She thought today would be the day she'd meet her teacher, Nevis Lilith. Excited, she walked quickly, and Suga softly reminded her, be careful, MIA, watch out or you'll fall. MIA thought, it's fine, I won't fall. Seeing that MIA wasn't listening, Suga sighed and said, all right, if my master falls, I'll catch you. MIA then happily giggled, thank you, Suga, and quickly walked into the classroom. Spotting her teacher, MIA joyfully called out her name, Nevis Lilith. As always, Nevis Lilith was overjoyed to see MIA again. She said, come in, my little princess. Approaching Nevis Lilith, MIA asked, what are we learning today, teacher? The teacher replied, we'll learn how to use energy. Hearing that, MIA's eyes lit up. She thought to herself, oh, I thought it would take a long time before we learned that. Seeing MIA's enthusiastic reaction, Nevis Lilith gently smiled, finding MIA truly adorable. And immediately, Nevis Lilith started instructing MIA. She raised her hand into the air, manipulating the water element, and said, here, your innate power has matured. And you can naturally sense it. MIA responded, yes. Then Nevis Lilith continued, but before you grow up, you must learn how to use your energy. As she spoke, Nevis Lilith traced a line with her finger, and along the drawn line, streams of water appeared. Seeing that, MIA exclaimed, water. The teacher said, that's right, I am a water demon. MIA said, and Brother Abel is a fire demon. After that, Nevis Lilith drew a larger circle of water and said, that's correct. Abel and I are opposites. Abel and I both have tangible energy, while the princess's energy is an abstract ability called dreams, so using it won't be easy. She continued speaking, I know your energy is not something that can be easily controlled. I need to know what that talent truly is. Hearing this made MIA extremely curious. Then, Nevis Lilith continued, but who am I? I will show you how to control it. Today, we will study the theory. After speaking, Nevis Lilith handed the paper to MIA, and the paper summarized the dream demon. It included a choice of dreams, which meant that when MIA was sleeping, she would have the dreams of others and could choose to invade the dreams of others. Nevis Lilith used the example of her brother Abel's dream. When she opened the door in Abel's dream, she had already invaded his dream. 3. Create false dreams. That was the dream where Mia wished to become a queen, wearing a magnificent black dress, with Tina attending her. 4. Implant her dream into someone else's mind. It turned out that Mia would implant the image of herself becoming a queen into Tina's dream. 5. Wake someone who is asleep. That's when Mia could give a tap to wake up the butler Ravi to get back to work. 6. Imprison a demon in a dream. Upon reading this, Mia was surprised and thought, can this really be done? It turns out it's more useful than she thought. Then, teacher Nevis Lilith continued, saying that in the past, the dream demon loved to invade others' dreams. It completely controlled dreams with many succubi and incubi. Hearing this, Mia, puzzled, asked Circu, thinking succubus and incubus, what are those? As if reading Mia's mind, the teacher explained, succubus are female, incubus are male, and they are known as dream demons. They survive by consuming other people's dreams. Controlling dreams is not easy, but if you can subdue the demons, you'll gain incredibly powerful energy. Then, Nevis Lilith teased Mia, saying, you can even run faster in dreams too. Hearing this, Mia nodded seriously, thinking she also wanted to catch those demons quickly in her dreams. But then she worried, thinking she might be eaten instead. But Suga immediately reassured Mia, saying, they won't eat you, miss, I'm here. Suga whispered, they are only good at creating nightmares. Actually, one hit from my horns and they are as good as dead. Mia asked, really? Then, teacher Nevis Lilith continued, the strongest dream demon is also female, and she's said to love hunting other demons. In total, there are 32 incubus and 30 succubus forming a harem. Hearing this, Mia obediently raised her hand and asked, teacher, I have a question. Nevis Lilith cheerfully said, go ahead. At this point, Mia innocently asked, what is a harem? When Mia asked what a harem was, it made Nevis Lilith pause for a few seconds to think and then she said, it's like. Finally, Nevis Lilith said, it's like you have a whole bunch of boyfriends. Hearing that, Mia was a bit startled and said, what's so good about having many boyfriends? Then Nevis Lilith continued, there are 31 days in a month, right? Mia responded, yes. Nevis Lilith continued to explain, if you choose one boyfriend per day, you'd still have one left over. And on some days, you can choose 2 boyfriends. Hearing this made Mia think in horror. Choose? Sounds like food. Nevis Lilith continued, it's simply that you can use demons to control your dreams as you wish. Then the teacher playfully teased Mia, saying, today I'll go with you. And tomorrow with someone else. Mia then realized she could use demons to hold 2 at once and said, aha. However, after that, the little girl worriedly continued, but Mia looked up and asked, why did the demon die? She thought the power of dreams now belonged to her, meaning the previous demon had died. I'm living happily, so why did that happen? Answering Mia, Nevis Lilith replied, because in the battle for the throne, the price to pay is life. The mention of the word life startled Mia, making her fearfully think, life. I definitely won't participate in that battle for the throne. Then, Nevis Lilith continued, a demon king will be challenged after 50 years, and at that time, whoever wins the battle will ascend the throne. Hearing this, Mia said, that's terrifying. However, Nevis Lilith understood the girl's fear and reassured her, of course, you don't have to participate. That demon was very eager for the throne and thought he would win, but perhaps Mia had understood the reason why the demon died. She thought, if it were me, I would predict whether I would win or not before deciding whether to try. Mia thought to herself, could it be that the dream demon had predicted he would lose before? Then, out of curiosity, Mia asked why she didn't participate. Nevis Lilith replied, yes, that happened before you were born. The demon king was already chosen. Mia asked, who was it? Nevis Lilith answered, the first and strongest queen. She was a woman with a beautiful figure, long black hair, wearing a seductive dress, and draped in a large feathered cloak. Nevis Lilith said, Khan Gaia, she is the mother of demons and the leader of hundreds of millions of demonic armies. That's why she's called the Demon Queen. Myself, your father, and the Astaroth family, we are all older than the current king, Siriatin, because we have lived since the era of Khan Gaia. After hearing the story, Mia wondered in astonishment, I'm so curious, what was she like? But then, Nevis Lilith quickly brought the conversation back to the present. She said, let's get back to your abilities, but Mia was still thinking, now I know what my abilities are. But what I'm most curious about is. So, Mia turned to ask her teacher, but miss, why can't I reveal my prediction? Nevis Lilith pondered deeply, Finally, she said, all powers have value, it's called the law of compensation. To put it simply, it's like a balanced scale. To make it even clearer, Nevis Lilith said, it's the price you must pay. She explained that knowing the future in advance is a great thing, but what if everyone knew the dreams you know? Some people are satisfied with this future, but others are not. What if everyone wanted their dreams to come true in their own way, like a dream where everyone wants to have a lot of gold and money? Nevis Lilith continued, for example, you're very proud of your dream of receiving lots of sweets. That's the dream Mia showed off to Tina about her chocolate collection, while Abo was lurking outside trying to steal it. The teacher continued, saying that if Abel weren't there, you could eat all the chocolate by yourself. But what if Abel took your chocolate? Thinking about this, Mia exclaimed, oh. Seeing that, Nevis Lilith continued, that's why you shouldn't reveal that you're the only one who knows and chooses the dream. Running her hand through Mia's hair, teacher Nevis Lilith advised, if you reveal your dream, the future will change, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Mia then gave a simple example, saying it's like having your marshmallows stolen. Nevis Lilith responded, it's even more than that. You could get hurt, or even lose your life. Hearing this, Mia's face turned pale. She thought to herself, no, I don't like that. Thankfully, she still kept quiet and didn't tell anyone. Seeing Mia somewhat frightened, Nevis Lilith immediately comforted her, saying, don't worry too much. You're a Dernadeva girl, so you'll be fine. But remember, in the past, some people were kidnapped by the dream demon because their family's power was too weak. Upon hearing that, Mia's face turned even paler, and she exclaimed in fear, oh my God. I didn't know about that, and I was planning to live alone. Then, returning to the lesson, Nevis Lilith said, now I'll teach you how to lull others to sleep. At this, Mia brightened up and cheerfully said, yes. Nevis Lilith took Mia's hand and said, first, feel the energy inside you. You're still not fully matured, so it would be very dangerous for you to live alone. The teacher continued, I'll do it gently, so follow me slowly, okay? After saying that, Nevis Lilith closed her eyes, and a horn grew from the top of her head, shining beautifully and clearly. Seeing that, Mia widened her eyes in admiration, thinking, a horn. It looks different from those of the lower demons. Then it was Mia's turn. Nevis Lilith gently raised her hand in front of the girl and said, can you close your eyes? Mia obediently followed and said, yes. Then, Nevis Lilith's hand gently rested on Mia's head. And suddenly, her fluffy hair flew up, the sound of rushing water echoing, making Mia think in surprise. Next, she heard her teacher's voice. Nevis Lilith said, try to follow the movement of the energy. Mia's blurry vision revealed glowing butterflies flying around. She reached out to touch them, the scene still very vague. Then suddenly, the butterfly grew larger, and took Mia into a world where she sat on a floating cloud, surrounded by sparkling stars. Mia exclaimed in surprise. Then, she raised her hands moving through the misty smoke. Mia thought, is this my power? Then Nevis Lilith said, now open your eyes. After opening her eyes, Mia blinked in delight, saying, it's so magical. Seeing Mia so pleased, Nevis Lilith happily said, right? Then the teacher continued, today you have discovered your power, so you will see the future. Hearing that, MIA was surprised and said, "Really?" Nevis Lilith replied, "It's possible, but don't be too disappointed if you can't see it." Finally, Nevis Lilith said, "Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow, I'll bring 4 animals here, and we'll practice putting them to sleep." Then, Nevis Lilith handed a red notebook to MIA and said, "I brought the memoir of the previous generations of dream demons. Take the time to read it, it will help you a lot." When the class ended, at the Durnadeva Palace, it was already late at night. In her room, MIA placed the stack of books on the table and stared at them, deep in thought. She told herself that the teacher said she could do it, and she wouldn't disappoint her expectations. Finally, MIA resolved to open the book and said, "Let's start studying." After finishing the blue book, MIA thought the owner of the blue notebook seemed to be a smart person. The book mentioned that even though seeing the future through dreams is a talent, it can be enhanced through practice to the point of seeing both the near and distant future. MIA grasped the key point and repeated that the ability to foresee can be improved. It also mentioned that the heart is crucial. The power of dreams originates from the heart. Seeing this, MIA closed her eyes and sincerely thought, "Then I want to know when Uncle Ravi will give me the gummy bears as promised. Will sincere prayer be enough?" Then she thought she had to be truly sincere, because the ability to foresee doesn't come easily. The more sincere she was, the stronger her foresight would be. Afterward, MIA closed the book in boredom and thought, just knowing is not enough. Then, looking down at the 2 notebooks, one blue and one red, MIA thought to herself, "That's right. The first time I had 4 long dreams was because I was very sincere. Anyway, I wasn't sincere enough." After thinking this, MIA picked up the red notebook, read it, and thought, "This is the Devil's Handbook, imprisoning 32 incubi." In the notebook, it was written, "This is great. The life of a devil is the best." Upon reading this, MIA's face darkened as she wondered whether she should continue reading. Even so, she continued to read the red notebook. It also mentioned that everyone was envious of her. "It's not easy to have as many lovers as I do. Someone like me should be king. Right?" After finishing, MIA pondered that loving oneself excessively is something to learn from. Then, MIA finally read the part that said, "Oh, have I written about the demon's powers yet?" It made her eager to learn more. The book said demons love dueling, so this body is always ready for any fight. Dreams have no limits, it's amazing, I'll take on any challenge, ha ha ha, the life of a demon is so dramatic. With some demons, I'll see how far I can XXX until XXXX, then I'll XXX and XXX. At this point, MIA felt frustrated, slammed the book shut, and didn't want to read anymore. After that, she neatly set aside the red and green books, and reached for the blue one, thinking it was the last one. But suddenly, she hesitated, feeling like she was being watched. Then, to answer MIA, the teddy bear Suga climbed onto her head, and said someone was coming. MIA thought, who could it be? And it was her brother. Suga said as the door to her room opened, Abel's face peeked through the door. Seeing this, MIA called out loudly, Abel, making him shyly go, Done, MIA shouted saying that she was studying, but she already knew how to hold it. At this point, Abel turned to look at the note on the door. After realizing his mistake, Abel hesitated and stood there, saying nothing. It took so long that MIA asked what he was trying to say. At that moment, Abel blushed and explained that he was also working hard, but it wasn't fair. He was just waiting to talk to her. It turned out Abel still wanted to be kissed. Hearing that, MIA opened the door wider herself. Then she sighed and told Abel to come in, leaving Abel surprised as he asked if she was serious. MIA immediately said if he didn't want to, he could leave. After that, Abel eagerly stepped in saying he liked it, that he would come in. Next, MIA took out a handkerchief and told Abel to stretch out his arm so she could clean it. It turned out there was some red ink on his elbow, which she found gross. But suddenly, Abel shrank back saying, Don't do that. Little sisters don't do this sort of thing, just leave it. This left Mia puzzled and confused. Did the little girl think her sister was like that? Then Abel asked, "Can I sit down?" Surprisingly, Mia coldly replied, "No." This answer made Abel break out in a cold sweat. He asked again, "Really?" But then Mia smiled cheerfully and said, "Just kidding, go ahead and sit." After getting her approval, Abel plopped down and let out a relieved sigh. At the same time, Mia also sat down next to Abel. Mia asked, "What are you doing now, Abel?" Abel replied, "Normally, I work in the military. Now, I handle things outside related to my family." Curious, Mia asked, "Things outside?" Abel continued, "People who owe money and then run away, or those who deceive the Dernadeva family." Finally, Abel concluded, basically, catching bad guys. Mia understood and simply replied, "Ah, I see." Then, Mia suddenly noticed Abel's collar, which had a red stain similar to the one on his sleeve. Seeing that, Mia asked, "But why is there ink on that?" Caught off guard, Abel asked back, "Huh?" Then Mia immediately responded, "That ink stain, on your collar." Then Abel finally understood, wiped his collar, and said, "Ah, this. It's because I was busy writing an agreement." Mia asked, "An agreement?" Abel explained, "This world is full of strange people, borrowing money from the Dernadeva family, gambling, and then not paying it back." Hearing this, Mia gasped in shock. Abel continued, "So I dealt with them coolly, made them write an agreement to sell their organs." Then Abel's brother winked playfully and said, "In short, my job is to force them to write agreements to pay back the money." After hearing that, Mia praised, "Wow, Abel, you're so cool," which made Abel puff up with pride. Then Abel suddenly turned and asked, "How's school? Are you enjoying your studies?" Mia immediately responded, "It's really fun." Then, Abel suddenly changed the subject and whispered to Mia, "Hey, Cotton, did you hear that?" Which left Mia confused. Finally, Abel excitedly jumped up, spreading his arms, and joyfully said, "Your celebration party is going to be huge." Leaving Mia surprised. The girl thought the party was to celebrate her. Could it be, as her brother said? Mia remembered one night, Duke Dernadeva told her he would soon announce that she was his daughter. Breaking out of her thoughts, facing Mia, Abel continued, "From the very beginning when the Demoness was born, every birthday was celebrated grandly. It seems father will hold the biggest party ever." After hearing Abel, Mia was touched, thinking her father cared about her so much. Mia gently bit her lip, teary-eyed, blushing, thinking she might cry. The girl thought she had finally truly become a member of the Dernadeva family. Lost in her emotions, feeling grateful, Abel, sitting beside her, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Cotton Candy, are you crying?" Fearful of being discovered, Mia hurriedly said, "No," and then happily thought, "I know nothing lasts forever, but this place will always be my home." Then, Mia turned to ask Abel, who will come to the party. Mia was worried she wouldn't know any of the demons. Seeing this, Abel reassured her, "Don't worry, many people will come, filling this mansion. All the demons want to meet you." Hearing this, Mia asked again, "That many?" Abel continued, "Don't be too surprised. That's normal. Who would dare not attend the celebration of Dernadeva's daughter?" Then, Abel encouraged his sister, saying, "You can meet the other demonesses." This made Mia's eyes widen in excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow! Other demonesses? Can I make friends with them?" After that, Mia began to worry, thinking to herself, "Everyone must be so skilled, right? Am I the only one who doesn't know anything? They are all in the kingdom, what if I can't get in?" Seeing this, Abel patted his sister's head to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, you don't have to prove anything. There's no need to worry, just be yourself." Then, Mia softly responded, "Okay, I understand." Afterward, Abel announced, "Oh, Kyan's coming too." Hearing that, MIA got excited again, really? Even brother Kyan? Abel replied, yes, he wants to see you too. However, after saying that, Abel realized something was off. He shouted, wait, why do you call him brother but call me Abel? Seeing that, MIA quickly corrected herself, saying brother Abel, which startled Abel. He wasn't used to it, and let out a small grunt. Finally, Abel said, just call me like before, and MIA happily replied, okay, Abel. But deep down, MIA was still excited. She thought, I finally get to meet him. What will he be like? Is he handsome? MIA continued thinking, speaking of which, will that child be at the party? What should I do? I hope he comes too. Then, MIA eagerly thought, I'm so excited. And she even hummed a happy tune, lol lol lol. After that, Abel started to warn her, you can't act like that with outsiders, only with family. But other demons will do anything to get your attention. Hearing that, MIA burst out laughing. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, Abel seriously said, come on, repeat after me. First, if a male demon at the party tries to talk to you, you have to ignore him. MIA repeated, first, ignore him, huh? Abel said, exactly. If anyone bothers you, just kick him out. However, even though Abel was talking, MIA got distracted again. She thought, wait a minute, this party. In my dream, I was at a party held at our house. Could it be that dream? Lost in thought, not paying attention to Abel turned to Cotton and asked, are you listening to me? Then, MIA turned to Abel and asked, are parties like this held often? Abel immediately replied, no, not at all. Father hates such parties. Then, perhaps afraid his sister might misunderstand, Abel added, oh, of course, except for your congratulatory party. Meanwhile, MIA was just thinking that if this party isn't held often, then surely. The party in the recent dream walked down the hallway following the strange footsteps. MIA panicked, I've been kidnapped. Meanwhile, Abel was still saying, Father doesn't like parties. MIA then seriously thought, I must go to the party. If it's not me, another child will be kidnapped. It seems that whenever she's worried, Suga always senses it. He gently appears and warmly says, Master, don't worry, no matter what happens, I will protect you. MIA felt more at ease, so she responded, thank you, I'm lucky to have someone. After that, MIA thought of Abel, and naturally, she turned to him and asked, at that party, will you watch over me? Hearing this, Abel cheerfully replied, of course, I will always watch over you. After feeling reassured, MIA said, that's enough. Now I'm going to school, so you should go home. But Abel gloomily replied, you're kicking me out. I came here because I miss you. You're so cold. In the end, Abel had to leave. Standing in front of MIA's room, she happily waved goodbye, and Abel reluctantly waved back. After Abel left, MIA continued reading the dark blue notebook she hadn't finished earlier. Holding the notebook, MIA thought, maybe the answer is in here. Whether it's me or someone else, I won't accept being hurt. The notebook said, there are times when we will know that even demons cannot choose their future. That's called fate. Even if that future is painful, even if it's so desperate that it could lead to death, that future is unchangeable. We must follow the path leading to it. After reading, MIA panicked and thought, what do you mean by not accepting it? Are you talking about a demon born on that empty day? Then, calming herself down, MIA thought, this is the first party my father has organized for me. Who would do something so wicked? The little girl wished for her party not to be ruined. Then, MIA thought to herself that the most important thing was strength. Of course, she didn't think she could defeat a greater demon. But, as if realizing something, MIA said, good, I figured it out. She thought, if I just put them to sleep, this is how I'll handle the bad people at the party. Night fell. Outside MIA's room, the note was still stuck on the door, Dad, Abel, do not enter. Studying. Inside the bedroom, MIA, that sweet little girl, was already peacefully asleep on her beloved pink bed. Standing outside the door was Duke Dernadeva. He was wearing his gentle-looking pajamas, smiling and thinking, that little devil forbids me from entering. She must be asleep by now. Then, the Duke quietly walked away, but didn't forget to wish his daughter sweet dreams. My dear girl, sleep well. At the welcome party, I'll give you a new name. I hope you'll like it. Just as Duke Dernadeva lifted his foot to leave, MIA, who was asleep, frowned and moaned, It seemed like she was dreaming about something. And indeed, MIA dreamed that she was falling into some place, some castle. After standing up, MIA firmly brushed the dust off her skirt and bottom, thinking, oh, so it was a dream, but every time I see the future, I end up falling on my butt like this. Then, suddenly, right where MIA stood, a light gathered and shone at one point, surprising her. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, thinking, it's bright, too bright, dazzling, and suddenly, whispers surrounded her, the deal with the demon is done, now we just have to wait. Someone else said, by any means, I must bring back the beast to please El Hula, it has to serve some purpose. That voice came from a room. MIA suddenly felt strange. She thought, this pure white mansion clearly belongs to Neraphim, is Neraphim really collaborating with demons? Nervous, she moved closer to eavesdrop. The closer MIA got, the clearer she could hear. They were saying, it's a shame we gave away the artifact, but if it succeeds, El Hula will be very grateful to us. So it's not much of a loss. Another responded, I must obtain it, it will be the weapon to wipe out the demons when the apocalypse comes. Someone else added, our sacred mission is to retrieve that weapon, there's no greater honor. That's right, if we manage to kidnap a demon child, it will boost our morale. Hearing these words, MIA became even more terrified. She thought, wait, what? Could the mastermind behind the kidnapping be Neraphim? What weapon? What should I do? Then, MIA decided that she should eavesdrop a little more. But before she could hear anything more, a time-shifting stream appeared, changing the scene, making MIA exclaim, I just want to see a little more. MIA was transported to a shop. She looked around and thought, is this a stuffed animal shop? Immediately, MIA excitedly explored the shop, running around freely, looking everywhere. Finally, when she stopped at a shelf and saw a unicorn plush, MIA quietly cheered to herself, It looks like Suga, so beautiful. At that moment, from afar, behind a curtain, a blonde boy was secretly watching MIA. Then, suddenly, MIA turned around and met the boy's gaze, startling him. So, the boy hid behind the curtain, and seeing that, MIA quickly ran over, reaching for the curtain and thinking, wait, who is that child? But when she opened the curtain, and then, that was it. MIA thought, it's changed again, meaning time had shifted once more. It brought MIA to this moment, where she was being hugged by her brother Abel, who said, it's okay, Cotton, while MIA cried, saying, but it's broken again. Abel comforted her, saying, it's all right, you just need to learn from it, but MIA continued to sob, but it's made from waterproof fabric, my outfit can't be sold. Then Abel had an idea and said, how about I call the designer for you? Which made MIA gasp in surprise. Then Abel seriously said, you know the name, right? June, the person who invented non-waterproof fabric. Even so, MIA still cried, it's too late. Standing outside the door, MIA heard her future self saying, a 10 billion HEP loss, how will we account for this? Hearing this, MIA was startled, thinking, no, that's a failure. Finished, the little girl staggered out the door, holding her head and moaning Then, time took MIA to a wooden house. MIA thought, this is another place. From inside the house came a voice saying, this is waterproof fabric, an invention. Followed by laughter, ha ha ha. Someone inside said, June is truly a genius. Who knew waterproof fabric would be like this? MIA peeked into the door and thought, June, as someone asked, how are this month's sales? Finally, they cheered, saying, total sales are 10 billion heap. MIA thought, if I hit the kid named June, it wouldn't be a 10 billion loss, but a 10 billion profit. There was a boy with blonde hair and fair skin. Everyone gathered around the boy, continuing to laugh and say, June is the 6th month, but December is also good. Yes, the boy convinced the director and secured the contract. Looking at the scene inside, MIA thought, there are 7 people in total, including December. Can we find all of them? Then, MIA thought again, no, we must meet at all costs. Once again, MIA was caught in a time vortex, spinning around, thinking, I'm so dizzy. Then, after being transported to another place, MIA, still dizzy, thought, today I've been prophesying non-stop. Could it be because I sensed the energy the teacher mentioned? The place was still shrouded in darkness, birds flying in flocks. Looking up at the sky, MIA thought, where is this? It seems like a dangerous place. Then MIA heard a shout, you brat, you know, don't you? Which caught her attention. MIA hid behind a corner, eavesdropping on a man angrily yelling, my brother is dead, he's dead. And standing across from him was a boy with silver hair, pale skin, and a cold but strikingly handsome face. And standing across from him was a boy with silver hair, pale skin, and a cold but strikingly handsome face. Seeing the boy just coldly and indifferently standing there, not responding, the man got more aggressive, stepping forward, grabbing the boy's cloak, and shouting. You punk, you know, don't you? That's not medicine, it's poison. However, the boy coldly said, such a bother. Hey, Hogu, do you know how bitter real medicine is? Hearing this, the man was surprised and confused, saying, huh? What? The boy continued disdainfully, if you buy cheap medicine, of course, it's been mixed with poison. I sold it to you, and I didn't even get a thank you. Then, the boy shamelessly said, it's your fault for not being able to tell, isn't it? This made the man so angry he choked out, how dare you? Standing in the corner, MIA continued to hear the man's furious shouting, you little swindler, you knew something would happen if someone took the medicine. After understanding the whole situation, MIA thought, what a sinister plot. Yet the shouting didn't stop, if you hadn't sold that stuff. MIA suddenly froze, thinking, could that have been what killed Abel? Then, remembering the image of Abel with tears streaming down, blood pouring from his mouth, and his face twisted in pain, MIA felt heartbroken and terrified. Finally, the man left, leaving only that handsome boy. He said, so noisy. Then he took off his hood and let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, MIA let out a scream. In the dead of night, it was easy to hear. Although she quickly fell silent, the boy still noticed. MIA thought if it was silver hair, it must be from the Nerafim family. Then, the footsteps came closer. The boy grumbled, I hate sneaky rats. He looked over the wall and saw MIA hiding behind it. She was terrified, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed and trembling. Seeing this, the boy said, what is this, a rat? However, MIA realized, wait. It seemed she had never encountered anyone in her dreams before. At the same time, the boy added, interesting, I thought I was being cautious. Who are you? Before MIA could respond, his sharp eyes said, it doesn't matter. Then he drew his sword, dangerously saying, I'll just kill you. But just at that moment, MIA let out a gasp, startling awake just in time, but her face was pale, looking terrified. Seeing this, Suga beside her asked, Master, are you okay? At this time, in a castle situated on some land, under the high sky and white clouds, the place was truly dreamy and beautiful. And also, in the main hall of this castle, in a bedroom, a man had just woken up. He murmured, how magical. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the man's clothes and his fair skin, creating a simple, pure scene. Unexpectedly, this man resembled the boy in MIA's dream, white hair, glowing skin. He smirked coldly and said, I deliberately wandered around with a childlike appearance. But it seems it wasn't enough to not be overwhelmed by my gaze. A prophetic dream at the same time. Simultaneous prophecy is a very special phenomenon when the prophetic dreams of two people are synchronized at the same moment in the dream. After that, he pondered, this phenomenon occurs when something major is about to happen in the world, but it seems this time it's not the case. Could it just be because of that girl's talent? Then his eyes, full of disdain, said that the demons were pathetic. After that, he reached out and touched the golden mask, saying it had been a long time since he felt any interest, perhaps that future won't exist. Recalling MIA's cute face, the man said that it's rude to behave impolitely during a first meeting. This man, while wearing the mask, thought to himself, I want to see her now, but then he sighed. Suddenly, someone called out from outside the door, Sir El Hulla. So, this man with silver hair and pale skin is named El Hulla. Hearing that, El Hulla put on his mask, with his long hair covering his eyes, almost concealing his face. Walking through the hallway of the castle, draped in a white cloak like in MIA's dream, he thought while being El Hulla. Returning to the Dernadeva castle. Walking down the hallway, MIA was distracted by fear, thinking about her dream. She thought to herself, this is strange. I've had too many prophetic dreams. Phew, I need to stay alert. And that hallway led MIA to meet Miss Nevis Lilith. Today was the third lesson. Nevis Lilith cheerfully said, come here quickly. MIA obediently ran over and responded, hello, miss. Behind Nevis Lilith were Ben and Tina, extremely anxious and worried, as they were the subjects of today's practice. Nevis Lilith turned and said, today is the training session I mentioned earlier. MIA quickly responded, yes, I've read the book. Nevis Lilith kindly asked, you look tired. Have you finished reading it? Then she turned to Tina and Ben and said, come on, lie down. Seeing them both sweating with fear, Nevis Lilith encouraged them, relax, so the princess can unleash her full power. MIA sincerely said, I will do my best. Hearing this, Tina stiffly replied, I'm fine, miss, go ahead. Seeing them still trembling with worry, MIA glanced at her teacher and thought, are they afraid of Miss Nevis Lilith? The atmosphere isn't that scary. As if understanding MIA's worries, the teacher said, of course, the servants would be afraid of you. Don't overthink it. Hearing this, MIA thought to herself. So that's it, then she wondered if the teacher could read her mind. Next, Nevis Lilith began training MIA. She said, although the target you need to put to sleep is far away, you need to practice putting them to sleep immediately. Hearing this, MIA responded, yes. While MIA was closing her eyes and using her talent, teacher Nevis Lilith guided her, saying, if you succeed, you'll be able to deal with any danger. At that moment, in the state of harnessing her power, MIA remembered that following the book, it felt like something was rising up. She was to think of herself as a bee spreading drowsiness. The book said so, and Nevis Lilith also said so. MIA thought, yes, then she heard Nevis Lilith comment, you are very talented. Then the teacher explained, step 1, gather all your energy. What comes next? MIA answered immediately, step 2, transmit the energy. After that, MIA's energy was transmitted through the space. Then, MIA said, Tina, Ben, I'll try to send the energy now. Hearing this, both Tina and Ben cheered her on, saying, it is truly an honor for us to be your first test subjects, miss. MIA sent energy to them and didn't forget to say thank you. Thanks to you, I feel more confident now. And the energy MIA sent floated around. The girl thought it was a dream carpet, and she laid it down to lull them to sleep. Finally, when the carpet floated in front of them, both Tina and Ben were already drifting into sleep. Seeing this, the teacher asked them how they felt. And surprisingly, both Tina and Ben were snoring, drooling. Seeing this made MIA very happy. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the teacher, and teacher Nevis Lilith praised, "Oh my, they are sleeping so soundly. You've succeeded on your first try. Both of them. You're amazing." But in reality, MIA asked, "Is this okay?" Nevis Lilith replied, "Yes, just sleeping. Look, they are smiling, aren't they?" Indeed, they were stifling their laughter, pretending to sleep perfectly. At this moment, Nevis Lilith asked MIA if she knew that many demons suffer from insomnia, and MIA asked back, "Insomnia?" The teacher then said, "That's right, many demons are willing to pay gold and beg you to help them sleep." Hearing this, MIA's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, "Gold, gold." Then, Nevis Lilith continued instructing MIA, according to statistics, up to 80% of demons suffer from insomnia. Demons born on days like mine usually sleep very well. Suddenly, MIA seemed to come up with something. An idea popped into her head. "Oh wait, is this something I can turn into a business?" MIA happily thought, whether human or demon, sleep is important, right? Demons with insomnia would love it if I could lull them to sleep, wouldn't they? I'll name it. I'll open a sleep salon, oi. Then, MIA excitedly continued thinking, approach customers and gather information for business. Oh my, why didn't the dream demon think of this before? MIA praised herself, "I'm really talented." At this moment, Doria approached and said, "Excuse me for interrupting," but Nevis Lilith cheerfully replied, "Go ahead." Doria asked, "Do you know when they'll wake up?" She continued, saying they were responsible for preparing the party, and if the event was disrupted, we would be penalized. After speaking, Doria awkwardly forced a smile, while Nevis Lilith and her student MIA were visibly uncomfortable. Then MIA quickly rushed over to Tina and Ben, saying, Tina, wake up." But Tina was still sleep-talking about, roasted frog legs. MIA panicked and yelled, "It doesn't matter anymore," and then Tina switched to sleep-talking about roasted beef. In the end, unable to wake the two of them, MIA felt like she was collapsing, despairingly covering her face. Seeing this, Nevis Lilith comforted her, saying, "Without them, the party can't be held. Ravi can handle it himself, don't worry, princess." MIA, her eyes welling up with tears, thought to herself, "But even so, Uncle Ravi is busy too." MIA desperately thought, "I've caused trouble, what should I do now?" Seeing her worry, MIA continued anxiously, asking Nevis Lilith, "What if they don't wake up?" The teacher calmly responded, "That won't happen." After that, the teacher suggested that if MIA was still worried, she should ride a unicorn into their dreams. Upon hearing this, Tina nodded in agreement, saying, "Ah yes, there's still a way." Nevis Lilith continued, "Let them sleep for 2 days, and if they still don't wake up, then try it." MIA obediently nodded and followed the teacher's advice. At this moment, Tina has been sleeping for 35 hours, lying on her soft pink bed. MIA tosses and turns, unable to sleep due to constant worry. Seeing this, the unicorn Suga comforts her, saying that she needs to sleep to grow taller. MIA, still confused, asks Suga why they haven't woken up yet after so long. Suga cheerfully replies that it's because there are so many delicious foods in their dreams. They love eating, but MIA is still anxious, her eyes welling up as she says, "But what if?" The little girl wonders, what if they never wake up again? MIA thinks to herself, in the Red Book, I threw the villain into the middle of the dream, and after that, I never saw him again. Ha ha ha. And in the Green Book, I also have to be careful when using other keys, because they might not wake up again. The dream demon must take responsibility for its power. With such wild thoughts, MIA holds her head and shakes it, thinking how much she misses Tina taking care of her. Doria, always Doria. It turns out that during this time, Doria has been taking care of MIA in Tina's place, but she's always absent-minded. Doria tells MIA to wash her face, "Oh, I forgot to bring water." Leaving MIA helpless. Or she says, change your clothes, MIA, but then exclaims, oh no, where are your socks? Snapping out of her thoughts, MIA crawls under the blanket, thinking it's too late to check on CHA or Abel now. They are probably asleep. Even so, Suga gently comforted her owner, saying she was overthinking it, with MIA's eyes filled with tears. Suga then told her mistress to do whatever she wanted, and that people didn't really like her. MIA thought that might be the case, but how long could they like a spoiled child? After that, MIA complained about her chaotic and anxious dreams. Seeing her mistress wrapped up in a blanket, Suga sighed and said she had curled up again. Worried, MIA asked what Nerafim really wanted to do in the end. Was it something bad? At that moment, there was a knock on MIA's door that caught her attention. When she went to the door, MIA saw a neatly placed gift box outside her room. MIA asked, what's this? After bringing it into the room, Suga asked, what is it? MIA replied, open it and see. I don't think it's dangerous. As she opened it, MIA thought that if it were from her father or Abel, they would have given it to her directly. Inside the gift box were beautiful cookies that made MIA exclaim, wow. Seeing the cookies, MIA thought they looked a bit old, so they probably weren't made by Chef Jotun. Just then, Suga reminded her that there was a card. Opening the card, it read, we heard from Doria that you were feeling down today, so we made this to cheer you up. We are very grateful for your help. We hope you like it, lady, signed the servant Dernadeva. After reading it, MIA shyly stammered, F for me. Seeing this, Suga comforted her, saying, everyone likes you. MIA was so touched she couldn't find the words, repeating, like this like this. After that, MIA was moved to tears, hugging the note to her chest, wondering what she should do. Then MIA turned to ask Suga, did they say who made it? It seemed like a group of servants wrote it, so maybe they all worked together to show their care, right? Then MIA said, I must thank them. So Suga advised, from now on, thank any of your close ones you meet. MIA said she wouldn't eat because if they sold everything, there would be nothing left, and then she closed the lid of the box. Suga chimed in, saying the same. It might cause indigestion, and watching the master eat the unicorn cake too. This comment successfully made MIA laugh, cheering her up. MIA agreed, saying that it would be weird to see Abel eating a cake with her own face on it. At this moment, Suga looked out the window and said, there are so many people outside. Are the servants gathering? Seeing this, MIA replied, really? At this hour? When they looked out the window, they saw Abel standing with a group of soldiers. MIA, surprised, called out to Abel. Down in the yard, Abel's commanding voice echoed, a total of 193 mines have been fully buried. Then he sternly asked, are you sure all of them have been buried? The subordinate guards responded fearfully, yes, Master Abel. Seeing their fear, Abel thought, these cowards can't be trusted. This is very important because no one dares to sing at night in MIA's room during the party, or else everything will go boom. Then, Abel pointed at a guy and said the usual people step on some stuff, making him panic and shout, what? Abel then repeated, I said, dare to step into a mine, and see what happens. The bodyguard was so scared he started shaking and begged, Master Abel, please save me. I'm the one who cleans the stairs you walk on every day. Hearing that, Abel pointed at another guy and said, oh, really? Then, you go. The other guy, who was pointed out, was also scared, his face turned pale. He blurted out, I'm the one who prepared the outfits for the lady that day and noted important things like how cute she was, how many times she smiled, etc. Please save me. Then the other started saying, me too. I polished the lady's shoes. I observed what she ate the most and reported it to the chef. I checked the temperature and humidity so you could sleep better. Leaving Abel frustrated and helpless. Finally, he angrily said, are you all just sucking up now? Is there anyone? Before he could finish, from the balcony of MIA's room, the little girl leaned over and called down, Abel, what are you doing here? Then, the group of bodyguards cried tears of joy, cheering that their lady had saved them. After that, Abel used one foot to push off the wall for momentum. Then, in a swift move, he propelled himself up to MIA's balcony, startling the girl who didn't expect it. Under the bright moonlight, Abel, looking dashing in his suit, tenderly and affectionately said, "Cotton, you're still not asleep." MIA, feeling sad, replied, "I can't sleep." Abel then said, "Really? How about I read you a book, little sister?" MIA, surprised, asked Abel, "You know how to read?" Abel jumped into her room from the balcony and replied, "Of course, do you think I'm a kid?" Then, noticing a box of cakes on MIA's table, Abel curiously asked, "Huh? What's this?" MIA panicked, "Don't touch that." Abel opens the box and continues to ask, "What's this? What's with these cakes?" But MIA, unable to contain herself, jumps up and protests, "They are my gift. Put it down." Abel reads the letter inside and asks again, "Who gave you this junk?" "Oh ho, us, the servants of the Dernadeva family." At this moment, a unicorn appears and calls out to MIA, "Master." MIA quickly climbs onto its back, gaining height, and snatches the gift box back from her brother. Abel says, "But you can't eat this at night." MIA nods, "I won't eat it. It's precious, so don't touch it, Abel." Abel is surprised, "Precious? This thing?" MIA nods vigorously, "Yes, it's precious to me." Abel reluctantly puts her down, "All right, cotton fluff. Go to bed now so you can grow taller." MIA retorts, "I've already grown a little bit." Abel raises his hand to his forehead and teases her, "Really? Then why can't I see you? You're too short, I can't see you." MIA, angry, shouts, "I'm right here. I said I'm right here. Got it?" Abel laughed, "Oh my, you're stuck on the ground." MIA pouted, "You're so silly." Then she huffed, got under the blanket, and didn't want to see him anymore. Abel laughed loudly, I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore." He approached and poked her a few times, "Let me show you something really cute." MIA grumbled, "Leave me alone." Abel coaxed, "It's my friend. Don't you want to see?" MIA, unable to resist her curiosity, started to peek out from under the blanket. She looked up and asked, "Your friend?" Abel raised his hand, summoned his spirit beast, and said, "Aiton, come out." MIA then emerged from the blanket, now fully awake. Looking at the cat from before, she asked in confusion, "What? You're Abel's friend?" "Oh my, it's been a long time," she said happily, pinching Aiton's cheek. Abel laughed, and Aiton also said it's been a long time. "Aiton is a fire beast, isn't that cool?" MIA smiled and replied, "So cute." Abel objected, "What's cute about it?" MIA smiled and responded, "Yes, it's really cute." Abel sighed, giving in to her, "All right, let's just say it is. There will be times when I'll leave it here while I'm away. Just think of it as me and trust it, okay?" MIA cheerfully replied, "Yes." Seeing the two of them being playful, Abel felt a bit annoyed and said, "Aiton, stand up now, this is embarrassing. All right, time to really go to sleep now. Otherwise, you'll be too tired to get up tomorrow." MIA wondered, "When do you sleep, Abel?" Abel sat by her bed and said, "When you sleep, I'll go." MIA asked curiously, "What if I don't sleep?" Abel replied, "Then I have to stay awake, of course." MIA thought to herself, "I don't want that." So she quickly urged, "I'm going to sleep now. Abel, you should sleep too." Abel nodded, "I'll go in a bit." MIA worriedly asked, "Aren't you tired?" Abel scratched his head and sighed, "Of course I'm tired. I did a lot today, but it's okay." MIA thought to herself, "Oh no, Abel needs to go to bed early too. But it's nice to have him around." So she quietly said, "Stay a little longer, then you can go." Abel smiled, "Oh, my generous little sister, thank you." At this moment, MIA hesitantly said, Abel, you know, Tina and Ben haven't woken up yet. They will wake up tomorrow, right? Abel stroked his chin. Who are Tina and Ben? Oh, those people. Mia was surprised and thought to herself, good heavens, how could he forget the demons closest to him? After a few seconds of thinking, Abel said, don't worry, they'll wake up by tomorrow morning. Mia anxiously asked, what if they don't? Abel laughed and replied, just splash cold water on their faces to wake them up. Mia sighed, I really don't want to, but whatever. She pulled the blanket over herself and announced, I'm going to sleep now. Abel nodded, good job, little cotton ball. After a while, the space fell into silence. Abel softly asked the girl under the blanket, Cotton, are you asleep? What answered him was Mia's steady breathing. Abel smiled to himself, thinking, this girl is just good at pretending, such a small, fragile being, but she caught my attention, not afraid of me at all. She doesn't avoid or distance herself from me. Abel looked at the box of cakes on the table and said, you don't need to consider things like this precious. You'll have things so precious that even if you throw this away, it wouldn't be wasteful. But if you don't, it's okay. Cotton, this is your home. Unlike me, what you need most is a home. The Dernadeva family will be the best home for you. I suddenly remember what my mother said before. When Abel was little, his mother used to say, Abel, with that strength, you've never tried to protect or love anyone, have you? One day, when someone appears, and you willingly become their armor and sword, you will become stronger. That day will come, it's something to look forward to, isn't it? Abel still remembers the blank expression he had at that time. Back then, I didn't understand, but now I think I understand a bit of what my mother meant. I'm ready to shed blood in battles, to walk the path I desire. The next day, Tina and Ben had slept for 53 hours, morning and afternoon had already passed. But still, Mia nervously swallowed. She looked at the two people still in a deep sleep. Now, Teacher Lilith clasped her hands and said, let's enter their dreams. Do you know how to enter dreams to wake someone up? Mia politely responded, yes, I read about it in the memoirs. Lilith smiled cheerfully, all right, let's give it a try. Mia closed her eyes, hugged the unicorn tightly, and said, Suga, I'm counting on you. The unicorn confidently replied, yes, let's go, master. Then, the unicorn's horn began to shine beautifully. Mia closed her eyes and waited. The space around her starts to shake. Mia enters an unfamiliar space. Since it's her first time, she's a bit nervous. It's not easy to navigate here. Is there any way to get through this? It's too dangerous. If we take the wrong path and fall into the space between dreams, they might never wake up again. Mia senses something. Her face turns serious as she reaches out her hand. Then she clenches it tightly, as if tearing the space apart. Right after that, Mia and her unicorn advance to another space. Mia shudders as she realizes she's lost. A while later, Mia returns. Lilith asks with concern, did you find the dream path? Mia nods, yes, but it's very faint, and I couldn't find the door. Seeing her two subordinates still with their eyes closed, Mia worriedly thought, what should I do? Lilith stroked her chin and said, from what I know, when you enter the dream, you can find a way to open a path yourself. Like listening to a melody, or drawing a door yourself, perhaps. Mia suddenly realized in surprise, that's right. I was so flustered that I forgot. To enter a dream, first, the spirit beast opens a path into the dream of the person the master wants to enter. Second, there will be a door at the end of the path. Third, the dream path should be in a peaceful place, and it becomes clearer if the subject doesn't resist when someone enters. At this point, you should listen to a melody, draw a door, or perhaps carve a lantern. Then Lilith took out a mysterious box and said, I have something here that might help the princess. Mia asked in confusion, what is it? Lilith smiled gently and pressed it into Mia's hands, it's a gift. Open it later, okay. Mia politely responded, thank you. Mia quickly opened the box. Lilith smiled warmly, hoping it would be useful to her. Mia was delighted, it fit the music. Lilith nodded, yes, I'll make it play music. Maybe it'll help you get in there more easily. Then she turned the wind-up key, and music began to play from the box. Mia smiled happily, it's so melodious. She then asked the unicorn, shall we try again? The unicorn asked with concern, are you okay, master? I saw you were confused earlier. Mia replied, it's fine. So the unicorn's horn lit up once more. It reminded its young master, hold on tight. Mia reached out to hug the unicorn, closing her eyes as she silently asked, TNA, Ben, what did you eat that you haven't woken up yet? I'll bring you both back, just sit tight. And so, the unicorn took Mia to another space again. Mia turned pale and sighed, oh my God. Because she saw a mountain of food in front of her. A moment later, Ben and Tina, still drooling, woke up, satisfied, and said, oh my, what a wonderful dream. No matter how much I ate, the food kept coming. You have no idea how amazing it was. Miss, I could keep eating crispy fried chicken from an endless batch of fresh oil. I love fried chicken more than gold. Thanks to you, miss, for the first time in my life. I ate until I was full. What a delicious dream. The two kept noisily talking about that dream. Mia waved her hand, all right, it's a relief that you two are okay. Anyway, it seems like the first time putting someone to sleep and waking them up went well, right? I was scared because you both wouldn't wake up. Tina was startled, did we sleep that long? Mia nodded, yes, more than 2 days. Tina and Ben simultaneously panicked, oh no, the congratulatory cake for you, miss. I was supposed to finalize the design with Jotun. Wait, Abel was looking for me about security issues that day too. Kind Mia said, let me go with you, I'll help. The two were deeply moved, miss. At this moment, Lilith couldn't help but pat Mia's head and praise her. Our princess succeeded on the first try, you're amazing. Mia sighed and replied, no, teacher, it actually took 3 tries. The first time was a complete failure. The second time, I succeeded in getting in but couldn't wake them up. The third time wasn't easy either. Remembering the recent scene, Mia felt a bit down. I'm so tired. Lilith, seeing this, smiled and said, it looks like today's lesson ends here. You did well, princess. So Tina quickly carried Mia back to her room. You've been exhausted because of us, right? Mia tiredly said. Yes, but I'm happy you're awake. Tina smiles happily, we will make good preparations for the ladies' celebration party in 6 days, so don't worry, my lady. Mia remains silent upon hearing that, feeling concerned, only 6 days left until the kidnapping. I need to come up with a plan soon. From the next day, the mansion became bustling with preparations for the party. Everywhere was adorned with sparkling, magnificent decorations. Mia holds a drawing board in her hand, looking astonished. I can't believe this mansion is so grand. The girl happily says to Tina, it's so beautiful. Tina beams, they reflect the prestige of our beloved lady, there's no room for negligence. Then Tina quickly shoots a warning look at the others, if you dare to slack off, you'll be in big trouble. Mia feels touched, thinking, it's so nice to be cared for like this. They even bought these precious things for me. Looking at the sparkling tree in the house, Mia asked Ravenous, Uncle, what's this for? Ravenous laughed heartily, thanks to you, young lady, the tree has become so colorful. It will be used as a backdrop for the Durnadeva family party. Mia was a bit surprised, such a beautiful tree, but it's just for decoration, that's a bit. But she imagined the whole family sitting on the bench together. But I don't really mind. I hope my family can be as happy as the other demons. Now I've looked around the entire banquet hall and memorized the layout. I won't let myself be kidnapped, and I won't let any other demon get kidnapped in my place. All right, I'll keep an eye on every corner of the mansion, and even though the kidnapping might happen, I'll take care of something equally important. Mia folded the paper, raised her hand, and called out to Ravenous, "Uncle." Ravenous smiled, "Yes, young lady." Mia asked, "Gummy, when are you going to give it to me?" Ravenous turned pale, "Oh no." Mia quickly realized and asked, "You didn't forget, right?" Ravenous hesitated. Mia was very disappointed, "Really? My gummy, the reward for the first deal." Ravenous started sweating. No, miss, don't worry. I will definitely finish it by the welcome party. I'll even make a whole table of gummies." Mia turned away in disbelief. "How can I trust you?" Ravenous knelt down. "Please, miss, trust me this one time. How about this? I'll make a house out of cookies." Mia doubted. "A house made of cookies?" Ravenous enticed. "Yes, miss, you can freely play and even eat the house. I'll design it so you can sit inside and have tea, as long as you like." Mia, intrigued, held her face. "Have tea? You can invite the demons you want to befriend and have fun together." Mia thought in surprise, "The demon I want to befriend." So, Mia was successfully sweet-talked by Ravenous. "All right, I'll trust you this time," Ravenous cheerfully replied. "Thank you, you're very generous." At that moment, a voice interrupted them. "Mia. It's time to go out and play," Duke Durndavis called his daughter with a smile. Mia happily ran over. "Yes, father," she thought to herself, "just going out to play with Dad, never mind Abel. I want to buy gifts for the demons attending the party that day." There are 3 types in total. First, gifts for adult demons. Second, gifts for young demons. And 3 special gifts for the demons I want to befriend. But what should I buy? Especially when it comes to gifts for someone we want to be friends with, what kind of gift represents friendship? After being taken outside by Duke Durndavis, Mia happily realized, it's spring already. Duke Durndavis smiled. "Yes, the season has changed." Mia excitedly exclaimed, "The flowers are so beautiful." Duke Durndavis quickly lifted her up. "Do you want a closer look?" Mia was thrilled. "It's so high up." She felt much more at ease, as if everything would be all right. Mia reached out to pick a flower and handed it to her father. "Daddy, this is a gift for you." Then she happily placed it on Duke Durndavis' head. She noticed how much gentler her father looked. Duke Durndavis reached out to pick a flower, then happily said to his daughter, "Mia, you should tuck it behind your ear too." Mia asked, "Me? We'll both have matching flowers." Seeing the girl so cheerful, Duke Durndavis asked, "Do you like this flower?" Mia smiled and replied, "Yes, I love it." Duke Durndavis then suggested, "Then I'll build a garden at the estate with lots of these flowers." Mia was stunned. "Huh?" But Duke Durndavis quickly ordered his subordinate, "Jais, bring it here." The assistant bowed and presented a stack of documents. "Yes, sir, everything is ready." Duke Durndavis signed them briefly and said to Mia, "This is the birthday gift I planned along with the celebration. There's a village with some fine vineyards and wineries, with many gardens. I'll transfer ownership to you." Mia was extremely excited. "This is the first time I've received such a gift." Duke Durndavis continued, "Please forgive your father for not taking good care of you for the past 5 years." Mia jumped and said excitedly, "I love it." Duke Durndavis smiled at the little girl. "I'll leave your name blank for you to fill in. But not today, after the party." Mia suddenly thought to herself, "What? Could it be that father plans to give me a new name after the party? I've received so much. I'm so happy. It feels like I'm being rewarded for all the suffering I endured at Herbaland Manor during those 5 years." So Mia called out to her father, "Father, bend down." Duke Durndavis, unsure of what the little girl intended, still bent down, only to be surprised by a kiss on his cheek from Mia. The little girl laughed happily. "Thank you, father." Duke Durndavis didn't say a word, but seeing her joyful expression, Mia noticed that the corners of his mouth were twitching. "Now I know what father likes." The Duke of Durndavis took Mia's hand and asked, "Do you want to eat first?" MIA obediently replied, "Yes, sir." At that moment, there was a noise behind the trees. Some people were surprised and peeked out, whispering, "Is that the Grand Duke Dernadeva? I can't believe it. The Grand Duke is walking around with a flower on his ear, that devil looks like. They must have mistaken him. Right, it's ridiculous." They chuckled. But they quickly realized it really was the Grand Duke, though he seemed a bit different. Apparently, the Duke has a daughter, right? The girl called him father. The village the Duke mentioned as a gift, could it be? In the southern area of the Dernadeva border. It's an ancient traditional village known for producing wine for the entire kingdom. There's an extremely rare wine there that even the nobility and the king seldom get to taste, a place where rare demon tongues are produced. If that's the village of Arfusen, isn't it the golden land of Dernadeva? At that moment, they suddenly realized. The fortune of the Dernadeva family had become that girl's. The people panicked. They needed to gather information about the girl. Since when did she become the daughter of that family? Quickly, they prepared a gift and looked for things that children like. They had to find out right away. At that moment, MIA and her father were happily dining at a restaurant. After finishing her meal, MIA thought to herself, "Good, I've made up my mind. The gift for the great demon will be wine, just a little for them to drink. Now that I own the winery. And now, about gifts for children. Speaking of which, there was a stuffed animal shop in my prophetic dream. If possible, we should find that shop today, but..." After a while, the father and daughter went to a store. Then left without finding anything. MIA shook her head in disappointment. "I don't like it." Duke Dernadeva nodded and said, "Let's try another shop." MIA thought deeply, "This place is so different from my dream. Or did I remember wrong? But I have to meet that child named June." After a while, Duke Dernadeva told MIA, "This is the last shop in the city." Hearing that, MIA panicked, "Oh no, how will I find that boy now?" MIA pushed the shop door open, filled with hope, "Please let this be the one." The shop owner greeted her cheerfully as soon as he saw her, "Oh my, welcome." MIA looked at him and thought, "He looks so much like my uncle, the Count." Noticing her silence, Duke Dernadeva spoke, "Feel free to take a look around. If you don't like anything here, I'll call every tailor in the city to create exactly what you want." MIA happily ran off, thinking, "He's such a reliable father. I want to give those little devils some cute stuffed unicorns. I must say, I have a unicorn friend who has never appeared before." Seeing the stuffed unicorn on the shelf, MIA was overjoyed. "Found it. It looks just like Suga." The yellow cow assistant noticed the young lady's delight and immediately approached the shop owner. "How many stuffed animals like the one the young lady is looking for do you have?" "I'll take them all." "How many can you make by tomorrow evening?" The shop owner turned pale and responded, "About 20, sir." The golden bull assistant coldly said, "Set that quantity. Just make sure to meet it, and I'll pay you handsomely." Then he poured a bag of gold in front of the shop owner. On the other side, May was choosing something when she noticed something unusual. She silently stared at the curtain in front of her. "Wait, this curtain looks familiar. The child I saw in my dream." Sure enough, at that moment, MIA saw June peeking out from behind the curtain. When he realized he was spotted, he turned and fled. MIA immediately pushed the curtain aside and chased after the boy. "June, the genius I must find." Just then, the unicorn appeared beside MIA and asked, "Master, you can call out to that boy. But you're curious, aren't you?" MIA ran down the stairs and replied, "Exactly, I want to see where he makes these things. If they are mistreating him, I won't let it slide." Seeing MIA seriously chasing after the boy, Duke Dernadeva stood silently thinking, "Does she like that boy?" After MIA ran downstairs, she sniffled, "It's too dark and dusty. There were a lot of paper and fabric, but not letting them use a candle is too much." He earned 17 gold coins for each stuffed animal, in an environment like this, there's no doubt that the owner doesn't pay the workers a single penny. After opening the door, MIA saw 3 people looking at her with wary expressions. She was startled and was about to scream, "Oh!" The older child there immediately covered MIA's mouth, signaling for silence. Following his gaze, MIA saw a man sleeping with his eyes closed behind them. MIA was a bit surprised. "That man supervises these children," she whispered, asking, "What is everyone doing here?" Looking around, MIA saw a small, filthy room. "Don't tell me these dirty things are." MIA asked again, "Does everyone live together?" The girl looked at MIA with extreme wariness. MIA realized it seemed they just wanted her to leave. But children shouldn't have to live in such harsh conditions. So MIA asked again, "Does everyone eat here and then make stuffed animals?" "They live here and endure suffering." But the 2 siblings didn't answer MIA, showing an attitude that said, "Just go away." "Yes, you're a rich lady, right? Don't worry about us, just leave." MIA didn't give up and asked again, "Does everyone work here because they need money?" The older boy sternly replied, "We don't need charity here. Don't pity us." MIA thought to herself, it's not pity, but to generously reward someone talented who can earn billions like that. The boss's greed was written all over his face. "Who knows, maybe June will come looking for me." MIA softly stepped forward and asked June, "Do you know how to make unicorn plushies?" June nodded blankly, "Yes." MIA continued, "And did you make all the plushies out there?" June nodded again, "Yes." MIA seriously said, "All right, then I'll hire you." The girl looked suspicious and asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" MIA explained, "Work for me. I'll pay you 1 gold coin for each plushie. If I buy directly from you instead of this shop, I'll get a cheaper price." The girl asked skeptically, "Do you have a lot of money? Even if you do, are you trying to bribe us? What, are you short on servants? Do we look like toys you can buy with money?" MIA nodded and replied, "That's right. I have a lot of money, but people are not toys. Please listen to what I'm saying. This is a very beneficial offer, for both me and everyone." Then MIA reached up, took off a hairpin, and handed it to the oldest boy. "This is a deposit, okay? I'll give more if you all work for me." "Sell it and split the money," the boy asked MIA in confusion. "Why would a lady like you do this?" MIA honestly replied, "I want to start a business, but I don't have any artisans to make quality plush toys." Seeing everyone looking confused, MIA pounded her chest and said loudly, "I'm serious. If you want, come with me, let's work together. Besides, my father is really strong. He can blow that boss away in a second, believe it." With that, MIA turned and walked towards the door, thinking, if they don't follow, I'll ask Abel. At that moment, MIA suddenly heard. The man had woken up and angrily asked MIA, "Who is this brat? Who is this brat?" The girl whispered into MIA's ear, "Run, hurry." But the man had already gotten up and was walking toward her. "You little rascal." MIA bit her lip and thought to herself, "I'm not afraid. Because now I have power." Seeing her remain silent, the man raised his voice, "Where are your parents? How dare you come here?" The other children stood aside, but they still anxiously watched MIA. MIA reassured herself, then looked at them and said, "Don't be afraid." She raised her voice and called out, "Hey, you evil old man." The man angrily gritted his teeth. "What?" MIA challenged, "You will be punished. I will make sure of it." The man reached out, intending to physically harm MIA. What nonsense is this brat spouting? MIA realized it was time. She raised her hand and told the kids, "Watch closely, I will protect you all." The 2 children looked at her, their faces filled with worry. MIA raised her hand and created a butterfly. The man felt dizzy. What the? His eyelids began to droop. And then he fell asleep right at MIA's feet. MIA thought to herself, "I don't know what you're dreaming about, but it won't be pleasant." She quickly turned her head and asked the kids, "What do you all think?" At that moment, June suddenly broke free from her sister's hand. June. The boy happily grabbed MIA's hand, and so the alliance was formed. A while later, MIA heard them say, "We didn't use to make stuffed animals. They brought the stuffed animals from somewhere else, and we just glued the eyes on. Or stitched the horns or ears onto the head. Sometimes we repaired damaged stuffed animals." Hearing this, MIA thought, so basically, they only handle minor tasks. But that's okay, I've seen it in the prophetic dream. The twins are great at calculations, the eldest, December, is good at business, and the youngest, June, is a design genius. The other one can handle fabric well enough. I can take them on first and train them later since this is an investment anyway. MIA stepped forward and asked December, "Do they pay you all well here?" December replied, "If the dolls don't sell well, the wages are meager." MIA drew the curtains and nodded. "I understand, follow me." After meeting Duke Dernevers, MIA spoke, "Father, I won't buy stuffed animals here." Duke Dernevers nodded, "Is that so?" MIA said to the assistant, "Golden Bull, take the money back." "Everyone, come out here," she called, and the hesitant siblings stepped out. MIA told her father, "I'll hire them. I'll have them make stuffed animals for me." She calculated silently, "If father doesn't agree, I'll ask for this as my birthday present instead." To her surprise, Duke Dernevers was very cheerful, "Hire them to work for you." "All right then." MIA was slightly surprised, that was easy. At this moment, the shop owner turned pale and asked, "Wait, miss, why are you taking my people? And you, I've taken care of you, and this is how you repay me." Hearing this, MIA looked displeased, "I've heard this before. It's better this way, right? Better than scavenging for food or worrying about whether you'll eat again or die." "But existence isn't everything." MIA sharply retorted, "I've heard everything. You don't pay them." The shopkeeper's face turned pale. "What? Wait, that's not, I mean, I did help the homeless, but..." MIA raised her voice, accusing him, "Don't act generous. You're exploiting and mistreating them. You're not doing this out of kindness." "I know everything. 2 years ago, families with children under 10 received subsidies. MIA knew this because she had heard it while at the Herbalin estate. Since I didn't write your name in the noble lineage, I didn't receive subsidies from the palace. Do you know why? Because you are the child of a filthy demon." MIA continued, "You forged adoption papers for them, didn't you?" The shopkeeper argued back, "Why would you say that? I don't need to do that." "I'm not short on money," the shopkeeper protested. MIA pointed, thinking to herself, "Look at him yelling. I don't want to listen." She pointed to the trophies behind him. "Those welcome trophies are only awarded to families with more than 5 children." The shopkeeper turned pale, "What?" The Duke of Dernevers spoke up, "From what I've heard, my daughter was right. The king will say this, that if a scoundrel robs the royal treasury with forged documents, he won't stand idly by. It seems you'll be the first to find out." The shopkeeper, terrified, stepped back, "What?" MIA seized the moment and asked, "So, do you want to be quartered like that, or should I hire them?" The shopkeeper had no choice but to bow his head in surrender, "Please take them with you." MIA excitedly thought to herself, "I did it, even though I have no idea what being quartered means." A little while later, everyone returned to the mansion together. Ravenous greeted them cheerfully, "Welcome, Grand Duke, young lady. You did well today, young lady." Duke Dernevers spoke up, "The people I sent are here now," Ravenous reported. "Humans are negatively affected by contact with demons. I've placed them in the back room. Although they are all malnourished, none of them are sick." MIA was very relieved to hear that. "That's great. Taking care of them from now on should be fine." Ravenous continued, "So they can make stuffed animals now. We've prepared enough fabric and sewing tools." Duke Dernevers nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Select the most excellent servants to learn their craft, and make sure not to frighten them, because they are MIA's workers. MIA stepped forward and told Ravenous, the unicorns should have eyes made of gemstones, but for now, they only know how to make the accessories. Ravenous nodded. I understand. Then I'll let them work on the finishing touches. As for the wages, hearing him say more, MIA thought excitedly, I've saved them. Now they are well fed, I can take care of them, pay them, and even teach them skills. I'm not doing anything good, it's just for my own benefit. I've done a good job as a demon. I've made up my mind and given my special friend the collar, all three of them. Can I really do this? The day before the party, Ravenous handed a list to MIA, Miss, please take a look. I've listed the people you should know before the party. Looking at the names on it, Grand Duke Colored Pasadernadeva, Duke Patricia Rune Astaroth, MIA realized, father and brother Kyan, Abel's mother. Duke Nevis Conna Lilith, my teacher. And demons I don't know. Then MIA curiously asked her father, but father, why do you have two names? The other hosts as well. Duke Derndavis spoke up, the first name, Colored, was given by my parents. The second name, Parsa, I chose after becoming a host. In the ancient language, Parsa means genocide, in runes, it means massacre. The genocidal and massacre duo, MIA thought to herself, now I understand why they are married. MIA asked again, so why does the king have only one name? Duke Derndavis replied, because the king himself is extremely perfect. No family dares to consider the king as their child. When he becomes king, he will abandon the name and surname given by his parents. The king's name is self-chosen, and no one is allowed to use that name until the king passes away. Kyreton is the only one in the demon world. MIA pressed her lips, thinking to herself, I can feel the king's power. I understand now. Ravenous continued, besides the master of the house, the lady should also know the names of the children. Of course, if you don't want to, you can ignore them. MIA silently thought, Abel often tells me to just ignore everything. Ravenous said, many people have, no, because the lady ignored them, they would do the same. MIA thought to herself, sure, I'll take a look anyway. At this moment, she noticed a name, Conna Lilith. Ravenous told her that it was the daughter of the landlord, Lilith. MIA was a bit surprised, the teacher's daughter. MIA asked, but why is this name written in grey? Ravenous explained, that's because she's been away from home for a while. About 15 years now. MIA was startled, thinking to herself, isn't that considered missing? Is that why the teacher sometimes looks so sad? MIA curiously asked, no powers at all. Ravenous answered, of course there are. If I remember correctly, she's a fairy, but... MIA's expression turned serious. Isn't that the power to find others? Even though I don't know where Conna Lilith is, what about that power? Ravenous hesitated, actually, that's quite difficult. Both the landlord's daughter Lilith, and that ability, have a great talent for hiding. She usually leaves the house unnoticed, and we often can't find her. She usually comes back after 3 years, but if she doesn't want to return, there's no way to find her. MIA stroked her chin, oh, I see. Why wouldn't she want to come home? I always do. Miss Nevis seems to love her daughter very much, so why? At this moment, Duke Derndavis appeared and said to MIA, that's the nature of a demon born on the day of emptiness. MIA, it's time for you to go to bed now. MIA obediently returned to her room. Yes, father. After returning to her room, MIA lay on her bed and quietly said, Tina, we have a new servant today. Tina nodded, yes, miss. You're referring to the boy that Lord Gias brought back today. Right? MIA nodded, yes, could I ask for this favor? Tina smiled, it's not asking for a favor, you should give me an order, mistress. MIA opened her eyes slightly and said, no, because it's not something Tina has to do. It's just a request. Go there and tell them that I will protect them. They can rest assured. Seeing the dreamy look on the little girl's face, Tina was deeply moved. Oh dear, mistress, even if they are humans, I will still love them. Hearing this, Mia thought. Is my mother also human? Then I have half-human blood. I have horns, the power of dreams. I'm more like a demon than a human, aren't I? I'm not sure, but... Time passed quickly, and it was already the morning of the day the party was to be held, the day of the kidnapping. After dressing Mia, Tina cheerfully said, Mistress, you've grown a little taller. Mia was delighted to hear that, really. Yes, Tina. It seems my cousin will also attend the party today. Valerie Astaroth, from the Astaroth family, daughter of the elder brother of the Astaroth household head. She's Abez's cousin, so she's family too. Besides, she's around my age. Tina smiled. Oh, that's great. I'm sure you'll make new friends. Mia nodded excitedly. Maybe, will the other kids be friends with me too? Tina nodded. Of course, everyone will like you because they always want to get to know you, so you have to be confident. Mia smiled and nodded, telling herself, that's right, forget about the kidnapping, everything will be fine. I'm discussing with Suga what a child like me can do. I'll remember the faces of all the girls at the party so I can immediately know who's missing and prevent the kidnapper from escaping. The most important thing now is what Tina will say. Mia said seriously, Tina, I need your help at the party. Tina asked in surprise, me? Of course, I'll help with anything. So Mia leaned in and began whispering into Tina's ear. Do you understand? I have no idea, Tina replied, looking very surprised. Mia continued, besides Tina, Ben, and Doria, this is a secret. Tina replied seriously, yes, you can trust me. I will definitely keep the secret. That afternoon, the guests began to enter the main entrance of the Dernadeva family. Everyone was dressed in elegant and luxurious attire, and the cocktail party started in the hall. They curiously looked at the photo of Mia hanging there. The unicorn beside her encouraged Mia, don't worry, everything will be fine. Today is the master's happy day. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared in front of Mia. Abel smiled and asked the girl, are you ready? Cotton, don't forget, I'll always keep an eye on you. Mia felt a little nervous as she followed her brother. The large gate opened before her. Mia took a deep breath, then entered with a serious expression. In fact, she was extremely tense. I'm so nervous. Do I look too anxious? The unicorn in her head silently cheered her on. No, you're doing great, miss. Whispers and murmurs arose as everyone's eyes focused on her. Mia felt a bit flustered. Oh no, everyone is looking at me. At that moment, Abel walked to the seat and called her, Cotton, sit here. Then Abel arrogantly sat down with his legs crossed. Mia thought, judging him, he looked so arrogant. The girl quickly plopped down next to her brother. As she was looking around, she heard Abel call out, Mia, look over there, that face looks very familiar. Following the direction he pointed, Mia saw someone holding a wine glass, looking very aristocratic. It was Miss Nevis. She looked absolutely stunning today. The turtle on the table was her companion. I wonder what kind of personality it has. Seeing the turtle being fed wine by the teacher, and then leaning back, exhaling in satisfaction, Mia was utterly shocked. A drunken turtle. Abel was used to that situation, that little drunkard, it drains its glass at every party, there's no stronger drink for a turtle than that. Usually, they are too lazy to even join in. At that moment, Mia noticed something else on the other side. Is that Marquis Sabnock? Abel nodded, yes, that's right. The eldest daughter, Hatisha Sabnock, and the third generation. The eldest daughter is the one on the right. Mia looked on in admiration. Oh, there's a spider on her face. But where is your mother, Abel? I heard she's the eldest daughter of the Astaroth family. Abel replied, my mother. Who knows if she came along with my father? If Valerie is here, she's probably here too. MIA eagerly looked over. Valerie. A girl with flowing red hair. MIA was a bit overwhelmed by her beauty. Wow, is this what a rose-turned-demon would look like? She's so incredibly beautiful. MIA gazed at Valerie with wide eyes, wanting to befriend her. As soon as Valerie felt MIA's gaze on her, she showed clear displeasure, coldly snorted, and turned away. Seeing her attitude, MIA was utterly shocked. Annoyed, Abel clicked his tongue and said, "She's at it again. Just ignore her. All the Astaroth demons are nasty. Oh, by the way, your brother is coming today too. It seems he'll be there when the king arrives." MIA was excited to hear that. Kyan. Seeing how happy she was, Abel smiled and said, "He asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you." MIA thought to herself, Kyan Durnadevas, they say he's the dark demon born on the day of pride, right? I want to meet him too. We are family after all. At that moment, a dark aura suddenly filled the grand hall. A second later, Duke Durnadevas appeared in front of everyone, and the butler announced, Grand Duke Colored Farsa Durnadevas has arrived. Welcome, master of the great Durnadevas family. MIA saw her father arrive and obediently called out, Daddy. Then, she eagerly stretched out her arms and ran towards her father. The father and daughter hugged, and Duke Durnadevas lifted his daughter and affectionately asked, MIA, do you like this party? MIA beamed and nodded, yes, I do. Duke Durnadevas continued, all right, what do you like about it? MIA smiled brightly and said, a lot. Duke Durnadevas nodded, that's wonderful, because this party is just for you. Seeing everyone in the hall blushing and looking over, MIA hesitated and thought, these people are staring too much. Dad loves to show off, but... all right, how about I do this? MIA thought, then lifted her head, and gave the Duke Durnadevas a quick kiss on the cheek. The little girl politely said, Father, thank you for hosting this wonderful party. Seeing this, everyone's hearts fluttered with envy as they looked at Duke Durnadevas. Suddenly, MIA made a heart shape with her hands and said, thank you everyone for attending the party. Please accept this in place of a kiss. Everyone nearly fell over from MIA's super cute gesture. MIA secretly laughed, these demons' reactions are so amusing. But she quickly became serious, scanning the surroundings. All right, let's see if there's anyone here not happily laughing. The young demons are definitely the ones forcing a smile, not genuinely enjoying the party. I see a few demons, and a unicorn appears. I see it too. And MIA is startled when she looks over. Valerie. She's not smiling, right? What did I do? I didn't do anything to make her hate me. Is she wary of me? I heard that Valerie is a lady from a duke's house, and also one of the few young women, so she's always the center of attention. She must have enjoyed the bit of power she has over demons of the same age. Anyway, that's just what I know so far. So first, MIA gets down from Duke Durnadevas' arms. Dad, I'm going to play with my friends. Duke Durnadevas nods to his daughter. All right, have fun. MIA walks over there and quietly calls out, Suga, transform. Let's get to know each other a bit. The girl walked up to Valerie and the kids, smiling as she introduced herself, Hi, I'm MIA Durnadevas. The two girls beside her smiled warmly, hello, but Valerie didn't seem to like her much. MIA was a bit curious, you don't even know who I am, so why do you dislike me? Is this a declaration of war? The friendly green-haired girl stepped forward and introduced herself, I'm Dahlia Barbatos, congratulations, princess. MIA's eyes widened, wow, what a beautiful voice. I really want to be friends with her. So she stepped forward and greeted her, nice to meet you. When's your birthday, Dahlia? Dahlia smiled and replied, I'm the demon of sound waves, born on the day of wrath. MIA asked in surprise, sound waves? Dahlia laughed and asked, sounds strange, right? They say if you practice hard, you can have a very powerful attack. I don't know. I usually just use it to dance with Ring Ring. Looking at the snake slithering on her hand, Mia excitedly asked, is Ring Ring Dahlia's power? Dahlia nodded, yes, it's a rattlesnake. Ring Ring's venom is so strong that it can kill an opponent in just 1 second. And Ring Ring said it wants to get to know the princess. Mia was overjoyed. Really? Me too. Can I watch you and Ring Ring dance? Dahlia nodded, of course. I'll sing a song so Ring Ring can feel it. And so, a person and a snake began to perform an artistic show. Mia, seeing this for the first time, was utterly fascinated. Seeing her delight, Dahlia happily bowed, it's an honor that the princess enjoys this dance. Mia smiled with admiration, thinking, I wish I had such talent too. Who would have thought Suga beside me would ruin Mia's beautiful dream? I hate dancing. But riding me is fine. Mia smiled as she patted the unicorn's head. If Suga doesn't like it, what can I do? At that moment, a gentle voice spoke up. Hello, princess. I am Hestisha Sabnak, the second generation. You can call me Hesti. Mia smiled brightly and greeted back, hello, Hesti. She realized, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Mia softly said, I'm the Dream Demon, here to enchant your day. Hester smiled and asked, dreams? That's a very rare and special talent. I'm so jealous. My power is fireflies. Seeing Mia a bit surprised, Hester quickly explained, not just one, but a whole swarm. Princess, would you like to see? Then Hester quickly summoned the fireflies onto her hand. Mia was thoroughly impressed. So many unique talents. Hester introduced, their name is Nox. Fascinating, right? In ancient language, it means darkness, but these fireflies shine. I prefer it this way, unpredictable, mysterious. Mia happily laughs, that's wonderful. Hester smiles, princess, would you like to see another talent? Seeing them quickly bond, Valerie doesn't seem too pleased. Mia notices this. She realizes that Valerie really doesn't want to start a conversation. At that moment, Valerie elegantly steps forward and calls out to Mia, You seem to be newly born, being this short. Or are you just trying to be cute? She leans in close to Mia's ear and whispers, then lets out a slight chuckle. Touching on a sensitive issue, Mia frowned and replied, well, I'm not fully grown, so I just look like this. Valerie shrugged, the first time you mature is around the age of 5. When you'll grow to be like a 10-year-old child. Just like everyone else here. The second time you mature is when you feel love, not respect or worship, but love. And the moment of awakening is when you conquer your greatest fear. That's how you become a complete demon. You're just a half-baked demon. Mia remained silent, feeling irritated by those words. Why does she keep acting superior? She's just a child too. The unicorn also felt uneasy for Mia. Master, it seems she wants to start a fight. Mia responded quietly, yes, I think so too. Valerie sneered provocatively again, who taught you that you don't even know the basics? I wonder how good you really are if you don't dare to come to the palace. You don't look much different from a newborn. Mia was a bit startled, realizing that she hadn't gone to the palace or followed traditions like everyone else. The Chilean grumbled, even so, don't criticize like that. I feel like she's extremely jealous of the master. I don't like it at all. Mia thought to herself, Suga is right. She took a deep breath. Then she asked Valerie in front of her, do you know who I am? Valerie, a bit surprised, asked back, what? Mia continued, I don't know who you are. Valerie scoffed, I don't want to hear those childish words. Mia quickly interrupted, don't ignore me. Why do you hate me? Today is the first time we've met, and we haven't even formally introduced ourselves. Valerie huffed in response, unbelievable. The name is Asta. MIA looked at that attitude and thought to herself, I've had enough of the disdain from the Evelyn family, the disagreements and criticisms. I know them all too well. MIA spoke up, all right, so what about the family's reputation? The head of Astaroth isn't your mother, is she? Valerie hurriedly responded, I am the heir. MIA crossed her arms and asked, so is your father a duke? My father is a Grand Duke, Valerie replied. Do you know what that means? MIA knew well. Bringing up her father's title was a bit cowardly, but she started it. So the girl patted her chest and continued, and my teacher is Ms. Nevis Lilith. What about you? Who teaches you? Valerie widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Ms. Lilith teaches you. Why? MIA arrogantly asked, so, are you jealous? Valerie got angry, who would be jealous of that? MIA turned her head away, boasting, she cares a lot about me. MIA thought to herself, now he's showing his true colors. Dahlia and Hester were in awe of MIA. That's amazing. Ms. Lilith only comes to the palace for about a month each year. That's right, we all really like Lady Lilith, but it's hard to see her often. Hearing that, Valerie became even more jealous of MIA. The girl raised her voice, I'm saying you don't deserve to live in the palace. You have nothing of your own. Riding on your father's coattails, is that so great? Valerie's familiar quickly appeared, showing its anger alongside its master towards MIA. MIA was surprised to see the familiar, an owl. So soft and cute. Is this Valerie's familiar? Oh my, it's the first time I've seen an owl. What's its name? What powers does it have? But asking that now would be so embarrassing. MIA tried to control herself. No, stay calm, she continued, I can lull two people to sleep at once. What about you? Valerie hesitated, gritting her teeth. MIA immediately asked, I what? Seeing Valerie's current expression, MIA was a bit surprised. What? Doesn't she have anything special? So MIA demanded, apologize for teasing me, right now. Valerie responded irritably, why should I apologize? MIA's expression turned cold. Fine, if you don't want to, forget it. An idiot doesn't know where they are wrong anyway. MIA's words made Valerie furious, hey, you. Who's your mother, huh? Answer me now. Your mother isn't even the head of the Astaroth family. Can't say anything, can you? Are you the child of a mere human, or some filthy Nephilim? Is that why you still can't show up in the demon world, right? MIA remained silent, clenching her fists. I shouldn't say my mother is a saint, right? This is a party for demons after all, but I don't want to lie either. I don't hate that my mother is human, nor am I ashamed of it. MIA admitted, yes, I'm the child of a human, but so what? Valerie immediately looked smug, turning around and shouting loudly, everyone heard that, right? The precious daughter of the Dernadevas family is a half-breed, how pathetic. Hearing her constant mockery, MIA couldn't keep her composure anymore. MIA raised her voice, I've had enough. I'm not letting this slide. Valerie sneered, and what can you do about it? The two girls locked eyes, staring intensely at each other. At that moment, the door behind them suddenly swung open. A small, sparkling house was brought in. MIA recognized the butler behind it, Uncle Ravios. He had kept his promise. The two girls were immediately captivated, excitedly asking, wow, what is this? It looks so delicious. MIA proudly said, Father has been preparing this gingerbread house for me all year. Seeing how thrilled they were, MIA sighed in relief. It was perfect timing. Valerie was completely overshadowed, wasn't she? MIA stepped forward, opened the door, and said, everyone, come into my gingerbread house, slowly now. After the other two friends entered, MIA poked her head out and asked Valerie, you don't like me, so you're not coming in, right? Valerie was startled, what? MIA laughed slyly. Well, there's no room for you anyway. Then she coldly slammed the door shut. Serves you right. Little Valerie stood outside, frustrated, unable to do anything. Inside the gingerbread house, Hester politely covered her mouth and said, Princess, did you know? There's been a strange rumor going around recently. MIA asked curiously, a strange rumor? Hester immediately replied, yes, a terrifying, but also very interesting rumor. MIA silently listened and thought, Hester seems to be a reliable source of information for the kids here. But the next thing Hester said made MIA burst into tears. We all know about the 9th child of the deity, right? MIA wondered, my mother. Hester clasped her hands and continued, that's right, it said that the mansion of that family was covered by a dark spirit, oh dear. It said that in just one night, the mansion was enveloped by a gloomy dark energy that no one could enter, and that spirit even moaned you. MIA suspiciously wondered, what happened? Everything was fine when I escaped. Dahlia, sitting nearby, joined in, why would that happen? Hester shook her head, I don't know either, but I heard my mother say, that's right, my mother went there herself. And she's sure that the entire mansion is covered with deadly energy. At this point, the two girls silently glanced at MIA. MIA was also a bit doubtful, deadly energy. Could it really be father? Hester said, what about the people living inside? Are they all dead, or have they turned into wandering spirits? MIA thought with a pale face, so father attacked the Herblin estate, but why? At that moment, her two friends asked MIA, Princess, is there something you need to tell us? Do you know anything about this? MIA hesitated, thinking, what should I do? I don't know anything. Of course, if I reveal my mother's identity, everyone would be shocked, but I don't want to carelessly say anything. She decided to change the subject, smiling as she said, everyone. Just then, a loud trumpet startled MIA. Long live the great king. The two girls jumped up excitedly, what? The king is here. Let's hurry out. Seeing them so hurried, MIA wondered, don't they live in the palace and see the king every day? So why? But the answer quickly came when MIA saw the king. The captivating shoulders. And the reverence from everyone. MIA's eyes widened with admiration, she's so powerful. Even more overwhelming than when she met her father, this is the power of the king. Someone raised a hand and said, we praise, admire, and revere you. The king who always fights and moves forward, surpassing even death, never yielding to anything. We pledge our loyalty to you, the most powerful demon. This makes MIA extremely curious, what kind of power does the king have, just how strong is she? Can I become richer than the king, or is that just a foolish dream? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Valerie anywhere. MIA panics at the thought, was he kidnapped? She quickly turns away, better find him fast. Just then, an announcement stops MIA in her tracks, attention, the eldest son of the Durnadevas family, Kyan Durnadevas, has arrived. The sound of footsteps echoes. MIA was stunned and turned her head to look back. Seeing someone incredibly cool, it was Kyan. She was completely overwhelmed when she saw her big brother, wow. At that moment, Abel appeared behind her, Cotton, where are you going? MIA, pale-faced, said, this isn't real. Abel hurriedly picked her up and shook her to wake her up, what? That guy. Meanwhile, Kyan moved very close to the king. This shocked MIA a little, and Abel was startled too, asking, huh? I didn't tell you. He's the king's fiancé. They are an extremely happy model couple, so everyone probably calls him the fiancé, the king's fiancé. MIA hesitated for a moment and then hit Abel a few times, why are you only telling me about this important matter now? But Abel quickly caught Kyan's gaze looking over and said to MIA, hey, he saw you. Go greet him. Why are you shy around family? You should go greet him. The more Abel pushed, the tighter MIA clung to Abel, nervously looking at Kyan approaching, what should I do? When Abel saw his brother approaching, he smiled and introduced, brother, here's Cotton. Kyan smiled, it's been a while, huh? You were wishing for a little sister, and now you finally have one. Abel beamed brightly, of course. You have no idea how adorable she is, and she's incredibly talented too. Who dares say she's not my sister? Hearing that, Mia felt insecure, thinking, how could I ever compare to the king? I'm not important to Kyan at all. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Kyan sat down in front of Mia and said, hello, Mia. I've heard a lot about you. It's your big brother, Kyan, reaching out his hand. Mia was so nervous she almost fainted. She stammered shyly, saying hello. Kyan smiled gently, hi, nice to meet you. Seeing her blushing with embarrassment, Abel, standing next to her, looked annoyed. He protested, you weren't like this when we met. Are you playing favorites? Mia angrily replied, Abel, step aside. Kyan couldn't help but laugh at the two acting so childish. He asked his sister with concern, is there anything inconvenient for you here? Mia cheerfully replied, no, I like it here. Kyan gently touched her face, that's good to hear, my little sister. I'm sorry I haven't been able to take care of you much. Ever since I got married, I haven't been home much. Mia politely responded, it's okay. At that moment, Kyan suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. I have a gift to celebrate our meeting. Will you accept it? I hope you like it. Mia is touched and accepts the gift, thank you, Kyan. Kyan smiles warmly, you're welcome, Mia. Abel, standing nearby, pouts and says, the king is looking for you. Kyan smiles teasingly, are you jealous, Abel? That's cute, I'll bring something delicious for you. Kyan pats Abel on the shoulder and walks towards the king. That's where Kyan belongs. Where the king is, that's Kyan's home. Watching the two embrace warmly, Mia is filled with envy. Will I ever meet a partner like that in the future? At this moment, Abel leans in and says, Cotton, open the gift, I'm so curious. Mia hesitates, but as soon as she opens the gift, she feels a bit. Abel urges her, hurry up, the flowers are meant to be used, not just displayed. Mia nervously looks at the gift, thinking, he's got me figured out. A shiny bracelet lies in the small box. Abel exclaims, oh, it's an artifact. Seeing Mia's confusion, Abel explains to her, it's an accessory imbued with ancient magic. It's a meaningful gift, isn't it? Mia is still bewildered, what is it, what is it? Abel continues, just by looking at it, you can immediately tell. Abel explains further, simply put, it has the ability to transmit your words to anyone, anywhere you want, or to any place you've been. Mia asks, so I can send a message to my room from here? Abel nods, that's right, now put it on. Mia wonders, why would Kyan give me such a unique gift? Still curious, she looks up and asks Abel, how do you know about this? Abel smiles and replies, because I was there when he found it. He found it in the ancient dungeon. Whenever he argued with his wife, he would vent his anger in the dungeon. Mia thought to herself, in this regard, he is just like his father. At this moment, the bracelet on Mia's wrist suddenly made a clicking sound. Then a screen appeared in front of her. Mia was extremely surprised. Is this a message map? My room. After selecting and seeing the view of her room, Mia was very excited. Wow, this is so useful. Is this jade or stone? Oh, that reminds me. Mia asked aloud, Abel, do you know what this is? Looking at the two buttons in Mia's hand, Abel replied, they are yours. Those are protective artifacts. The left one protects against physical attacks, and the right one against mental attacks. Each can only be used once a day. Mia happily put it away and thought, finally, I know what it is, the cufflinks my father gave me. The mysterious girl waved at Abel, hey, listen, let me tell you something quietly. How much are these worth? Abel was a bit surprised by his sister's question, but still answered, it depends on who asks. Upon hearing that, MIA's eyes lit up. Even if they want 2 billion heath. Abel nodded. Of course, many wealthy people fight over these cufflinks. If I had to price them, about 5 billion heath. But even so, don't think about selling them. MIA happily shook her head. No way, if it's that valuable, I must keep it safe. At that moment, MIA noticed someone on the other side just turned away. She immediately turned back, searching for the eyes she just saw. MIA keenly realized that someone was staring at her. The little girl MIA was standing in the middle of the grand hall, quietly telling her horse, Sugar, to go check with Dora. Her plan was called the Kidnapping Act. At the moment, Tina and Ben were searching for other suspicious people. Meanwhile, Dora was carefully sketching everyone entering and leaving the party. A little later, the horse Sugar brought MIA the sketch. MIA quietly thanked him and examined the drawings. Her gaze stopped when she saw the silhouette of a woman. It was Valerie, who had left the party, perhaps out of anger towards her, which is why she stormed off. And when the Queen arrived, no one else left, as everyone was busy bowing to her. If that's the case, then the suspect. The cause must be one of the guests who left after Valerie stormed off in anger, and before the Queen arrived. They would likely target children playing alone, or those meeting friends before the King's arrival. Organizing her thoughts, MIA handed the sketch to her horse. Sugar, take this to Tina. Tina and the lower-ranked demons would search the party hall for guests matching the description. Meanwhile, MIA would observe elsewhere. Kidnapping a young female demon was an act of treason. It didn't make sense to plan it in such an easily detectable place with lower-ranked demons around. As MIA walked, thinking, a voice suddenly called from behind. MIA, I want to tell you something. This is a special gift I want to give you, her father gently said as he approached. Looking at her father seated before her, MIA wondered, a special gift. What could father be talking about? But then, she reached out to hold his large hand. Holding his daughter, the Duke stepped before the guests and loudly declared, Attention, everyone. I have a very special gift for my daughter, the star of today's party. I want to give my daughter a new name. A name created from an ancient language, the most fitting name for her, beyond any other name in the world. Listening to her father's words, MIA's eyes widened in surprise. Then, he lovingly gazed at his precious daughter and continued, From today onwards, you will be known as MIA Dundee. The name means desire and possession. From this day, if you want something, just take it. You don't have to give up anything you desire for yourself. You can be reckless, greedy, or even angry, because that is the nature of a demon. A demon should act this way. Hearing her father's instructions and understanding his expectations, MIA was momentarily speechless. Perhaps father already knew that she often held back, and now he was telling her she didn't have to anymore. This was indulgence, pampering, and love greater than ever before. You don't need to thank me, it's what a father should do. MIA blushed, embarrassed. But, father. Before she could say more, the Duke gently held her small hand. You are my daughter, MIA. Remember, nothing is more important than you. A little later, MIA saw a beautiful woman approaching her to greet. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady MIA. The woman had wavy hair adorned with pure white flowers, and an insect tattoo on her left cheek. Seeing her, MIA smiled politely. Hello, Marquis Sana. Hearing this, Marquis Sana laughed and praised, How adorable. The Duke told me you wanted to become a merchant lady, is that right? Yes, that's correct, MIA nodded softly. The Marquis smiled and continued, That's a very good goal, lady. Money helps us live longer and happier in this world. If you're curious about anything, feel free to ask me. I'll answer everything I know. Hearing her, MIA gasped inwardly, excited. Now she had the chance to receive advice from a successful businesswoman. This was truly wonderful, and MIA was also happy that she had more time. At that moment, some servants nearby appeared worried, as if something was troubling them. Returning to the conversation, MIA hesitantly asked, "Actually, I don't know anything at all. I don't even know where to start." Marquis Sana suddenly laughed, pointing a finger forward. "If you don't know where to begin, then first, look around you. You need to know what people like and how they react. This is called customer psychology. You can't sell what you want to sell, you must sell what customers want to buy. Once you've decided what to sell, then think about who to sell it to: nobles, commoners, adults, or children. First, you should choose the field you know best." MIA thought for a moment and hesitantly responded, "What about children?" "But children don't have money." "Exactly, children don't have money. So, who does?" Sana asked. MIA murmured, "You mean their parents?" "That's right, lady. If you sell children's items, but target their parents, you should appeal to their guilt, or their pride." Hearing this, MIA shivered slightly. Make parents feel guilty for not buying things for their children, and appeal to the fear that their child might be left behind by others. MIA now understood. Marquis Sana truly was a real demon. "Thank you for your advice, Marquis Sana." MIA smiled and sincerely expressed her gratitude, and she received a warm response from the Marquis in return. "No doubt. We'll see each other again at the Business Association soon. I hope you remain as adorable as you are now." MIA didn't know what the Business Association was. Seemingly sensing his daughter's confusion, the Duke standing nearby explained, "It's an association you must join if you own a business empire. The business is judged based on the scale of investment and the capital it holds." The daughter of Marquis Sana also appeared beside her mother and told MIA, "If you join, you'll become the youngest merchant in the empire's history. No 5-year-old has ever headed a company before." MIA's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Really?" The girl nodded and explained, "Yes, really. You know, I may look like this, but I haven't gone through my second growth phase yet. But in fact, I'm older than you, MIA. The second growth phase is when one experiences love." MIA guessed that Lolita hadn't fallen in love yet, and it seemed she loved her mother very much. If that was familial love, one would mature quickly. A while later, the Duke set his daughter down and softly asked, "Do you want to go play with your friends?" MIA seized the opportunity and nodded. "All right then, go ahead. But remember to eat and rest properly." After momentarily breaking away from her father, the maid Tina standing nearby waved to MIA. "All right, it's time to act," MIA decided, planning to find an empty balcony and hide there for 10 minutes. Finding a quiet place would be perfect for today's plan, she thought as she pulled the balcony curtain aside. But she was immediately shocked to see a man and woman embracing each other on the balcony. The sight almost made MIA faint in fright. "Oh my goodness, I didn't expect to see this here." Hastily running away, she sought out other balconies. But it seemed every balcony in the castle had couples occupying them. MIA's apologies echoed from one floor to another, as she witnessed too many scenes a child shouldn't see. She wandered down the hallway like a lost soul. They arrived at a balcony at last, a quiet one. There didn't seem to be anyone around. The door gently opened, and indeed, no one was there. MIA let out a sigh of relief. Her horse, Sugar, stood by her side, concerned. "Are you cold, miss?" Sugar asked. MIA petted her horse, shaking her head. Compared to the winters she'd endured at the Evelyn mansion, this chill was nothing. Sugar nuzzled her nose against MIA's face. "I'm so proud of you for getting through all of that on your own, my lady." Just then, MIA's eyes widened as she sensed something. A scent filled the air, something like honey. Under MIA's confused gaze, a mysterious boy appeared before her, draped in a white and gold cloak. The honey scent seemed to be coming from him. MIA immediately recognized him as the boy who had told her to be quiet that day. The boy smiled and said, "Ah, you've caught me again." MIA nodded politely. The boy, admiring her smile, said, "Yes, we meet again. But how did you know I was here?" MIA introduced herself, explaining, "I smelled honey and found you. By the way, my name is MIA, MIA Doncha." The boy wasn't surprised, as he had heard earlier that MIA had just received her new name. She was also curious about his name. He seemed to be from the duchy. But MIA couldn't remember much about the families there. Hearing her ask for his name, the boy responded with confusion, "Are you really that naive? Don't you know it's dangerous to come to the balcony alone?" MIA smiled and retorted, "Aren't you out here alone too?" The boy sighed and said, "I'm out here because I have no other choice. You have no idea how many things cling to me." Yes, MIA had guessed correctly earlier. She had smelled that sweet scent, one that made her want to follow him everywhere. It was such a peculiar, soothing smell that anyone would remember it. "Anyway, you should go back to your party, MIA. I was here first, and I want to be alone." MIA widened her eyes, confused. She couldn't leave, and she'd have to keep bothering him until he decided to go. So, MIA tried to find a topic of conversation. She glanced at an artifact on the boy and asked, "Is that a relic?" Seeing her curiosity, the boy sighed, "You must be a really nosy person." "Ha ha, if I'm bothering you, you can go inside," MIA replied. But the boy, stubborn as ever, stood his ground. "Like I said, I was here first, so I'm not going anywhere." Finally, he moved closer and showed her the necklace he was wearing. "I borrowed this artifact from the queen. This item erases my traces and scent, so no one notices me at the party," he explained. MIA, now more curious, asked, "Then why was I able to find you? This is a second-tier relic. What you're wearing is a first-tier one. If another demon has a stronger artifact, the lower-level ones don't work. When you saw me at the World Tree last time, both your father and brother knew I was there. They just didn't tell you." Hearing this, MIA nodded, "I understand." Her calm reaction left the boy stunned. "That's it. I just told you your family lied to you, MIA. Aren't you mad? Shouldn't you be shouting? How dare they lie to a demoness, or something?" MIA, not fully understanding, smiled and replied, "Oh, maybe they didn't tell me because it wasn't important. No big deal, right?" Thinking of something, MIA suddenly took out an item from her pocket and asked, "By the way, do you know who made this? It smells just like you, so I thought it might be related." The item she showed him was a statue of a winged horse, continuously emitting a sweet scent. The boy examined the statue, then calmly said something that left MIA frozen in place. "I made this." Immediately, MIA's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Oh my gosh, really? That's amazing." The boy explained, "I'm a sculptor and an artist. I paint all the time, but then I started sculpting more. I enjoy sculpting gems, wood, and even ordinary stones." "Wow, that's so cool." MIA thought to herself. She suddenly wanted to be friends with him more than with anyone she had met that day, so she didn't hold back on complimenting the horse statue. "It's really beautiful." "I know," the boy said, staying calm as if he had heard such praise many times before. "This is one of my finest works." Clearly, the horse was handcrafted from pink diamonds, a perfect match for this child. MIA observed the boy and wondered if she should give him one of her 3 friendship bracelets. "By the way, I want to know your name," MIA said. Since their last meeting, she still hadn't learned his name. It was funny, really, because he had never introduced himself. Besides, everyone seemed to know who he was. They all tried to get his attention, wanting his favor, or hated him enough to avoid him. His words puzzled MIA, and she stared at him. She muttered to herself, "Does he think people follow him like puppies because they like him? Oh my gosh, what a naive thought. Finally, under MIA's insistence, the boy introduced himself. I'm Jura Beodabab. MIA smiled warmly. Nice to meet you, Jura. The name Beodabab seemed familiar to MIA, perhaps something Lord Leviat had mentioned. By the way, you're a genius, Jura. How do you make such beautiful things? Jura, surprised by the compliment, asked, do you really mean that? Of course. MIA replied. I think it's super cool. Suddenly, the boy fell silent and, in a solemn tone, asked, is it because of my art, not my looks, scent, or family? MIA didn't understand why he wanted her to repeat that, but she nodded. For a brief moment, MIA thought she saw the boy's cheeks turn red. Before he could say anything, MIA seriously added. But listen, Jura, my brother Caden is even more handsome than you. I mean, I've never seen your face, but if I could, I'm sure you wouldn't be more handsome than my brother. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Jura asked curiously, your brother? He's with the Royal Army. That's right. He's my eldest brother. You know him, don't you? Jura quickly nodded. Of course. He's with the Royal Army, and no one dares to mess with him. But my situation is different. Jura kept talking about himself, which started to annoy MIA. He was implying that because Caden was engaged to the Queen, his life was more stable, while his own was like a fleeting wind. Such a self-centered guy, MIA thought. And it was kind of pathetic that he'd gone to such lengths to borrow a relic from the king. MIA smiled and said, don't worry, my father smells better than you. I mean, you smell great, but my father smells better. For some reason, MIA brought up the scent again. Curious, Jura asked, you must be close to your father. MIA puffed her chest proudly, of course. My father is the best. I'm jealous. My father wouldn't let me sculpt, Jura sighed. His talent for sculpting was the reason his father had sent him away, saying he had brought shame to the family name. It had been a long time since Jura felt inspired to sculpt. Hearing Jura share his personal struggles made MIA secretly happy. Is he confiding in me? Have we become friends? But then, Jura's next words shocked her. I haven't sculpted in a while, but seeing you makes me want to carve a duck. Oh no, he wasn't confiding in her after all. Jura smiled, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. I want to go home right now and start sculpting. Thanks to you, I've come up with a brilliant idea. MIA didn't understand how a duck could be a brilliant idea, but anyway, she should head back inside. There was something important she needed to do, and Jura seemed eager to sculpt his duck. Before Jura left, MIA handed him a bracelet. Would you like this, Jura? I only give these to demons I want to be closer to. I want us to be friends. Oh, and don't tell anyone we met, okay? Taking the bracelet, Jura smiled at her. You criticize my appearance and scent by comparing me to your family, but then you say you like my work, and now you want us to be friends. MIA puffed her cheeks and replied, I told you, you're really cool, Jura. I talked about other things too, so don't worry, I won't be following you or anything like that. Jura was puzzled, but MIA, you don't even know what I'm like. Jura was about to take off his cloak to show her his real face, but MIA quickly wanted to leave. All right, next time show me your face, okay? I really have to go now. See you later, she said, and immediately hopped onto her unicorn, which flew up into the sky. Watching her fly away, Jura nodded in response, all right, we'll meet again, after I finish sculpting. I'll definitely come find you, MIA. MIA's innocent and beautiful smile lingered in Jura's mind. After a while, he too smiled. Everything turned out unexpectedly, didn't it? In the grand castle, Mayat continued holding the sketch in her hand, asking the servants. Hey, have you seen any demons that look like this? Looking at the sketch, the maid smiled and replied, yes, this guest has been in the children's playroom for a while now. The maid smiled at the cuteness of the young lady. But Mia gloomily turned away, thinking to herself, with Valerie's pride, she wouldn't go in there. Why on earth would she hide in a place without people? A while later, Mia found herself in another room. The scene here stunned her, as she realized it was the place she had seen in her dreams, and some people were having a conversation. Their voices echoed, "We can't keep doing this. Doing all this just for the kids. Why can't we kidnap any other kid? Why does it have to be the Dundee girl?" Standing outside listening, Mia and her horse, Suga, whispered to each other, "Are they idiots? Talking like that so everyone can hear. Right, something feels off. Why are they being so careless?" From Mia's view, she saw the two holding a compass, and one asked, "Are you sure the thing Lord Nefra gave us works?" The other confidently replied, "Of course, no one can hear us." Mia glanced at the compass and realized their carelessness was due to having a holy artifact that blocked sound. They thought no one could overhear their conversation. But the artifact wouldn't work if a stronger artifact was nearby. Coincidentally, Mia possessed such an artifact, allowing her to hear their entire conversation. These two must have been born on a day of arrogance, she thought. But it's over now. I fulfilled my prophecy, so it's all finished, right? The only thing left is to put them to sleep. At that moment, due to a slight mistake, Mia was discovered by the people outside. One of them shouted, startling her. "Oh no, I've been caught. What should I do now? Am I destined to be captured?" Faced with danger, Suga, her horse, quickly lifted her onto his back and fled. They ran swiftly down the hallway while Mia shut her eyes, clutching her horse tightly. Behind them, the pursuers were chasing at full speed, panic in their steps. "They are too close. Where can we hide?" Mia tried to stay calm and look for a hiding spot around her. Finally, she spotted a closed door and decided to go inside. After entering and closing the door, Mia let out a tired sigh. But at that moment, a familiar, angry voice rang out, "Huh? Why are you here?" Standing before Mia was none other than Valerie, looking furious and upset. Before Mia could explain, Valerie angrily shouted through her tears, "You came here to mock me, didn't you? Are you happy now that you've taken all my friends?" Mia wanted to explain it wasn't true, but Valerie burst into sobs, "I knew it. I knew everyone would turn on me once the Duke had another daughter." Seeing Valerie cry like that, Mia was at her wits' end. She had no choice but to cover Valerie's mouth, quiet down, just for a little while. Valerie didn't understand but struggled, while Mia was frantic, not knowing what to do. "For heaven's sake, this isn't the time to argue. Stay quiet. They are about to find us." As she thought that, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the men with fierce faces stepped inside. "Ha ha, look what we have here. What are these two girls doing here? Are you lost?" The leader's face became terrifying, with a twisted smile and a sinister aura. "Thanks to you, my job just got a lot easier." While Mia was still assessing the situation, Valerie had already stopped crying and bravely stepped forward. "Step back, I'll handle this." Valerie cast a spell that put the attacking beasts to sleep. Seizing the moment, Suga quickly reminded Mia to put the rest of them to sleep, too. Mia, unafraid, nodded immediately. "These demons in front of me are nothing compared to Abio. And even he doesn't scare me. Besides, I have someone backing me." Just thinking of her father gave Mia courage. The demons in front of her were just a joke compared to her father. Hearing Mia's words, Valerie angrily turned and questioned, "Hey, do you even understand the situation right now? We are in danger, and you're provoking them." Mia reassured her friend while shouting at the demons, "You must all be Nefra's dogs. No way anyone else could father a demon like you." Hearing this, the demons became enraged. "What did you just say, kid? Yeah, bark like little dogs." Mia raised her hands and continued, "If you behave well, Nephra will treat you better. MIA was casting magic and trying to provoke the demons in front of her, hoping their shouts would attract attention. One couldn't hold back and yelled, pointing at her. This little brat doesn't know her place. Take her down. Because MIA was small, they didn't take her seriously, not realizing magic was enveloping them. Maybe being a child has its advantages. It's time for you all to sleep now. Enjoy your nightmares. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, as everyone was enjoying the party, a voice whispered, unheard by anyone, look at how adorably the young lady runs with her little feet. She's at the age where she's curious about everything. But what will happen when she encounters a dangerous demon wandering around? How will the young lady deal with them? Dream demons cannot speak their prophecies directly, but others can follow their actions and take notice. We could call that a loophole in the rules, couldn't we? At this point, the beautiful demon paused before continuing, Duke, aren't you going to follow and help your daughter? The Duke, sitting calmly opposite, placed a chess piece on the board and shook his head, no need. If I keep watching over her and protecting her, she'll never learn how to rule and stand on her own. The female demon smiled in agreement, that's absolutely right. She's also quite good at escaping, and it seems she's handling the unicorn spirit beast well. While the two calmly played chess, MIA was busy dealing with the demons. One day, a little girl like her would have to face a situation without her father by her side. So the Duke simply saw today as a training session for when that moment comes. What better practice for a real-life situation than in front of high-ranking demons? Magic allowed the two of them to observe MIA's every move. When they heard her call the demons Neraphim's dogs, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, it seems your dear daughter has a natural talent for insults, one said. No doubt about her heritage, the Duke chuckled and nodded. I am even thinking of compiling a book of MIA's best quotes. The red-haired demon next to them joyfully raised a glass and said, let's toast to MIA's sharp tongue. Everyone, raise your glasses. Let's raise a glass for MIA. Countless high-ranking demons cheered in support. The beautiful demon playing chess with the Duke praised him, you're truly lucky to have such a strong wife and such a clever daughter. The Duke enjoyed the compliment, but outwardly remained composed, no need to say more. It seems my daughter has handled things that the Queen should have addressed. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? To be fair, my daughter deserves some compensation. Checkmate. The Queen, having lost to the Duke, didn't hesitate to praise MIA. I wonder where this adorable girl came from. But to me, that child has the qualities of a ruler, she added. The Duke's expression darkened briefly at this and he immediately denied it. MIA has no interest in power or strength. Before he could finish, the Queen smiled and interrupted, not yet. You never know. Perhaps one day she'll grow strong enough to challenge me. Not wanting to linger on this sensitive topic, the Duke deflected, anyway, it's still far off. We all know the next ruler hasn't been born yet. The Queen sipped her wine with a sigh, what a shame. If I had known I'd have to be queen for so long, I would never have taken the crown. After saying this, she turned affectionately toward her retinue in front of everyone, a scene so familiar that no one even commented on it. At that moment, Abel, MIA's older brother, approached and asked his father, Father, do you think the ball will be all right? Seeing his son's concern, the Duke nodded reassuringly. Of course, it will be fine. Just then, the doors to the grand hall flew open, and a maid burst in shouting, Miss has been kidnapped. Kidnapped by Neraphim. The Queen nodded calmly, the young demon is sending us a signal. While the high-ranking demons knew what was happening, Abel was still confused and worried. Not wanting to see his son in distress. The Duke explained. Perhaps MIA saw a prophecy about someone being kidnapped at the party. That's why she seemed so anxious. She instructed Tina to block all exits to the mansion in case of trouble. And if trouble came, she told them to shout as loudly as possible that Miss had been kidnapped by Neraphim, whether it was true or not. No one leaves the mansion until everyone has been questioned. She knew if I heard this, I would understand it was a signal and take action immediately. Hearing about his sister's plans and calculations, Abel couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Is that little girl a genius?" The Duke smiled proudly and confirmed, "Of course. She's a member of the Dunder family, and there's no exception. Now, let's go meet MIA." Meanwhile, in the other room, the demons in front of MIA had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing them fast asleep, Valerie, her companion, blushed and yelled, "What are these idiots doing? Were they planning to kidnap me? I'm the heir of Ataru." Sensing a hint of fear in Valerie's angry words, MIA turned and patted her on the shoulder, hoping to comfort her. Though Valerie always acted tough, she was still just a child and was probably scared. Now? But Valerie was much braver than MIA. Embarrassed by MIA's comforting gesture, Valerie blushed and struggled, "Are you comforting me? How dare you? I'm not scared." Just as MIA suspected, Valerie was exhausted after the fight. MIA smiled and sincerely said, "You're amazing, Valerie." Thinking back, Valerie was caught up in this mess because of MIA, and she felt a bit guilty. MIA found her own way to cheer up her friend, "You're really strong and brave, Valerie. I mean it." Hearing this, Valerie stopped being angry and looked at the sleeping figures on the floor, sighing, "Well, you're not completely useless." A moment later, under MIA's attentive gaze, Valerie reluctantly declared, "All right. I'm generous, so I'll let you be my friend." When MIA remained silent, Valerie angrily continued, "I said I'll be your friend. Aren't you going to thank me?" Flustered by MIA's quiet stare, Valerie repeated, "Friends. We're friends, don't you understand? I mean, if you want to, we could." Watching Valerie's face shift from anger to embarrassment, MIA felt happy and smiled, nodding. She then reached out and took Valerie's hand, saying she wanted that too. Relieved, MIA was glad that no one was hurt or kidnapped, and most of all, that she had made a new friend in Valerie. Blushing, Valerie awkwardly said, "Sorry about what I said earlier." MIA then gave Valerie one of her friendship bracelets, the kind she only gave to special friends. "Here, now we are officially friends." Valerie was amazed by the bracelet, but tried to stay composed. At the same time, the Duke found the room and called out to his daughter. MIA happily turned to look at her father. She immediately ran and leapt into his arms. Stroking her soft hair, the Duke reassured her, "It's all right now, dear. You've done very well." But when his gaze fell on the two sleeping figures on the ground, his eyes turned cold and frightening. "Now, these traitors won't escape an endless torture. They'll tell us everything they know. I want to understand what Nerafim is planning." So far, things are going smoothly. The king entered and told everyone not to worry, and so the party continued late into the night. MIA decided to save her last friendship bracelet for Hedita, thinking she would help with her business greatly. Returning to her room, MIA collapsed onto her bed and stretched. What a tiring day. But everything that happened today, she knew she would never forget. MIA smiled in satisfaction. Thinking back on it, she still felt excited about her never-before-seen experiences, fighting demons and making new friends. Maid Tina brought in a warm glass of milk. "Miss must be tired. Here, have some milk." Tina asked if the young lady would go to sleep after drinking her milk, but the little girl shook her head maturely, "No, I still have to think about my business." Her answer successfully received a look of admiration from Tina. "That sounds wonderful, you are a genius, young lady." After enjoying the maid's compliment, MIA drank her milk while wondering why her father found her so quickly earlier. Although high-ranking demons have the power to sense their surroundings without seeing, MIA wouldn't learn that until later. Marquis Sana had told MIA to observe and enjoy her surroundings, learning how to respond, and MIA knew what children liked, like milk candy, a music box she had been given. She decided to start selling those items and, most importantly, hair clips made from the world tree, making children feel like fairies in a legendary forest. They would be safe for children of all ages, with no toxic ingredients or artificial colors. How about that for advertising? Children would also be excited to see the unicorn, Sugar. While jotting down notes, Mia glanced at her drowsy unicorn. If that's the case, she decided she would sell plush toys that looked just like him. Sugar would fly freely, and plush unicorns would reach children's hands. What else? How about a cradle, or a wooden horse? These were all children's toys, so was Mia going into the children's product business? If so, selling baby bottles and handkerchiefs wouldn't be a bad idea. Lost in her thoughts, Mia suddenly clapped her hands, realizing she had come up with a fantastic idea. First, she would make a few products in small quantities and open a temporary store, so people could experience them before deciding to buy. In Mia's third prophecy, she saw many competitors trying to copy and slander her company, spreading malicious rumors aimed at ruining her business. But Mia was a demon, so she wouldn't let anyone mess with her shop. She was determined to protect what belonged to her. Thinking about it, Mia lay down in bed, rolling around. Just the thought made her unable to wait any longer. She felt everything was going smoothly and falling into place. Right then, a scream from outside startled her. "Ah! Help me! What is this? Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The noise grew louder, so irritating that Mia couldn't concentrate. Frustrated, she marched to the balcony. What on earth is happening out there? Mia opened her balcony door, and was shocked to see someone standing there. It was Duran. She pointed at him and said, "Hey! You can't just sneak into a girl's room like that." Duran smiled and replied, "Technically, I'm just sitting on the balcony, but if you don't want me here, I'll leave." Sorry for coming uninvited, Mia quickly shook her head in confusion. No, wait. But what are you doing here? Duran was silent for a moment and then said, "Well, right now, I'm waiting for the fool serenading you to disappear. It's like a love song. Anyway, I came because I wanted to show you something. I might not see you for a while, and it would be a shame if you missed this." "What is it?" Mia asked curiously, also noticing that Duran seemed a bit sad. "Well, it's not something I can bring here. Can you come outside for a bit?" Duran explained that it was a wooden statue he had just carved, hoping Mia would come see it. "I promised I'd show you my sculpture, didn't I? And I also wanted to see you again." Hearing this, Mia realized how much Duran valued his promises, so she agreed, "All right, wait here for a moment." A little later, Mia returned with a coat on. Suddenly, Duran grabbed her hand and said, "There are a lot of dangers below, so we have to move quickly. If you go down by the window, you might get hurt, so be careful." "Don't worry. The guards must be working overtime to make sure the young lady doesn't get caught," Duran said. Mia didn't understand what he was talking about. But he told her to just hold onto him tightly. Duran then hugged Mia and jumped off the balcony. Instead of falling, he soared through the sky. He moved so fast that Mia had to hold on tightly to him. Who knows how long it took, but finally, they landed on the ground. "Just a little more walking, and we'll be there. When the sun rises, you'll be able to see this statue from your window." Following Duran's lead, Mia rubbed her eyes and looked ahead. "Oh, what is that?" "It's just an old tree, don't worry." But when she looked closer, she was astonished by what she saw. "What in the world is this?" It was a giant glowing unicorn statue. The statue was made of wood, but it was so beautiful, shimmering, and lifelike, as if the unicorn would flap its wings and fly away. Mia remembered hearing someone say that when faced with an unexpected beauty, people often become speechless. Now she understood what they meant. After regaining her composure, Mia stepped forward a few paces and said, "Thank you for showing me this, Duran. But her words came to a halt when she saw Durand's face. He had taken off his cloak, and he was breathtakingly beautiful. Durand was truly, truly beautiful. All Neraphim are equal, but of course, only in appearance. In reality, there are also noble ones among them. The authority to decide this belongs to the largest castle in the center of the Sky Island, called the White Tower. A terrified demon was led into the room by a servant. "He's waiting for you, please come in." As soon as the demon entered, he squinted in the blinding light filling the room, and a voice echoed, "Do not speak until he speaks first." Sitting on the throne was none other than the god of Neraphim. He lived there. And he was none other than Eohara, a great being before even existence, the beginning before the beginning. He was the leader of all Neraphim, a ruler commanding absolute respect and fear. Looking coldly at the demon who had just entered, Eohara asked in a frosty voice, "Didn't I teach that Neraphim must be perfect?" The demon stammered, I'm sorry." Eohara's next words made the demon pale. "Can you take pride in the fact that you are no better than a demon, as this is Neraphim? Indeed, if you're not perfect, I will become angry," Eohara said as eerie vines began to appear, filling the room. "Therefore, both the life and death of the Neraphim will be decided by me, an absolute decision that any demon under my command must fear." Seeing the vines approaching him, the demon screamed in terror, "Please, give me one more chance." These words made Eohara ponder. How fascinating, didn't I just say it earlier? And yet you dared to speak up again, huh? Eohara's deep eyes, as if holding the entire universe, stared at the figure in front of him. "I only needed one, just one kidnapping. How hard could that be?" Eohara had subdued the demons and sent them to the Dundale family, with the condition that if they kidnapped a young witch, they would be allowed to live on Sky Island. Even though Eohara had entrusted them with precious relics, the results were far from his expectations. Eohara tiredly rubbed his forehead and asked, "How are you handling that now?" The demon stammered, Well, although we are in the process of brainwashing her, I might need a little more time." This answer made Eohara sigh in exhaustion. The strategy to end the war with the demon castle that he had been pursuing was to brainwash the demons into attacking other demons, leading them to slaughter each other. This plan was called the Doomsday Weapon of Demons. The demoness they were holding now, her brainwashing was progressing far too slowly. Eohara wasn't sure if she even understood his words from the beginning, feeling only frustration. With no other choice, Eohara coldly ordered, "From now on, guard her until the end of the world. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you must guard her." Just then, the door opened, and someone entered, calling Eohara's name. He bowed respectfully before Eohara and said, "Aside from those foolish demons, I've personally delivered the report to the other demons." Didn't the Dundale family hold a celebration for the birth of their daughter? That daughter seems to have special abilities, the very child of Dundale who managed to control those foolish demons. Eohara, deep in thought, asked in surprise, "Could she be the one who escaped from our grasp?" "Yes," the man responded. "So, what exactly is the power that she holds?" Eohara pressed further, but the subordinate didn't know, saying that it would take considerable time to find out. The ninth daughter of Lord Evelan, outwardly obedient, but always harboring a rebellious spirit within. Eohara had once thought of dealing with that puppet, but one day she cut ties and vanished, all her energy seeping into the child and returning. She gave birth to a child that could see the future. Those foolish frogs are directly torturing Abel Dundale. I don't really know what else to do, so there's nothing more to say. Suddenly, Eohara stood up, facing the kneeling servant. Looking down from above, he resembled a divine figure. "All right, by any means necessary, you must bring Dundale's daughter to me. I need her, I want her. With that child, we will surely win this war because she can see the future. If we can't eliminate Abel Dundale, it's no matter. I have a better idea." Born from the blood of demons, though worthless, she was birthed in the womb of the Lord's daughter. She was meant to be on Sky Island. So, bring her here. It's merely a matter of her resistance to being taken. We'll kidnap her, brainwash her. We can't rely on that, though, as we are not certain if the brainwashing will work. Remember, Iohara needs a new demon. On the other hand, letting the child slip away might be even better. It must be quite enjoyable now, feeling like you've got the whole world in your hands. Thinking of this, Iohara smiled a dangerous smile. How entertaining it will be to trap such a child in a white room and drive her to despair. No matter how strong her spirit is in the end, she's just a child and will easily collapse under pressure. Meanwhile, at the Duke's castle. In her room, Mia was sound asleep, but judging by her expression, it seemed as if she was trapped in a nightmare or something similarly terrible. The day after the banquet, Abel sat by his sister's bed, worriedly asking, "Weak bones. Why does it hurt so much so suddenly?" In her daze, hearing her brother's words, Mia screamed internally, "It's not weak bones, you idiot. Stupid Abel." She wanted to say that to him, but she couldn't stay conscious any longer. Abel suddenly brought a bright red bottle to Mia, and told her to drink the medicine. Mia, trying to open her eyes, asked in confusion, "I don't want to drink it. Where did all this medicine come from?" "Demons don't take medicine." Abel firmly poured the medicine into a small spoon and explained, "Even if you don't eat, your fever won't go down. Just do it." "No, I'm ordering you to. Anyway, if you drink it, I'll give you 5 marshmallows. How about that? Want to drink now?" Faced with her brother's sweet persuasion, Mia, with her pale face, showed signs of discomfort. But in the end, tempted by the promise of 5 toasted marshmallows, she squinted and reluctantly opened her mouth. The taste of the medicine was surely not pleasant at all, right? But Abel quickly shoved a marshmallow into her mouth, and its sweet, fragrant taste immediately soothed her bitter tongue. Early in the morning, she had been outside in the cold garden, so no one knew she was in pain, right? Uncle Leviat was also tense from arguing with those bad people. And my sister said it might be muscle strain. However, Mia had no regrets about seeing Jura's face. Even now, she remembered that face vividly. She remembered it so much that she suddenly felt shy, her face turning red. Seeing his sister's flushed face, her brother worriedly said, "It seems like you've got a fever again." This immediately startled Mia, who hurriedly protested, No, I don't." But the more she thought about that boy, the redder Mia's face became. Jura Beodabap, that boy seemed to have everything Mia liked in the world, almost like a perfect gift just for her. Wait, what am I thinking? The image in her head made her feel like a steam train puffing out smoke, embarrassed to death. But whether she opened her eyes or closed them, all she could think of was Jura. This wasn't good. Had she caught some strange illness? A little while later, when she felt better, a servant brought a pile of books into her room. These were books sent by the Sana family. Mia excitedly decided to read them immediately, thinking that maybe reading would help her forget about Jura. Acting on her thoughts, she buried herself in the pile of books in front of her. There were countless titles and genres, and for a moment, Mia didn't know which one to start with. In the end, she decided to begin with the one that looked the clearest. As she opened the first page, Mia discovered a letter stuck inside. The letter was sent by the daughter of Countess Hedita. "I think if you're the Duchess, you'd definitely start with this book. This is my thanks for the bracelet, enjoy reading it. P.S. You'll really love the unicorn plushie." After reading the letter, Mia silently sighed to herself, "Third-generation Hedita, you really understand me, don't you?" Abel, seeing his sister reading beside him, immediately nagged, "You're in pain, but still reading." Mia shook her head and reassured him, "It's fine, brother, you can go." Her words annoyed Abel. "I came here because I was worried about you, and now you're chasing me away." Mia smiled, watching her brother's back as he left, then suddenly called him back. Most of what she saw in her dreams had been resolved. Sometimes things went off track, but for now, the situation seemed stable. But wasn't death destined to come for Abel in the future? She looked at her brother and wondered if she could stop it. No, she couldn't. But Abel was still safe and sound for now, so there was no need to worry anymore. Thinking this, she thanked her brother and returned to her book. Abel left the room, but still worried, calling back, "You're so boring. Read less and rest more." "Yes, I know, brother," Mia replied. The next day, fortunately, her body felt much better, no more pain or exhaustion. In the morning, as soon as she woke up, Mia tidied up the mountain of gifts herself. In the afternoon, she decided to visit the 7 children. Judging by their appearances, everyone had gained weight and seemed to be living well. Of course, she wasn't just there to check on that. Although she trusted the children, Mia still couldn't fully rely on them just yet. At the very least, she needed their promise not to betray her. So, she boldly declared in front of their astonished faces, "I'll give you all a choice: leave now and live freely, or stay by my side. If you stay, I'll help you grow and teach you the skills you want to learn. In return, you'll study well and help with my business in the future." Mia understood what each child wanted to achieve. She needed to know everything necessary, and could make it all a reality. Faced with Mia's gentle voice, one of them asked in confusion, "Why are you being so good to us?" Mia didn't answer. Instead, she looked up at the ceiling, as if seeing through the walls to the vast universe beyond. "We are all part of the demon world now. Besides, I am going to be your friend. Thank you, I'll treat you all well. Luckily, I promised that you'd all become staff in the future." Saying that, the children were moved and hugged each other. Just then, the little unicorn urgently pointed for Mia to look behind her. Mia turned to see her brother Abel staring daggers at her. "Oh no, scared me to death." After a while, sitting in the carriage, both siblings still had a gloomy expression. Mia didn't even glance at her brother and muttered to herself, "Abel looks just like a snail shell." It seemed like he was upset, because his little sister hugged the children earlier. Anyway, to appease Abel, Veena decided to join him in market research. After a moment of silence, Abel couldn't hold back, and asked his sister what she planned to sell. Mia responded, "Milk, porcelain containers, unicorn plushies, rocking horses, and cradles." Hearing her list, Abel was amazed. "That's a lot. How do you remember all of that?" "Oh, because I wrote everything down in the business plan. And all the items will have the shape of a unicorn. Everyone will instantly know it's Mia and Suga's products when they see the unicorn mascot." Abel, curious, asked, "Huh? What's so good about that?" Mia smiled, "Because everyone will want it. If others have unicorn-themed products and you don't, wouldn't you feel left out? That's why everything I sell will have a unicorn design." Listening to his sister's explanation, even though Abel didn't fully understand, he still praised her. "That's brilliant." Of course, because Abel had never had anything he wanted. If Mia had been born and raised at her father's house, she wouldn't have known either. After a while, the carriage stopped and they arrived. Today, Mia wanted to visit a toy store. Knowing this, Abel offered, "If you like any toy, just tell me. And I'll buy it for you." The two siblings chatted as they strolled down the street. Standing inside the toy store, they were surrounded by a myriad of small, cute toys. Abel found everything strange and kept asking his sister, "What's this? What's that?" "A bell for calling servants." But Mia paid little attention to him, already lost in thought. This was a store specializing in toys, yet even in such a big shop, the children's section was quite shabby. More importantly, the prices were quite high, and most of the toys were neither diverse nor luxurious. After a while, Mia sighed and told her brother, "I've seen everything. Let's go." Abel agreed and suggested, "Then how about we stop by a dessert shop?" Just as they were about to leave, a familiar figure appeared before them, and a surprised voice exclaimed, "Oh my, the Duchess." MIA was equally surprised when she saw that it was Hedita standing in front of her. Oh wow, what perfect timing. I have something I'd like to consult you on, Hedita. The two girls immediately huddled together, discussing business and stores, talking so much that Abel, standing behind them, couldn't understand what his sister was saying. Unable to stand the torture any longer, he decided to escape. I'll go check out some other places, so feel free to keep chatting. With her brother gone for the time being, the two continued their lively conversation. MIA asked Hedita if she knew any artisans. MIA was having a headache trying to find craftsmen to make glassware, porcelain, textiles, and wooden rocking horses. She needed at least 4 workers across 4 fields, and would visit each workshop directly. But every time she sent invitations to local artisans, they refused because she was still too young. Hearing MIA's troubles, Hedita pondered for a moment and then replied, normally, people send letters to the family owning the workshop to sign a contract. But what you want is to hire the artisans legally for your own workshop, right? MIA happily nodded, exactly. You really understand me, Hedita. MIA wanted achievements of her own people to handle everything, from sourcing materials to crafting items. She wanted to be involved in every step, and sell everything directly. Hearing this, Hedita encouraged her. It would be difficult for an ordinary person, but with the Duchess's finances and power, nothing is impossible. What do you think about recruitment announcements? The trade association issues work permits once a month. We could post or distribute them in crowded places to hire workers. Hearing this, MIA found the idea quite feasible. It seemed she had even seen this in her third dream, where recruitment flyers were posted everywhere. Hedita continued to suggest, it just so happens that the release day is next week. I'll talk to the association and bring people to help. MIA nodded gratefully, thank you so much, Hedita. After this, the two started discussing going to the royal palace. Remembering the Queen's appearance made MIA shiver slightly, but she knew she couldn't avoid it forever. Sooner or later, she'd have to visit the palace. But first, let's focus on managing our business well. Hedita smiled, yes, and when the time comes, we'll take a walk and share business stories together. Taking a bite of a sweet pastry, MIA smiled, sure, if I open my first store, Hedita, will you come? Hedita confirmed, of course, I'll ask my mother for permission to go out. As she savored the sweetness in her mouth, MIA smiled eagerly. At that time, we should also call Valerie, right? I wonder how she's doing. After the kidnapping incident, she went straight to the Ataroth mansion, and is now in the royal palace. Sitting across from her, Hedita sipped her tea and suddenly said quietly, I'm a bit jealous of you, Duchess, for having such a good brother. MIA widened her eyes in confusion, you mean Abel? Hedita nodded gently, yes, because I don't have any siblings. Of course, the children in the palace are friends and companions, but they aren't family by blood. After all, if it were real family, the bond would be deeper, right? MIA awkwardly nodded in agreement. Clearly, Hedita didn't know that Abel had other names like Demon Star and thought so highly of him, but MIA decided to protect Hedita's beautiful imagination. Around that time, Abel's unpredictable temperament was truly frightening to everyone. He often got angry with anyone lingering near his little sister. Meanwhile, outside, Abel had caught a suspicious person. No matter how he questioned the man, the suspect only screamed in fear without saying a word. Facing Abel's fiery wrath, the man cried out in explanation, I'm just a law-abiding citizen walking by, I swear. Hearing this, Abel's expression suddenly changed. He smiled kindly and patted the man on the shoulder, oh, I see. Looks like I made a mistake, huh? You think I'd say that? Abel growled and, in an instant, grabbed the man's neck and slammed him against the wall. From the moment they were in the carriage to entering the toy store, Abel had sensed something off. The smell of horse urine around the shop made him realize this person was from Neraphim. Not wanting to be involved, Abel manipulated his magical fire and demanded, speak now if you don't want to be burned alive. Feeling the heat from the flames, the man stopped struggling and stammered, "I'll talk. I'll talk. Please let me go. I just heard that 5 people defeated the demon, and as a fan, I wanted to come closer." Of course, Abel didn't believe a word. His expression turned cold as he stared at the man, thinking, is this guy just a lackey? If not, he's really an idiot. But the man continued, "Also, I have something else to say. If you promise to protect my life." Abel was momentarily taken aback, thinking maybe this man was just a pawn being forced by someone threatening his life. What on earth was going on in the Neraphim world? Just as Abel was about to take the man back to his father, the man suddenly burst into flames right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the man was dead, collapsing to the ground as the fire consumed his body. Abel's tiger spirit approached and sighed, "How ruthless." But clearly, Abel hadn't done anything yet. There was no sign of anyone else, and if this was a betrayal, there might have been an explosive device. Could the crazy people from Neraphim have gone this far? Glancing around, Abel ordered his spirit to go to MIA, while he stayed to investigate further. Is there any sign of bleeding? He wondered aloud. Abel glanced around his body and walked away, unaware that a small insect had flown up from the pile of ashes. Under the honey-colored, crimson sunset, that insect fluttered its wings and flew away. After that day, MIA became incredibly busy. Since after the recruitment papers were sent out, candidates wanting interviews flooded in, with wages only slightly higher than the average Leviat had suggested. Moreover, today was the first interview day. MIA seemed very tired and a bit sleep-deprived, yawning constantly. The 2 servants beside her, understanding her, immediately offered her a massage and brought lemon tea to help her stay alert. "Miss, the last ones are the carpenters. Would you like to rest a little before interviewing?" Hearing that, MIA smiled and shook her head, "No, I can't. Many people have probably been waiting for a long time. But your health is more important than anything, miss," the 2 servants worriedly insisted, continuously advising her. Annoyed by their nagging, MIA raised her voice, "I'm fine. I've had lemon tea, and I've regained my strength. Invite the candidates in." The servant boy reluctantly went outside to open the door. But then he came back looking confused and brought shocking news, "Miss. It seems everyone has left the interview, there's only one person outside." MIA, feeling as if struck by lightning, asked in disbelief, "What happened? What about all these applications?" At that moment, a familiar scent appeared, and a voice echoed, "Sorry for my rudeness. Greetings, Lady Mia." Seeing him, MIA immediately stood up in surprise. It was none other than Jura. But more importantly, why was he here? In response to MIA's bewildered look, Jura smiled and explained, "I came to see my future workplace. I mean, I heard you were looking for someone with experience in woodworking." MIA, still confused, nodded, "That's true, but..." Before she could finish, she thought about how working with friends is always the best. However, for someone as talented as Jura to work in her factory. Sensing MIA's hesitation, Jura smiled reassuringly, "I want to be the one in charge of the workshop. I want to try my hand at this." His beautiful smile was impossible to refuse. The kind that could make anyone fall for him. But what did Jura really want to do by offering this? Jura said he knew the workshop well and had close connections with master craftsmen, making him the perfect leader. Since MIA had no solid understanding of the production process, Jura was incredibly helpful. He said that he could help with more than just the workshop. "More than anything, I can be by your side, MIA." His words made MIA's face flush instantly. Standing opposite her was that incredibly handsome young man, speaking so gently, saying, "We're special friends, after all." Almost losing herself, MIA nearly nodded and agreed, but she quickly turned her head away. She couldn't fall for his looks like that. She was a smart and cunning demon, after all. Gathering her thoughts, MIA turned back and said seriously, "Even if we are friends, business must be clear. While working together would be fantastic, MIA couldn't yet offer a salary that matched Jura's remarkable abilities. This dilemma was giving her a real headache. Sensing her worries, Jura smiled and said, "I don't need any payment. It's enough if I can help you." MIA shook her head and waved him off. "No, I've said before that's not acceptable. I must pay employees fairly." Suddenly, MIA remembered that for hardworking employees who stayed during the early days without profit, she could later offer shares. She excitedly decided to give Jura a share of the business. Though Jura wanted to refuse, MIA insisted he take the shares, saying that they would write up a contract if he agreed. After all, not every demon is just a mortal at heart. After much effort, Jura sighed and nodded. Refusing anymore would just be rude, wouldn't it? "I accept, thank you, boss." "Boss? Come on." MIA blushed as she grabbed Jura's hand. "How are you so good at saying such charming things?" After reaching an initial agreement, they discussed going to see the workshop in person. MIA wanted to fully understand all the processes and how the team operated. When Jura offered to lead her to the workshop, MIA's eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than she could have imagined. Just as MIA was about to leave, her maid's words stopped her. "You can't go alone, miss." Reluctantly, MIA had to leave with her two maids. Jura led them to a house as beautiful as something out of a fairy tale, and the surroundings left MIA in awe. It was Jura's workshop. In fact, MIA was the first demon Jura had ever invited to his workplace. MIA was thrilled to hear that. It made her feel special. But just as they reached the steps, Jura turned to MIA's maids and said, "I don't want all four of us going inside. I'm quite sensitive about showing my work to people. I'm sorry for this request, but I hope you understand." Understanding, MIA stepped forward and instructed the maids, "You heard him, wait for me outside." Then, happily, she entered the house with Jura, under the worried gaze of her maids. As they walked down the hall, MIA suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she saw the works displayed in the room. There were numerous sculptures on display, beautiful, lively, and full of artistic expression. "Oh my God, this is so cool. What's that big one?" The novelty of it all made the young MIA run around curiously, accidentally tripping on the floor and losing her balance. At that moment, Jura quickly appeared and caught MIA in his arms. Held like that, MIA blushed with embarrassment and worry. "Sorry, I should have been more careful." Furthermore, MIA glanced at the incredibly handsome face so close to her. Her face turned red, as if she were boiling in hot water. "Oh no, he's way too close," she thought. "I need to stand up immediately." As MIA fidgeted nervously, her hand accidentally brushed against the nearby workbench. By coincidence, a hammer flew into the air, spinning in circles. Then, the hammer fell, smashing a nearby statue while MIA looked on in horror, feeling like her heart shattered along with it. MIA nearly screamed, "No. What do I do now?" The beautiful statue had been accidentally destroyed by her. "Oh no, I've caused a huge mess." She turned to Jura in panic, fearing what he might think. Even the kindest person would be angry in this situation. If he hated her now, there would be nothing she could do. MIA teared up and walked closer to Jura, trembling. I am sorry. You're really mad at me, aren't you?" As she struggled to figure out how to apologize, she heard Jura gently say, "It was a masterpiece, MIA." Under her astonished gaze, Jura continued, "An unfinished piece destroyed by a young demon, it's quite a beautiful act of creation." MIA, who had been so worried, now didn't know how to respond. She was confused and at a loss for words. Art is truly complicated, isn't it? Not wanting to make any more mistakes, MIA sighed and said she'd seen enough of the workshop and was ready to leave. Jura nodded. "Most workshops look just like this one. And MIA, don't feel too bad. I only wanted to display the original piece." This work, The Chaos of the Young Demon, is a fitting name, don't you think? Let's consider the statue as a form of accidental art. MIA wasn't sure how to respond. Only sighing internally, wondering if he was just saying that to make her feel better. Even so, she was relieved that their relationship hadn't soured. Suddenly, Jura pointed to a spot and asked, "There's a piece covered by a white cloth over there. You're curious about that one, aren't you, MIA? It's not finished yet, but once it's done, I'll definitely show you." Of course, MIA wasn't the type to insist on seeing something before it was ready, so she happily nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two of them chatted and smiled as they stepped out of the house. But as soon as they opened the door, they were startled to see a towering figure with an angry face, her brother. Abel glared at Jura with eyes full of rage, growling, "Hey, kid. What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are, going out with my sister alone?" It took MIA a while, using all her strength, to explain the whole situation to her brother, that she was starting a business, hiring people, and that Jura would be the first craftsman. But more importantly, she wondered, how did Abel even find this place? Although he had listened to his sister's explanation, Abel was still furious, muttering under his breath about this sly fox. He started swearing again, and an irritated MIA clarified, "This is my friend, Jura." But Abel stubbornly continued, "Yeah, I know he's your friend, that sly fox." Watching the two siblings argue, Jura chuckled. Then, he politely approached Abel and greeted him, "Hello, great commander." Abel's face darkened as he demanded, "Are you helping my sister with her business?" "Why?" Jura confidently replied, "Because I'm a good friend. I just want to help her with a sincere heart." But Abel had sensed something and yelled, "You think I'll believe that?" Surprisingly, Jura didn't back down under Abel's fierce demeanor, but instead responded, "Since the great commander is determined not to believe, I'll have to speak truthfully to convince you." "Won't I?" Jura's attitude only fueled Abel's anger, and seeing this, MIA hurriedly pushed her brother back. "Stop it, let's go home, brother." Abel, even angrier, shouted, "What do you mean, stop it? When did I start something? This is what I must do as your brother." MIA sighed, Yeah, I know, but that's why I said you're starting something." As she left with her brother, MIA turned back and whispered to Jura, "Sorry about that. See you next time." Jura smiled and waved goodbye to her. Sitting in the carriage, her brother was still fuming, while MIA was exhausted and out of breath. She was grateful that Jura was kind, otherwise, he might have gotten into a fight with her brother. Meanwhile, Jura stood at the door, watching their carriage gradually disappear into the distance. After a moment, his expression turned cold, and he went back into his house. That night, at Bodab Mansion, a massive estate covered by icy snowstorms. When the young master entered, the butler greeted him politely. Jura nodded slightly and asked, "How did the special matter go?" The sole butler of the Bodab family sighed and shook his head. "I've heard the master spent 800 million hipar this morning." Jura sat on a soft chair, his face serious, and asked, "Didn't win anything at all?" The butler nodded dejectedly. "Technically, he did win something, but he gambled it away. So in the end, it was lost again. The only joy left is Tianak." Jura rested his chin in his hand, clicked his tongue in frustration, and thought to himself, "What a pitiful man. Maybe I should just give up and change my last name to my mother's." But if he did that, more trouble would follow, especially if the identity of that woman's son was revealed to the world. Stopping his thoughts, Jura coldly said to the butler, "This is troublesome, so I sent him to the casino, but he spent way too much money. Send an additional 500 million for now. After all, Tianak will recover the losses eventually." Thinking about his useless father, Jura knew that once he started gambling, there would be no way out. Yet, Jura had intentionally led him to the casino, knowing that as long as he gave him money, his father would be happy. His father was too foolish to realize that Tenak, the one running the casino, was actually Jura's subordinate. Thanks to this, the Bodab family's official treasury was now completely empty, leaving only debts. Jura grew frustrated remembering his father's words, advising him to stop doing useless things, and instead figure out who to manipulate for marriage, live on his knees, and survive on compensation money. So stop thinking about sculpting. His father had coldly dismissed Jura's passion and talent. Now, his father was nothing more than a pitiful man obsessed with money, sinking deeper and deeper into the quicksand, soon to disappear completely. Jura had just finished a cup of tea, when a strange light suddenly appeared in the room. A beautiful little fox appeared on the table, wagging its tail continuously. Jura gently petted the fox's head while the butler marveled aloud. The young master's aura is always so impressive, to be able to shield the entire mansion like this. I never imagined the welcome drink would be this extraordinary. Not wanting to say much, Jura asked if there was anything else important. The butler respectfully replied, "The auction date has been set, and I have listed 3 of your artworks." Jura instructed him to plant someone to drive the prices of the artworks up. This time, Jura couldn't attend in person. In the human world, he was known as a sculptor by the name of Juri. He had never appeared publicly, so no one knew the true identity of Juri. Additionally, the head of the auction house and the casino were both people Jura had placed there. These were all part of his plan to one day become the master of Bodab. He had decided to live for himself. The butler was about to leave, but hesitated, nervously saying, "If my question is rude, please feel free to slap me, young master." Recalling what he had witnessed through magic, the butler asked, "Did the young master invite a lovely young lady to your workspace today? May I ask who that noble person was, young master?" Jura thought for a moment, then decided there was no need to hide it and replied, "Ah, that was Mia Dundee." The butler exclaimed loudly, "You mean the daughter of the Duke's family, young master?" "Yes, that's right," Jura confirmed. Initially, Jura hadn't intended to get close to her. Mia was completely different from him, they seemed to live in 2 entirely different worlds. But something that night had changed Jura's perspective. Jura's gaze softened as he sighed, "Mia doesn't even know that I'm the son of Bodab. Even if I told her my surname, she wouldn't judge or show any reaction. She doesn't care about what family I come from or what I look like. She just wants to talk to me, and she even acknowledged my artistic talent. She cherished what I hold dearest and considered it precious. Butler, she said she liked my sculpture," Jura said, and seeing this, the butler couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Since Jura was born, his mother had abandoned his father and left. Raising a child was supposed to be the duty of the holy-bodied demons, but Jura had been left behind. Though he had matured quickly out of necessity to survive, Jura's world was still a bit chaotic. But that young lady Mia, she was different. Thinking back on it, I feel happy. She said she liked my artwork. Jura couldn't help but laugh heartily. She likes me not for my face or my scent or any other superficial reason, but purely for admiring my art. Seeing the butler so moved that he was on the verge of tears, Jura smiled and interrupted, "Stop making that face already. No matter how high the artworks sell for, they could never compare to the joy of seeing that look of admiration on her face. Her recognition makes me want to create something new." It had been a long time since Jura felt this way, especially since he had been surrounded by things that only frustrated him recently. This feeling of emotion, could she be called his muse? As long as the current head of the family is still alive and well, there can be no inheritance. The deal with the king has concluded, and in order to change that principle and become the head, both the king and queen were satisfied with Jura's artwork. Now, the only thing left is to prepare for bribery, so even more inspiration is needed. I need that girl, butler. I don't want to miss this chance, so I must enter the race to become her husband. Inform my mother that I will visit her tomorrow. The next morning, Jura visited the royal palace. It had been a long time since he set foot in the palace, which held the tale of Duke Bodab's passionate love. It had become a well-known story, but to point out what was wrong with it, you would need to mention that woman. For her, there were things more important than love, things like power, much like a dream she had pursued her entire life. Standing in the palace courtyard, Jura smiled, "You look well, Your Majesty." Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with the same golden hair as his. She was none other than Jura's mother, the Empress of the human world. "Come in, my son. You've come to see me first, I see. So, have you finally thought of becoming the crown prince?" Jura coldly shook his head, "Absolutely not. Wake up, mother, I will never do that." The beautiful Empress laughed. "I always feared one day you might want to try. So I left that position open for you." Not wanting to continue the topic, Jura spoke, "Mother, do you remember the prophecy I received from the world tree? The prophecy was, you will certainly die because of something once. Lately, I've been curious about who that person might be, so I've been searching," Jura explained. The Empress was shocked. "Oh my, so that's how you found out." Jura nodded, splitting the apple in his hand. "Though I'm not entirely sure, it's just a guess. The previous prophecy remains, that your love will lead to death, and it will be tied to your soul. Your love will be the invasion of your soul. The moment you feel love, the wheel of fate will begin to turn, and nothing can stop the existence of this world. You will surely die once because of the love of a demon." Jura handed half of the apple to his mother and smiled, "It must be my muse, mother." The Empress, curious but speaking gently, said, "Have you found her?" "Well, you're just like me, and like your father too, it seems, both affected by love." Jura shook his head, "It's not love yet, mother. It's more like I feel I've found my muse." The Empress disagreed, "If you're speaking like that already, it's bound to turn into love." Jura lowered his gaze to the apple in his hand, sunlight illuminating his face, as if he were glowing. "If you like her too, mother, then I will. I will leave behind the greatest masterpiece in history. And perhaps I'll die with a smile. If it turns out that way, that would be wonderful," the Empress said, nodding approvingly. "Yes, what is there to fear about death?" The reason they could talk so freely about death was because of an old promise between mother and son, not to be sad when they close their eyes after achieving what they desire. Surviving without achieving anything would be worse than dying after achieving something. "But mother, it's still a bit uncertain, though I plan to stay close to him. However, you won't like it when you hear his name. His name is Mia Dundee." As expected, the Empress's face changed immediately upon hearing that surname. "My son, are you telling me that the unlucky Dundee family has a daughter?" Jura laughed heartily. "See, I told you, mother. I knew you wouldn't like it, ha ha." During the victory parade, there was once a small girl who accidentally stepped in front of the carriage and stood still. That was definitely that little girl. The Empress recalled the story from not long ago. Then she smiled, I'm really curious about what that child is like." Jura immediately replied, "Adorable." The Empress exclaimed, "Oh my, you're already calling her adorable, are you?" Time passed, and a few weeks later, at the Devil Duke's mansion. At that moment, Mia was standing, flashing her most charming smile at her brother to act cute. "Brother," Jura said, "he's finished the prototype. He's coming over to show me." Abel scowled in frustration, he could just send it over. "Why does he have to come in person?" Mia quickly explained, "Abel, don't you know how much Jura has been helping with the business?" "Fine, Abel, you're such an idiot." After a pointless argument, the little girl stormed off in anger. But as she ran with her eyes closed, she accidentally bumped into someone standing right in front of her. It turned out to be her father. He gently held his daughter's hand and asked, "I had some time, so I came to see you." Things then took a turn that Mia hadn't anticipated. She originally planned to meet Jura privately, but now. How did it come to this? Both her cold father and her brother Abel were sitting there, exuding an aura that screamed "Stay away." The atmosphere was unbearably heavy, as if before Mia arrived, they had already fought with the Bodab family. Even Jura's mother, the queen, upon hearing her son had someone in his heart, immediately ordered an investigation into the girl named Mia Dundee. After enduring the tension for a while, Mia finally succeeded in seeing the one she had been thinking about, Jura. As always, he looked incredibly handsome, with a polite and respectful demeanor, like a prince. Jura entered and respectfully bowed to the Duke. "It's been a while, Your Highness. The assistant of the Bodabap household sends greetings to you." Hearing his introduction, Mia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jura. "So he's the assistant of that marvelous family. Amazing." Seeing their daughter's admiration for the boy, both Abel and her father's expressions sharpened. Sensing their bad moods, Mia was confused. "What's wrong with everyone? They always tell me to make friends. But when I have friends and they help me, this is how they treat them." The overwhelming energy radiating from her father and brother made Jura dizzy, and he let out a cry. Seeing her friend like this, Mia immediately rushed to him, her face full of concern. "Jura, are you all right?" Jura, leaning against a table, looked exhausted. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll be okay soon." However, Mia noticed his complexion worsening, and she grew so worried that she almost started crying. She then turned to her father and brother, furiously yelling, "You're both so mean." Both father and brother were shocked by her outburst. Tearfully, Mia exclaimed, "Don't you know how weak Jura is? I've told you not to pressure him like this." Abel was dumbfounded. "You're calling that sly fox weak?" At that moment, Jura, trembling, grasped Mia's small hand. "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just that the energy here is a bit overwhelming." Mia remained concerned. "Can you stand up, or should I help you?" Jura, resisting, placed his hand on the nearby chair and shook his head. "Thank you, but how could I impose?" In the end, with Mia's insistence, she helped Jura sit on the chair. At that moment, her father's cold voice echoed, "What an excellent performance. Feigning weakness to win Mia's heart, is that your goal?" Jura let out a weak, bitter laugh. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that my body truly isn't well." Looking at her father and brother's indifferent expressions, then at Jura's pitiful, weak appearance, Mia was truly confused. Jura was a good friend. Why were they treating him like this? Wasn't there some misunderstanding? So, she decided to speak up for herself. Instead of standing there defending Jura's kind and gentle nature, maybe it would be better if she revealed the real reason she needed him. After all, her father was still a rational demon. So, Mia boldly declared, "Jura is truly skilled in sculpting, and he's a genius." Her brother Abel didn't seem interested, but still asked, "Is that so?" "Yes, that's right. I like demons who are good at their craft, which is why I like Jura. I need him for my business." Abel, still unimpressed, retorted, "What could he possibly know?" Mia angrily jumped up in defense. "He's already made the prototype for my product that's about to go on sale." Mia had long made up her mind. Her business was her own, and whoever she worked with wasn't a family matter. However, she still hoped her father and brother would acknowledge Jura. Those who loved her the most, Mia wished her important friend would be accepted by them. Seeing his daughter's determined reaction, the Duke regained his composure and nodded, "Is that so? Well, let's see if he's completed the item then." At Jura's command, a servant wheeled in a small cart, with an item covered by a white cloth. The cloth was slowly lifted, revealing Jura's completed work, a masterpiece so radiant that it lit up the entire castle. Indeed, this was the incredible prototype Jura had brought, leaving Mia speechless. Later, while pacing in his room, Abel stomped his feet in frustration. His face was twisted with anger, recalling the smile that Brat had flashed earlier. "Did that sly fox just smirk behind my back? He pretended to be weak in front of my sister, but the moment he turned around, he was grinning from ear to ear." Abel angrily yelled and rolled on the floor. "Damn it, I need to drown him. Sis, you're being deceived by that guy. I'm so mad I can't even hit him." Even his fire tiger spirit beast couldn't help but chuckle, making Abel even more furious. "You stop laughing or I'll skin you." I'm already angry enough. The fire tiger spirit appeared beside him and sighed, "It's rare to see you so cornered like this." Abel sighed in return, feeling frustrated but knowing his father had already agreed and kept quiet. So there was nothing he could do. After all, he knew his sister really cared for that kid. Forcing her now would only cause resentment toward them. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so mad he could explode. Abel swore he would uncover the truth behind that sly fox's nature. Seeing Abel's frustration, the fire tiger spirit suggested, "Do you remember those guys we were going to capture, but delayed?" "Yes, the loan shark. If you're this mad, why don't we go after him now? Beating him up might make you feel better." The more Abel listened, the more reasonable it sounded. So, like a reckless idiot, he and his spirit beast went off to find some poor soul to vent their anger on. "Let's go." Through the window, Jura saw MIA's brother leaving. He turned back to see MIA sitting beautifully, smiling at him. "So, if we adjust the cradle's height, it'll be better, right? You won't even have to bend down to hold the baby," she suggested. Hearing her ideas, Jura praised her endlessly. "Wow, how do you come up with all these ideas?" "I'll adjust the design for sure. By tomorrow, I'll have a new product ready." Hearing his enthusiasm, MIA began to worry, "Really? Thank you. You're working so hard for me, but your health isn't great." Jura smiled to reassure her, "It's fine." Deep down, he thought, MIA really believes I'm truly weak. Of course, he was faking his frailty just to keep MIA concerned. Having someone worry about you was such a sweet feeling. Uplifting his mood. They continued discussing how to operate the craft workshops. Everything was being crafted carefully, and all that was left was a final check before official operation. After chatting for a while, MIA suddenly remembered something and suggested, "Hey, Jura, can I meet your family? Can I see your spirit beast?" She asked curiously. Seeing her beautiful eyes, Jura was momentarily dazed, wondering how he could be so fortunate to have someone care about him like this. He liked that she was concerned and curious about him, but Jura smiled and replied, "The spirit only shows up in special situations." It wasn't that Jura was lying, his spirit beast was just very stubborn. It never did what he wanted. It only appeared when it felt like it, and if it was asleep. It would pretend not to hear, no matter how much he called. MIA said, "Oh, is that so? But is that it?" She looked at him expectantly, so Jura had no choice but to continue. "Ah, what else? My spirit beast is a nine-tailed fox spirit. It's not really a divine beast, calling it a demon is more accurate. Think of it as a 1,000-year-old fox." From the first moment Jura met his spirit beast, he sensed something different, a dark and malicious energy. Unlike other people's spirit beasts, his was reckless and wild. Always acting on its own whims. Jura thought to himself, maybe I don't need to tell MIA about this, so he changed the subject, "I'm so hungry." "Aren't you hungry too, MIA?" "Yeah, if I keep going like this, I'll faint on the way home. Let's have dinner together before I leave, okay?" Jura, with a glint in his eyes, continued to act pitifully. "I'll just eat a little," he said, making MIA panic. "What are you talking about? You can eat more. I'll get you lots of food, all right. I'll talk to Doton and ask him to make the best dish for you," MIA said. Hearing this strange name from her mouth, Jura suddenly felt uncomfortable. Who is Doton? Is he a chef, a butler, or someone special? Regardless of who it was, Jura wasn't happy. He thought it was inappropriate for her to mention someone else while with him. Though he knew he had no right to be possessive of MIA. Unable to hold back, Jura muttered, "You're my muse." MIA didn't hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" "Huh, what did you just say?" Jura smiled and replied, "Nothing at all." After putting on the pitiful act for a while, Jura successfully stayed for dinner. But who knows if this will make Abel even angrier. That night, MIA kept pacing around her room, looking deep in thought. Her spirit beast, Sugar, curiously asked, "What's wrong, Master?" MIA, startled, apologized, "Sorry, am I keeping you awake?" Sugar shook her head, comforting her, "It's okay. If you keep this up, you'll just keep spinning around in circles. Aren't you tired?" MIA was silent for a moment before sadly explaining, "Actually, I suddenly feel guilty toward my brother Abel." Hearing this, the unicorn spirit immediately chimed in, "That's right, Master, you've been neglecting Abel lately. Normally, he would sneak over to talk to you when you went to bed." MIA nodded and tiredly sat down on her bed. "But he didn't come tonight, did he? He must be really mad today. Anyway, we should go to sleep now, right? If not, what else can we do?" The unicorn nuzzled her hair and suggested, "How about we go visit Brother Abel?" MIA was tempted by the idea, but she didn't know what to say if she did go. Abel had always been so kind to her, and she hadn't done anything for him in return. If she were Abel, she would be angry too. But Abel had been wrong to Jura, after all. MIA's heart was torn between feeling guilty for her brother and thinking he had been too harsh. "But we can't leave things like this. We have to do something, right?" The unicorn, seeing her lady so worried, tried to comfort her. "First, you should rest and recover, Master. Besides, you plan to buy gems tomorrow. I heard the new gem samples will arrive tomorrow. We can buy one and give it to Abel. If it's the first piece of jewelry you make, Brother Abel is sure to love it, right?" Hearing the plan, MIA couldn't help but smile. "Sugar, you really are a genius. All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, we'll go to Philip's gemstone shop. And we'll get something for Father and Caden too, and maybe Jura as well." She thought to herself, "If I don't, Jura might feel sad." While talking to Jura earlier, she noticed he seemed very lonely. "Jura, I wonder if you still feel so lonely now." MIA understood that feeling, but earlier, when she tried to hold Jura's hand, he pulled away. Maybe he didn't like being too close to her. Thinking about it, MIA still couldn't decide whether she should give something to Jura or not. Finally, she made her decision. "That's right, this time I'll only give something to my family. I already gave Jura a bracelet before, he'll understand." Having made up her mind, MIA and her unicorn snuggled into bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Her consciousness felt light, drifting into some strange place. Huh? Is this a dream? MIA realized she was dreaming. She found herself sitting by a dense tree in some garden. To her surprise, the person resting their head on her lap was none other than Jura. Why is he here? But he looked different. His face appeared more mature, like an adult. She wanted to touch Jura's face, but quickly withdrew her hand, blushing. "Oh no, why am I acting like this? Wait, why do I look so much older?" MIA was shocked when she saw her larger form, as if she had grown a few years in the blink of an eye, becoming a beautiful young woman. Just then, Jura woke up from his sleep and asked curiously, "What's wrong, MIA? Is something the matter? You don't look well, MIA." As he spoke, Jura reached out to touch her face, causing MIA to panic and tightly close her eyes. Seeing her strong reaction, Jura was completely confused. A moment later, MIA opened her eyes in bewilderment. She was unsure whether this was a prophecy, or just her own crazy dream. She felt utterly lost. Suddenly, Jura's handsome face moved closer to hers. He gently called MIA's name and seemed to pull her into his arms. Their position was far too intimate, leaving MIA frozen in place. Jura softly said, "Hey, why are you calling me Jura? You should use a nickname, after all, given our relationship." His words instantly made her blush and her heart race. "A nickname? What kind of relationship do we have?" Seeing her awkward expression, Jura quietly asked, "Wait, don't tell me you've forgotten you're my lover." MIA's head was spinning, and she hurriedly shouted, "What are you saying? Of course, I haven't forgotten. But inside, she was in complete turmoil. Did he just say we are lovers? Suddenly, Jura hugged her tighter and suggested, then let's kiss. Right now, let's kiss just like we did last night. Mia was completely overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. If he kept being this affectionate, and kept staring at her like that, what should Mia do? With no other choice, she squeezed her eyes shut and accepted her fate. Then, Jura gently and warmly kissed her lips. Mia realized she couldn't move or do anything at all. Her emotions were so intense that she jolted awake in her own bed, her face still flushed. Embarrassed beyond words, Mia rolled off her bed and onto the floor, screaming, "Ah! Oh my God! Am I going crazy? What kind of ridiculous dream was that? Why would I dream of something so inappropriate for my age?" Fortunately, she wouldn't be seeing Jura for the next few days. How could she face him after dreaming about kissing him? But wait, did we really kiss in the dream? If that was a prophecy, oh my gosh, a relationship with kissing means we really like each other, right? Doesn't that mean we are heading toward marriage? Mia was so frantic that she kept holding her head in despair. She thought Jura was just an ordinary friend, but how could they face each other now? What just happened? The next morning, while traveling in a carriage through the forest, Jura woke up and asked if it was already morning. He sighed, recalling the dream of kissing Mia. So, in that dream, Mia and he had matured a second time. Jura didn't have the power to see the future. Perhaps he unconsciously wished for a future like that in his dream. It was the first time he had such a vivid dream, one that felt so real. But it was ridiculous. It was his first dream, and thinking about that scene made his fair cheeks flush bright red. That morning, Mia had gone to Philip's gem shop with her father. Philip was happy to see her, but Mia felt gloomy. She would have been thrilled to be here with her father if her father was with her, yet his eyes remained glued to the reports as he handled the outstanding issues. Oh my, it was the first time she saw someone work anywhere like her father, and even his assistants had come along. Frustrated, Mia blurted out, "If I had known my father was this busy, I would have gone out by myself." Realizing she had spoken out of turn, she noticed her father's expression darkening as he called her name. The Duke then turned coldly to his assistants, commanding, "Everyone, take a break. Dismiss all and I'll go gem shopping with my daughter before returning." Mia panicked. Had she just interrupted her father's work? However, the assistants hurriedly rushed away. They had every reason to hurry. Finally, they could sleep well. They just needed to lie down in the carriage, or they might collapse. Now, as they packed up, the Duke knelt in front of his daughter to comfort her, saying, "I'm so sorry, Mia. I should have focused on you, and you must be upset, right? Now I'll spend more time with you. Someone, bring the gems here quickly." As he spoke, the Duke sat down dramatically. "Philip, bring me the best quality diamonds and show me everything you have." Mia kindly reminded the shop owner. Moments later, all the best diamonds in the shop were displayed in front of them. Mia immediately picked one suitable for her brother Caden and another for her brother Abel, perfectly matching their characteristic colors. Then, Mia turned to her father and quietly asked, "Dad, which one do you like? Which gem suits you?" The Duke looked at the gems for a moment before saying he preferred the black diamond. Philip immediately jumped in, saying, "This is very precious. There's only one in the store. I'll bring it to the Duke and the merchants right away." Seeing Philip's excited demeanor, Mia smiled contentedly. Philip seemed very fond of it. The Duke nodded in confirmation, recalling that his grandfather was the first employee hired about 100 years ago. Philip had been in and out of the shop since he was little, so everything went well. Hearing her father's story, Mia wondered if Philip's grandfather meant this shop had been passed down for 3 generations. If so, how old was her father? Do high-ranking demons live very long? Wait, does that mean I'm the same way? Unable to suppress her curiosity, She turned to her father and asked, "Dad, how long do ordinary demons usually live?" The Duke pondered and replied, "On average, low-level demons live as long as humans, while mid-level demons usually live around 150 years. Hearing this, Mia immediately felt devastated, tears welling in her eyes. What about Tina and Jura? Even if I live long, they will die before me, right? Hoo-hoo. Mia did not want to say goodbye to either of them at all. Not understanding why his daughter suddenly felt sad, the Duke continued, "If a high-ranking demon challenges the king and survives, they can live around 300 years. Mia continued to choke up, worry in her voice as she asked, "What about you, Dad?" Sensing his daughter's worry, the Duke gently stroked her hair, saying, "Don't worry, my dear. For those at the highest level like me, even death wouldn't dare come near me. Low-level demons can live as long as ordinary humans. Mid-level demons live around 150 years. High-level demons live for about 300 years. But for those at the pinnacle of the world like Mia's father, it was different. Don't worry, my daughter. Even death wouldn't dare come near me." With this statement, Mia was bewildered, realizing he lived a very long time. The Duke smiled and nodded, having lived so long that he seemed to have forgotten. But he was sure he would live many more years. Hearing this, Mia suddenly felt a sense of urgency. She decided she must quickly cultivate her inner strength. She couldn't die before her father. Moments later, Philip hurriedly returned before them, a bit late because he had to find the diamond hidden in the basement. Philip opened the box for them to see, a sparkling black diamond ring. The moment Mia saw its color, she instantly fell in love with it and decided to buy it. Shortly after, the father and daughter happily left the shop. Mia told her father she wished she could have hard-working staff like Philip, and the Duke said that treating employees well would ensure they worked hard. Mia asked, "How do you treat them well?" The Duke replied, "It's simple, just pay them well. The more capable they are, the higher their wages. If so, they'll take pride in their work and work even harder." Mia cheerfully followed her father's steps, exclaiming that money was indeed the best. At that moment, her father's fiery red spirit beast suddenly appeared before them, followed by a loud rumble. Mia instinctively closed her eyes as the light in front of her grew bright. The loud noise around them and the ground seemed to shake. Mia wondered what was happening when a gigantic sword suddenly plunged down from the sky. In an instant, the entire jewelry store behind them was destroyed. Mia could only cling to her father in fear, unable to open her eyes, but still able to hear the spirit beast, Sugar, calling out, "Sugar, what on earth is happening?" Sugar anxiously replied. A huge weapon suddenly fell from the sky and attacked the store. Hearing this, Mia became more panicked. What? A weapon attacked? And the store collapsed? What about Philip? What will happen to him? Mia was so worried that she couldn't move. The unicorn Sugar seemed to sense her anxiety and reassured her that Philip was still alive. After a moment of silence, the Duke called out coldly, "Hera." Mia opened her eyes to face her father's expression, one she had never seen before, a grim and indifferent face. On her father's beautiful face was a streak of blood. Mia feared it might be her fault. He seemed to be injured while trying to protect her. Trembling, Mia's blooded hand rose into the air. She didn't want things to be this way. But no matter how much she cried, the Duke coldly ordered his spirit, "Take Mia to the mansion. Just go for now, Mia. I'll explain later." Hera hugged Mia tightly as she struggled and screamed, "Dad, wait. Dad, I don't want to go." Her cries echoed in the air, but despite her despair, Hera took her back to the castle. Once there, Mia was still crying, causing everyone in the castle to panic. Her brother Abel rushed out with the servants, asking anxiously, "Mia, what happened?" Standing before her brother, Mia sobbed, "Dad was attacked, and Philip's store collapsed. A huge weapon fell, like a sword." Yes, it was a pure white sword. The more Mia recounted, the more worried she became. She didn't know what would happen to Philip, and her father too. She remembered her hands were covered in blood, it seemed to be her father's. Seeing his sister in such distress, Abel hugged her tightly. "There's nothing to worry about, little sister." But despite her brother's comfort, Mia continued to cry, "But you said Dad is injured." Even during their meeting that day, when their father was hurt, she had anxiously searched for him in her dreams. Mia was stunned, wondering if that dream was happening now. She had thought it was a future event, so she was calm while working on jewelry at that time. Abel comforted her, saying, "Dad is strong, Mia. Please calm down." But haunted by the prophetic dream, Mia couldn't stop crying. "Calm down, little sister. Dad is stronger than you can imagine, much stronger than me or even our older brother Caden. You don't have to worry about Dad being hurt, that's very normal. Those scary-looking wounds won't harm him at all." Mia looked at her brother with tear-filled eyes, knowing he was right, but her dream felt different. The scene from her dream was unforgettable. She couldn't reveal the prophetic dream, it was a rule that dream demons had to handle themselves. Knowing the future was a secret only she had to deal with alone. While she was lost in thought, the unicorn appeared beside her, comforting her, "You're not alone, young lady, you have me here. I will always be with you." Feeling supported, Mia immediately hugged her unicorn. Sugar quickly reassured her, "It's okay, my young master. Look, Hera is still unharmed. If a spirit beast of someone is still alive, then its master must still be alive too." Hearing this, Mia realized that there was indeed something to that. The maids beside her, worried for a long time, continuously comforted her, "Miss, please don't cry." Looking at everyone's seemingly calm expressions, Mia was bewildered. Was she the only one worried about her father? Seeing his sister's intense reaction, Abel approached and asked, "Why are you so scared and panicked, little sister? Dad sent you home to spare you from witnessing the bloody scenes, not because it was too dangerous. It's the first time you've seen the Neraphim attack, so you're surprised, right? It was just a greeting. Yeah, just let them fight in their own way. It's nothing special, and you'll get used to it soon." Seeing her brother's cheerful smile, Sia thought to herself, "So I really don't need to worry." Mia frowned, thinking, "Really, I don't need to worry." Unexpectedly, Abel added, "It seems Dad intentionally got hurt. He might be trying to avoid working for the human emperor because of the rumors about his injury. He's been really bothered lately." Mia asked in surprise, "So he didn't want to work and got hurt on purpose?" Abel replied with a laugh, "So don't worry." Mia was still confused by this information, thinking, is it really on purpose? How can I not worry? Are you joking? Seeing her kneel down, Abel worriedly called out, "Hey, little Fluff, what's wrong? Calm down, what's happening?" Amid the worried shouts, Mia's body kept trembling. She cried silently, thinking, this isn't from being sick, it's because Dad is so important. Thinking about this, she broke down in tears. Abel panicked and comforted her, "Little Fluff, don't cry." Mia whimpered, "You just took me to the jewelry store. I thought Dad was bothered by me. Mom was also bothered by me. And Dad too." Mia was overwhelmed with self-blame and couldn't hold back her tears. Abel hugged her and slowly explained, "I thought so too. It's okay, you can cry as much as you want." Mia sobbed, "Don't leave me. I can't leave you, I promise I won't." Abel felt warmth in his heart, hugging his sister. Mia thought, even if I find out later, everyone was trying hard to hold back their laughter because I told Abel not to leave. The idea of Dad or Abel dying might seem like a joke to others, but for me, it's serious. Seeing the maid making jokes to cheer her up, Mia smiled and said, "Now I'm okay." The maid chirped, "Miss, please don't cry anymore." At that moment, Mia offered a piece of cake to Hera, saying, "Try this, I'll feed you." Seeing Hera's delighted expression after eating, Mia thought, it must be delicious. Then she asked, Hira, when will Dad come back? Just then, Khaled appeared before them. Mia was overjoyed and hugged him tightly. She then eagerly asked if he was okay, to which Khaled smiled and replied, of course. Mia silently assessed, I can't smell blood anymore. Khaled spoke, thank you for taking care of Hira, Mia. She smiled and replied, Hira protected me. Khaled asked his daughter, you were very scared, weren't you? Mia honestly said, a little, but she thought, now that Dad is back, everything is fine. Mia seriously asked, Dad, is Philip dead? Khaled gently patted his daughter's back to reassure her, he's not dead. Gayet is just as capable as Leviat. He used a healing method immediately to save him. Mia sighed in relief, thank goodness. I was worried he was dead. Then she said a bit sadly, I don't understand. Philip didn't do anything wrong. Why did the Nerafim attack the jewelry store? Was it just random? Khaled said seriously, it's time to talk about our relationship with the Nerafim. We are in a state of ceasefire now. Mia wondered, a ceasefire? Really? Khaled nodded, yes, we fought for a long time, causing great losses on both sides, so I promised to stop the war for a while. Hearing this, Mia thought gloomily, the demons are the enemies of the Nerafim. I know, but the scene right before my eyes is truly shocking. The Nerafim and demons could smell each other's foul stench, an unavoidable trait that led to mutual disdain. Sometimes, just seeing each other would spark arguments and fights. Both sides had already lost many members. After the ceasefire, at least there should be silence and avoidance. But conflicts could arise at any moment. Mia wondered, so this attack is a declaration of war? Khaled replied, it depends on how it's received. Mia was confused, thinking, do they believe in the demon realm, and attack the demon-owned jewelry store? I'm not sure. After a moment, she said weakly, ambush weapons. Khaled was surprised and asked, how do you know about that? Mia replied slowly, I read it in your files before. When it's completed, it will be used on the Void Island, Khaled said. Mia was puzzled, so the Nerafim will also lose many lives, right? The day I went to see the World Tree, the person I met, Khaled asked, do you mean the Hirio clan? Mia thought to herself, even though he was an unlucky child, losing his life is not a good thing. Hearing this, Khaled crossed his arms and said, if war breaks out, the Hirio clan will probably be wiped out since they have always been at the forefront. Mia asked, do they want to start a war? Khaled smiled and replied, typically. Mia questioned again, is it because I hate the Nerafim? Khaled told her, many people have lost those important to them. Mia fell silent, thinking, I dislike war, but I can't tell all demons to stop fighting. They say they'll take revenge on those important to them. How can I stop them? Even though I understand, I still don't like war. What if someone else important to me is lost? She carefully asked her father, when will the war start? Khaled shook his head, I don't know. They are knocking at the door, so we should have an answer. Regardless of winning or losing. The outcome is already decided, so don't worry. Now you should rest. He then left her room. Mia continued to ponder, thinking, Dad doesn't know. The dream I had one day. The demons failing in war, predicting a fate without choice. She lay in bed, silently screaming, I want to see that prediction again. Tell me what will happen, please. Dad being injured or killed. I am absolutely not satisfied. How can one find happiness like this? How can one have a family like this? The existence I've always yearned for, named Mia, will never be taken away. Let me meet that prediction from that day, so I can save Dad, please. After a while, Mia realized she was in a different space. She understood, it's a dream. At the same time, night fell over the mansion. Khaled was walking down the hallway, opening a room. He saw Abel lying on the couch, snoring loudly. Immediately, Hira came over and pulled Abel's head up. Khaled frowned and scolded, "You see Dad is here, and you're not waking up. How disrespectful." Abel replied painfully. "I was just pretending to sleep. Just joking." He held his sore head and asked Khaled, "Dad, is it really like that? Before you returned, I had to protect this house, which was exhausting." Khaled said coldly, "Listen, either believe in the demon realm, or the store operated by humans." The attacks were executed simultaneously. There are exactly 15 stores that can no longer operate, and the damages are incalculable. Abel asked in surprise. "MIA said a giant weapon fell. Is that it?" Khaled confirmed, "Yes, that was a direct order from Eoraha. The souls of the martyrs." It turns out that in the battle with demons, the weak were called martyrs. It always sounds amusing to think about. To give such a noble name, Eoraha created those souls, turned them into weapons, and used them at will. Nevertheless, with such grandiose words, only by deceiving humans can one gain loyalty. Abel frowned and said, "It's gradually starting to escalate. What should we do?" Khaled replied, "Report to the king and then join in." Abel sighed, "While we wait, there will be plenty of rumors. Eoraha is handling some demons, or maybe he's going to break a temple, right?" Khaled said to him, "You stay by MIA's side." MIA nodded, "I know how much long tea makes me worried. If it weren't for this brother, who would dare to be spoiled? Besides, while I'm away, if that sly fox Bodabap shows up, it's more concerning than the Neraphim right now." Thinking this, he felt his blood rush to his head. It's a fight then. Of course, the demons will win. Meanwhile, MIA felt a bit uneasy, realizing, this time, my body feels so heavy. Is this a foretelling? She asked Sugar, "Where are we?" Sugar replied, "In a dream with someone." MIA understood, so that's why Sugar can be with me. Sugar continued, "When I saw the foretelling, I stepped back not to interfere, but this is not the master's dream." MIA wondered, "Then whose dream is it?" "A cave." Sugar reminded her, "Not an ordinary cave, but a much more dangerous place." MIA detected a musty smell. Sugar helped the girl stand up. MIA felt dizzy and thought, "Is it possible that I'm forced to assimilate this dream?" Sugar said, "I've seen dreams of demons. Most people can directly choose which dream the demon enters. I also heard that sometimes they are drawn by very strong desires or storms." Suddenly, they heard a voice calling, "Help me. Anyone? Help me." MIA gasped, wondering, is it a female ghost? "Who is it? Where are you?" She didn't understand why movement was so difficult, meaning her grasp in the dream wasn't strong. So that's why she needed to catch the shadow. MIA noticed smoke rising from that direction, and then the ground beneath her shook. MIA was suspicious, thinking, "It's a stone, there's nothing else. Isn't it this way?" Suddenly, the voice reminded her, "Don't move." MIA frowned and asked, "Who are you? You have to tell me where you are so I can help." She assessed her surroundings, seeing only stones everywhere. Finally, she spotted a strangely moving stone and called for Sugar. Inside the stone, a pained face emerged, crying, "Help me, miss." MIA was terrified by this sight. Instinctively, she screamed, her voice echoing throughout the building. Everyone quickly rushed over. MIA was confused, thinking, "Why is this happening? I clearly said to view the foretelling." At that moment, Khaled ordered his subordinate to call Leviath. "How did I see this nightmare?" Abel approached his sister, gently calling, "Long T. Did you have a scary dream?" "It's okay. I'll always be by your side." Hearing this, MIA slowly opened her eyes, feeling reassured. She soon fell asleep again due to exhaustion, tears still lingering on her cheeks, making one feel heartbroken. At the same time, in another castle, Eoraha stood alone, murmuring, "Have you received greetings? I hope you will be happy. I have sent warm and sincere greetings to everyone, as I have used quite a lot of the souls of the martyrs. If now Khaled Dundee has realized the heart I have shared. Thinking this, he laughed with great satisfaction. Khaled, oh Khaled, my longtime enemy, I have made it clear. One day, if there's something you cherish enough to tear your heart out for, I will definitely take that from you. So, there is such an existence for you. If so, we must meet so I can extract your heart. The next morning, a carriage was moving through the street. Jura sat in the carriage, hesitating. Can I really surprise her like this? It turns out that yesterday, I asked my butler about today's report. The butler said that the Neraphim's attacks on the demon-owned shops had different colors of aggression. But among them was a shop belonging to Miss MIA, who had gone missing. Luckily, she is safe. Jura thought to himself, although she wasn't injured, suddenly I saw something strange. He signaled to his subordinates, stop the carriage for a moment. Jura looked outside in surprise at the sculpture. It's not particularly exquisite craftsmanship. Why does it attract so much attention? Two people on the street stood in front of the statue, introducing it. My spouse and I planned and sculpted this together, we lost track of time. Working with him is truly a joy. Seeing the two lovers like that, Jura felt happy too. He thought, the sketch for MIA, since it's a mass-produced item, it can't be made exquisitely or contain a soul in every part. But indeed, I didn't notice how time flew, so I'm really happy, it must be because of her work. Thinking this, he blushed with anticipation. MIA, I wish she thinks like me. The scene shifted to the Dundee family castle. The servant was calling MIA to wake up. Miss, the young master of the Bodabap family has been here for a long time. It's Master Jura, MIA exclaimed in surprise, jumping up. The maid apologetically said, I've disturbed your precious sleep. MIA shook her head, hurriedly getting out of bed. No, I heard Jura was coming. Just then, Tina walked in and asked, Miss, did you sleep well? Then she excitedly exclaimed, oh my, miss. You've grown so much overnight. You'll mature even faster than a moment. MIA looked in the mirror in astonishment. It's true. Tina cheerfully added, your limbs too, and your hair has grown longer. Abel happily celebrated, yes, indeed. MIA was extremely excited, and my pronunciation is better now. A few minutes later, Jura was sitting and drinking tea, when he heard someone call his name. He turned around to see MIA beaming as she approached. Look at me. I'm so tall, right? Jura smiled, yes, you've grown just like a demon. I can't call you a kid anymore. MIA felt very pleased to hear this. Then she suddenly remembered, right, Jura, you said you've been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry. Jura politely laughed, no, it was my fault for coming unexpectedly. Then he hesitated, it's because I was worried. I heard you went through something scary. Also, while it's not as good as the meals you usually eat, I made a dessert with herbs to calm your soul. Can you accept it? MIA stared at the mountain of food behind him. What are you saying? Did you make all this? How can I eat all of it? 30 minutes later, MIA was stuffed after finishing everything. She thought, Jura cooks very well, is there anything he can't do? At this moment, Jura spoke up, thinking back, the other sample materials will be arriving soon, it's fine to prepare slowly. MIA then seriously suggested, the exhibition. It turns out that before officially opening the shop, they had planned to build a gallery for promotion. The square is right at the gallery's location, making it a gathering place for demons, Neraphim, and humans alike. Jura smiled and handed over the documents, asking, what about the square here? MIA cheerfully replied, it's great. Jura responded, if it's here, the Neraphim won't be able to attack recklessly, but they can still visit our shop. MIA joyfully answered, that's not a problem, Neraphim's money is still money. Seeing her expression, Jura chuckled, you're really acting like a demon. He then said, MIA, look at this. I think we should place unicorn here as a symbol. Saying this, he grabbed a piece of wood. I can get it done right away. He skillfully carved the piece of wood in his hands. MIA looked at the young man before her in a daze. Seeing this, Jura laughed and asked, "What are you thinking about now?" Although MIA was filled with thoughts of Jura's smile, she managed to say, "I want to give customers handkerchiefs embroidered with our shop's logo." Jura agreed. "That sounds good. The workers will prepare everything for you from now on." MIA excitedly asked, "Really?" Jura nodded, "Of course." MIA, "I'm curious about something. Everyone working for you looks so happy, but I'm curious about how you feel. You don't necessarily have to run a business to be happy. Are you tired?" MIA thought back. Compared to now, I was once afraid my father would think I was a useless child and abandon me. I was desperate and tried to prove my own worth. But now, she said, "Jura, I have money, time, and even ability. If so, then of course I must work, right? The more money, the better." Jura laughed, "That's true." MIA placed her hand on his and said, "However, there are times I have to endure fatigue. But I find it very enjoyable to struggle and prepare with you, Jura. I absolutely don't want to give up, whether it's in business or spending time together." The two children smiled at each other, romance filling the air. Their final product was complete. MIA was extremely excited when she saw it. She smiled sweetly, complimenting, "It's amazing. Jura is the best." Jura's face reddened at the praise. He turned to her and said, "Of course there were setbacks. In fact, I've been in a slump for a long time. I didn't want to do anything, my hands felt immobilized. But after meeting you, I just wanted to do something. If we spend more time together, we could create something even more wonderful, right? It's a masterpiece that captivates everyone like a dream." MIA excitedly responded, "Of course, because I am the demon of dreams." Jura was slightly surprised. "The demon of dreams, you really have amazing abilities. Please take care of me in the future, partner," MIA said, grabbing Jura's hand with a cheerful smile. "Of course." As night fell, Jura reluctantly said, "I'll head back first." MIA sadly sent him off. "It's too bad to say goodbye." Jura smiled at her. "See you tomorrow." MIA asked, "Can you come earlier?" Jura laughed and nodded, "Sure." With that, he got on the carriage to go home. He quietly told the butler, "She said she was happy to work with me and that it's sad to say goodbye, she feels the same way." The butler could tell that his master was love-struck. Suddenly, Jura remembered. "But wait, I called her the demon of dreams." The image of her blushing shyness flashed in his mind. Jura muttered in confusion, could that be the ability of the demon of dreams? The demon of dreams can plant the dreams of others. Could MIA have such a dream? As he thought this, Jura's face turned bright red. He insisted, "No, that can't be true, but..." The next day, MIA looked at Jura, puzzled. "Are you in pain? Your face is all red." Jura fell silent, unsure how to explain. He shyly handed a bouquet of flowers to MIA. Turning away awkwardly, he said, "These flowers are for decorating the gallery. Let's finish quickly." MIA sighed in relief, thinking it was good he wasn't sick. She had no idea that Jura was nervously flustered because of her. A few days later, the gallery was finally completed. Looking at the scene before her, MIA exclaimed, "It's wonderful. People will definitely come to see it, right?" Jura smiled, "Absolutely. We designed it together, I'll pay for it." Jura created them exquisitely, making it a perfect collaboration between them. At this moment, Jura invited her, "Then you go in first, director." MIA was startled, "Me?" Jura laughed, "The secretary will follow the director." MIA replied shyly, "What secretary? Just a partner. Now that I'm in, you hurry up too." Jura happily said, "Yes, director." MIA closed her eyes, enjoying the fragrance in the garden. The scent of flowers is lovely. Suddenly, someone tucked a flower behind her ear. Jura warmly said, "I prepared this for you." The two smiled at each other, unaware of the flames of hatred igniting behind them. Upon realizing, MIA turned around in shock. She saw her brother fuming, glaring like a bullet in their direction. He gritted his teeth, as if he had just been robbed. Abel growled as he approached Jura, "So, you dare to touch my precious sister's face?" Mia jumped in front of him, "Brother. When did you arrive?" Abel, still in his military uniform, asked loudly, "I heard you've been coming and going here like it's your home for a week. Taking advantage of my absence, huh?" Mia quickly called her brother, "Abel, calm down." To her surprise, the fire only grew higher as Abel shouted angrily at Jura, "You rotten little fox." Seeing the scene before her, Mia froze in fear. She looked frantically at her gallery. "It's all burned down. I worked so hard with Jura." Without thinking, Mia shouted, "Dad." At that moment, Abel was still not calm and yelled, "Don't hide behind my sister. Come out." Seeing the fire spreading, Jura worriedly pulled Mia closer. "This is dangerous." Just then, someone finally appeared to subdue Abel. A large hand pressed down on Abel's head. It was Kylet, who sternly scolded, "You little brat. If you burn down the garden Mia loves, you'll face a volcanic eruption." After Abel calmed down, Kylet released his grip. Kylet continued to scold, "You're supposed to be a big brother now, yet you act like a 3-year-old. Apologize to her." Mia looked at Kylet with emotion, "Dad is here. I didn't really expect him to come." He stepped forward and asked her, "Are you okay?" Mia, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Dad, my gallery, I worked hard with Jura, but it's all burned down." "At least you're here now," she said, rushing to hug her father. Abel, now stunned, said, "I'm sorry, little fur, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to." Mia sniffled, "The store has to open temporarily. Jura and everyone worked really hard." The two men looked surprised. Abel frantically asked his sister, "Are you crying?" "Don't cry. It's my fault. I'll fix everything. So don't cry, okay?" Mia thought in surprise, "Oh dear, when did I start crying?" But Abel was still anxious, asking her, "What should I do for you?" "Buy everything you want." Mia was taken aback, thinking, he said he'd buy everything I wanted. Then she excitedly pushed Abel away. "I don't want to see you anymore." Abel, looking frightened, called her, "Little fur." Before he finished, Mia burst into tears. Abel immediately tried to comfort her, "I was wrong. I'll buy you a beautiful tropical island. How about a piece of land for a garden? I'll make you the most beautiful garden in the world." Mia gleefully thought, "I just pretended to cry once and got this much. Oh, I'll cry more." So she cried louder, leaving Abel holding his head, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Jura spoke up, "It's okay, Mia. This is like assembling a puzzle. We just need to remove the burned parts and reassemble it. I prepared some pieces in advance for breakage." Mia stopped crying and smiled, "Really? That's such a relief. Jura is indeed a genius." Not long after being happy, Mia turned serious and looked at her brother. Abel, not able to meet his sister's gaze, turned away. Mia said, "I like the island with many beautiful birds." Abel nodded without thinking, "Sure, I'll buy you an island full of birds." Unexpectedly, Mia added, "Even so, I can't forgive you." Saying that, she took Jura's hand and told Abel, "From now on, don't call Jura a sly fox." She thought, "I can't forgive him for calling my friend a sly fox. What if Jura becomes my boyfriend in the future? If he becomes my husband, would he still call him a sly fox?" "Absolutely not." Abel asked, turning pale, "Then what should I call him?" Mia replied, "Call him handsome. Jura is handsome. Just say he's handsome, what's strange about that?" Jura laughed, "Am I that handsome?" Mia nodded firmly, "Of course." Jura leaned closer to her, grinning brightly, "Then I'll be your handsome one from now on." He smiled at Abel, "And you shouldn't hate me anymore." Jura irritably added, "Who's your brother?" However, with a sister around, Abel had to concede, "All right, I'll call him brother." Hearing this, both Mia and Jura burst into joyful laughter, making the atmosphere feel like introducing a boyfriend to the family. A few days later, at the Duke's castle, Abel walked to knock on Mia's door. After opening the door, he shyly called, Mia. Mia glanced and noticed that Abel still seemed to feel guilty. At this moment, Abel said, I have something you want. I promised to buy you an island. Actually, I've prepared something else too. Remember when Nerafim came by? The gem shop collapsed. Mia recalled that she had forgotten to give a gift to Ogio for Abel. Abel continued, the kids came looking for the gems you and Dad intended to buy. She asked in surprise, the kids. Abel introduced the two people behind him. It seems better if I can have these kids as your guards. Say hello. The round-headed one introduced himself, I'm Gen, the right-hand demon, and the spiky-haired one said, I'm Sun, the speed demon. We were born on a day of great fury. Mia felt confused and asked, right hand of what speed? What ability is that? Gen explained, I can dominate the opponent's right side. Mia had never heard of that before and asked in amazement. How can that be? Gen demonstrated, smiling as he winked with his right eye. A light emanated from him. Excuse me for a moment. Mia stood there a bit surprised when suddenly her right side couldn't move. Gen explained his ability. I can control the right side of someone when we make eye contact for more than 3 seconds. For example, you can do it too. Mia's right arm started moving up and down on its own, and she exclaimed in surprise, my arm is moving by itself. Gen continued, it's not a great ability, but it can be useful in emergencies. Mia excitedly looked at him, countering, what are you saying? It's an amazing ability. It would be extremely useful in a dangerous situation. Mia was intrigued by the two Abel brought, and she turned to ask the other one, so, what about Sun? He awkwardly replied, I can make someone's speed increase or decrease. Mia asked excitedly, how do you do that? Suddenly, the carriage sped up like the wind. The two horses' eyes sparkled, satisfied with their speed. After a while, the carriage stopped, and as they all got off, Mia felt dizzy, making Gen and Sun uneasy. Sun quickly apologized to his little master, I still haven't mastered controlling my powers well. Mia was so scared that she turned to comfort the others, saying, it's okay. The two behind her looked pale with fear. Then, while meeting new friends, she went to check the laboratory. They are my workers, but I've never met them directly. The image of the land and building she had bought, along with the 3 workers, came to mind. Sun looked around excitedly, saying, Miss Mia prepared this herself. Mia proudly put her hands on her hips, of course. The 3 approached a house, and Mia knocked on the door. A woman opened the door, looking surprised. She asked, what brings you here, little one? Before Mia could respond, the woman gasped, oh my God, isn't that our director? The 2 behind her murmured, what? Our little director. Then everyone joyfully called out, come out, everyone. Our little director is here. Mia felt a mix of surprise and confusion hearing that. One person waved a pink handkerchief embroidered with flowers and butterflies, saying, little director, look at this handkerchief I made. Please let me know if it's good. Another asked, would you like some tea? We have cookies too. Mia was speechless, thinking, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Mia set aside her thoughts and looked around the room. It appeared tidy, clean, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Everyone was doing well. She smiled at the workers, appreciating their efforts. One person shyly smiled back, it's all thanks to you, director. One of them was so emotional that they cried, saying, if it weren't for you, I'd have no place to go. In such good conditions, this is the only place that hires skilled workers. The 2 beside her approached to comfort her, saying, there's no need for tears, please don't cry. The woman replied, really, I prepared a gift for the director when she arrived. Please accept it. MIA happily took the gift, asking, what is this? She thought to herself, everyone here is really nice. Suddenly, she remembered her mother. If her mother were alive, would she treat her the same way? MIA imagined Ashula's bright face saying, oh my little one has come. Ashula cheerfully asked, I made scones, do you want to try? MIA could only imagine her mother like that. She didn't know what her voice sounded like because no one ever mentioned her. MIA thought, but anyway, I'll just imagine it my way. Her face brightened, smiling as she hugged the gift, saying, of course, because I resemble my mother. In the evening, she had pulled herself out of her daydream. MIA sighed, I stopped by the glass workshop and the ceramics studio. I've been to 3 places, and the day has flown by. Tina cheerfully encouraged her, you've worked hard, miss. Will you head back now? MIA agreed, but needed to stop by a cafe to buy cake first. Tina replied, yes. Let's call the carriage driver. Just as Tina finished her sentence, MIA suddenly noticed something that startled her, causing her expression to darken. She stood frozen in place. It was her aunt, a woman with dark circles under her eyes, looking quite dazed. Seeing her, some workers whispered, that girl is back again. She doesn't seem too stable. TSK. MIA quietly said, tell everyone to go inside and close the curtains so we can't see outside. Tina anxiously turned to her and replied, yes, miss. Suddenly, the woman smiled oddly. As she approached, she seemed to recognize MIA and called her by her old name, MIA. MIA froze, thinking, I was very curious when I heard the rumors about the Eveland estate, but facing her, it's nothing at all. The woman pretended to cry, covering her mouth in shock, oh my, is it true? If I came, I would meet you, just as that person said. The two stood facing each other, and she began to lament, I really miss you. I've tried to see you several times, but each time they chased me away so violently. MIA asked in surprise, you came to find me? She quickly responded, yes, because I have guardianship over you. I'm your court-appointed guardian, so that's my right. MIA replied indifferently, last time, I didn't have experience, so I couldn't ask. Since I'm not listed in the Eveland family registry, how could there be any guardianship documents? Her words hit a nerve, leaving the woman stammering without an explanation. MIA thought, a child that doesn't exist, that's MIA Eveland. MIA smiled threateningly, so it's all a lie. The woman shouted defensively, that doesn't matter. If you follow me, you'll accept being my child. She continued, it's pitiful for you to have nowhere to go or anyone to take you in, which is why I must take care of you. Hearing her words, Tina stood beside MIA. Fuming, but MIA raised her hand to stop her. MIA calmly said, there are times I need you, but you've never stood by my side. The woman angrily covered her face and retorted, I've let you go before. If you come with me now, I'll treat you well. She spoke with fury, her eyes full of malice, as she glared at MIA. She recalled hitting MIA when she was in that old, shabby room and said, don't look at me like that. Again, looking annoyed, remarked, there's nothing more to hear, Your Grace. Tina, unable to hold back, turned and said fiercely, just give the order, miss. MIA was surprised, thinking of her father and brother. It was truly miraculous. Then she noticed the 3 attendants who were with her. When did they start siding with her so much? She closed her eyes, deciding it was the only time she wanted her aunt to calm down, just like in the past. Sugar appeared beside her, encouraging her, that's right, this is nothing to you. Empowered, MIA boldly said, Aunt, I'm not afraid of you anymore. MIA bluntly stated, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. I don't want to hear any more. The woman was slightly taken aback, saying, what? Suddenly, she reached out both hands as if to grab MIA, angrily shouting, you little demon. Her hands nearly touched MIA when they suddenly stopped. It was Sun using his strength to hold her right arm back. MIA stood there, a distance away from her aunt's hand, and spoke in a deep voice. I know you want to hit and claw at me, but you can't move at all. That must be exhausting, right? The woman, furious, clenched her teeth, glaring at MIA. MIA gently mocked, fortunately, I don't resemble you much. I'm truly like my mother. She raised a finger, and a few purple lights floated up with her hand. MIA calmly said, I don't want you to die, but I wish you could feel the pain I suffered because of you, so close your eyes. Slowly, a violet blue light, like smoke, enveloped her, her face showing panic and fear, not understanding MIA's intentions. The image of little MIA, dirty and sitting in a corner, seemed to have experienced this many times. Disappointed, she thought, no one will come to save me. In her dream, the woman experienced something similar. She huddled in a corner, fearfully thinking, I might die tomorrow. She ran to the door, banging on it and shouting, damn it, open the door. Her hands bled from hitting the door. After a moment, the door opened, and her face showed slight surprise. Behind her was a building engulfed in flames, and before her was a desolate scene of only rocks. She stood frozen there. In front of her stood MIA on the stones, the little girl facing away from her. Suddenly, MIA turned around, revealing an indescribable emotion. Seeing her, the woman grew furious, gritting her teeth, her eyes full of hatred showing clear hostility. She pointed at MIA, shouting, stay there, you little demon. In reality, she was now falling to the ground, her body still reaching for MIA. MIA stood there, feeling that revenge was not satisfying. It felt like this, humans were nothing special. She held her face, feeling a mix of heartbreak and hatred, saying, if it weren't for you, then sister, implying that if not for MIA, her mother would still be alive. If it had been before, MIA would have thought it was all her fault, but now she understood that her mother's death was not because of her, being born was not her fault. She turned away, leaving her aunt trapped in the dream she had created. MIA relaxed and said, goodbye, aunt. We won't meet again in reality. There won't be a second time. With those words, MIA let go of all her painful past. The scene shifted to Abel, frowning and asking, what's going on? Why are you back at my house? He asked MIA, going hunting. MIA calmly explained, it's not that. This person can help me practice creating nightmares. After explaining, she turned to Cowlit, saying, Father, anywhere is fine. Cowlit pointed to the side, saying, right, lock her in the small room to the west. Ben carried her on his shoulder, replying, yes, Your Highness, while Abel's smile seemed sinister. MIA looked around and felt that everyone was reacting very normally. It truly wasn't anything at all. She looked at her father's and brother's expressions with some curiosity, asking, is something amusing you too? Suddenly, she realized something, and MIA felt surprised but then incredibly excited. A handsome man with a charming smile, exquisite eyes, and long hair held out his hand. MIA called him Caden, and he shyly said, hello, MIA. It's been a while since I last saw you. He bent slightly to welcome her and said, I couldn't stay long during the festivities, so I just stopped by. MIA excitedly ran to him, raising her arms to be picked up and said, that's great. Caden lifted her in his arms and asked, Abel said he would buy you an island, right? I went to see that island with him. He said he wanted to decorate the island like an amusement park. MIA was intrigued but slightly confused, asking, what's an amusement park? He explained, the king likes to explore different aspects, but somewhere there will be a space created for children to have fun. You'll invite all your friends to play. Hunt wild animals, and play on a swing in the air, or a long slide from a high mountain to the sea. What do you think? MIA's eyes sparkled with excitement, wow. That sounds like it would be so much fun. Cowlit joined in, saying, then I'll hire workers to make tools to call the mermaids. If we have that, we can hear the mermaid's song on the island at night. MIA was slightly surprised, we could meet mermaids too. I was just pretending to cry to Abel, and it ended up like this. Mia ran to hug all three of them, overjoyed by the love she felt. Everyone is so good to me, thank you all. The scene of the four was strangely beautiful. Even though she hadn't seen the island yet. She was very happy. In that moment, she thought that her past filled with hatred and suffering would never return. This was her present and her family. She stretched her arms back, squinted her eyes, and smiled, let's make the slide out of pure gold. After that, Mia slept soundly in her soft, cozy bed. Meanwhile, the sound of wine pouring and chatter filled the air. Caden remarked, it's been 50 years, so it smells really good, right, father? You often send these to the palace for me. The two of them drank together, and Cowlet teased, if that's the case, how will you come home less often? Caden looked at the red wine in his glass and sighed, I used to say I missed this flavor a lot. Cowlet began to boast about his daughter, if you want to drink this wine now, you'll need Mia. Caden smiled happily, saying, this land suits Mia perfectly. Suddenly, he grew serious, saying, but I heard it's a bit serious, it's a site of poverty this time. The only flaw of the territory is its beauty and abundance, as the fierce demons gather there, causing tornadoes created by evil. The vineyards are protected by weapons. But the streets where people live often lose their homes. An image of a village engulfed in flames appeared. Caden said, it was my first time seeing it, so I was very surprised. Cowlet chimed in, you jumped right in there. He laughed loudly, pretending to scold, come on, when will you bring this up again, father? Although I never forget that. On that day, Caden had destroyed 6 bombs at once. Just listening to Cowlet explain allowed him to find the exact method, and dismantle the nuclear weapons, flying through the flames like a god. He felt proud, that's why Kuri likes you. The image of him and Kuri together surfaced. Kuri placed her hand on his head when he was young, and they had sworn to be partners. They made a beautiful couple, but not long after, the vows of true love were only for each other. At this moment, Abel appeared beside him, resting a hand on the chair he was sitting on and praising him, you're really talented. It was about a month after the first coming-of-age ceremony. Right? Caden happily replied, Abel, one day you'll also meet someone you love. Hearing his brother, Abel awkwardly responded, oh, for me. I'm having fun playing with Mia and making weapons, that's exciting enough. Seeing his younger brother say that, Caden felt satisfied. Cowlet caught on to the main point and asked Abel, how's the weapon that shoots down? He turned to respond, oh that. It's almost done, I just need to test it a few more times. Suddenly, Cowlet dropped a brown paper in front of the two. They both looked stunned, and Abel asked in confusion, what is that, father? Cowlet replied, it relates to the weapon that attacked Mia. The paper has words that terrify people. I want you to be my toy. Abel gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, that crazy guy. Caden remained calm, noting, so it's Iohara who sent it. After all these years, he still acts like a child. Whether demon or Neraphim, maturity has nothing to do with age. Iohara, the oldest among the Neraphim, has never gone through the Gun cycle, existing without knowing or wanting to know love. Unable to contain his anger, Abel said, let's test the weapon on the island immediately tomorrow. Cowlet fully agreed, thinking that Iohara's movements were unusual. The request to concoct poison in the Empire had suddenly been interrupted before finding the culprit, suggesting that Iohara might be directly responsible. A great war was approaching. The next day, in the imperial capital's square, someone announced, all right, finally, the day has come. Mia, in her lovely dress, stood there filled with excitement, thinking about how she had spent all her time with Caden to prepare for today. The gallery she had been looking forward to was finally open. The outside was crowded, and she had a reason for choosing the square. It was the place where everyone, humans, Neraphim, demons, nobles, and commoners, could gather. The result of cunning calculations, this location was not only safe but the best for promotion. Mia and Suga would become a brand sought after by everyone when suddenly someone stood behind her. Mia shyly asked, "Why are you here?" "I've dressed as simply as possible. Do the customers feel uncomfortable because we look like nobles?" Suddenly, she felt a heavy shock and feared, could we fail like this? Mia smiled and greeted a guest. An unpleasant man crossed his arms, saying, "I still don't know how this situation will unfold." The other one laughed disdainfully, "That's why who would use such extravagant things?" She realized they were followers of the Neraphim, as the two shouted at her to bring the owner out. If they wanted to do business in the square, they had to pay tax to Iohara. Juro approached and shot him a glare, asking, "Since when did the Imperial Square belong to Iohara?" He didn't answer but turned to ask the man, "What are you doing here?" A girl listening to their conversation trembled with anger. From afar, Mia saw her and panicked, "No, if a war starts, customers will be afraid to come." Suddenly, she realized something. She approached the man, pretending to be cheerful, "Are you a deity? That white robe suits you very well." Seeing this, he was startled, recoiling from her as if she were poison, shouting, "Black hair! You little demon, with those filthy hands!" Mia was pushed away and fell to the ground, rolling a few times. The man helplessly explained, "No, I haven't even touched her yet." People around gathered to watch. Knowing he would deny it, she cried loudly, and the onlookers murmured, "Oh, it's just a crying child." What happened? This wasn't the first time she pretended to cry, she could do it well. A girl with purple hair ran over, saying, "This won't do. Are these guys crazy?" She stood in front of Mia, angrily shouting, "No matter what, you have to behave properly. Why hit a small child like this? Has Iohara been teaching you to beat kids?" Mia stood behind her with tears streaming down her face. Mia felt happy again, after Tina confronted the others, saying, "Igu, don't say anything." She praised, "Tina, you're amazing. I'm glad I let you wear common clothes." Now the gentle people would stand by her side. One person shouted at the man, "You say you're a deity, but aren't even ashamed." He desperately explained, "I said I didn't hit her. This evil girl is lying." Suddenly, public opinion shifted, realizing how could they trust the words of a demon. Even a little would be a lie, just look at that black hair. A nearby woman spoke up, "Don't be fooled, she's just a child." The man countered, "From the start, it's wrong for adults to bully a child. Although demons and Neraphim don't like each other, humans can choose to believe one side or neither." Jura stood in front to protect Mia, thinking, "That's why I chose the square," but the argument seemed to be escalating. Mia hurriedly waved her hands, asking softly to Jura, "Why don't you have any good ideas? Let's not argue, just let it go for my gallery." Jura smiled brighter than the moonlight, saying, "I can do it." Her closeness made Mia a bit shy. She could clearly smell Jura's fragrance, which was stronger than usual. He turned to the crowd, smiling confidently, "Everyone will do this, right?" The crowd buzzed, "This is a really good product. The price is cheaper than it looks. My kids will love it." Hearing the purchasing voices, a man said, "Hey, give me 2 of these." Mia exclaimed, "With Jura's skills, wouldn't it be great for business?" After a while, Mia gasped in surprise, "Wow, we are out of stock." She felt a bit regretful, thinking she should have made more. The 2 working behind her cheered, "Miss, we've made 666 HPE today. Amazing." They chimed in, "You can officially open a store now." Jura congratulated her, "Congrats, shop owner." She happily replied, "Thank you, Jura. Thanks to you, many people visited the booth. I'm glad I could help you." He suggested to Mia, "So I thought, what if we open a formal shop and place my gem containing my power on the doorknob? Just a hint of scent will surely attract people." Jura blushed and asked, "That shortcut should be fine, right?" His words struck her heart, making her excitedly reply, that's a great idea. However, she worried, but it seems I've asked Jura for a lot. Aren't you tired? He cheerfully laughed, not at all, just a little. To prove it, he rolled up his sleeve, showing her his muscular arm. I'm very strong, go ahead and touch it. A stone was placed in her hand, surprising her. Oh my, it's so solid. Though she said this, she thought, Jura fainted last time, I thought he was weak. But to sculpt, he must be strong. He asked again, now you believe in me, right? She raised a hand determinedly, replying, yes. He leaned in closer with that charming smile, saying, and no matter how difficult things get, I want to hear anything you ask. Mia felt rigid, thinking, does that mean I'm close to Jura because I want something? The two walked out of the shop hand in hand, but she thought, I don't necessarily have to refuse. Back home, Mia lay on her bed surrounded by the gold she earned today, feeling proud of her first earnings, rolling among the gold coins. She hugged them, loving it so much that she kept counting. Mia began to think about what to do with the money. Maybe she could stack it to create a castle. I'll make a wonderful masterpiece as an artist. What would Jura say when he sees it? She imagined showing Jura the castle made of gold coins. Suddenly, she heard a call, Miss, Mr. Caden has sent you a card. Mia turned from her gold pile and asked, puzzled. The card read, Princess, can you spend some time with me today? She immediately ran to Caden, Mr. Caden. Caden reminded her, be careful running like that, you might fall. Mia hugged his arm and asked, where are we going today? Caden, slightly shy, said, since Mia opened a shop, I was thinking, why not open stores in all major cities instead of just in the capital? Mia was happy but also a bit regretful, that's wonderful, but I don't have that much money yet. Caden suggested, what if I let you borrow? Caden continued, right now, I'll buy for you, and you can pay me back in about 10 years. Mia covered her mouth in delight, of course, I'd love that. Really, but? She asked him, in those 10 years, do I not have to pay rent? He pretended to think, holding her hand, let's see. Before he could finish, she flattered him, if I don't have to pay back, then you're even better than Dad. Caden looked surprised, better than Dad. He covered his joy with his hand, and Mia shyly added, yes, right now, Dad is first among those I cherish. But before she could continue, he exclaimed, I didn't think you'd be this cute. All right, I'll do it. Mia happily praised, you're the best in the world. He summoned his spirit beast, saying, we have many places to go today, so let's set off. Hiola will help us teleport. Hiola? She asked. Caden explained, yes, I asked my dad. She inquired, did Hiola say she likes it too? At that moment, Hiola formed a heart shape facing her, saying, of course, it's a gift in return for the cake you gave before. Just being with Mr. Caden makes me happy. And this was the first time she chose a tower from the catalogue, as if choosing candy. Mia flipped through the catalogue until her eyes blurred. Caden also assisted her, saying, so let's choose this one, okay? Yes, she replied. The locations of all the buildings were great, and their appearances were beautiful, nothing to criticize. He took the catalogue from her hands, saying, all right, now you're my tenant. Mia held a stack of papers, and he complimented, so cute. You look like you're holding a bouquet of flowers. She rebutted, not a bouquet of flowers, but a bouquet of buildings. I got 9 buildings for about 40,000 HPE. I'm such a happy child. She looked at her brother. Caden still seemed unfazed despite having spent so much money. After 10 years, I'll be a wealthy lady cool enough to repay all of this, right? Suddenly, he covered her eyes with his hand, saying, close your eyes for a moment. She replied, okay. Hiola flew down from the sky, raising her arms as if to catch Mia. The scenery had changed, filled with blue skies and tiny white butterflies. Mia wondered, what's that sound? She was surprised, wow, it's the sea. It's beautiful. This is an uninhabited island on the other side of the continent. Look at those birds. Abby worked hard to find an island with such beautiful birds, he explained. Mia joyfully praised, wow, it's like a dream. Caden extended his hand, inviting, shall we take a walk? Suddenly, he noticed, it'll be inconvenient to walk in high heels. He looked at Hiola, asking, do you have some slippers for Mia? He set her down on a rock and then sat to put the slippers on her. Watching his actions, she thought, Caden is very mature and grown up. She looked at him curiously, wondering how sweet it must be to be with a queen. In the past, he had also put shoes on for her like this. When Caden saw her sad expression, he asked with concern, Kuri, my queen, are you worried about something? He raised his hand to comfort her. Suddenly, she hugged him tightly without saying a word. Kuri told him, don't ask anything, just stay still. He confusedly called her name, Kuri. Kuri's face was filled with sorrow. What has broken your heart that you can't even tell me? Currently, Mia was happily wearing her slippers. After putting them on, he asked, shall we go play now? The two strolled along the beach, and she said happily, I want to show this beautiful scenery to Jura. He realized, so you're very close to the Beodabap child. She thought of him, saying, Jura will definitely love it. He might even draw it as soon as he sees this scene. Caden agreed, I'm sure he will. He asked Mia, do you want to try dipping your feet in the water? She stepped into the water and exclaimed, this is the first time I've set foot in the sea. Mia picked up her stuffed bear spirit and joyfully said, Sugar, come out and dip your hooves in too. Sugar replied, I'm curious to see you enjoy it. Sugar transformed into a spirit, but was too big, splashing water everywhere. She yelled, Sugar, you splashed water. Not wanting to back down, she splashed water back at Sugar, who helplessly said, Master, I didn't mean to. Seeing the two play together joyfully, Caden couldn't help but laugh out loud at the two kids. Mia's expression showed that she was very happy, thrilled with the island that Abby had given her. After a while, her dress was soaked. She and Sugar lay on the rock, and she said, we had so much fun. If it were before, I wouldn't have dared to play because I was afraid of ruining my beloved dress and shoes. But now is not the time for that. If I don't play during moments like this, it would be such a waste. Caden brought her a coconut with a flower on top, saying, here, drink this coconut water. It's really sweet. As she sipped, she praised, it's so delicious. Mia remembered how they had splashed water on each other earlier, saying, am I being too childish? I think I splashed you quite a bit. Caden looked at his sister with gentle eyes, replying, childish. I had a lot of fun. You looked cute and kind. He ruffled Mia's hair, adding, no matter what happens in the future, enjoy and play freely. She suddenly recalled something, right, I'm curious about something. He replied, what are you curious about? She asked, what's your great power? I've never seen it. Sugar in her hands was also curious. He laughed, saying, I haven't shown you the flower dragon yet. Mia asked, flower dragon. He explained, that's its name, sometimes I jokingly call it Long Long. It already sounds cute. I wonder how cute it looks. Caden raised one hand to summon it, noting that since there was no one around, he could show her. It's too big to bring out easily. He said, wow, come here. She was surprised, it's really, really big. It was a silver dragon. He introduced, the flower dragon is a dragon of flowers. The flowers near its horns change with the seasons. He hugged the flower dragon beside him, pleased that it could finally be introduced. Mia ran over to pet its head, saying, I'm happy to meet you too. He asked, it wants to bloom for you. What flowers do you like? She excitedly replied, it can bloom flowers. That's amazing. She gently leaned closer, greeting, hello, flower dragon. It nodded in response, I like flowers. I wish this island were filled with cute little flowers. Mia closed her eyes, feeling, It doesn't have to be big or beautiful. I'd love to discover new flowers. But before she could finish, flowers near the horns bloomed in red, pink, and orange, stunning her. Mia happily thought, it feels like the flower dragon is hugging me. At that moment, the flower dragon soared up, covering the island with small flowers. Mia was standing in a field of flowers with every color, but the most special were those that looked like ice. Mia and Caden stood in the midst of that beautiful scene. This island was the only thing that made her happy. Caden turned to his sister, asking, "Do you like it?" At that moment, Mia was so moved that tears fell. She hugged Sugar in her arms and said, "It's so beautiful. I will never forget what happened today, and I won't tell anyone. It's a special memory between me and Caden." In that scene, it felt like the whole world's love was for me. Mia Sugar has finally opened. You all must have been so busy preparing. Because we suddenly had to open 10 stores at once. Mia called out, "Dad, brothers." Her little hand pointed at the pile of gifts, saying, "This is the gift." Caden was overjoyed, happily saying, "Did you give this to me?" Mia replied cheerfully, "Yes. It's a specially made music box." Caden said that when he returned to the palace, he would definitely place it by his bed and listen to it often. Mia. However, her father's expression was not as happy as the two brothers, leaving her uncertain. "He must like it too, right?" Calith's face was very serious as he said, "I will definitely commemorate today as the Music Box Day. It deserves to be a national holiday." Mia was overjoyed to hear that, excitedly saying, "On Music Box Day, we should gift each other music boxes, right?" "Yes, we will do that. You're the best, Dad." As for the store, there was no need to worry about stock. Fortunately, the shop soon became crowded. They weren't browsing products, they were looking at her father and brothers. This was unbelievable. Caden exclaimed, "Everyone is staring at the brothers." Caliph added, "I think we should leave now." Mia felt a bit disappointed. "Do we really have to go?" "It's a pity to leave." The three of them left the shop together. Before departing, Caliph said, "We will come back anytime." Caden also said, "Mia, we have to go now. If you need anything, just call us. Congratulations on your grand opening." After the three left, Mia looked around the shop and thought, "I feel proud to see this." Suddenly, someone spoke from behind her, "Have a drink, Miss Owner." It was Jura. Taking the cup from his hand, Mia said, "Thank you." She thought to herself, thank goodness Jura had covered his face early. That way, the customers didn't see Jura, they should focus on the products, right? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Give me another cup." The speaker was none other than Valerie. She said arrogantly, particularly pointing out that she was allowed to go out, "Happy, huh?" Mia ignored Valerie's words, looking at her wrist and feeling happy that she was wearing the bracelet Mia gave her. Immediately, Mia ran to Valerie and expressed her happiness. "Welcome, Valerie. I didn't expect you to come, but I'm so glad." Valerie asked, "From what I see, business is booming. Right? Did you prepare everything yourself?" Mia replied, "No, my family and Jura helped me." Jura stayed silent, allowing the two girls to talk. Valerie hinted to Mia, "I'm curious. How did you get along with that tyrant?" Mia felt confused. "Who are you talking about?" Valerie replied sharply, "It's Jura." Of course, Mia didn't understand her meaning. Why would it be Jura? Valerie had no choice but to explain to her friend, "He's completely crazy. Just getting close to his face makes many kids cry. Compliment him on his looks, and he'll explode. Strike up a conversation, and he'll mock you." Mia asked back, "Is Jura unfriendly?" Valerie replied helplessly, "That crazy guy." But Mia defended him, "Jura isn't like that. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Valerie confirmed again, "Unless the whole world is mistaken, he must have a second personality." Mia thought to herself, suddenly realizing Valerie was slightly insulting Jura. She needed to give him a gift to change the subject. Thinking of it, Mia pulled Valerie over and said, "Valerie, come here. This is a gift for you." It was a beautifully decorated flower basket, with a cute owl in the middle. Valerie took it and said, slightly surprised, "A gift?" Mia happily replied, "That day, I received help from 4 clans, although I don't know their names." Then Mia paused, and Valerie said, "My dog's name is Luna." Mia cheerfully replied, "Yes, I'll gift it to Luna. It's so cute when I look at it." Suddenly, a glowing creature flew in front of Mia. It was a firefly. Seeing it, Mia immediately knew who had arrived. It was Hedita. Hedita smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, princess." Mia was also happy to see her. "I'm so glad you came." Hedita joked, "Of course, I had to come. Here's your grand opening gift." As she spoke, Hedita handed Mia what she was holding. Mia accepted it and asked, "What is this?" "It's not a book, there's nothing written on it." 1263, Hedita explained, "This is my main product, it's information." 1264, hearing that, Mia was astonished, "You're giving me this as a gift?" Hedita continued, "I think you will be my potential customer in the future, it's worth providing as a first-time service." 1265, Mia thought to herself, Hedita must know a lot. Remembering how she had helped her start her business, doesn't that count as information? Hedita clarified, "That's common knowledge and essential information for you, it's not worth selling." 1266, but the things inside are different. 1267, I hope this helps. If you need any information, feel free to contact Hedita anytime. Now, I'll take my leave. 1268, Mia hugged Hedita's gift to her chest, quietly admiring her polite and enthusiastic work attitude, realizing they could be useful friends in business. It truly became a business relationship. 1269, as soon as Hedita left, Valerie immediately pounced on Mia. "I'm so curious, let me see." Of course, Mia couldn't hand it to her. Valerie complained, "Stingy." 1270, at that moment, a loud sound suddenly erupted, and everyone bowed. Mia was puzzled, wondering if Nerfim was coming to bother her. "I'll scold him." 1271, but thinking of this, Mia suddenly felt strange, that feeling. 1272, it was the female demon. She asked, "Are you the daughter of Dunda?" Mia felt a little scared, but still replied politely, "Yes, yes." Suddenly, she lunged forward, hugging Mia and rubbing against her small face, "So cute." The female demon kept praising Mia, "So adorable, just like that black guy, but how can you be this cute?" Mia was utterly confused. The black guy? Could he be her father? The female demon continued, "Do you want to come live at my place, little one?" At this moment, Jura stepped in, pulling Mia back and said, "Your Majesty, it's impolite to treat someone else's child like that." Mia thought, "Your Majesty? Does he mean the Emperor? Why is the Emperor in my shop?" Feeling something off, Mia asked Jura, "Jura, do you know her?" Jura nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, she's my mom." Unlike Jura, Mia was in complete shock. "What? So Jura is a prince?" Not long after, Mia found herself sitting in a carriage, thinking, "I've suddenly been taken to the royal palace." She asked Jura, "Jura, you know that the Emperor, your mom, is a demon, right?" Jura laughed and replied, "Of course." Mia continued, "But she's the Emperor of the human world." Jura explained, "Yeah, her dream was to become Emperor, and now she's satisfied with her life." Mia looked at Jura and asked, "So that's why you have blonde hair like your mom?" Jura denied it, "No, my hair color is more like my dad's." "Huh? But why is it blonde?" Demons usually have black hair, though there are exceptions like the Astaroth family. There's something unique about Jura's hair color. Feeling special, Jura raised his hand to touch his hair and said, "Look at this." With a gentle stroke, Jura's golden hair turned pink, leaving MIA utterly astonished. MIA exclaimed in surprise, "Your hair changed color. Even your eyes." Jura proudly said, "I can change to any color I want, even to one you like." "That's the power of a seduction demon," MIA admired. "That's amazing." Jura added, "I like blonde, so I've kept it blonde since I could use my power." MIA said, "I love your blonde hair too." Jura then asked, "What eye color do you think looks good?" Without hesitation, MIA shared her preference, "I love pink." In a flash, Jura reverted back to his usual hair and eye color. "It's back to normal. I'm so happy you love the way I look the most." MIA wondered, if it's not inherited, then what about the Emperor's blonde hair? Jura quickly replied, "I can change other people's appearance with my powers too. I changed my mom's hair color to hide the fact that she's a demon. Because from their point of view, humans would be uneasy if the Emperor were a demon." MIA finally understood, so it's like everyone in the Empire has been deceived. The Emperor is a demon, and the Grand Duke as well. The two of them finally entered the palace. MIA asked, "Where is His Majesty the Emperor?" Jura told her to wait a bit longer. At that moment, a boy came running joyfully and shouted at Jura, "Brother." Jura quickly used MIA as a shield in front of him. The boy ignored MIA and focused solely on talking to Jura. "Why are you here at the palace, big brother?" MIA curiously asked, "Who is this?" Jura bluntly replied, "Just ignore him, he's just a crazy kid." The boy shouted, "I'm not crazy. You're the crazy one." Watching them interact, MIA couldn't tell if they had a good or bad relationship. He must be Jura's younger brother, right? Suddenly, the boy grabbed MIA's hand and asked excitedly, "What's your name? Your eyes are so beautiful." MIA pulled her hand away and asked back, "What's your name, little brother?" Before the boy could answer, Jura interjected, "He's Ethan, the only legitimate prince." Ethan puffed out his chest and said, "I'm in a bad mood because of you, brother, but it's different when I'm around such a beautiful girl." MIA replied gloomily, "Ethan, I'm not that beautiful to make you feel better." Ethan asked, confused, "Are you upset?" "Yeah, I hate hearing that." Ethan was puzzled. Don't most people like being told they are beautiful? MIA replied seriously, "That's probably because you're a prince. Not many people dare to dislike the one in power." Ethan continued cheerfully, "Now that I think about it, I guess you're right. You're so smart." Seeing Ethan like that, one couldn't help but wonder, is he a little dim-witted? She helplessly turned to Jura and asked, "Are you two really siblings or?" Jura responded, "Yes, we are real siblings. Ethan was born because our mother loved a human, he's human." MIA lowered her voice, "Is it okay to talk about that in front of him?" Jura casually replied, "He already knows." MIA was still a bit puzzled, but aren't demons always born as demons? She wondered, if my mother is human, how are Ethan and I different? Jura answered, "There's long-standing data on this. When a demon and a human are together, most of the time, the child will be human. In cases of high-ranking demons and humans, there's an extremely low chance, about 5%, that a high-ranking demon is born." MIA asked, "Isn't there a chance of giving birth to low or mid-ranking demons?" Jura explained further, that can happen if it's between a mid-ranking demon and a human. But with high-ranking demons, it's either a high-ranking demon or a human. Or sometimes, they die before being born. MIA thought to herself, so I'm part of the 5%. Lucky. If I were human, things would be so different now. At this point, Ethan asked sadly, "So you're a demon, right? No wonder I've heard that demons favor women. I grew up in a human environment, so I didn't know. I'm really sorry. Now that I'm in a better mood, please don't hate me." MIA thought, he's so much like Jura that it's impossible to hate him. Then she said, "All right, don't do that again, okay?" Ethan immediately brightened up, "Got it." Just then, the emperor finally arrived, smiling and saying, "So everyone's gathered here." After that, they all went to the reception area in the palace, where tea and cakes were spread across the table. The emperor said, "I'm sure they are delicious, try them." Mia thought, looking at this, Ethan definitely takes after Her Majesty. Mia didn't hesitate, and started eating with great enthusiasm. "So delicious. Even better than what Jotun makes." The emperor laughed cheerfully, "I'm glad it suits your taste. Actually, I invited you today to make a proposal. How would you feel about becoming my daughter?" The emperor's proposal shocked Mia so much that she couldn't help but spit out her food. The emperor continued, "This isn't a request for you to marry Jura, but to truly become my adopted daughter." Mia, still processing the information, could only respond with, "Yes, yes." At this point, Ethan, stirring up trouble, added, "Then how about marrying me instead of my brother, sister? You could become the empress." The emperor immediately smacked her youngest son on the head to stop him from saying more nonsense. Ethan cried out, "Oh, Mom." The emperor scolded him, "I told you not to carelessly say things like that, especially to a female demon." Then the emperor regained her composure and said to Mia, "I'm sorry, this kid doesn't know anything about the demon world." Mia replied, "It's all right," thinking to herself, "Is this how royal families normally are? Probably not, right?" At this point, the emperor continued sincerely, "Because I truly want you to be my daughter. If you become my daughter, I'll pass the throne to you. What do you think?" Mia was still confused, but she politely responded, "I don't know why you would propose this to me. Of course, it sounds like a joke, but..." The emperor's face darkened, and she firmly said, "It's not a joke." She explained to Mia, "Actually, this boy has been hopeless for a long time. Jura has said he'd rather die than become crown prince. The girls from demon families I've met all say they have no interest in becoming emperor. But you're already running a business, aren't you? Managing a business isn't much different from running an empire." Mia thought to herself, "I'm pretty sure it's different." The emperor gave her a thumbs up and said, "I'm confident you can do it." Mia was utterly confused, thinking, what is she even talking about? The emperor continued to persuade Mia, "If you become the emperor, it will greatly benefit your business." Mia stammered, "There might be some benefits, but still. I love my home, my father, and my brothers. Running a business is fun, but taking responsibility for an entire country is a bit." Mia said dejectedly to the emperor, "Are you really sure you want to pass the throne to a female demon?" The emperor replied, "It would be better that way, anyway. Ethan is still young. But have you thought about raising him as a daughter instead?" The emperor had an epiphany, "That's an interesting idea." Ethan, sitting next to them, was at a loss for words. The emperor began considering the feasibility of the idea, and started scrutinizing Ethan closely. After a while, she said disappointedly, "It's not going to work. He's my son, but he's not cute at all." Ethan replied, heartbroken, "Mom, that's a bit harsh." Then Ethan said to Mia, "Sister, you should definitely marry me." Mia asked in confusion, "What?" Ethan gave her a thumbs up and enthusiastically explained, "Either way, if I don't marry a female demon, once I grow up, I'll probably be kicked out. You become the emperor. And I'll be the empress." Mia immediately refused without hesitation, "No way." The emperor and Ethan began arguing, "No matter how you look at it, you can't be the emperor. It's all your fault." Mia couldn't help but laugh at the scene. It was a bit peculiar, but it seemed this was how Jura's family was. Afterward, Mia said goodbye to Jura to head home. Jura said, "I plan to stay the night at the palace today. Be careful on your way home, Mia." "Yes, see you later, Jura." As soon as she stepped outside, Mia exclaimed in surprise. Her father had come to pick her up. Kylers asked, "Mia, is something wrong?" Mia cheerfully replied, "I'm really happy." How did you know I was here? Kailis proudly said, is there anything about my daughter that I wouldn't know? With that, he gently lifted MIA. Let's go home. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, MIA couldn't help but fall asleep. Suddenly, MIA's expression turned very grim. She had fallen into a dream, but luckily, MIA was aware of it. She thought to herself, it's strange to be pulled into a dream twice. Suddenly, MIA noticed something odd. Was that their last time too? What kind of pattern is that? I don't think I've seen it in the demon clan before. I'm still not sure where this place is. But to be summoned here twice, could it be? Thinking this, MIA shouted, I'm here. Say something. Who are you? What do you want from me? MIA thought, I'm a little scared, but this time I need to see everything clearly. At that moment, a voice finally reached MIA's ears, help me. Please save me. I can't take it anymore. MIA wondered, I want to save her. Should I go there and bring her out? But the unicorn beside her spoke, MIA, you're a demon in this dream. It won't be easy in someone else's dream, but it's not impossible. MIA asked, can I create a bridge? If you think you can do it, then you can. MIA racked her brain, how can I create something safe? Stone or metal? But that seems heavy and time-consuming. The unicorn continued, appearance doesn't matter. Just choose something you like. What's important is that you absolutely believe it won't collapse. MIA thought to herself. Something I like? That's easy. A marshmallow bridge. As she created the bridge, MIA focused hard, it absolutely won't collapse. It won't. Marshmallows won't betray me. But then a thought suddenly crossed her mind, what if it shakes and collapses? That doubt caused the bridge to become unstable. The unicorn hurriedly caught MIA before she fell. MIA said, I didn't really think it would collapse. The unicorn replied, you've done your best, but MIA insisted, no, it's because you saved me. She thought to herself, I don't want this dream to happen a third time. Today, I have to figure it all out. MIA approached the girl from earlier and said, hey, stone lady. Who are you? How can I help you? The girl replied, cross the lava. I've been like this for so long, but if it's you. MIA anxiously asked, is this dream your reality? Where are you being held? The girl didn't answer but clutched her head, crying out, they are coming. MIA pressed, who's coming? Who's arriving? The girl, still in agony, kept repeating, they are coming to torment me again. Torment, torment, they are coming to torment me. The dream is shaking, we have to get out now. MIA tried her best, but I still. The unicorn interrupted, the dreamer has fallen into extreme anxiety. If we make a mistake, we could fall into the void of the dream. Realizing the severity of the situation, MIA stopped being stubborn. She said to the stone lady, I will definitely come back. Wait for me, MIA said. The stone lady slowly became completely covered in stone. Somewhere else, people were talking, number one's condition is the same today, it's driving me crazy. We can't leave it like this forever, we have to find a solution. But what can we do? Even if we try to brainwash her, she won't listen. It's quite satisfying to have finally captured a female demon. After all, she's the stone demon who's blocked out both sight and sound. The person they were talking about was none other than the girl. In MIA's dream, Kana Lythi. The two continued, if we want to succeed, we can't just rely on that. There's only one way left, right? Yes, that's right. Anyway, we have to do what needs to be done. They started chanting a spell. Harlan said, there is light in the world. Evil must be eradicated. You are the seed of evil. Everything about Neraphim is pure and honest, while everything about demons is deceitful. Remove your demon mask and become one of Neraphim. Somewhere else, the image of another woman appeared. It was Nave. Kana, where are you, and what are you doing? At that moment, MIA suddenly woke up from the dream. Kylie's was deeply worried, MIA. He stroked MIA's head and comforted her, "You're safe now, my daughter." MIA sniffled and asked, "Father, have you been by my side the whole time? Don't you have work?" Before MIA could finish her question, Kylie's interrupted, "It just so happens that I'm not busy today." MIA knew this was just an excuse. Even so, having her father by her side felt comforting. She asked, "Dad, lava comes from volcanoes, right?" "Of course. Is there any place with lava flowing like a river, or a lake without plants?" Kylie's asked back, "Why do you want to know that?" MIA replied, "Yes, the location." Kylie's called for Healer to bring a world map. Most volcanoes are considered the lairs of gibbons, very dangerous. But gibbons don't live near dormant volcanoes, nor are there lava flows. MIA thought, then it must be an active volcano. If there's no vegetation in the volcano, it's not in the south. So, all the active volcanoes in the world, except for the southern ones. There are too many. Dad, someone is trapped inside a volcano, a demon. Kylie's asked, "Did you dream of a demon trapped in a volcano?" MIA replied, "Yes, I'm scared, but I have to save her." Seeing Kylie's confused expression, MIA thought to herself, "I don't know why, but I have to save her." Still, she wanted to do it. So MIA begged her father, "The nightmare is so terrifying. If I don't save her, I'll keep being pulled into the dream." Hearing this, Kylie's said, "I see. That's not good." MIA eagerly added, "If we rescue her quickly, I'll never have to face the nightmare again." Kylie's responded, "I understand." MIA continued, "Also, let me see. There's a symbol of wings on the ceiling that looks like this." As MIA spoke, she drew the shape she saw on Kylie's hand. "I see," Kylie's replied. MIA asked, "Can you find a place with that kind of pattern? Do you know anything about it?" Kylie's stroked MIA's head and said, "I'll look into it. It's late, so go to sleep. Don't worry too much." MIA thought, he means I don't need to know right now. But if Dad finds out something, he'll definitely tell me. For now, I'll listen to him and go to sleep. It's difficult to immediately rescue the person from my dream, and I also have things to take care of. The next day, MIA looked at the stack of papers on the table and thought, the information I received shows that the company owns many mineral resources, so they can supply diamonds at a low price. Since I need a lot of gems anyway, it would be great to cooperate with them. She told her maid, "Come in." "Where is Uncle Levius now?" The maid replied, "He's in his office." "Shall I tell him you're looking for him, miss?" Shortly after, Levius arrived. "Miss, did you call for me?" MIA said, "Here, this is for you." Receiving it, Levius was surprised. "Why are you giving me such a precious gift all of a sudden?" MIA replied, "Go ahead, try it. It's really delicious." In reality, MIA had eaten too much and was full. Levius, touched, said, "Well, since you've given it to me, I'll enjoy it thoroughly." After waiting for Levius to finish eating, MIA said, "Also, I need a favor." Levius couldn't help but cough, so this was a bribe after all. MIA simply smiled and said, "It's just a gift." Then MIA added, "I wish I could sign a contract with this place and buy a large quantity of gems." Levius took the papers and said, "So, you want an agency contract, right? With DeQuery, right? The price will definitely be cheaper than the market, and they have no connection with the Dundee family." MIA asked further, "Really? Is there any risk of being scammed?" Levius quickly explained, "There won't be another scam like before. Leave it to me. With me handling it, you'll definitely get a better deal." After that, MIA went to her store, and as soon as she arrived, many voices called out, "The boss is here. Please come in, boss." MIA told the staff, "I'm here today to check how you're doing. Then MIA hesitated a bit, but. Today, something's different, the customers. Suddenly, a customer approached MIA, hey, over there, take this. I baked it myself. MIA accepted it, thank you, I'll enjoy it. She thought, it would be a bit harsh to outright refuse something handmade. She didn't stand at the entrance anymore, and went inside. What's this? This has never happened before. Maybe I look too young. Compared to that. Caden was angry, because the other customers are watching. I can't get close, especially with Abel threatening me. MIA sighed, so, because Abel isn't here today, you sneaked in. Really? Even if Abel blocks you, you should charge in to look cool. But what has Abel been doing lately? Is he that busy? Then MIA called 2 of her employees and gave them the bag of baked goods she had just received. Want some snacks? At that moment, MIA's maid entered to announce, Miss, Lady Valerie and Master Jura have arrived. MIA immediately lit up with excitement. As soon as she went outside, she saw Jura and Valerie. Jura greeted MIA. MIA hurried over to them, welcome. Valerie looked around and commented, not many male customers here, huh? MIA was confused, isn't that right? Jura chimed in, not sure. Valerie, still with a frown, added, you seem happy. Did you chase everyone away earlier? Jura immediately defended MIA, what are you talking about? They probably ran away after seeing you, because you're so scary. Valerie was furious, what a blatant lie. MIA had to step in to mediate, stop. Don't argue. The customers are watching. Jura laughed cheerfully, we are not arguing. Valerie nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making everyone tense up, greetings, guests. This smell. This awful stench can only be described as horse urine. It was Nerafim. He continued, this, a bunch of little demon brats, huh? The 3 of them immediately composed themselves, becoming alert to the person in front of them. Nerafim continued, the goods are quite exquisite, aren't they? Don't be so wary. I'm just here to browse and buy some urge for my son. By the way, I have something to deliver to the daughter of Dundee. As he said this, he pulled out something and handed it to MIA. It was a card. MIA's bodyguard immediately received the letter on her behalf. Nerafim's face darkened under his hood. Then he immediately turned away, anyway, I've made sure to deliver the message. The bodyguard said, it doesn't seem like we should open this card carelessly. Valerie agreed, exactly, what if they've done something strange to the envelope? MIA hesitated, even so, we have to see what's inside. But Jura was quicker than her. He stepped forward and opened the envelope. There were no devices inside. But the contents. It's better to read it inside. Too many people are listening. MIA agreed. Finally, the 3 of them went into a room and read the contents of the envelope. Connor is in our hands. I want to negotiate with MIA Dundee. MIA was shocked, Connor. So she wasn't missing on her own, but kidnapped. On the other side, the girl from the other day also received a similar message, if you do not agree to the exchange, Connor will be sacrificed to the gods. The deadline was 1 week. A fist slammed hard on the floor, followed by a loud shout, no. Abel was furious, those damn brats took my sister. He immediately wanted to rush in and destroy everything. But Caliph stopped him, no. Abel protested, we can start a small battle. Caliph replied, sit down, Abel. Though irritated, Abel listened. Caliph said, we can't hand over MIA. Abel added, of course not. MIA then spoke up, there's a way, I'll search in my dreams. If I go deeper into the dream, I might be able to find Connor. If we find her first and bring her back, there will be no need to respond to the exchange. Caliph said, Nerafim has lost the means to threaten the demon. That's true. The teacher remained silent for a while. Then she finally spoke, it's possible. Connor, if it's serious, she could fall into a deep sleep for up to a month. Demons born on the day of nothingness often end up like that. Connor is one of the most severe cases, so she might be asleep right now. If it's dangerous, she might just be hiding. MIA thought to herself, so that's her personality. Then MIA asked, do you have a portrait of her? Nave held it up and said, here. MIA rushed over to look and said, I know this face. This surprised her. What? How do you know her? That's the Rock sister. As soon as I told them what I saw in the dream, things became urgent. If the demons move, they might be noticed and hide elsewhere. A rescue team was quickly formed with a small number of people, Father, me, Abel, and Miss Nave, those who wouldn't be harmed when falling into the lava. Miss Nave said, we haven't seen Give. Caleth replied, MIA told me about her dream earlier, so I already cleaned up. I see, thanks, Caleth. MIA was excited. This was the first time she called her father by a nickname. Caleth continued, there are a total of 8 predicted locations. MIA thought, 8. There seemed to be more on the map. Looking farther, MIA exclaimed, that symbol, it's Neraphim's. It's the volcano that Neraphim marked as their territory. Father must have narrowed it down when he saw that. Abel said, anyway, they are evil. Why do you think about entering a volcano? MIA replied, it was the same in the dream, the air was extremely hot and harsh. Nave said, Connor might be a rock demon, so at least she can endure it. Most likely, a powerful golem is protecting her. MIA thought, I can feel her sadness. We need to rescue Connor as soon as possible. Abel told everyone, I'll go in and come back. MIA thought, won't it take a long time for Abel to enter 8 volcanoes? There's also a chance he could be detected. A better solution is. Suddenly, MIA thought of something and shouted, wait, Abel. What is it? MIA quickly responded, searching through the items Caden had given her. He said it can replay a map of places I've been and transmit my voice anywhere I want. I can enter dreams with it, right? Caleth said, the dream is so real that you can feel the smell of smoke and the heat of the lava, so it should work. Then MIA confidently said, I've never been here before. MIA continued to examine the other locations, but they were all wrong. Abel asked, Feather, are you sure this dream thing works? MIA replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it's worth trying. Then both were astonished. Even Nave joined in to take a look. Nave hurriedly said, Princess, can you call for Connor? It doesn't matter if Neraphim notices, we need to know where she is. MIA immediately called out, Sister Connor, can you hear me? If you do, please move the stone mud to make a sound. Sis, Mom's coming to get you. I'm here to rescue you, Connor. Sure enough, Connor responded. This deeply moved Nave. Finally, her daughter. She placed a gentle kiss on MIA's forehead, as a thank you. Don't think too much about this favor. I will repay you. Caleth said, this is a wonderful opportunity to witness the power of the head of a veteran family, it's sure to be a valuable lesson. MIA worriedly asked, Teacher, will the lava demon not be harmed? Caleth replied, saying there's no danger would be a bit of a stretch. Nave now, something like a volcano probably can't stop her. Abel explained to Lilith, Neph lived in the palace when Connor was young and raised her personally. That's rare, but she had faith in herself. At this moment, the swirling energy was still fiercely circulating around the rocks. With a determined look, Lilith unleashed her energy at this volcano. At the same time, Abel continued, a child you raised yourself has been taken by the enemy. What parent could stay calm? Abel, MIA, and Caleth all watched Lilith's actions in contemplation. Abel quietly muttered, yikes, even the lava has cooled. Then he turned to MIA, teasing, scared, Feather. Hearing this, MIA hastily denied it out of pride, stammering, who's scared? Not me. But deep down, Mia silently assessed, thinking, Miss Neff is incredibly strong. I also understand her feelings. If Suga were kidnapped, I'd probably be furious too. Unicorn Suga, hearing Mia's inner thoughts, said, I like that example. Then Caliph called out to Mia, look over there, Mi-. The sight before them was Lilith struggling to hold a large rock. He said, that rock she's holding so tightly, it's probably still protecting itself. Seeing this, Mia sorrowfully thought, I feel like crying. At that moment, Lilith suddenly spoke, groaning, my child, I'm here now, my daughter. Come back to me. Then, Lilith hugged the rock and cried loudly, Connor, please listen to your mother, just this once. I shouldn't have conceived you on the day of nothingness. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have run away or suffered like this. Lilith continued trembling, saying, it's all my fault. I'm the one to blame. You didn't do anything wrong. She then begged in anguish, so, please, come back to me, my child. Remembering her daughter with growing sorrow, Lilith thought back to herself in the past. She reflected, like other demons born on the day of nothingness, I had no interest in anything and no will to live. From afar, Lilith could be seen sitting alone on a rock, lost in thought. She was still deep in her memories. So, my daily life was just falling into sleep, drifting in dreams, and wandering aimlessly when awake. That daily life was shattered by Neraphim. Lilith recalled her life at that time, utterly powerless during the pursuit and imprisonment by evil beings, with malicious voices constantly whispering in her ears, submit to Neraphim. Finally, a female demon has been captured, atone for the sin of being born a demon. Lilith continued thinking, from that point, I slept to survive. If a dream demon entered my dreams, even if only for a moment, I could send a distress signal. Until then, I had to endure. Amidst the unending pain, Mia's voice interrupted Lilith's thoughts, out of sympathy and empathy, Connor, come back. Your place isn't inside that rock. However, just as Mia finished speaking, the rock suddenly moved violently, shocking everyone. From within the rock, Connor, with a dazed, pale face, faintly called out, Mother, Mother, causing Lilith, both joyful and heartbroken, to respond, Yes, it's me. I'm here, Connor. Trembling, Connor stammered, Mo. N.E. Neff. To comfort her, Lilith gently reassured, Neraphim isn't here right now, don't worry. But Connor then broke down, sobbing, I'm a demon, so. Hearing this, Mia was stunned, clenching her fists in anger, thinking, now I understand how Neraphim tormented her with words. Just like Mia, Lilith sorrowfully told Connor, no, my daughter, it's not your fault. It's all right now, I'm here. Sadly, the calm didn't last long before the sky stirred, accompanied by waves of power striking the ground. Mia said, Father said the Neraphim are over there. Caliph responded to his daughter, saying, they must pay for their sins. Mia hesitated and asked, will you destroy them? Abel replied, we can't let them die that easily. He continued, Father's favorite room is full of things that will never die. Before Abel could finish, Caliph hit him, causing him to yelp in pain. Then Caliph warned, watch your meaningless words. Afterward, Mia sulked, thinking, Father doesn't plan to kill them, but to keep torturing them, just like Neraphim imprisoned Connor, and like how I trapped Aunt in nightmares. Mia thought this sadly. Then Mia asked, Father, Neraphim and those people over there, they say that only Neraphim was right from birth, and demons are taught that being born is a sin, right? Caliph gently responded to Mia, saying, that might be the case, which is why those thoughts have deeply ingrained into their minds. Hearing this, Mia's face became even gloomier, unable to feel happy. Meanwhile, Abel was still groaning, clutching his head in pain. Caliph continued, if you've been raised in an environment where people only speak like that, it's impossible to know what's right or wrong. He said, however, We cannot forgive what they've done to demons. Demons have their own way of exacting revenge. Hearing this, Mia pondered, demons' own way of revenge. Could it be as terrifying as when father turned Evelyn into a haunted mansion? Remembering her aunt, Mia sadly thought, why am I now anxious about putting aunt to sleep? Then, Mia softly muttered to herself, still, it seems like it's enough now. She thought, I'm not forgiving aunt. I just don't want her locked up in some corner of the house. So, finally, to practice in dreams, I have to take advantage of aunt, Mia thought to herself. She continued thinking, if I create a real dream, maybe aunt could change all her memories of hating demons and believe in Yotaihala. Her thoughts drifted into the past, and Mia mused, in this long dream, aunt will become an ordinary person. She thought of her aunt's life, her family fallen into ruin. With no Earl Evelyn, no mother, and no Mia by her side. Like Deddy when I first encountered her, she lived diligently every day, even when others trampled on her. Life is about working hard every day. But it wasn't easy, Mia thought. Thinking about those people, Mia reflected, they were manipulated by Neraphim and committed many evil acts, but in the end, the enraged demon took away all their wealth. Yet, the one who pitted aunt was some servant in the demon family. Mia thought, aunt could rest for a day in some small cramped room in this house, and because that servant hid her, she had to sneak out. She silently mused, aunt left on her own like that. Mia felt sad, aunt has forgotten about me, as if she never knew me from the start, because she became an ordinary person. She thought, I've also truly forgotten about aunt, so from now on, we won't hate each other anymore. Mia smiled, thinking, since we don't know each other, Mia Dundee is the demon way. Then, contrary to Mia, Caliph, with his back fading into the shadows, thought, and this is the way of Caliph Parsa Dundee. To Caliph, born as a death demon, the desire for destruction and slaughter couldn't be extinguished. The family's space symbolized his inner world, where no one was allowed to die. But it was filled with death. In Calith's favorite storage room, as Mia mentioned, it was filled with corpses. Caliph said, it would be more interesting with more companions, wouldn't it? Caliph smirked and called, Count Evelyn. On the floor, a bald man lay writhing, covered in blood, groaning, don't come near, but soon, his agonizing screams echoed from the room, ah. Time passed in a blink, and before anyone knew it, spring was over. Someone in the mansion said, Mio, Lilith, it seems like an invitation from the mansion. Sitting on the swing, Mia excitedly said, Miss Neff and Sister Connor. Caliph responded, that's right. In the letter, it was written, Princess, I want to send my heartfelt thanks to you for what you've done. I would like you to visit, but since Connor is still in a state where it's hard for her to wake up, I will warmly welcome you if you come to my mansion. Lilith also wrote, Connor misses you very much. After reading the letter, Mia's eyes were filled with joy and happiness as she said, I miss Sister Connor, too. Seeing his daughter's excitement, Caliph gently agreed, then let's go, I'll take you there. Thrilled to be going to a place she loved, Mia's eyes were sparkling with laughter the entire way. Finally, standing in front of Lilith's mansion, Mia thought, so this is Lilith's mansion. Entering inside, Mia politely and excitedly said, hello, miss. Just like Mia, Lilith was overjoyed to see her and warmly responded, welcome, dear. Then Mia asked, is Sister Connor all right? Lilith replied, she's doing okay, she's eating well now. Her body functions were shut down for a long time, so she has to get used to breathing again. Hearing this, Mia happily thought, her face seems to be glowing more. Lilith added, but because Connor has the will to recover, I am happier than anything else. Then Lilith led Mia to see Connor. Seeing the girl lying on the bed, Mia softly whispered, is she sleeping? Lilith answered, yes. After that, Mia ran to the corner of the room and said, I'll leave a gift for her here. Lilith cheerfully said, thank you, she'll definitely be very happy. MIA saw Connor's peaceful sleeping face and thought with relief, thank goodness it doesn't seem like she's having nightmares. Wouldn't a beautiful dream help her recover faster? She thought, Suga, I want to create the sweetest and most beautiful dream in the world for her. Hearing his mistress's wish, the unicorn Suga replied, like a garden with marshmallows. MIA thought, exactly, like that. Then MIA turned to Lilith and said, Miss, can I blow a beautiful dream into Sister Connor? Lilith replied, if so, thank you, but won't that tire you out? MIA said, no, not at all, not even a little. After saying that, MIA imagined the dream, thinking, I picture a light pink field with blooming marshmallows, the sweet smell like honey, and when you walk on it, it feels soft. I hope Sister Connor will stroll through it and rest comfortably. Then, MIA helped Connor have such a beautiful dream. MIA prayed for Connor to sleep well, and perhaps Connor was stepping into that beautiful dream with a gentle, happy smile. Afterward, Lilith's voice rang out. She said, it's a shame we couldn't greet Connor, but there will be another chance. Besides, Lilith smiled brightly and added, I did say I would repay you. If you want something, just let me know. MIA was very surprised, and with innocent eyes, she said, really? Is that okay? MIA thought, actually, I already have something in mind. After hearing this, Lilith laughed heartily and said, I can fulfill Lilith's wish even if it's the position of head of the house. Upon hearing that, MIA was startled and shouted in surprise. What art? Then MIA said, actually, I have a position I want you to help me with, miss. Lilith softly asked, a position? MIA replied, yes, with the way I invest and develop in the Lilith family. The little girl sparkled as she expressed her wish, I hope you will build a boarding school. Hearing this, Lilith was slightly surprised and said, a school? And MIA thought, because you're a teacher, I have 7 children who need to be taught. Then MIA explained to Lilith, Neraphim has built a temple for their followers, but demons don't have anything like that. MIA continued, those who believe in Neraphim are sometimes arrogant in the human world because they are supported by an organization called Songhuangjong. She said, therefore, I wish there was an organization for those who believe in demons. If we build a school, students will grow up as people of the demons. Lilith asked softly. After graduation, would they apply for jobs in demon-owned businesses? MIA replied, yes, they could also become royal officials, since the emperor is a demon too. Lilith said, I understand what you mean. MIA added, if we offer better benefits than Neraphim, many will turn away from them. Lilith agreed with this idea and said, that's right. Those unaware of these future benefits spend their whole lives not knowing. We must be more open about this. Hearing this, MIA happily thought to herself, she understands me right away, as expected from a great teacher. Excited, MIA said, yes, that's why I want you to be the principal. And I'll be the president. Adding to MIA's joy, Kalith said, I'll also invest privately. Then Lilith giggled and teasingly asked, how much? Kalith proudly and boldly said, 3,000 billion heap, which shocked MIA, making her think, then my investment is too modest. She sighed and said, I'll hand over the president position to you. Father. As MIA planned, the school's name would combine their names, Mealith. MIA thought further, no one can look down on a principal, so students can be proud of that. When she returned home, she said, Tina, tell the 7 children they will attend boarding school. MIA continued, make sure to tell them it's not being sent away, but staying too long in the demon environment is unhealthy. Listening to MIA, Tina replied, I'll say that. Young lady, and then said, good night. MIA responded, yes, thinking, today was truly a happy day. Lying in bed, she eagerly hoped for a beautiful dream. But it seemed MIA's dream wasn't as pleasant when a Bayo shouted, run, feathered one. And MIA stubbornly said, no, I don't want to. At this point, she thought, what beautiful dream. It's this dream again. Caliph was imprisoned, and seeing this, Mia cried, her face flushed red, softly calling, "Father." Mia thought, will such a terrifying war really happen? Why? When? In the dream, Mia cried in agony, looking extremely heartbroken, thinking, and this feeling of betrayal, what does it mean? She wondered, who betrayed me? There aren't many demons I hold dear enough to be hurt like this. Who could it be? In the dream, Abayo continued shouting, even if you crush me, you still won't be satisfied. Hearing this, Mia froze. She saw a figure in a white cloak standing in front of her father. She thought, that person, it's them. She couldn't see clearly who it was, but they resembled Neraphim, and that made her feel uneasy. The person smirked. Seeing that, Mia remembered someone she had met in a dream before, a young boy with white hair. She thought, I saw him in that dream. At this moment, the figure spoke, but Mia panicked, thinking, huh? What are they saying? She couldn't hear clearly and only caught bits of it. Finally, Mia woke up from the nightmare, her face pale with fear. She thought, what was that thing? Muttering nonsense, Mia recalled hearing him say something strange, indeed, we are destined. Iohara, meanwhile, was cheerfully thinking, indeed, we are destined. He remembered and silently rejoiced, as Dedi reappeared once again, this time recognizing each other. If this isn't destiny, then what is? He couldn't contain himself and laughed loudly, thinking, I can't wait to meet you in real life. For the first time, there's such an interesting existence. It's such a pity to have lost Konna, Lilith. But before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted, Iohara. Another masked figure entered the room and informed him. A partner from the demon side has sent word. The contract with the Dudai family has been successfully signed, and we've prepared the gift. Iohara gave a deep smile, then donned his mask, saying, let's begin. Last time, I received greetings from the demon side, thanks to which the island of Chang'ong lost its balance for a moment. So what? When the war begins, everything will be destroyed anyway. Instead, I wonder how you'll react to my gift this time. Iohara walked to the window and started a monologue. You know, if you avoid this, perhaps I truly want to possess you. At Mia's place, today was a day to sleep in, because she had decided it so. Mia tossed and turned continuously, unable to fall asleep. She was frustrated, reminding herself to stop. I've decided to call Dedi the dream of war. If war in the future is inevitable, I must find a way to survive and protect my family. But how? All I know is that Neraphim has something. She wondered, why was father? Mia recalled the moment Abayo warned her, the moment father closes his eyes, death will be beyond control. Everyone here is dead, so you must run. But at that time, Mia kept refusing his request, firmly saying no. She started imagining many speculations in her head. Maybe closing his eyes means death, but it could also just be an action of closing his eyes. Who knows, that might be father's power. Due to danger and losing control, he ended up killing everyone. Killing everyone is certainly one way to end the war, but the future clearly wouldn't be happy. Because of father's expression, it didn't look like it at all. Furthermore, the feeling of betrayal, could it be that the demon I trusted has betrayed me, causing this situation? It's strange to feel betrayed by Neraphim, someone I don't even know. Mia frowned, there must be some misunderstanding. Calm down, think about who betrayed me to feel like this. She suddenly thought of Jura, after all. But immediately, Mia brushed the unthinkable thought out of her mind, absolutely not, that couldn't happen. At that moment, her maid Tina suddenly called out, young lady, Sir Jura Biodabap has sent an invitation. Mia immediately threw off her blanket and jumped up, Jura. Without wasting another second, she rushed towards Tina, give it to me. In the letter were Jura's kind words, let's play the game of finding the perfect gem together. I'll wait for you in my gallery. Yours, Jura. MIA couldn't help but smile broadly after reading it. She was excited. How fun. MIA wondered to herself, really, how did Juro know I was feeling down and invite me at this time? MIA eagerly looked outside. She hadn't expected the weather to be so beautiful today. Juro is like sunshine. I want to see him soon. Thinking of this, MIA smiled again. At Juro's gallery, Juro, I'm here. Juro heard her voice and warmly greeted her. MIA, come in. As soon as she entered, MIA couldn't help but gasp, wow, what is all this? Juro explained, if you want to find the right gem, you have to try many things first. It's okay if they break, so feel free to experiment. Worry appeared on MIA's beautiful face, but I'm sorry if I break anything. Juro reassured her, it's okay, because breaking them is art in itself. She thought. I see. Juro continued, you probably know that you need to infuse it with power like a bead of strength. MIA happily replied, yes. Then, Juro took out a necklace with a purple gem and handed it to her. Let's start with this necklace. It was beautiful, but before she could admire it, the necklace turned to dust. MIA was sad, it's broken. Juro gently comforted her, it's okay, try the next one. MIA, still gloomy, agreed, okay. But then, every gem MIA touched shattered immediately. She was on the verge of tears, thinking, is there really no gem that suits me? Am I only capable of destroying these beautiful things? The pile of broken gems grew into a mountain. Seeing MIA like this, Juro smiled and continued to comfort her. I told you, it's okay, don't be so down, MIA, there are still more gems to try. Come on, try this one, it's an opal. He handed her a pair of butterfly-shaped earrings. MIA was stunned, butterflies? It feels like something made just for me. Juro leaned in closer and asked, do you like it? MIA held it in her hand with anticipation. I hope this is the one. If it breaks now, I'll be so embarrassed. As she thought this, she silently prayed, and a purple light surrounded the earrings. MIA tightly shut her eyes, not wanting to see another beautiful thing break because of her. Soon they would become brittle and shatter, or not shatter. She peeked with one eye open, and the earrings were still intact, without a scratch. MIA happily exclaimed, it's the opal. Juro, seeing her joy, also smiled, yes, it suits you, MIA, you should keep it. MIA held the earring up high, admiring it. Upon closer look, she realized how truly beautiful the opal was. I must collect every color in the world. Suddenly, MIA handed one of the earrings to Juro, you keep this one. Juro was puzzled and asked, you're giving it to me? It holds your power. MIA smiled happily, confirming his thoughts, yes, and I still have the beautiful pony you made for me. Juro gazed at the earring, captivated, but that wasn't a gift from me. Then, Juro put the earring on his ear. MIA was surprised, you're wearing it right now. After putting it on, Juro smiled even more brightly than the sun and looked at MIA with loving eyes. MIA felt discouraged and sighed to Juro, I want to try wearing it too, but I haven't pierced my ears yet. Juro comforted her, you can try later. It has to be done with a clean needle. And how nice it would be if we wore matching pieces. MIA smiled in agreement, yes, I hope so too. Juro, you're so nice, handsome, and talented. But if Juro were a traitor? Just thinking about it made MIA's expression darken. She worriedly reassured herself, absolutely not, I hope it's not like that. MIA felt uncomfortable, questioning her friends was painful. Suddenly, Juro reached out toward her. MIA looked confused, huh? Juro explained, I want to take you home, to spend a little more time together. Is that okay? Without thinking, MIA immediately agreed, of course, I'd love to. But first, you have to stay for dinner. Doten said he'd cook something delicious tonight. Juro asked happily, really? That's fine then. MIA confirmed again, yes, really. After that, they chirped like little birds, holding hands tightly as they returned to the palace together. At MIA's residence, Butler Leviat rushed out, Miss, you're finally back. MIA was puzzled, huh? Is this busy uncle waiting for me? Seeing his hurried demeanor, she asked, what's the matter? Leviat seemed flustered, yes, I have something to discuss. Both MIA and Jura looked at each other in confusion, unsure what was happening. MIA felt curious, what could it be? I'm a bit worried. MIA then turned to her two maids, son, you can take a break now. They respectfully replied, yes, Miss MIA thought it would be better for them to hear this business matter themselves. Leviat continued, Miss, last time you asked me to buy gems, right? MIA recalled, yes, that was the store Hyda's father pointed out. How's the contract progressing? Leviat hastily replied, you should see for yourself. MIA turned her gaze to the table covered in jewelry, fake stuff. She questioned, could it all be fake? Leviat explained, yes, I made them very similar, but all those over there are imitation gems. MIA was astonished, how exquisite. It's hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Butler Leviat sighed deeply, yes, it's terrible, isn't it? MIA sighed in frustration. Has the Soli diamond case been reported? Everyone is anxious because they can't be deceived. Butler Leviat continued, due to the unexpectedly low price, I requested to see the goods first. The first and second deliveries were real, but from the third on, they sent fake gems. Just give the order, and I'll set an example immediately. MIA sighed, we should do that. I feel sorry for Hyda's father, who made the introduction. Leviat immediately obeyed and headed towards the door, yes. Jura spoke up, you know, in this case, aren't you suspicious of the person who made the introduction? MIA was startled, huh? Hyda's father. I never thought of that. Even if Hyda deceived me, I didn't think I would feel so betrayed. But perhaps I would feel regret for not becoming good business partners. Thinking of this, MIA instinctively reached for an orange gem that emitted light. She picked it up and said, oh, this gem, it's not an ordinary fake, it's something shiny. Jura shouted in alarm, danger. He quickly knocked the gem out of her hand, then a loud explosion occurred. Jura rushed forward to shield MIA, shouting her name. MIA, terrified, opened her eyes wide in disbelief at the chaos before her. The palace had turned into a wreck. MIA struggled to open her eyes. The protective membrane and the effects of the collat artifact had saved her. Thank goodness, but... She suddenly remembered and shouted, Jura. At that moment, Jura lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood and injured. Butler Leviat shouted to her, Miss, you need to get outside quickly. MIA brushed his hand away, I'm fine. Leviat continued to yell, Miss. MIA was only focused on Jura's life, Jura. MIA then loudly commanded, heal. Use the healing spell immediately. Butler Leviat hesitated to refuse, I'm sorry, the top priority is to get you to safety. Unable to contain her tears, MIA shouted, no. Jura, I told you I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. But Jura, if a high demon is injured, it can't be healed. I told you not to get hurt. It can't be left like this. MIA ordered loudly, Suga, block the door. Leviat, hurry up and heal him. Save Jura. Leviat turned pale, stammering, Miss. MIA, in pain, had tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, MIA quickly rushed towards Jura, bewildered, why? Why won't you use the healing spell? We still don't know. MIA rushed to Jura's side, worriedly asking the unicorn beside her, her words stumbling, Suga, is Jura okay? Is he still alive? Suga sadly confirmed MIA's worries, no longer breathing. MIA, in pain, couldn't accept this reality. No way, it can't be like this. The maid Tina had arrived, worriedly saying, Miss, what should we do? Oh my god. MIA regretted it. Jura was definitely not a traitor. A traitor couldn't shield her and die. She felt a pang in her heart. I'm sorry for doubting you. I truly apologize. If I had known, I wouldn't have doubted even for a moment. Why did it have to be like this? Suddenly, a nine-tailed fox appeared. MIA was bewildered. A spirit beast. If the master dies, doesn't the spirit beast die too? Before she could understand what was happening, the fox bit off one of its tails. It then approached Jura, biting off its tail and turning it into a gem, slowly placing the gem into Jura's mouth. Immediately, a brilliant light surrounded Jura. Next, he slowly sat up, surprising everyone. MIA was dazed. Clearly, he was dead. Am I dreaming? She couldn't believe her eyes and called out, Jura? Jura wiped his face and sighed, ah, really? He suddenly smiled and said to himself, so I've died once, it's real, isn't it? MIA stood frozen, questioning herself, but just now, he was bleeding everywhere. I saw him stop breathing. Still frightened, she cautiously asked, Jura, is it really you? Jura maintained a cheerful demeanor, turning to MIA, yes, it's me. Suddenly dying like that, I'm sorry, it was surprising, wasn't it? My Shakola spirit has 9 lives. MIA was confused, huh? Jura continued, actually, I didn't know either. I just found out. Maybe you have to die to learn it. I'm afraid someone isn't a monster. Anyway, now I can try dying a few times. He shyly scratched his head. At that moment, MIA burst with happiness. How can he be so calm? I've been so worried. She thought she'd never see that smile again, tears streaming down her face. Jura, don't die. She immediately jumped into his arms. No, don't die. Jura was surprised by her action. MIA. He gently comforted her. I'm glad you cried for me, but don't cry anymore, it'll hurt your eyes. He couldn't help but tease her. MIA pouted, punching Jura playfully. You jerk. Jura looked puzzled. Hey, that's not fair. MIA sighed in relief. Oh. A few days later, in MIA's room. Since that night, she had been sick for several days, countless dreams passing by. She couldn't get up due to her heavy body. MIA thought back to that life and death moment and told herself, don't doubt Jura, he must be in so much pain. She wondered who had done this and why. MIA thought of Hitata. Was it Hitata's father, hating me? A beautiful girl appeared, speaking to MIA's family. MIA, your youngest sister will get better soon. Then the girl placed her hand on MIA's forehead. MIA began to drift into a dream. MIA, now grown, appeared in a garden, bewildered. This is the garden from my previous dream with Jura. She looked at her reflection in the clear water. I've grown up, how miraculous. Grown up for the second time, which means I have felt true love, right? Could it be Jura? We're lovers, huh? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. MIA turned and recognized it was Jura's spirit beast, but why did it have another tail? The fox saw MIA and quickly ran away. MIA looked around, wondering, where did it run off to? Suddenly, she spotted the grown-up Jura. MIA stammered, Jura. He smiled, teasing her, have you missed me so much you can't stand it? MIA blushed, thinking, wait, you mean we were just together? Jura, seeing her, asked with concern, it's cold. Why are you out here? Just wait a moment, I'll bring you some carrots. MIA thought, he plans to cook for me but lacks carrots. Saying that, Jura picked up a cloak and put it on MIA. See? You're freezing. MIA thought, if this is to die, are peaceful days waiting for us in the future? But her expression darkened as she remembered, but spirit beasts only have one tail. Does this mean Jura will die 7 more times? Jura suddenly took MIA's hand. After you, princess. MIA was startled and tried to change the subject. Let me hold the vegetables. Jura waved it off. Why let your precious hands hold that? Suga can manage. Suga beside them felt annoyed. thinking, I can't believe these two. Jura then lifted Mia, who felt shy and blushed like a tomato. This is so embarrassing. Mia wondered why everything felt so natural. Her grown body seemed accustomed to this. I don't know. I can only surrender myself to the dream. Jura was puzzled by Mia tightly closing her eyes. He asked, what's wrong, Mia? Are you uncomfortable? Mia hesitated, looking away. No, nothing. Jura seemed to see through her, avoiding eye contact, acting like nothing had happened. Is it because you come home late lately? Mia seized on this lifeline and affirmed, yes, yes. You didn't tell me what you were doing or where you were. That's too much. Jura apologized. I'm sorry, my lady. I must have upset you. It's my fault. Mia was surprised by the term my lady. Her head felt like it would explode. My lady. What are you calling me? Are we married? I wasn't prepared for this. Then, Jura leaned in and kissed her, hinting, tonight, I'll show you how much I love you. I'm carving something for you, and since I'm almost done, I had to come home late. Please forgive me. Mia panicked, unable to stay calm. We are not just dating, we are married. Meanwhile, Jura woke from his dream, the same dream as before, feeling so real. It was the same as last time. Surely, Mia didn't create that dream, did she? Thinking this, the image of Mia occupied his mind, which was why she seemed so innocent, genuine, and lovely. Perhaps he dreamed of that future because he longed for it. Ending his train of thought, Jura walked toward the door, asking the butler, Ten, how is Mia? Ten replied, I heard she's been sleeping for the past hour. Jura reminded, I'll visit again today, so prepare some flowers. He smiled, straightening his clothes, thinking about the earlier dream. Wake up soon, my future lady. Mia slowly opened her eyes to see everyone worriedly gathered around. Mia, my little pink-haired girl, she looked at her small hands, feeling strangely like the world had changed. She staggered to her feet, slowly realizing that her senses were heightened. She could hear sounds from far away, as if she were holding a mansion in her hands. This could it be? Before she could process it, the Duke said, Congratulations, you've grown up now. Hearing this, Mia sprang up in shock, her perspective changed, and her loose clothes fit her perfectly now. She cheered in front of the mirror, I've grown up. So this is growing up. Abel said, Congratulations. You don't look like a little pink-haired girl anymore, you look like a demon. Caden congratulated her too, saying he was happy to be with her during this moment of growth, and asked, Don't you feel miraculous? Mia eagerly replied, Yes. You feel it too. It seems all my senses have increased. At that moment, the Duke approached proudly and said, Indeed, she is my daughter. Not every demon has such extraordinary senses, that is a talent. Mia felt ecstatic, almost not believing her ears. My proud daughter, her father had said, and now she knew for certain why others feared him, but she didn't mind because his emptiness didn't harm her. Without thinking much, she ran into her father's embrace. I love you most in the world. Thank you for accepting me as your daughter. Thank you for raising me to be a demon. The Duke hugged her, Mia, that's something a father should say. Thank you for believing in me. After that, her father sat down seriously and said, the phase of growing up has ended. How about a retreat in the territory? Mia was puzzled, a retreat? The Duke replied. Yes, instead of immediately returning to everyday life, isn't it better? Especially after such a big event. Suddenly, Mia grew anxious, remembering how she almost lost Jura. That mansion still smells of the explosion, doesn't it? Mia sadly said, that sounds great, but will I be alone? The Duke responded, I'll go with you. Abel and Caden have business in the capital. Caden reassured her, you'll have another chance to meet. Abel added, yes. To say goodbye to everyone in the territory. MIA felt helpless. Okay, let's go. She thought to herself, I miss the territory too. During this time, I'll let Jura handle the store. Suddenly, she asked her father, is Jura well? The Duke replied, of course. Just then, a voice came in, Your Highness, the young master of the Bodabap family is here to visit. The Duke replied, perfect timing, let him in. MIA eagerly called, Jura. Jura. Jura entered with a bouquet of flowers. He affectionately handed the flowers to MIA, you look cool growing up. This flower is a memory of your growth. Congratulations. MIA shyly accepted the flowers. Stammering, they are beautiful. Thank you so much. She blushed, feeling embarrassed just looking at Jura. She kept thinking about that dream. Since she completed the first phase of growth, they would be closer to the second phase. Right? We'll get married in the future. Suddenly, Caden whispered in her ear, this kid visits every day because he's worried about you. That's a secret. Abel hated that, and hearing this, he pouted, I heard everything, brother. MIA called to Jura, who bowed respectfully, it's an honor to be in the Duke's presence. The Duke, annoyed, said to Jura, you know MIA was shocked and drank because of you, right? Jura politely replied, yes, I understand. MIA worriedly defended Jura. But Jura has been protecting me. The Duke continued, I know you'll manage the business while MIA rests in the territory. Jura cheerfully responded, I won't disappoint anyone. I'll work hard for MIA. Meanwhile, MIA was extremely anxious. It seemed everyone knew everything. I have to change the subject. I didn't end up in the hospital because of Jura. Thinking this, MIA hesitated, but father, that stone, who blew it up? Caden answered, how should I put this? Those involved with the gold jewelry are being interrogated. Hetisa has fled. Hearing this, MIA was puzzled, what? Caden continued, Abel reached out on the same day, but she vanished without a trace. It seems she collaborated with Nerafim. Abel appeared angry, she probably brainwashed them. Anyway, nothing has changed. Caden added cheerfully, besides that kid, the entire family came to visit and prayed for 3 days. They gifted you a mansion and a present as an apology. MIA asked, have you accepted them? Caden, filled with rage, replied, no. If I had to hand over the entire restaurant business, I would have returned and chased them away. His attitude left MIA speechless. Now that she thought about it, Caden must be angry too. She asked again, are you planning to send me to the territory and go to war with Nerafim? Caden worriedly replied, no. I genuinely want you to rest, which is why I suggested a retreat. Suddenly, MIA remembered something. Before the war starts, the demons will be dealt with first. Because if any high-ranking demons collaborate with Nerafim, it will be very difficult. In times like this, father often warned Abel to be careful with his words, surely he was very angry. Family members were all furious because of me, which was quite reassuring and lifted my spirits. Thinking that, the girl picked a flower and approached. Father, please let Durar pay dearly for his death. The Duke accepted the flower. All right. She didn't forget about Cai Den either, let him feel the pain I felt when Durar died. Cai Den gently nodded, let's do that, sister. She smiled and handed a flower to Abel, ensure that no one can betray you again, Abel. Abel pinned the flower to his chest, I promise. Durar didn't forget to say goodbye to MIA, get to the estate safely, MIA. MIA gently stroked Durar's ear, don't hurt yourself again, when I return, don't change anything about this appearance. Durar hesitated, okay, I understand. The girl stood on tiptoes and kissed Durar on the cheek, Durar, thank you so much for trying to save me. Then she shyly turned away, blushing. Father and MIA's elder brother, the Duke, saw this and glared at Durar, as if they wanted to devour him. In a magnificent palace in the sky, two people were discussing something. is everything really okay? The man in the white cloak replied, you don't trust me. The other said, no, it's just that I'm afraid of losing my god. Directly moving, the grand plans to deal with the demons have been ruined. And some resources have been depleted. It's only a matter of time before the minions face difficulties. If you're drawing a bigger picture, please tell me. The man in white smiled, indeed, it seems all plans have failed, but thanks to that, I've thought of a better idea. Don't worry, we will return at night. Just focus on your mission. The other respectfully knelt, I understand. The man in white took out an energy orb. It has been boring since this battle ended. Indeed, from the sky, he conjured an arrow. It seems you have allowed me to do many interesting things for the first time. I brainwashed myself. Saying that, he plunged the arrow into his head. The castle echoed with a terrible scream. At the Dundo estate, the beautiful and spacious vineyard, quality wine distributed from the fertile land is quite famous. When Mia stepped into the mansion, a group of servants bowed, welcome, the master of Dunda, we are delighted to serve you. The lady of Dunda, it is our first time meeting the noble who will lead the world of demons. Genova joyfully said, Your Highness, you have finally arrived. I didn't expect you to have such a precious daughter beside you. Suddenly, he was moved to tears. This old man would have no regrets if he died now. Then he clapped for Mia, come, roll out the carpet and play music. If you find walking tiring, Mia, our daughter will carry the lady. Mia was taken aback, son. Thinking about it, she exclaimed, you're the ox, the father of Uncle Dut, right? Genova smiled warmly, dear lady, being mentioned by you is an honor for my family, that boy is my 8th son. The Duke said he is managing the business in Mia's absence. Genova was surprised, oh, my son is helping the lady. I can't fall behind, let us show you what we have prepared for you. They all worked together to create a candy-covered gate and a luxurious bedroom and bathroom for the lady. Mia felt a bit scared, okay, that's enough, too much. Hearing that, Genova's face darkened, too much. What do you mean, madam? He suddenly yelled, nothing is too much, dear lady. The Duke reminded, too noisy, Genova. Old Genova blushed in embarrassment, oh, there I go again. I will keep my mouth shut. Mia was at a loss for words, a special person indeed. The Duke asked Mia, do you want to rest in the castle or in the vineyard? Hearing vineyard, Mia was excited, I want to see, let's go see. The Duke, upon hearing this, ordered Genova, prepare the carriage to go. Once everything was settled, the father and daughter got into the carriage to tour the vineyard. The driver held a small box, telling the Duke, Grand Duke, there is something the butler asked to give to the lady. Hearing that, Mia was eager, can I open it? The Duke replied, of course, it's yours. Mia opened the gift box, inside were a pair of gloves and scissors. She handed them to her father, this glove and scissors seem to belong to you, father. The Duke asked again, mine. Mia eagerly said, let's pick grapes together. Even though I've never tried it before. Seeing her father wearing the gloves, Mia praised, father, they look great on you. The Duke replied, really? The father and daughter entered the vast vineyard. This is Abusa town, commonly known as Fusan, which has the best granary in the territory. Of course, this is also the land that the Duke gifted to Mia. Mia enjoys her time with her father, thinking to herself that it's the first time in the vineyard, feeling peaceful, tired, and warm. This is what relaxation means, forgetting all worries and just enjoying the pleasant scent of grapes. Just then, Mia suddenly hears a cry for help. She wonders, oh, who is that? I heard it, and drops her basket to the ground. The Duke asks, Mia, what's wrong? The girl anxiously tells her father, someone is calling for help. The Duke looks puzzled. Calling for help? Mia eagerly replies, yes, didn't you hear it, father? I'm worried, you didn't hear it, only I did. She describes the voice to her father, saying it belonged to a boy her age, a clear and beautiful voice. The Duke thinks and says, "It's not a dream. If you hear it again, just tell me. Don't worry too much." On the way, Mia remains very concerned. She asks her spirit companion, Sugar, who also didn't hear it. Sugar replies, "Because we are connected, I heard everything." Mia asks again, "Right?" Clearly, someone called for help. Sugar responds, "Yes, but I don't know what to do. How about we just enjoy our vacation?" Mia, feeling a bit troubled, thinks, "I don't want to ruin the vacation." Suddenly, the Duke speaks to his daughter, "This field is vast, but the yield of wine is low. We should pick the best grapes and filter them individually for use." Mia excitedly exclaims, "So the wine must be very good, right?" The Duke, picking grapes, says, "Of course, the best ones are yours." He picks a grape and hands it to Mia, "Try it." The girl happily takes the grape and eats it, finding it sweet and delicious. "I'm so happy." She seems to forget all her earlier worries. "Yes, it sounds strange, but I don't need to worry. I just need to enjoy my vacation and go back." Suddenly, she notices something and runs to check. When she arrives, she can't believe her eyes and stands frozen. She sees a wounded boy lying on the ground and calls out, "Father. There's an injured Nerafim here." The Duke frowns at Mia. "First, we need to return to the estate with that Nerafim." The boy Nerafim is taken back to the estate by the Duke and locked in the dungeon. Mia sits in her room with Sugar, who is bored and lying on her shoulder. "Why does it have to be the day we visit the vineyard? It's too suspicious. Clearly, it's a tactic of the Nerafim to stir up sympathy." Mia sighs, saying, "You're right, Sugar. What on earth did this Nerafim do? That innocent face can't possibly be guilty of anything." Hearing this, Sugar warns Mia, "If you feel sorry for him, you'll fall into a trap, Mia." Startled, Mia responds, "I'm just a little concerned." "Indeed, we need to find out what's going on." Sugar asks, "Are you planning to enter the Nerafim's dream?" Mia replies, "Yes, is that not allowed?" Sugar says, "It's fine. But how can you enter if he's not in front of you?" Mia intends to ask her father for permission to do that. However, she changes her plan, thinking, "What if I switch from this dream to another? All dreams are connected." Sugar agrees, if it's that way, it might work. Mia looks at the people around her and thinks, "Then first, I need to make them fall asleep." With that in mind, she tells everyone, "I need to go to sleep now. Just one person should stay, the rest can go outside." Everyone replies in unison, "Ah, we understand." Once everything is settled, only one person remains. Mia hugs Sugar and runs to the maid, saying, "You stay here. I had a beautiful dream today." The maid replies, "Miss, that's wonderful." But then, Mia looks sad and says, "I'm upset because I don't have anyone to enter that dream with. What should I do?" The maid exclaims, "Oh my." Seeing this, Mia pleads, "This dream is really, really wonderful. Can you sleep?" The maid doesn't refuse. "If the young lady requests, I can sleep whenever." Mia is a bit surprised, "Is it that easy?" The maid smiles and says, "I'm instructed to do anything the young lady wants. Even if there were no orders, I would still listen to you. I can receive the dream created by the dream demon. Coming here will be a once-in-a-lifetime honor for me." Hearing that, Mia was very excited, "So it all depends on you, sister." Soon after, the maid fell asleep. Mia and Sugar entered her dream together. Mia said, "Surely, if it's a dream created by you, even if others are dreaming, they won't feel tired at all." Sugar replied, "Perhaps. Now, if we look for a way to go through," Mia said while walking, suddenly stopping. She accidentally stepped on a man, and he asked, "Hey, kid, why didn't you move out of the way?" Stepping on someone's face. Mia was quite startled. The uncle had a bad impression. Looking at the man's outfit, MIA guessed he was a pirate. The uncle scratched his head and said, "I'm the captain." MIA turned to Sugar and said, "In any case, he looks like that person, right?" Sugar nodded, "Yeah, it seems like that person." Incubus, it is said that the more dream demons evolve, the easier it is to control others' dreams. Right now, I need a dream demon. MIA thought to herself, I heard that dream demons love to gamble, right? She then asked the incubus, "Captain, let's make a bet." The uncle sat up, suddenly saying, "If I do that, what's in it for me?" MIA replied, "You like this dream, so you came here." She pointed to the emergency exit. "If you don't gamble, I'll expel you immediately." The uncle lamented, "This is so awkward, it's been a long time since I've had such a leisurely dream." MIA said firmly, "Then let's gamble, we'll have a race." The uncle looked at MIA in confusion, "A race, you and me?" MIA casually replied, "Yes, I'll ride Sugar to run." The uncle questioned, "Look, that's cheating." MIA frowned, "If you don't like it, just leave." The uncle sighed helplessly, thinking she was just a little dream demon. Who knew she was the ruler of dreams? No choice left. "Where's the finish line?" MIA pointed to a tall tower tied with a ribbon and said, "Over there, whoever gets there first wins. If I win, you will be my subordinate. If you win, I'll create the dream you desire, where you can live fully." Hearing this, the uncle sighed, "That deal is motivating." He added, "Since you ride a horse over there, is it fair if I run first?" MIA replied, "Sure, you can go first." Hearing that, the Duke immediately sprinted off. "That's rude." MIA thought to herself, "This place is in a dream with no gravity or physical rules. I had predicted the stagnation." MIA controlled the dream, making the uncle face countless obstacles. After a moment, she caught up. The uncle grimaced, "It's still shameful," but MIA remained calm. There was no rule saying it was illegal. Although it wasn't a fair play, their speeds remained similar. Therefore, as they approached the finish line, MIA shifted the uncle again, and in that way, she claimed victory. "I won, you lost." The uncle was angry. Is there any other child as brazen as this? MIA laughed loudly, waving her hand, you lost, act like a captain." The uncle sighed helplessly, "Fine, it's my fault for not setting the rules first, but what's with this ribbon?" MIA tied the ribbon around the uncle, saying, "It shows you're my subordinate." She thought to herself, divinizing the dream demon would certainly be less tiring than wandering around others' dreams, but there are more dreams in succession than I thought. How do I find the dream I want? Clearly, there's an easier way. Now, MIA asked, "Uncle, what's your name?" The uncle coldly replied, "Leobot." MIA continued, "I'm MIA, as you know, I'm the demon in this dream. Since this is your area, Leobot, can I ask you for a favor?" The uncle smiled and replied, "Although I am your subordinate, I never promise to accept requests." MIA asked, "What do you want then?" Leobot answered, "It's tobacco that can fill this pipe." MIA thought to herself, "If I give it right away, it's a bit of a waste," and said, "I've never seen tobacco, so I can't create it. As someone said, I'm just a child." Hearing this, Leobot was puzzled. "What?" The uncle was disheartened. "No, why do you think I became your subordinate?" MIA was confused. Is that story so important? The uncle, tears streaming down his face, said, "Of course. I have been off tobacco for a month, and I can't find that dream of the merchant ship." MIA smiled and said, "I think I can create a dream of a merchant ship, but that's too hard, so you have to fulfill my request about 100 times before making a profit, right?" Hearing that, Leobot fell to the ground, wailing, "Oh my, at this age, if I work that hard, I will collapse and won't be able to wake up." MIA, angry, pretended. The uncle held up 3 fingers, saying, "How can you pretend? I can meet 3 requests." MIA disagreed, "That's too few, let's raise it." The two kept haggling back and forth. Finally, MIA said, 9 times, "Do you know how difficult it is to create a dream of a merchant ship?" A fragile little demon like me will collapse and be unable to do anything for 2 days and nights. At this point, Leobot agreed, fine, I know now, 9 times. Mia joyfully shook hands with Leobot, great. She thought to herself, actually, even if it's hard, it's not that bad. Mia said, then for the first request, can you find a dream?